At 16, a young boy is reborn after a meteor destroys the world, and with a mysterious sharing ability, he becomes the youngest prodigy in beast cultivation. On the projection screen, a golden lion over 20 meters tall roars towards the sky. Instantly, the sky turns pitch black as golden red cracks tear through the heavens, as if a deity has opened its eyes. Countless meteors pierce the darkness, completely obliterating the abandoned city overrun by black vines. The fiery lion leaps several times, arriving beside a figure cloaked in golden flames. Zhu Tao taps the desk with a ruler, snapping the students out of their awe. This footage was obtained from the military this morning. Please analyze it carefully, he instructs. Wang Mu's thoughts linger on the apocalyptic meteor shower, reminding him of the sudden meteor strike in his previous life. Back then, he was fortunate enough to be directly hit, turning to ash without pain. To his surprise, he was reborn into this world where humans command spirit beasts. Despite his ordinary background, he exhibited intelligence far beyond his peers, and his family supported his education. Faced with the choice between becoming a beast master or a cultivator, Wang Mu chose the latter. His decision was influenced by his unique, sharing ability, which allowed him to exchange abilities with his contracted beasts. He could share abilities with spirit beasts, which beast masters would then cultivate and enhance before he reclaimed them. Choosing to be a cultivator also made sense because exceptional spirit beasts were expensive, and if he was destined to fall behind, he preferred to forge his own path. After 3 minutes of contemplation, Zhu Tao asked for answers within a minute. The students quickly worked on their screens, and Wang Mu finished in 30 seconds. Zhu Tao reviewed the answers, remaining expressionless until he reached Wang Mu's analysis, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. Zhu Tao projected Wang Mu's answer. The golden lion is originally a crimson flame lion that evolves by absorbing special flames, likely through the beast master's contract sharing ability. The unknown vine creature possesses both dark and wood attributes, possibly with a cloning trait, and is countered by fire. Everyone identified the lion's original form, but only Wang Mu explained the evolution method. Zhu Tao explained. This is precisely the latest cultivation theory proposed by Master Su Chun. When spirit beasts can no longer advance through normal means, sharing abilities from a beast master can break the barrier, allowing the spirit beast to seamlessly integrate new abilities. After class, Zhu Tao took Wang Mu to the cultivation building. This hemispherical structure, covering 10 square kilometers, is the pride of Shanghai City. Inside, it integrates a secret realm space, with a real size comparable to 2 Shanghai cities, home to numerous rare spirit beasts. At just 16, you have the skill level of an intermediate cultivator. You can choose any spirit beast here, Zhu Tao said, following the tradition of nurturing promising talent. Wang Mu carefully observed the ecological zones, home to rare creatures like the greenwood demon, flower lady, and fragrant rose. The flower lady, a sprite half the height of a person, is proficient in various wood-based spells, while the fragrant rose resembles a 20-centimetal doll skilled in enhancement spells. However, Wang Mu's gaze settled on the greenwood demon. This ancient tree-like spirit beast can gather earth and wood energies to produce green spirit liquid, useful for evolution materials and healing. It assists in caring for plant-based spirit beasts, cultivating spirit herbs, improving the environment, and even attracting the potential rich insect spirit beast, the greenleaf butterfly. Among 4 greenwood demons, Wang Mu chose an energy-type sapling. Its bark was tea-colored, covered in silver speckles, exuding a harmonious energy flow, perfectly suited to Wang Mu's sharing ability. The greenwood demon gently swayed its leaves in response, and Zhu Tao immediately agreed to the contract. Sometimes, when compatibility is strong enough, no materials are needed for continuous evolution. A beast master forms a contract with a spirit beast, where the human is the primary entity. The level of spirit beasts a beast master can contract with is typically determined by their mental strength. For a student like Wang Mu, the most they can manage is contracting with a young, elite-level spirit beast. Otherwise, they risk depleting their mental strength and potentially dying during the process. After obtaining a spirit beast from a breeder association or a breeding facility, the contract must be made on the spot to prevent any unforeseen issues or resale. This rule has been in place since the establishment of civilization, and even king-level beast masters are not exempt. The greenwood demon, being a commander-level spirit beast, is usually only an option for exceptionally talented students or those wealthy enough to buy auxiliary contracting treasures. Zhu Tao, a junior breeder, had to progress through the primary, intermediate, and advanced breeder stages, then pass a probationary breeder assessment before mastering the stable method of breeding commander-level spirit beasts, leading to the junior breeder exam. Though he appears middle-aged, he's actually in his 70s or 80s with a keen eye. Without needing instruments, he had long noticed Wang Mu's outstanding mental strength, sufficient to contract with the greenwood demon. However, out of a sense of cherishing talent, he opted for caution, choosing to tame several gentle plant-type spirit beasts, which could still be saved in case of an accident. At this moment, Wang Mu was reaching out to touch the greenwood demon, releasing his mental strength through contact to communicate with it. Mental strength communication is the most direct method, allowing understanding even between different species or with those possessing only a rudimentary consciousness. Wang Mu's message to the greenwood demon was, "Would you like to come with me?" To be honest, despite having lived 2 lives, he was still nervous. The market price for a commander-level spirit beast is at least in the tens of millions. However, transactions are rarely made directly with money, requiring something of interest to the breeder in addition to cash. His family, having saved meticulously for over a decade, could gather the funds but lacked the channels and qualifications to purchase one. This drove him to work hard, gaining admission to the Shanghai Breeder Academy at 14 and graduating at 16, needing a total score of 150 across various tests to graduate. Generally, scores are converted into points to purchase initial resources at the academy. Most people choose a spirit beast, but now that Wang Mu has one, he lacks resources to raise two, so he naturally opts for resources. All of this hinges on the success of the contract. In Wang Mu's tense, yet hopeful state, the greenwood demon suddenly swayed dramatically, retracting its fine roots and transforming them into 5 thick tree roots, literally pulling itself from the ground. The greenwood demon didn't understand much, but its actions clearly conveyed its intent. At that moment, they erupted in a brilliant green light, establishing a contract through their fundamental connection. Wang Mu didn't have time to check the greenwood demon's abilities as he was enveloped by abundant with spirit power, his mental strength drawn out, his body strengthened, and his affinity for wood energy enhanced. This is the bond between a beast master and a spirit beast. Apart from the feedback received at the moment of contracting, the beast master gains feedback whenever the spirit beast advances or evolves. Lower-level beast masters rely on their spirit beasts for combat, but higher-level ones are powerful in their own right. The contract is relatively fair, allowing a beast master to voluntarily transfer certain abilities to a spirit beast. For Wang Mu, this point can be selectively ignored because his talent is sharing. After shaking off the thrill of enhancement, Wang Mu immediately used his talent to check on the Qingmu demon. The Qingmu demon is in its juvenile stage, with a level 0 bloodline, a commanding level talent, medium level with spirit affinity, and lower medium earth spirit affinity spells. It has mastered the inherited spells of proficient rooting and entry-level whipping, and its shared level of energy beam has reached entry level. No wonder this Qingmu demon leans towards energy development. It turns out to be due to the influence of inherited spells. At this moment, Wang Mu realized he could use his talent to share all of Qingmu demon's abilities, something he couldn't do before. At home, his father's Fengyan butterfly initially shared a level 3 with him, allowing the sharing of talent spells not exceeding the proficient level and other spells not surpassing the skilled level. The grading of spells starts from entry level, followed by skilled, proficient, mastery, consummate, and innovative levels. Due to the contract with Wang Mu, the Qingmu demon directly reached the max level. Although Wang Mu felt delighted, Zhu Tao's voice was like a bucket of cold water. "I know you're happy, but don't get too excited too soon. You're planning to build an ecosystem centered on the Qingmu demon, right? 150 points aren't enough." Wang Mu didn't mind. Instead, he smiled. "Student Wang Mu thanks the teacher for your guidance. With the Qingmu demon, my plan faces fewer obstacles, and my parents also plan to support me." Zhu Tao's expression slightly softened. He didn't want a rising star in the cultivation world to stumble over minor obstacles, but his own cultivation institute was too far away, located in Polar City, 7 cities apart from Shanghai City, and he was more skilled in cultivating isotribute spirit beasts, thus the help he could offer was limited. Hearing Wang Mu's words, he felt pleased, but his nature prevented him from showing it. "Then go ahead. I've already made arrangements. There's a piece of land in the west district of Shanghai City that you can use for 20 years. After that, you'll need to handle it yourself. Such a small matter, don't say you can't manage it." Wang Mu was overjoyed but didn't know how to express his gratitude. "Teacher, thank you, Mr. Zhu. I will work harder and come visit you in Polar City in the future." The vastness of Shenzhou is such that without strength, one couldn't even leave their own city, let alone visit someone. This child's ambition is not small, Zhu Tao thought to himself. Many people fail at the cultivation master's assessment. He habitually wanted to criticize, but this time, inexplicably, he didn't say a word, only giving Wang Mu a glance. "I'll be waiting." As a cultivator, Zhu Tao's work is busy. He came to Shanghai City not only to teach, but also because a cultivation master is here. Teaching is his duty, and consulting the master is a perk. After sending off Wang Mu, Zhu Tao went elsewhere. Meanwhile, Wang Mu could no longer contain his excitement and picked up the Qingmu demon, who was following closely behind him. "Let's go home." The Qingmu demon wobbled, seemingly feeling that its master's pace was a bit slow, and thought it might be better to let him walk himself. Wang Mu sensed this and burst out laughing. "Haha, I'm just too excited. You're a commanding level spirit beast, even if you're plant type. You're faster than me and more accustomed to being in contact with the ground." With that, Wang Mu put the Qingmu demon down. There weren't many people at the academy, but those who saw Wang Mu walking out of the cultivation building with a Qingmu demon couldn't help but feel a bit envious. This was a commander-level Qingmu demon. Only 2 contract slots were available this year in the Shanghai realm, and now one was already taken. Those with active minds started to ponder, since this young man could obtain a Qingmu demon, his potential for future success was undoubtedly high. Establishing a connection with an outstanding cultivator like him early on might help them avoid decades of setbacks or even establish a great family. However, such relationships needed to be developed slowly. Rushing to greet him would seem abrupt. In this world, you could drive at 14 and were considered an adult at 16. Wang Mu drove himself to school, and though the Qingmu demon in the car wasn't used to it, it remained still. Wang Mu then opened the car phone for a video call. "Mom, is Dad home today?" A woman's face appeared on the screen. She looked only about 30, but was actually 52. In this world, everyone had a contracted spirit beast which, even without extensive cultivation, enhanced their physical condition, making it normal to live to 200. As a result, people married and had children later. Instead of answering Wang Mu immediately, she was surprised to see the tree and asked, "Is that your spirit beast? Have you graduated?" Wang Mu nodded. "Yes, I scored enough points, and Teacher Zhu let me choose my spirit beast. This is a commander-level Qingmu demon. If Dad's home, let's celebrate. I have a few things I need his help with." The woman paused, then exclaimed with delight, "Our Mu Mu is amazing. Wait a moment, I'll call him back. Even if he's not home, he will be." Wang Mu watched the screen go dark and couldn't help but chuckle. He turned to the Qingmu demon beside him and said, "We'll be home soon. Unfortunately, we don't live on the first floor, so it might be uncomfortable for you. Bear with it. We'll head to the West District tomorrow." Shanghai City, with its Shanghai realm and 3 renowned cultivation masters, was exceptionally prosperous. However, Wang Mu wasn't focused on all that right now. Half an hour later, he arrived home to find a man and woman springing up from the sofa. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Their gaze shifted from Wang Mu to the tree. Wang Lingfeng was overjoyed. "It really is a Qingmu demon. I've only seen it in books before." Wang Mu walked over and handed him a card without hesitation. "If you want to start a career as a cultivator, we're here to support you. You asked for this when you were 5, and we've saved for you for 11 years. This card has 3.48 million. Use it well." Jiang Meichin handed over another card. "I won this time, with 4.39 million in it, totaling 7.87 million. It might not be enough though. Lingfeng, should we consider getting a storefront?" Wang Mu quickly interjected, "It's enough, Mom and Dad. Teacher Zhu Tao allocated a plot of land for me in the West City with 20 years of usage rights." Wang Lingfeng remarked, "Your teacher is truly remarkable, but it's your outstanding performance that earned this investment. It's a pity he's too busy for us to invite him for a meal." Looking at the dishes set on the table, Wang Mu smiled. "I'll repay Teacher Zhu later. For now, shall we eat? It would be a shame to let Mom's cooking go cold." The 3 sat down. Ordinarily, having a beastmaster at home would mean large food portions, but there were only 3 dishes and a soup on the table. It wasn't due to lack of time or importance of the occasion. Jiang Meichin, a spirit chef, used special ingredients in her dishes. Take today's poached shrimp, for example. It's made from level 1 demon beast white phosphorus shrimp. Previously, Wang Mu could only eat the smallest ones as they were hard to digest. Fortunately, the other dishes complemented it, allowing Wang Mu to eat more. At family meals, they didn't adhere to the rule of not speaking, so the house was filled with laughter and joy. The next day, Wang Mu didn't go out. Instead, he found a large flower pot for the Aoki demon to temporarily reside in, while he busied himself with shopping. Meanwhile, his parents were arranging matters at the cultivation facility, an area where Wang Mu had asked for their assistance. With a cultivator as a backing, acquiring land in West City was straightforward, and Wang Mu easily completed the necessary online procedures. However, the real challenge lay in the subsequent tasks. The support from the Cultivation Academy amounted to only 150 points, so Wang Mu was carefully considering what to purchase. Firstly, there was a package worth 100 points, mainly for advanced processing of the cultivation facility. This included setting up an energy shield, installing a spirit gathering array, configuring a weather simulator and temperature controller, as well as a hatching area. The renovation Wang Mu mentioned was essentially just modifying his living space and the sales area of the facility. Next, the basic cultivator package for 20 points included a full set of experimental equipment and an infant spirit beast, for which Wang Mu chose 10 eggs of the Qingya butterfly, all from leader-level spirit beasts. This left him with only 30 points to freely allocate. Wang Mu was particularly interested in spell crystals, which are impressions of spell insights left by Beast Tamers of the 5th level or higher for spirit beasts to learn from, though they are quite expensive. The intermediate skill crystals he had his eye on cost 10 points each. Knowing his strengths, he decided on skills, despite the allure of other spirit beast enhancement potion formulas and special evolution paths. Ultimately, he chose to purchase a mental scan skill and a leaf storm skill, using the remaining 10 points to buy an excellent grade plant-type spirit beast, the serpentine vine. People with some resources often opt to spend 50 points to purchase 2 or 3 elite spirit beasts for breeding, or use all their points on a leader-level spirit beast. However, Wang Mu's family had modest means, lacking both the channels and funds to set up a cultivation facility, so he opted for the package. In fact, the package was quite valuable, worth far more than 1 or 2 leader-level spirit beasts. It's worth noting that in the points exchange, only the package is the Academy's recommended purchase option. After making his selections, Wang Mu opened another webpage, Shenzhou Everything Network, where practically anything could be bought if you had the capital. He linked several cards and began shopping. First on his list was dew grass, a plant capable of accumulating spiritual power, favored by insect-type spirit beasts. Next was green jade bamboo, which the Qingya butterfly also enjoys, as it accelerates growth. To avoid the slow pace of starting from level 0, Wang Mu chose level 2 directly, with a breeding mother plant costing 300,000. Herbaceous plants grow quickly and, when paired with nutrient solutions, can rapidly form a bamboo grove. He also selected redleaf mulberry trees, which have a slight fire attribute that strengthens with higher levels, but isn't suitable for the growth of Qingya insects. So level 0 was sufficient, with each tree costing 10,000 and needing 30 trees. Blue leaf mist flowers are a rarer plant that can enhance the mental attributes of spirit beasts, with male and female plants differing. The unspayed version costs 200,000 per pair, and at least 3 pairs are needed to ensure the survival of 1 pair. Additionally, Wang Mu purchased mature spirit fruit trees, which aren't expensive. However, ordinary cultivation only yields regular fruits, which, when made into nutritional products, are suitable only for feeding ordinary spirit beast cubs without any special effects. Wang Mu was meticulously calculating his expenses at the market. After comparing various options, he finally found a long-term supplier for spiritual fruits. Although he only needed fruits of ordinary quality, he occasionally purchased some of excellent quality, but for higher quality fruits, he planned to grow them himself. Even the cheapest elite-level spiritual fruit cost as much as 1,000 each and wasn't always available. After his purchases, Wang Mu couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Since childhood, he had accumulated over 10 million in wealth through scholarships, side jobs, and initial funds from his parents. Yet now he was left with only 4 million. It seemed like a substantial amount, but in his previous life, this money was barely enough to support the startup phase. In the current environment, he was grateful for the Academy's support. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the capital to start his venture. He glanced at the Qingmu Yaoguai, noting its gentle temperament and the likelihood that it wouldn't develop a desire for combat in the future. Wang Mu didn't disturb it and instead returned to his room to open a wooden box. Inside were 3 cocoons, one silver-white, one green with a hint of yellow, and another green. Wang Mu, who had aspired to be a cultivator since childhood, wouldn't just dream without action. However, due to limited resources, he could only experiment with ordinary-grade Qingya worms in the past, with his highest achievement being the cultivation of an excellent grade Nian Dai. Back then, he used his talents to share telekinesis and mental enhancement spells with the Qingya worms. Out of hundreds of Qingya butterflies, only one successfully evolved and retained telekinesis. After one advancement, this Qingya butterfly became a Nian Dai, convincing Wang Mu's parents that he wasn't just playing around but truly had talent, which is why they saved money for years. That Nian Dai sold for 150,000, while regular spiritual beasts were typically priced around 100,000. An excellent grade one started at the same price. As a psychic-type spiritual beast, if not for its 20-year lifespan, the Nian Dai could have fetched upwards of 500,000. Over time, Wang Mu steadily bred a few Nian Dai, managing to produce 1 or 2 each year, gradually replenishing his funds. He could have produced more, but Wang Mu understood the importance of balance, spending most of his time learning and occasionally conducting experiments to try breeding new varieties. Unfortunately, due to scarce resources and limited skills, successful attempts were few and far between. However, the 3 cocoons before him were among his successes. In preparation for the upcoming junior cultivator assessment, Wang Mu had purchased numerous materials and obtained Fengyan Dai eggs from his father, aiming to cultivate 3 different excellent grade spiritual beasts. Through years of experimentation, he had identified several fixed spell combinations that could ensure Qingya worms retained 1 or 2 spells after evolution. The Qingmu Yaoguai emitted a special energy field that greatly benefited insect growth. Wang Mu placed the wooden box next to the flower pot and, using his powerful mental abilities, keenly sensed the cocoons absorbing energy, predicting they would complete their accumulation today and emerge by morning. This was a trait of the Qingya butterfly family. They only transformed at dawn the next day. Missing the timing would result in death. In modern society, weather was no longer a significant factor, and even sudden adverse weather conditions could be simulated by specialized instruments. Wang Mu had specifically checked the weather forecast, and unless disrupted by a powerful spiritual beast, tomorrow was certain to be sunny. With advanced weather forecasting technology, the authorities, equipped with powerful technology and spiritual beasts, ensured almost no discrepancies occurred, and any that did would be forcibly corrected. While Wang Mu was busy, Jiang Meiqin took the time to prepare a special dish for an important guest before she planned to take leave. The supervisor was curious, as Chef Jiang rarely ever took time off. He knew that Jiang Meiqin's son was attending the Cultivation Academy, and it was graduation season. After some thought, the supervisor approved her leave and asked, "Your Xiao Mu is graduating soon, right?" Jiang Meiqin smiled and replied, "He graduated just yesterday. I'm taking leave to visit his cultivation site. We've put so much into him. How could we not care?" The supervisor was slightly surprised, then smiled and handed Jiang Meiqin a prepared red envelope. "I've heard you mention Xiao Mu since he was born. Now that he's accomplished in his studies, you can finally enjoy life. We don't really do graduation banquets anymore, so this is a little something from me. Will you accept it on his behalf?" Jiang Meiqin hesitated, knowing she should accept such congratulations, but she and her husband couldn't offer much support to their son destined to become a cultivator. They just tried not to hold him back. Eventually, she accepted it. The Shanghai banquet restaurant where she worked had its own connections, and this supervisor was the second in command, handling important guests and resources. Since he was extending goodwill, perhaps they could acquire some materials for Xiao Mu through the restaurant, especially clientele, although a cultivation site typically wouldn't lack clients. Lost in thought, Jiang Meiqin said, "I'll tell him when I get home that Uncle Shui gave him a red envelope. When the cultivation site opens, you better not bail on us." Shuiyan stood up, opened the door, and replied with a smile, "I can't promise, but if there are no guests, I'll definitely be there." Jiang Meiqin felt reassured. After all, they'd been colleagues for decades. While not particularly close, there was no conflict. She knew Shui Yun was smooth yet upright, which was why the boss entrusted most matters to him. With the next generation growing up, maintaining connections was beneficial. Back at the West City Park, she shared the news with Wang Lingfeng, who said, "My teammates also gave red envelopes. Some I couldn't refuse, but they're all good people. You should call Wang Mu and ask what he's naming his cultivation site." Jiang Meiqin gave him a look. "You could ask yourself, why are you too shy to call?" Wang Lingfeng quickly avoided the conversation and went to direct the digger mouse. When Wang Mu received the call, he was sitting next to the Almu spirit, lost in thought. He was contemplating the name for his cultivation site and finally decided on Qingmu, with Qing meaning green and Mu from his name. Jiang Meiqin had many ideas about the name, but ultimately it was her son's decision, so she simply said, "All right, I'll let them know. If you want to change it, do it before registration." Wang Mu replied, "Okay, Mom." After hanging up, he continued pondering and sighed at the Almu spirit. "Naming is such a hassle. Even though I've decided, I feel like I could think more. What do you think of Qingling?" The Almu spirit shook its leaves, showing no preference. Wang Mu realized that plant-type spirit beasts take time to develop intelligence, so the Almu spirit's name was thus settled. In fact, the name was Wang Mu's way of caring for the Almu spirit. Plant-type spirit beasts take a long time to develop even a hint of intelligence, and when it comes to understanding its own name, it will instinctively remember it, so it shouldn't be too complicated. With that settled, Wang Mu began to share Qingling's spells. Originally, he planned to skip the rooting spell, as some spells are exclusive to specific species, and he was human, not a tree. Previously, his father's darkthorn plant had a rooting skill, but even with the required sharing level, Wang Mu couldn't share it successfully. However, when he checked the sharing list, he was stunned. Wang Mu has a unique ability to share his spirit beast talents. His affinity for wood energy is at an intermediate level, while his earth energy affinity is slightly lower. The spells he can share include root, whip, and energy beam. Surprisingly, once he reaches the maximum level, he can even share talents. Affinity is considered a talent, and for spirit beasts below the commander level, it's only at a basic level. Only at the commander level does it become intermediate, though some individuals might surpass these limits and perform exceptionally well. Wang Mu possesses his own talents too. Tests during his childhood revealed that, like others, he had an affinity for all attributes, but without a specific grade. Through contracting with spirit beasts, he can receive feedback and gradually enhance his affinity for one or more attributes. Eventually, he can even cast spells without relying on spirit beasts. For this reason, Beast Tamers often focus on a single attribute, at most 3. Having too many attributes makes future development uncertain. However, Wang Mu only needs to ensure his spirit beast talents are high enough, allowing him to break free from fixed attribute combinations and develop comprehensively. This means when nurturing spirit beasts, he isn't restricted to a few attributes. The light in his eyes shone with determination. Full attribute development doesn't mean mediocrity, but rather having no weaknesses, a broad range of attack, and minimized shortcomings. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Wang Mu decided not to share his talents immediately. Instead, He went to register information for his nurturing facility, naming it Qingmu. He didn't overthink the name, just wanted to reserve it. Other details like the nurturer's level and main spirit beasts were left blank to be filled in after passing the nurturing assessment. Wang Mu also signed up for the assessment. It doesn't have a fixed date. He can apply whenever he feels ready. During the assessment, he can bring supporting spirit beasts and use his own materials, as well as resources provided for the assessment, to nurture a spirit beast. Success will determine the nurturer's level based on the spirit beast's quality. The Nurturers Association categorizes levels based on the spirit beast grade: ordinary, excellent, elite, commander, beast king, lord, overlord, king, and emperor, totaling 9 grades. Nurturing an excellent grade spirit beast, even by chance, qualifies one as a junior nurturer. Consistently nurturing excellent grade beasts qualifies as a mid-level nurturer. Nurturing an elite grade beast is considered a senior nurturer, while nurturing a commander grade beast makes one a quasi-nurturer. Zhu Tao is at this level. With his own advantages, Wang Mu could start directly as a senior nurturer. However, the gap beyond that is vast. The difference between a nurturer and a nurturer master is so significant that the association introduced the quasi-nurturer level. Wang Mu doesn't claim he can reach this quickly. He set a 10-year goal for himself. Though it seems lengthy, outsiders might think he's lost his mind if they knew. Despite the difficulty in advancing as a nurturer, the benefits are substantial. For instance, a piece of land with a 20-year usage limit would become his indefinitely once he reaches senior nurturer status, as per Shanghai City's policy. He can do anything with it except pass it on to heirs. Additionally, he can post tasks at the association, hire Beast Tamers, and gain access to secret realms. The secret realm was the place Wang Mu looked forward to the most. If he could find high-grade spirit beasts to study, it might significantly shorten the time needed for him to advance. The registration process went smoothly, and in 3 days, he could take his ID and participate in the assessment. During this time, Wang Mu had enough time to complete the setup of his breeding area. In this world filled with spirit beasts, a simple setup was easy to achieve, as long as there was enough funding. Wang Mu did not share his abilities with the Qingmu Yao, not out of unwillingness, but because this type of spirit beast could cause a significant commotion when it changed. Wang Mu's past experiences taught him that without careful handling, he would have only been able to dabble over the years, focusing solely on cultivating the Qingya butterfly. The grade of a spirit beast depends not only on its level, but also on its species. Elf-type spirit beasts hold a prestigious position in the field of magic. Plant-type spirit beasts are known for being easy to care for and long-lived, which can extend a beast master's lifespan, although their combat power is relatively weak. Traditional animal-type spirit beasts are more challenging to cultivate, especially in terms of diet, where any mistake can lead to bodily deficits and decreased strength. However, this type of spirit beast is the most common, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Insect spirit beasts have the shortest growth cycle, allowing them to mature quickly with considerable strength, though they generally have shorter lifespans. Regardless of any mutation or evolution, the Qingya butterfly family has a lifespan of 20 years, which only increases by 10 years with each breakthrough past the 4th tier. The bloodline grade of a spirit beast represents the level it can reach after adequate training, with few hurdles along the way. However, once reached, breaking through becomes extremely difficult. Wang Lingfeng's Fengyan butterfly possesses an elite grade bloodline, capable of growing smoothly to 3rd tier strength. It was already at the 3rd tier when Wang Mu was born and has remained there for 17 years. If the family conditions were better and it received enough resources, it might have broken through to the 4th tier. Through his parents' saving habits, Wang Mu realized that his father had given up on the path of a beast master. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to save money. Although family members shouldn't talk too much about benefits, Wang Mu decided that in the future, he would provide his parents with excellent spirit beasts. The night passed peacefully, and the next day, Wang Mu woke up around 5 to eat, and then watched over the 3 cocoons. Wang Lingfeng came to take a look and exclaimed in surprise, "The color has changed even at the cocoon stage. You've made great progress." Jiang Meiqin, after tidying up, also came to take a look before heading out. Having seen much at the restaurant, she quickly assessed the situation, even faster than Wang Lingfeng, and was particularly surprised. This silver one, it has a hint of elite level fluctuation? Elite. Wang Lingfeng was equally surprised and quickly communicated with the golden butterfly on his shoulder. A few seconds later, he looked at Wang Mu, his face full of joy. "You little rascal, always so quiet, yet you've managed such a big surprise. Are you planning to take the assessment to become an advanced breeder directly?" Wang Mu nodded, "Yes. This way, I can save a lot of time and get opportunities for rapid development. The association offers many resources to outstanding young breeders, 20 off on internal materials, unconditional access to the secret realm once, and the qualification to purchase rare spirit beasts, all of which I need." Jiang Meiqin and Wang Lingfeng couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. "Ah, our child is so outstanding. We as parents feel both happy and a bit sad." Xiao Mu, if you need anything in the future, just let us know. With your talent, you mustn't be overlooked. Wang Mu comforted his parents, saying, Mom, Dad, your support has been more than enough. Dad, I remember you always wanted to be a powerful beast tamer. Once I become a nurturer, I'll definitely provide you with a commander-level spirit beast. Mom, you always wanted to travel and not turn your culinary skills into a career. You've worked hard for me all these years without a break, but soon you'll be able to do what you truly want. Wang Lingfeng and Jiang Meiqin exchanged glances, a hint of bittersweet emotion in their eyes. They often thought their son was too aloof, but now they realized he simply expressed himself differently, always remembering their sacrifices. At this moment, their hearts swelled with pride. Nurturers usually control the number of people a spirit beast sees after birth. Wang Lingfeng and his wife had researched this, and since there was something going on at the nurturing facility today, they decided to leave, giving Wang Mu ample space. Around 6 o'clock, as the first light of dawn appeared in the east, the cocoons began to stir, with some areas slightly bulging. The silver cocoon was the first to break, but nothing emerged from the hole. Wang Mu held his breath, and in the next moment, a surge of psychic energy erupted. The silver cocoon shattered instantly, and a palm-sized pure silver butterfly danced gracefully, first landing on Qingling, then on Wang Mu's outstretched hand. The silver butterfly, fully formed, with a level 0 bloodline, elite talent, and a high-level psychic amplification spell, had mastered the psychic burst and had entry-level proficiency in the mental blade, sharing a level 3 skill in the psychic category. Despite being level 0, its combat ability was formidable. With the advantage of flight, it could easily defeat any enemy that was not above level 1 and lacked psychic defense. Alone at home, Wang Mu couldn't hide his smile. Although he knew the nurturing would be successful, seeing the real thing filled him with excitement. His assessment was secure. Wang Mu took out the prepared nutrient solution, and the silver butterfly began to feed. The other two cocoons also started to break, revealing the beautiful creatures inside. The poison powder butterfly, fully formed, with a level 0 bloodline, elite talent, and a high-level poison amplification spell, had mastered toxic phosphor and had entry-level proficiency in psychic power, sharing a level 3 skill. The jade butterfly, fully formed, with a level 0 bloodline, elite talent, and a mid-level wood spirit affinity spell, had mastered leaf blade, sharing a level 3 skill. Wang Mu looked at the jade butterfly, surprised. Although he didn't know many wood-based spells, his father once had a jungle lizard with a highly advanced leaf blade skill, reaching the mastery level, which was one of his trump cards. Wang Mu understood that spell levels affected spirit beast evolution, but he didn't expect the impact to be this significant. He knew all 3 spirit beasts would be elite, with the silver butterfly being the most outstanding. Even his non-nurturer parents could see that. But now, it seemed the jade butterfly had the most potential, as its talent was mid-level affinity, a standard for commander level. However, its bloodline was too ordinary. The Qingya butterfly family never inherited skills, and no matter how strong the parents were, the offspring would only be Qingya larvae, naturally evolving into Qingya butterflies, with perhaps slightly better talent. Other spirit beasts' offspring might directly evolve into advanced forms, but the Qingya butterfly, benefiting from its adaptability talent, had limitless possibilities. Its strength was its talent, and its weakness was also its talent. No matter how much an individual evolved, the offspring would always be Qingya butterflies. These were not Wang Mu's concerns. He focused on the jade butterfly's talent, certain of one thing. His future breakthrough to the nurturer phase would likely hinge on the jade butterfly. Wang Mu observed the 3 elite spirit beasts and understood that there was no reproductive isolation between the evolved forms of the Qingya butterfly. Among the 3 spirit beasts before him, 1 male and 2 females, it was clear that the maternal traits had a more significant impact on the offspring. Wang Mu only needed to confirm that the Qingyu butterfly was female to decide to keep these 3 as the breeding stock for his facility. He had no intention of selling them. He planned to let them lay eggs 2 or 3 times before allowing them to roam freely within the facility. Each spirit beast could lay over 100 eggs at a time, which would be sufficient for his experiments for several years. As Wang Mu pondered, he suddenly noticed that the silver butterfly had already mated with the Qingyu butterfly. Although he understood this was an instinctive behavior for insect-type spirit beasts, he couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Shaking his head helplessly, he took out a leaf from the Qingyu bamboo to hold their eggs. Once the breeding facility was fully renovated, he would place the eggs in a freezing chamber for incubation, ensuring they wouldn't hatch prematurely. The presence of the 3 elite spirit beasts filled Wang Mu with confidence for the upcoming assessment. He resumed his usual routine of reading and studying. The Breeder Association had publicly shared a lot of knowledge about breeding stages, and even though he had only gone through a small portion, he discovered some new ideas. Wang Mu realized that the association had already disclosed their core knowledge, which explained why they weren't worried about senior breeders monopolizing it. The evolution paths of spirit beasts were diverse, and as long as newcomers embarked on this journey, there would always be innovation. Even if no one wanted to become a breeder, the generous benefits would still attract people. The next day, Wang Mu's parents informed him that the breeding facility was ready, and he could visit anytime. He promptly picked up a flower pot and headed to the facility, with the 3 spirit butterflies resting among the leaves. On the way, Wang Mu noticed Jiang Meiqin glancing several times at the Qingyu butterfly, thinking to himself that among the 3 butterflies, the Qingyu butterfly indeed had the highest aesthetic appeal, with a jade-like sheen and azure patterns that appeared particularly enchanting in the sunlight, resembling a finely crafted jade sculpture when still. On the journey, Wang Lingfeng and another friend handed over the red envelopes they had collected on his behalf, the largest from Shui Yun, amounting to 660,000. While most people might hesitate to accept such a large sum, Wang Mu took it without reservation. After tomorrow's assessment, money would no longer be an issue for him. What he needed was substantial funding. Wang Lingfeng's house in the north of the city wasn't expensive, and it took about an hour to reach the Qingmu breeding facility in the west, not accounting for traffic. Considering the busy life of a breeder, Wang Mu knew he would rarely return home. This seemed to have become a norm, with the time spent between children and parents always being brief. To change this situation, one must possess capital. Wang Mu silently vowed that in 10 years, he would firmly establish himself as a respected breeder, and no one would underestimate him. Over an hour later, the 3 of them finally arrived outside the breeding facility, where flower baskets were placed and a red ribbon blocked the entrance. As they got out of the car, Jiang Meiqin handed Wang Mu a pair of scissors, indicating for him to cut the ribbon. Originally, some relatives were supposed to attend, but Wang Mu knew their nature and chose not to invite them. He walked towards the ribbon, made a gentle cut, and the ribbon fell to the ground. Turning to those around him, he said, "It doesn't matter that they didn't come. It's enough that you all are here." It was unfortunate that teacher Zhu Tao couldn't attend. He had sent a message the night before, but received no reply, likely due to Zhu Tao being busy with research. Wang Mu, with the maturity of an adult, excelled in his field, naturally having no need for friends his own age. Spending time with family was enough for him. As he entered the breeding facility, he surveyed the immense structure, which spanned 3 kilometers in length and 2 kilometers in width, covering an area of 6 square kilometers. This was the standard size for breeding facilities, suitable for the initial cultivation of spirit beasts, while the midstage required the integration of secret realm fragments to create a secret realm world. The facility's walls were covered with a pale blue light film, serving as both an energy shield and a privacy barrier. Inside, the first thing visible was a garden with 2 paths. The left led to shops, and the right to VIP rooms. Further in was the main section of the facility, featuring ponds, small hills, forests, and caves. At the far end were living quarters and a laboratory, where a spirit gathering formation was already active, providing ample spiritual energy. After placing a flower pot down, the spirit beast Qingling found its way to a small garden near the living quarters, where the special soil was ideal for plant spirit beasts. After a tour, Jiang Meiqin asked, "How is it? If you're satisfied, we can finalize the order." Wang Mu nodded, seeing no flaws with his professional eye. This was an official team. After all, they wouldn't leave any oversight. Jiang Meiqin added, "This area is a newly developed district, so there aren't many residents and the commercial area isn't bustling. You can order meals or go home for food. But I figured you'd think that's a waste of time, so I've already got you the contact cards of some catering services. They're on your desk for you to check later." Wang Lingfeng chimed in. "We're going back to work after these few days off. Call us if you need anything. We'll always have our phones on." Wang Mu smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I can take care of myself. But you too. Didn't you say you'd give me a little sister? It's been years, and I haven't seen one yet." His parents exchanged glances and fell silent. Although they weren't considered old in this world, they hadn't planned financially for another child while saving for Wang Mu. Wang Lingfeng chuckled awkwardly. "Well, your Uncle Li is waiting for me to head out, so I'll be off. Take care of yourself." Wang Mu waved goodbye with a sigh. "You take care too. I'll message you after I pass the assessment." Once everyone left, the courtyard was peacefully quiet. With a clear purpose in mind, Wang Mu approached Qingling and shared its talent with himself. Instantly, spiritual energy surged, forming a vortex around him. His body underwent rapid refinement, and he felt a noticeable increase in his ability to cast wood-based spells. With a wave of his hand, a willow leaf-shaped blade shot forth, leaving a trench over a meter deep in the ground, a significant improvement from the 30-centimeter depth he could achieve before. Kneeling down, Wang Mu gently brushed the mark, and the soil quickly restored itself, showcasing the power of his new abilities. He then shared Qingling's rooting ability not to grow roots himself, but to extend phantom roots into the ground for rapid recovery, during which he couldn't move. He had already mastered the technique of lashing. Finally, he used a testing device to emit a vibrant green beam, which flashed instantly. The display showed a 2, indicating the immense power of the spell, capable of harming second-tier spirit beasts. Wang Mu was intrigued by the power of the ancient greenwood demon in the world of Shanghai. but he believed that his own Qingling would grow even stronger in the future. Filled with confidence, Wang Mu returned to the garden. This time, he clearly sensed Qingling's emotion's sense of peace that was accompanied by a hint of joy upon his arrival. Gently stroking Qingling's trunk, Wang Mu decided to teach it something interesting. At that moment, Wang Mu realized the abilities he could share: a mid-level wood talent, a lower mid-level earth talent, and other non-ranked abilities. He shared his only mid-level spell, a basic energy beam spell, proficient telekinesis burst, telekinesis, mental piercing blade, leaf blade control, rooting, whipping, and mental enhancement with Qingling. Instantly, Wang Mu felt a wave of calmness, followed by the sound of spiritual energy flowing, as various attributes of spiritual energy converged. When he opened his eyes, Qingling was shrouded in thick mist. Qingling radiated obvious joy, and its consciousness grew significantly after acquiring several mental attribute spells, experimenting like a child. The soil on the ground rose and fell, even exploding suddenly. As Qingling's canopy swayed, a dozen leaf blades flew out, devastating the lawn. However, within the mist, the grass grew wildly, quickly returning to its original state. Wang Mu had anticipated that Qingling would cause some commotion due to the shared abilities, but not to this extent. Fortunately, he held back at home and only started experimenting at the nursery. Having previously nurtured psychic butterflies that only managed to make a mess of a room, Wang Mu was nevertheless excited by the commotion. The three spirit butterflies were also stirred, not frightened but eagerly absorbing the mist. The emerald butterfly, after its aura flickered, successfully advanced to the first level. Such is the speed of improvement for insect-type spirit beasts. With a little nurturing, they can become formidable combat forces. As his strength improved, Wang Mu gained deeper insights into the wood and earth attributes, sparking new ideas. However, he knew not to rush. After Qingling calmed down, Wang Mu went to the freezer to find some preserved insect eggs. 10 eggs of the green leaf butterfly, marked with their parents' levels and types, were all offspring of leader-level creatures with outstanding potential. Wang Mu didn't even open the safety box, planning to take it directly to the assessment tomorrow, as the association's safety box required no further checks. Additionally, Wang Mu found 2 skill crystals and a box of dormant seeds he needed. These belonged to the excellent grade plant-type spirit beast, the serpent vine, which was robust and powerful, capable of strangling same-level spirit beasts and attacking in segments. Though it had clear combat weaknesses, being vulnerable to large spirit beasts and having strong bursts but poor endurance, giving it a rooting skill could compensate for this. Coupled with the mental piercing skill, it could attack the enemy's mind from a distance, then strangle them, sustaining pressure once rooted. In this way, the supportive serpent vine could also serve as a primary attacker. Wang Mu understood that until one reaches a certain level of power, the importance of support roles should not be underestimated. Especially spirit beasts with the mental scan skill, no matter how ordinary, could scan the environment within a 500-meter radius once trained to the 3rd tier, proving extremely useful. After the emerald butterfly's advancement, the sharing level reached 4, and the silver butterfly was on the verge of advancing. Wang Mu gave the mental scan skill crystal to the silver butterfly, which was immediately captivated by the crystal's strong allure for spirit beasts of the same attribute. Then, Wang Mu handed the leaf storm crystal to Qingling. Having learned the leaf blade skill earlier, Qingling was already capable of releasing multiple leaf blades, and Wang Mu believed it could quickly master this skill. Wang Mu had a hectic day as he prepared for the upcoming assessment. Knowing he needed to be well rested, he decided to go to bed early. Plants like the blue leaf mist flower had been carefully planted by specialists, and the spirit butterflies were particularly fond of them. With the nutrient solution ready, Wang Mu, accompanied by Qingling, carried a secure box and set off for the association. The cultivator's assessment usually only took a day, so Wang Mu wasn't worried about any issues with the spirit butterflies. The Cultivator Academy was adjacent to the Cultivator Association, and Wang Mu navigated the area with ease. A doorman extended a welcoming gesture from 3 meters away. As soon as Wang Mu presented his forms, a lady took them and politely said, "Mr. Wang, please follow me. The assessment will take place in Secret Realm number 17, and the necessary materials have been prepared. They will be delivered after the assessment." Her professional demeanor reassured Wang Mu as she quickly guided him through the procedures, leading him straight to the entrance of the secret realm. In the black doorframe, a blue vortex swirled slowly, with a middle-aged man seated at the entrance. Upon seeing Wang Mu, he tapped the table. Wang Mu placed the secure box on it, and after the scanner confirmed it was intact, the middle-aged man checked Qingling for any prohibited items before handing Wang Mu a jade token. Once you complete or fail the assessment, just infuse it with spiritual energy, and someone will verify it. You may enter now. Holding the jade token, Wang Mu stepped into the secret realm. This complete secret realm had unique rules, the most notable being the difference in time flow. Humans struggled with this discrepancy, but spirit beasts could adapt. Hence, special formations ensured time in certain areas remained normal, which the association cleverly used for assessments. Passing through the door, Wang Mu entered a room with a prairie-like environment in the background. The materials he needed were neatly organized into 10 sets, and the sight of them lifted his spirits. Commander-level insect eggs were used in the assessment due to these materials. While he had considered the possibility of failure, the chances were slim, so he aimed to maximize the resources. These insect eggs, combined with the materials, would enhance cultivation, turning the spirit butterflies into Wang Mu's first fortune. An assessment? No, it felt more like restocking. Wang Mu opened the secure cabinet, placed the insect eggs in the incubator, and the countdown began. What took a day to hatch in the outside world occurred in seconds here. The newly hatched green leaf insects were delicate and fragile at level 1. Wang Mu had to suppress their abilities to the entry level during the shared ability process. He then took out all the insect eggs, surprised at the speed, realizing he hadn't pre-divided the food. In 10 incubators, Wang Mu placed different materials. The early-stage green leaf insects were so fragile that they could only be fed low-grade materials before being placed in the accelerated time zone for their first molt. Simultaneously, Wang Mu prepared the food and materials needed for the molting process. The strengthening base liquid would make the green leaf insects' bodies more robust. The variety of plant leaves fed during the first step would bestow different attribute inclinations. 2 would eat green jade bamboo leaves, 2 would eat blue leaf mist flowers, and another 2 would eat oleander petals. This plan aimed to replicate the green jade butterfly, silver butterfly, and toxic powder butterfly, with 2 of each, ensuring Wang Mu reached the level of an advanced cultivator. The 4 green leafworms began consuming the fire-attributed red mulberry leaves, wind-attributed wind chimes, water-attributed poplar flowers, and light-attributed bright grass. These materials were specifically selected by Wang Mu, based on his reasoning that they could theoretically evolve into elite-level creatures. Even if the evolution failed, due to their attribute biases, they were bound to evolve into excellent-level spirit beasts of the corresponding attributes. In this way, Wang Mu could acquire attribute spells to share with the next generation of spirit butterflies, integrating spell materials during their molting phase. Essentially, Wang Mu would not incur any losses, as these 4 attribute spirit beasts would eventually be cultivated. The assessment proceeded smoothly. After the second molting, Wang Mu continued feeding them, this time incorporating more luxurious materials. These included the series of attribute jades, with light jade priced at a staggering 10,000 per gram, and the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth types at 8,000 per gram, the wind type at 9,000, and the rare thunder type at 15,000. Unfortunately, Wang Mu had no research on the thunder type, as it was rare, and he was able to access the psychic type thanks to Wang Lingfeng's Fengyan butterfly, thus unable to cultivate related spirit beasts. For the psychic type, which lacks elemental jades, Wang Mu used the spirit cores of first-level demon beasts, specifically the patterned snake, each costing 30,000. High-quality spirit beasts fetch a high price, but the materials required for their cultivation are equally expensive. Although some evolution methods for spirit beasts have been published, no one attempts them due to the costly materials or complex procedures, which non-professional breeders cannot effectively utilize. Wang Mu's approach is relatively simple, using food to enhance the potential of spirit beasts and guide their evolution. The spells he shares act like a cheat, significantly increasing the probability of evolution, and when combined properly, can even ensure a 100 success rate. There are other methods of evolution, but due to his limited strength and resources, Wang Mu has to abandon them. After the third molting, the feeding stage transitioned to a nutrient solution. The green leafworms, well fed, began to cocoon. By this time, 3 hours had passed, indicating that even for other spirit beasts, a day's time is sufficient for cultivation. Wang Mu waited patiently, observing whether the cocoons absorbed enough energy, ready to take action and place them into the simulation chamber, initiating the sunrise mode, and awaiting the moment they would emerge. Just as at home, the silver butterfly emerged first, followed by the poison powder butterfly and the green jade butterfly. The green jade butterfly showed no significant changes, but the other 2 butterflies had talents reaching lower superior levels. Once all 6 butterflies emerged, they began to flutter around Qingling. Their instinct after breaking out of the cocoon was to find a mate, but this time, Qingling, who was by their side, intervened, releasing a faint mist of spiritual energy, which quickly attracted the spirit butterflies to feed. At this point, Wang Mu promptly removed the other 4 cocoons. Without the catalyst of skills, their foundation was not as deep, and their emergence was slower, but they successfully evolved nonetheless. The mist butterfly, in its adult form, has 0 bloodline but boasts excellent talent, mastering intermediate water-based spells with shared entry-level skills in water mist and water arrow. Next is the spark butterfly, which also has 0 bloodline but exceptional talent, mastering intermediate fire-based spells with shared entry-level skills in fire arrow and spark. Lastly, the wind chime butterfly has 0 bloodline and elite talent, mastering high-level wind-based spells with shared entry-level skills in Water Blade, Illusion Chime, and Tailwind. Wang Mu was pleasantly surprised, as he had only hoped for excellent talent across the board. The elite-level Spirit Beast with 3 skills was an unexpected delight. He turned his attention to the 4th Spirit Butterfly, only to be met with another surprise. The Bright Butterfly, in its adult form, also has 0 bloodline but elite talent, mastering high-level light-based spells with shared entry-level skills in Light Blade, Brilliance, and Beam Impact. All these Spirit Butterflies belong to Wang Mu, a benefit provided by the association. Regardless of the assessment level, the first evaluation comes with free materials, and successful candidates keep the Spirit Beast, boosting their rank. If unsuccessful, candidates must pay 50 of the material cost for the second attempt and full cost thereafter. The shared abilities could be discussed at home. Wang Mu checked the time, noting it took a total of 5 hours and 11 minutes, and then activated his Jade token. Within a minute, the person who had previously checked at the entrance walked in. Wearing glasses, he examined the Spirit Butterflies perched on the Greenwood Demon, and after a thorough inspection, he said to Wang Mu, "Congratulations on becoming a registered senior cultivator with the association." The Jade token served as proof, and Wang Mu needed to have his information recorded and his identity verified. If he opened a cultivation center, he could handle that as well. Having said that, the person turned and left the secret realm without hesitation. The Spirit Butterflies did not surprise him. The association had stood for many years, and he had seen many geniuses. Cultivating a commander-level Spirit Beast was not unprecedented, and a simple reminder sufficed. Wang Mu caught the hint in the final remark, but before he could express his gratitude, the man was already gone. Feeling helpless, Wang Mu left with his Spirit Beasts, where the woman from before was already waiting. She looked at the beautiful Spirit Butterflies and said calmly, "Mr. Wang, let me take you to process your documentation." Wang Mu nodded. "Thank you, and please also record the information for my cultivation center." She smiled and replied, "It's no trouble. The association provides support for every member." With her assistance, the formalities were quickly completed. It wasn't until he returned home that Wang Mu felt the entire process had been incredibly smooth. He silently gazed at the badge pinned to his chest, made of silver, with 3 raised stars at the bottom and a pair of hands in the center, symbolizing his status as a senior cultivator. Cultivators wear a golden badge, with no stars for apprentice cultivators, 1 star for junior cultivators, and so on. Wang Mu had only encountered a few junior or mid-level cultivators today and hadn't seen a single cultivator. However, the middle-aged man who assessed him was undoubtedly a cultivator, at least mid-level, as only they could certify a senior cultivator so casually. These cultivators' time was split into halves, and being called for duty assessments generally didn't please them, prompting them to be more rigorous. Under such circumstances, those who pass the assessment genuinely have the skills. The Cultivators Association is well aware of this and does it intentionally. An industry cannot let just anyone enter. They want only the elite. This field indeed has the potential to change one's destiny. Wang Lingfeng, now 55, is past his youthful phase, with his appearance gradually shifting to middle-aged, considering his lifespan exceeds 2 centuries. Yet, after all these years, he has only one elite-level Spirit Beast. But cultivators like Wang Mu, with talent and capability, can mass-produce elite Spirit Beasts. However, those with ambition typically don't pursue mass production but strive for excellence, aiming to cultivate commander-level Spirit Beasts, then Beast King level, Lord level, and beyond. Wang Mu is no different. A new breeding facility named Qingmu has quietly opened in Shanghai City. If it were an ordinary store, such low-key marketing would likely lead to closure, given the remote location. However, Qingmu is operated by a top-tier breeder focused on selling elite Spirit Beasts, particularly insect-type ones. Customers can make appointments through the official website, and all the necessary credentials are in place. As a result, many ordinary families, or those with some savings, especially those with children about to graduate, are closely following the facility's developments. Wang Mu set median prices for various Spirit Beasts. The Breeders' Association provides recommended pricing for different grades and species of Spirit Beasts, and breeders generally adhere to these standards. Initial pricing is intended to protect breeders' interests, while at the advanced stage, it ensures buyers can purchase Spirit Beasts at reasonable prices. Some top-tier breeders occasionally release a limited number of Lord-level Spirit Beasts for sale through a lottery system, attracting millions of participants in a spectacular event. Wang Mu also participated in these lotteries as a child, but was never successful. Currently, he primarily deals with low-level Spirit Beasts, which do not require complex lotteries, just online appointments and offline sales. Appointments have already begun, while direct sales will start in half a month. Wang Mu has spent millions purchasing materials from the association to focus on breeding Spirit Butterflies. An advantage of insect-type Spirit Beasts is their high fertility, laying hundreds of eggs at a time. Although natural selection might prevent any from surviving in the wild, in the breeding facility, Wang Mu meticulously cares for each Spirit Beast. Recently, Wang Mu's life has been full and busy. From the moment he wakes up, he checks on the green caterpillars in the ecological zone, hardly leaving the facility until he falls asleep. Finally, after 15 days, all the green caterpillars of the same batch began to pupate. Only then did Wang Mu have a moment to rest, surprised to find that all 100 online appointment slots had been snapped up. He knew the breeding industry was a seller's market, but the demand exceeded his expectations. Customers also visited in person, with smart robots handling registration. 12 people signed contracts and paid deposits, while others scheduled visits before deciding to purchase. Wang Mu rubbed his temples. Although smart robots manage most tasks, he disliked others interfering with his life, so he dismissed the idea of hiring service staff. Instead, he decided to make more settings himself. With this in mind, Wang Mu sent a mass message through the backend, inviting the 112 people to visit the facility over the next 2 days to select pupae and determine the hatching time, requiring buyers to be present. This was a special requirement set by Wang Mu to ensure a sufficient initial bond between the spirit beast and the beast master. As a breeder, Wang Mu was personally involved from the hatching of the green caterpillars. Once the spirit beasts emerged from their pupae, they would have level 3 sharing capabilities. Wang Mu also planned to implement a regular follow-up program, believing that with more interactions, they could reach levels 4 or 5, allowing for sharing of most spells. Although follow-ups are a standard function in every breeding facility, with the association claiming it's necessary, breeders often lack the time for such engagements, typically requiring buyers to come in for periodic checkups. Wang Mu hoped his approach wouldn't be seen as overzealous by his peers. The announcement mentioned that early arrivals could choose first, so 87 people agreed to come tomorrow, line up at the back entrance to get a number, and then go in one by one. The rest will arrive the day after tomorrow, and the earliest time to break the cocoon is the day after that, so there's enough time. After handling these matters, Wang Mu directly called Wang Lingfeng, and the call connected after a few seconds. Hello, is that Xiaomu? I just got back to the city. What's up? Wang Lingfeng's voice was loud, with a noisy background. Wang Mu succinctly said, Dad, come to the breeding center tomorrow. You go ahead and take care of your things. I'm hanging up. Wang Lingfeng was in line at the city gate, and after hanging up, a few people nearby started whispering, was that Xiaomu? Is it opening tomorrow, and he needs your help? Wang Lingfeng was a bit surprised. How did you know? We know the name of your breeding center. Is it hard to search online? Someone nearby laughed. Old Zhang's daughter is about to graduate too and needs to prepare a spirit beast. I saw old Zhang make an appointment half a month ago. Zhang Tianqing shook his head helplessly. I wanted to surprise Brother Wang tomorrow, but you spilled the beans. Brother Wang, can I line up at midnight? Wang Lingfeng thought for a moment, then shook his head. I'm familiar with all those spirit butterflies. Xiaomu told me he carefully nurtures each one, and the quality difference is minimal, only noticeable to breeders. We're laymen, no need to rush to be first. Plus, I remember Xiaomu said he'd follow up and provide training suggestions. Zhang Tianqing thought it over and nodded in agreement. All right, let's go after a good night's sleep. He's been there before, lining up at midnight to be the first to choose, only to find everything looked the same and ended up picking one that felt right. Ordinary people don't need to go for the flashy stuff. After passing security, Zhang Tianqing said to Wang Lingfeng, Brother Wang, will you come around during this period? Wang Lingfeng replied without hesitation. Of course, my phoenix-eyed butterfly is just a bit away from advancing. Lu Lin explained from the side. Xiaomu is already starting as a high-level breeder with a promising future. It's dangerous out there. You don't want him worried, do you? Knowing this kid, he'll arrange something for you. Let's take a week off and then decide. Wang Lingfeng didn't rush to speak this time, contemplating Xiaomu's personality. This seemingly aloof child is actually a bit proud and domineering, never paying attention to peers and having his own plans, not allowing others to interfere, yet he succeeded. If Xiaomu were to plan something for him, well, he couldn't think of a reason to refuse. At that moment, Wang Lingfeng couldn't help but grin, while others teased him, though only they knew the envy in their hearts. Wang Mu had always been the kid others admired, and they had witnessed his growth. At 5 or 6, while other kids were causing trouble, he was actively learning, year after year, never slacking. Half a month ago, when they heard Wang Lingfeng, after a few drinks, say his son had passed the assessment to become a high-level breeder, this group of brothers found it both incredible and expected. When someone is exceptionally talented and works twice as hard, if they don't succeed, who can? Therefore, people naturally accept this reality without harboring any jealousy. After all, these folks in their 50s can't confidently say they could persist in honing their skills over a decade, so what right do they have to be envious? However, their children face different challenges, especially when compared to Wang Mu. After freshening up at home, Wang Lingfeng took dinner and headed to the nurturing center. Wang Mu wasn't surprised by this. He knew his father's character well. As expected, the first thing Wang Lingfeng asked was, I'm here to see if you need any help. Wang Mu, noticing the Fengyan butterfly on his father's face, responded directly, give me Xiao Jin and treat it with something good. You go to the simulation room and pick a Qingyu butterfly. Others that are suitable are fine too. Take this. Wang Mu handed a tablet to Wang Lingfeng, displaying information about the spiritual beasts. Xiao Jin is the name of the Fengyan butterfly, and Wang Lingfeng acquired it quite effortlessly. Xiao Jin had been with Wang Mu for years and was accustomed to his commands, so it naturally flew over. The Fengyan butterfly was fully grown, possessing 3 bloodlines: elite talent, a low-medium level talent spell for mental power augmentation, mastery in Fengyan vision, inability to share spells, proficiency in telekinesis, mastery in mental blade, proficiency in mental enhancement, and proficiency in mental piercing, with a shared level of 5. Wang Mu glanced sideways, surprised to find that Xiao Jin had advanced 2 more skills to mastery, indicating it was close to breaking through and ascending. The shared skill, Mental Scan, was activated, and the golden butterfly suddenly stopped flapping its wings, transforming into a golden line that distanced itself from Wang Mu. A distortion followed as immense mental power raged, creating a large pit in the ground. Fortunately, this outburst lasted only a few seconds, after which the Fengyan butterfly's mental power quickly dispersed, initiating the cocooning process. Wang Mu was about to pick up Xiao Jin when a shadow reached the target location. Seeing it was Wang Lingfeng, Wang Mu immediately understood that Xiao Jin must have relayed a message at the last moment. At that moment, Wang Lingfeng was overjoyed. He had been astounded by the detailed internal information on the tablet about the spiritual beasts. When he saw a Qingyu butterfly mastering the intermediate spell Leaf Storm, he was quite taken aback. After all, intermediate spells are incredibly complex, and the knowledge they contain can help spiritual beasts more easily break through to the 4th tier. Just then, he suddenly heard Xiao Jin's voice in his mind. Master, I'm about to break through. He felt a slight enhancement in his own mental power and ran out, indeed seeing Xiao Jin cocooning. Dad, Xiao Jin has learned Mental Scan, so breaking through is only natural. You should take it to rest and wait for it to transform. Wang Lingfeng quickly recalled the items sent by the academy and asked, did you give Xiao Jin the Mental Scan crystal? Wang Mu shook his head. Don't overthink it. Even if I did, it would take time to absorb. It can't happen this fast. What I gave was my own insights. Wang Lingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, glad he hadn't given away the crystal. Spell crystals are extremely precious, and there is no way to obtain intermediate spells except through associations and academies. If he had given one to Xiao Jin, he would have been pleased but also felt guilty. However, after his son's explanation, he was momentarily puzzled. What do you mean by your insights? You learned it, not your spiritual beast. Wang Mu could tell what his dad was thinking and casually replied, haven't I also learned Xiao Jin's telekinesis and mental piercing? Mental Scan is another application of mental power. It's a bit more complex, but my mental power has been growing for years, so it's not hard to learn. Wang Lingfeng accepted this explanation with a sense of helplessness. Wang Mu had always been a prodigy, making anything he did seem acceptable. Then, Wang Lingfeng's spirit lifted with excitement. So, you could teach skills to spiritual beasts now? Especially with Mental Scan, I bet many people will come to you for that. Other skills aside, Mental Scan is almost like a cheat for Beast Tamers who need to venture out, practically giving them a second life. After Wang Mu led the group into the living room, he began to explain in detail the internal benefits. Eligible individuals could qualify to purchase spirit beasts from Qingmu Breeding Institute by completing certain tasks. Wang Lingfeng had no objections to Wang Mu's arrangements, as he preferred not to interfere. Given his age and lack of expertise in the breeding industry, offering casual advice would be unwise. At this moment, he was holding Xiao Jin, simply waiting for it to emerge from its cocoon. Watching this scene, Wang Mu shook his head slightly and instructed a robot to bring over a cocoon of a Qingyu butterfly. This butterfly was set to emerge the next morning, and Wang Mu decided to transition it to Wang Lingfeng. Typically, spirit beast contract qualifications can only increase with odd-numbered levels, but if one's mental strength is strong, they can contract several. Xiao Jin is a spirit-type beast that can enhance Wang Lingfeng's mental strength. In a few years, Wang Mu was confident he could cultivate a leader-level spirit beast. Wang Lingfeng's emotions grew more complex, as the thoughts he had on the journey home were becoming a reality. His son had arranged everything meticulously for him. The feeling was indescribable, a mix of satisfaction and helplessness. While other children might rely on their parents, in his case, it was the reverse. Was the one being cared for. Wang Mu glanced at Xiao Jin once more, said nothing further, and left the room. In truth, his parents were beyond reproach. Coming from an ordinary family, they were willing to spend tens of thousands when Wang Mu was just 5 or 6 years old to support his experiments and allowed him to raise various spirit beasts. Even though raising spirit beasts at home could pose legal risks, they gave Wang Mu full trust, never interfering in areas they didn't understand and never imposing oppressive education. Wang Mu's success was inseparable from their support and encouragement. They even actively provided advice, helped him sell spirit beasts, and encouraged him to save money. If Wang Mu hadn't lived another life, a real child might have already expressed their feelings openly. However, Wang Mu had his own way of expressing himself. In this world of extraordinary powers, the lives of ordinary people hadn't changed much, but resources related to spirit beasts became especially valuable. Wang Mu planned to use his role as a breeder to gain resources and enhance his family's strength. Power, after all, remains an eternal theme. The profession of a breeder might sound like logistical work, but in reality, once breeders establish their own secret realms, they start mass-producing spirit beasts. Even without mentioning their network, breeders possess significant power. Otherwise, why would Beast Tamers show them such respect? Personal strength is essential, but finding a spokesperson for one's brand is also necessary. Wang Lingfeng could take on this role in the early stages, and although his talent was average, with enough resources, he could reach the 5th tier. In the incubation room, a new batch of green leaf worms began to develop. Like most industries, the initial stages require effort, and Wang Mu was no exception. He sold the first batch entirely to secure funds, ensuring he could always purchase necessary materials. The second batch was split half sold and half given to the association. After a child is born, parents can choose to pay into a fund for 15 years, allowing the child to receive their spirit beast from the breeding association at 16, starting at the elite level with the potential to reach level 4 independently. Wang Mu's Qingyu butterfly and silver butterfly only met the qualifications after sharing intermediate skills. The association doesn't accept low-quality beasts. Those given to the association are counted as points for exchanging non-tradable internal resources, like skill stones, which are only obtainable within the association. In general, insect-type spirit beasts are not usually acquired by the association, as families who can afford such a significant expense typically do not choose these types of spirit beasts. However, spirit beasts with mental scanning abilities are a different story. Even high-ranking beastmasters, like those at the 6th or 7th level, will often keep such a beast. Auxiliary-type spirit beasts hold an indispensable position in the teams of seasoned beastmasters. Wang Mu thought to himself that if he could master the spell of mental linkage, enabling spirit beasts to directly share their experiences with other targets, even a silver butterfly at the elite level could be sold at the price of a young beast king. He recalled when he was 12, and a neighbor, Yunmingza, discovered a spirit beast with spatial abilities. 7 master breeders came, and although Wang Mu didn't know the outcome, the influx of people in Shanghai City increased dramatically. His mother, Jiang Meiqin, worked overtime, and his father wandered outside the city, casually killing passing monsters. At this moment, Wang Mu was contemplating his choice of secret realms. He had earned the opportunity to enter one through an assessment, but his options were limited to 3. Secret Realm 1 was a water domain with numerous water-type spirit beasts. Secret Realm 2 was an active volcano, home to many earth and fire-type spirit beasts, along with some elemental types. Secret Realm 3, known as Little Shanghai, was a forest covering almost all attributes of spirit beasts, including fairy-type ones. Despite the rich variety of spirit beasts in Secret Realm 3, Wang Mu did not choose it because of the long growth cycles involved. A grass spirit evolving into a flower spirit would take at least 10 years. Without his own secret realm, he was reluctant to take the risk. Wang Mu's objectives were clear. He planned to bring back 3 spirit beasts from the secret realm, a pair of emerald birds and a 100-flower queen bee. The emerald bird is a large bird, entirely green like jade, capable of growing up to 5 meters tall and carrying a person in flight. They possess 2 spells, tree armor and stormy blossom needles, which provide both defense and attack capabilities, making them outstanding among excellent-level spirit beasts. More importantly, the emerald birds can fly and are immune to most poisons, rivaling elite-level spirit beasts. If Wang Mu nurtured them well, their bloodline could reach elite level without issue. With their flying ability and capacity to carry passengers, the Qingmu Breeding Institute would rise above its reputation for cheap, low-level insect-type spirit beasts. As for the 100-flower queen bee, once mature, it generally completes mating and no longer requires drones for further reproduction, capable of producing new queen bees. Their 100-flower honey can specialize attributes, aiding the evolution of most insect spirit beasts. The adaptability of the Qingye butterfly clan is incredibly strong, allowing for almost any combination to evolve into new species. Wang Mu valued the spells they produced, considering them unique breeding materials. In the future, unless he mastered all spells, the Qingye butterflies would remain relevant. However, the success of Qingye butterflies lies in their adaptability trait. Regardless of the evolution form, offspring will retain the original Qingye insect's essential characteristics. Wang Mu still needed a spirit beast capable of stable inheritance. Most elemental-type spirit beasts fit this criterion, as they reproduce through division, passing nearly all abilities of the parent to the offspring, though the offspring's potential often does not exceed that of the parent. Wang Mu scheduled his entry into the secret realm for the day after tomorrow, by which time he would have mostly sold the first batch of spirit butterflies. Entering this kind of secret realm poses almost no danger, as the spirit beasts do not actively attack humans and can be taken away with minimal communication. After all, this is a benefit granted to him. There are even Lord-level spirit beasts in the realm, but most require specific food to be sustained, which Wang Mu currently cannot afford, unless he happens to encounter a plant-type spirit beast. Before going to bed, Wang Mu arranged follow-up services for the Qingyu butterfly and silver butterfly. At the third tier, they can be taught intermediate skills, but there are some conditions. 1. Participation in a follow-up visit. 2. The spirit beast skills must be at a proficient level, and the higher the skill level, the lower the cost. These requirements seem simple, but are actually quite perfunctory. After all, the skills of third-tier spirit beasts are generally at a proficient level, and evolving requires at least 1 or 2 skills to reach mastery. Wang Mu's goal is clear: to share skills. He needs to learn, but doesn't have much time to train skills. Therefore, at this stage, he's still at the original level and can only use this method to take shortcuts. By handing the spirit beasts over to Beast Tamers, if even 1 out of 100 spirit butterflies reaches a new skill height, Wang Mu profits, as this means he can share high-level spells with newly cultivated spirit beasts. A few years ago, when Wang Mu realized this, he considered buying elderly spirit beasts that didn't need combat abilities, just high spell levels. However, if a wild spirit beast has high-level skills, it must be very powerful. Spirit beasts cultivated by Beast Tamers, even when old, are not for sale. Some spirit beasts of deceased owners guard their families or are taken in by the authorities. High-level spirit beasts possess considerable intelligence, and it's normal to give some preferential treatment to their kind. Breeders can apply to foster these ownerless spirit beasts, but if Wang Mu reaches that level, he wouldn't need it anymore. After a dreamless night, at 4 a.m. the next day, due to the unique nature of the Qingyu butterfly family, business started at this time. The previously desolate west side of the city suddenly saw an influx of vehicles, all parked in the vicinity of the Qingmu breeding center. This is standard, as each breeding center can drive the development of an area, so public facilities are well equipped to facilitate breeders. Since it was so early, Wang Mu was not yet up, and Wang Lingfeng, following Wang Mu's instructions, did not entertain guests. The entire process was managed by intelligent robots, which navigated and issued number plates to each guest in order of arrival. In fact, the spirit butterflies would not emerge from their cocoons today. This was to familiarize them with the process. Of course, if someone made a choice today, they could directly make a deal and return the next day to sign the contract. When Zhang Tiansheng arrived with his daughter, he found over 100 people already waiting in the reception hall, mostly parents with children, though some individuals came alone to purchase. Zhang Wenting, seeing so many people, quietly asked, "Dad, we're not late, right? It's only 5 o'clock, and we're number 92, yet it's only number 26 now." Zhang Tiansheng looked toward the business counter where the intelligent robot was, which displayed certification including Wang Mu's photo. He is a registered senior breeder with the Breeders Association, only 16 years old. So, to his daughter's question, he replied, "Not late, but not early either. Some people come early not just out of interest in spirit beasts." Zhang Wenting frowned and thought for a moment before understanding the situation, feeling a bit disappointed. She had always been among the top 3 in her school, studying diligently, yet she hadn't skipped a grade and was still attending a regular compulsory education school rather than an advanced association academy. Now, at 16, she could only purchase a spirit beast herself instead of receiving one as an academy reward. Despite this, she felt content, knowing that all of this was the result of her hard work and her parents' efforts. Her brother's first spirit beast had been of excellent grade, and starting with an elite grade was already quite good for her. With a calm mindset, she followed Zhang Tianqing into the area where spirit beasts were selected. In the hall, Zhang Wenting noticed some spots were empty, indicating that some spirit beasts had been chosen and moved to separate rooms. The hall was divided into 2 sections, with specially designed containers on either side of the corridor, housing the cocoons of spirit butterflies. The screens on the containers displayed information entered by Wang Mu. She spotted an elite-grade Qingyu butterfly, with intermediate level, with affinity, and 3 skills. Zhang Wenting exclaimed quietly, "Dad, is this top-grade spirit beast only 2.7 million? Although Zhang Tianqing was also surprised, he said, "Let's go over there and take a look first." He pointed to the second section of the hall, which had private rooms. There, she saw a silver butterfly, elite grade, with advanced low-level mental power amplification, possessing intermediate spell mental scan, low-level spell mental pierce, mental blade, and mental fortification. There was also a Qingyu butterfly, elite grade, with intermediate level wood affinity, possessing intermediate spell leaf storm and low-level spells leaf blade and whiplash. Zhang Wenting, who excelled in theory, knew that if an elite-grade spirit beast mastered intermediate skills, it would face fewer obstacles advancing to the 4th tier. An intermediate skill in the primary category not only significantly boosts combat power, but also saves the need for a breakthrough treasure. especially the Qingyu butterfly, with 2 intermediate spells, particularly Energy Beam, known for its speed and guaranteed hit after firing. Leaf Storm was a group spell with significant bonuses in forests. Although Zhang Wenting initially favored the silver butterfly with mental scan, she hesitated, nervously seeking her father's advice. She wasn't sure if she could afford these spirit beasts, as they required not only 15 million, but also any item from the list of materials. Qingfeng Feather, a feather of a tier 3 monster, Qingfeng Owl, with only the 3 feathers on the head being most valuable, clearly not an ordinary feather. Tricolored Pheasant Tail Feather, a feather from a tier 3 monster, Tricolored Pheasant, with a trace of phoenix bloodline that might allow the Qingyu butterfly to evolve into a Fengyan butterfly. Most of these materials came from tier 3 or 4 monsters, along with some minerals, and needed to be found in areas where wild monsters gathered. Zhang Tianqing naturally understood what his daughter was thinking. From a young age, she had always been sensible, never asking for things if the family couldn't afford them, a thoughtfulness that pained him. At this moment, a decision that would impact his daughter's life was being made. He gently patted the top of her head, smoothing out a few stray hairs, and softly said, "Choose one." Zhang Wenting blinked, her eyes slightly moistening, and suddenly lowered her head. Sensing his daughter's emotions, Zhang Tianqing changed the subject. "I may not have had the chance for compulsory education, so I don't know as much as you, but I do understand these spirit beasts." Pointing at the spirit beasts in front of them, he continued, "They can all advance to the commander level, and you can't just buy commander-level spirit beasts on the market. Unless you've been paying the second-tier Beastmaster Fund from a young age, your first spirit beast can't be a commander-level one. Besides, even if a commander-level spirit beast is right in front of you, without enough mental strength, you can't form a contract. So these spirit beasts are the best choice." The screen clearly read, "First come, first served," and Zhang Tianqing felt a sense of relief. "Your dad has some savings, let's go home first." He knew that although the other spirit beasts were also elite level, the difference was significant. The Qingmu Breeding Center could produce them in batches, so if they missed out, there would be another chance. But these particular spirit beasts were different. He speculated that since the breeding center had just opened, they were showcasing some premium options to make a name for themselves. Later, when their reputation grew, there would be more competition, and securing a spot might not be guaranteed. Zhang Tianqing was also tempted, especially by the silver butterfly with mental scanning abilities, which could captivate even a 5th-tier Beastmaster found it hard to resist himself. After returning home, Zhang Tianqing hurriedly used his connections to procure materials. His wife considered suggesting that, given their relationship with Wang Lingfeng, they might not need to rush, but ultimately kept silent, as everyone understood the situation. Meanwhile, others who had visited the Qingmu Breeding Center that day were experiencing similar situations. At just 6 o'clock, when Wang Mu got up, he discovered that a silver butterfly with mental scanning abilities had been purchased. The buyer was a registered 5th-tier Beastmaster with the Beastmaster Association. In this world, powerful spirit beasts were like weapons, and their trade was strictly regulated. Without a legitimate status, these spirit beasts couldn't be purchased. Wang Mu felt a sense of joy, knowing that the resources to breed a silver butterfly at this level were minimal, and soon he would be able to enhance all its abilities, leading to substantial gains. Feeling cheerful, Wang Mu finished getting ready. Qingling also pulled its roots from the flower pot and ran to take root in the garden outside. Although this little creature preferred quiet, it also liked Wang Mu. It always wanted to sleep with him at night and would sneak in during the night, thinking Wang Mu didn't know. In reality, after Wang Mu used mental scanning, everything within 30 meters was clear to him. He found it amusing, as the mental abilities had significantly enhanced Qingling's spirituality and intelligence, possibly leading to early development of sentience. It was said that spirit beasts at this stage were like human children, and Wang Mu just hoped Qingling wouldn't become a mischievous child. After breakfast, Wang Mu prepared to leave. With just a thought, his shoes flew out from the cabinet, and his clothes automatically dressed him, demonstrating the power of telekinesis. Currently, Wang Mu's physical strength was at a standard 1st-tier level, and his soul strength was at the 2nd tier. Qingling, originally on an energy-based path, had been granted shared mental abilities by Wang Mu, making them highly compatible. As he advanced through several stages, Wang Mu would naturally progress to the 2nd tier as well. At that time, Wang Mu's abilities were sufficient to contract higher-quality spiritual beasts. He first went to the storage room, where items from a transaction with a 5th-tier Beastmaster were kept. A bottle of azure liquid. Although untouched, the liquid flowed slowly inside the bottle. It was the essence of a 4th-tier demon beast, the Mist Ancient Tree. Demon beasts and spiritual beasts are not merely different in name. In principle, any creature capable of developing intelligence is considered a spiritual beast. These beings can learn various spells and evolve through acquired knowledge. In contrast, demon beasts have their bloodline level fixed at birth, with their growth potential locked by their lineage. Their development is merely unlocking the abilities contained within their bloodline. Even if a demon beast reaches the 9th tier, It lacks intelligence and possesses only instincts, making it impossible to contract but possible to enslave through sheer strength. Wang Mu learned from teacher Zhu Tao that, besides spiritual and demon beasts, there are also ferocious beasts. These creatures are extremely dangerous, possessing at least fifth-tier strength and capable of exterminating all life. While demon beasts have instincts for reproduction and feeding, ferocious beasts have only the instinct to kill. As for divine beasts, historical records mention that the ancient continent was not called Shinzhou until a star fell and shattered the world, leading to the creation of the later 9 provinces. The continent fragment where Wang Mu resided was named Shinzhou, located in the southeast corner of the 9 provinces. Typically, a star would reshape the world, causing all life to evolve again, but an unknown creature, shrouded in 5-colored radiance, intercepted the star, placing it in an alternate space above the continent. It then organized the Earth's veins, giving rise to the new 9 provinces. Despite the continent's fragmentation, the casualties were minimal. This is not mythology, but history. Due to the involvement of a powerful entity, no one dares to alter history. However, as time has passed, modern people have almost forgotten such existence. Wang Mu remembered these facts because studying the geography of Shinzhou was a headache for him. The size of Shinzhou was even larger than Earth from his previous life, yet it was only 1/9 of the ancient continent, which was truly astonishing. Shaking his head, Wang Mu picked up the bottle of ancient tree essence, intending to use it on the mist-water butterfly. The mist-water butterfly is an excellent grade spiritual beast, and this essence is key to its evolution. Wang Mu had seen experts on forums mention that the phantom butterfly has dual water-light attributes, and he had a similar spiritual beast, so he decided to give it a try. It's said that true experts list numerous plans and practice in their secret realms, forming stable methods after countless trials. However, that privilege belongs to nurturing masters, not regular breeders. Wang Mu planned to use the green leaf butterfly to experience the methods of the experts. If he succeeded once, he could replicate it. Since the green leaf butterfly does not pass down traits, he decided to artificially create inheritance. The first batch of green leaf butterfly eggs hatched only 150, and Wang Mu worried about his lack of experience. In reality, with the help of intelligent robots, the operation was quite simple. What he truly needed to manage was sharing spells at the right time. Therefore, Wang Mu set the robots to a 1-minute interval based on his sharing speed, ensuring a few seconds buffer between each, allowing some margin for error. For the second batch, Wang Mu hatched a full 500 eggs. Honestly, even if they all entered the market, they wouldn't cause much of a stir. The demand for spiritual beasts comes not from newly matured youths, but from beast masters who have embarked on their career paths. The wild is fraught with danger, and most secret realms are unsafe, resulting in a high attrition rate for spiritual beasts. Wang Lingfeng's forest lizard was his first main pet, but it perished in the wild. Generally, if a contracted spiritual beast dies, the beast master suffers backlash, losing almost all abilities granted by the spiritual beast and needing a year or 2 of recovery before contracting again, with previous resources effectively wasted, necessitating new cultivation. Therefore, the silver butterfly is highly popular among mid-level beast masters, as it can be nurtured for a few months before use, offering considerable profit. Thanks to the rapid growth of the Qingya butterfly family, after a day's wait, 150 people who purchased the spirit beasts online and offline finally gathered together. Each of them quietly stayed in their assigned rooms, eagerly anticipating the moment when the spirit butterflies would emerge from their cocoons. Meanwhile, in the hall, their family members sat upright and composed. Despite their inner tension, the atmosphere today was particularly special. In a plant-surrounded corner, a young man was engrossed in a book. His appearance was exactly like his profile photo, youthful, yet exuding immense capability, which made the guests tread carefully around him. Such a young, high-level breeder was typically only seen in reports, and being able to meet him in person was truly remarkable, was incredibly young. Wang Mu was waiting here for an obvious reason. Before he could deliver the second batch of cultivated spirit butterflies to the association, they reached out to him proactively. Although the Breeder Association and the Beastmaster Association appear to be independent organizations, they are essentially one entity. Whenever the Breeder Association develops something valuable, the Beastmaster Association quickly follows up, providing whatever is needed to ensure key resources are well equipped. The silver butterfly was one such prized asset. Wang Mu's silver butterflies possessed numerous detection skills, mostly advanced, with a few intermediate and basic skills being more apparent, while the mental skills remained elusive. The Breeder Association's visit was to register detailed information about the silver butterflies. Wang Mu planned to share spells with the newly hatched Qingya insects around 8 or 9 o'clock, so he arranged for the staff to arrive between 6 and 7, respecting the breeder's schedule. At around 6:10, the doorman Wang Mu had seen last time appeared with a lady, and he couldn't help but admire the association's meticulous attention to detail. Wang Mu gestured for them to come over, smiling as he said, "Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Xunyu, a formal staff member of the association." We're here today to ask you about the silver butterflies. Can you consistently breed spirit butterflies with mental scanning abilities? Shen Yu was straightforward, clearly having assessed Wang Mu's personality before being so direct. Wang Mu was not evasive about this. Having grown up in this world, he naturally understood the Breeder Association's tradition of protecting their own. A genius like him was not to be trifled with. So, he candidly replied, silver butterflies are easy to breed, but it's challenging to breed those that acquire mental scanning after metamorphosis. At this stage, it takes about 2 months to produce one. What are your thoughts on the subsequent value-added services for silver butterflies? Shin Yu quickly grasped his meaning and promptly proposed two options. I see. It seems Mr. Wang is also interested in collaboration. Here are two contracts. Could you take a look? Wang Mu nodded in agreement. The next moment, Shin Yu used a device for mental input, while the gentleman beside her operated a machine to hand Wang Mu two printed documents. One contract stipulated providing 5 silver butterflies with mental scanning abilities per year, with the association purchasing each for 300 points and selling them at an elite-level standard of 150 points. The other contract offered 30 elite-level silver butterflies annually. When the silver butterflies reached the third tier and met other conditions, Beast Masters could bring them to Qingmu Breeding Facility for skill training, earning 100 points each. It was Wang Mu's first time encountering such a contract, with even the selling price clearly outlined. The reason for the lower sale price was obvious. Items redeemable with points were considered internal benefits, and the association never marked up these prices, instead offering discounts. There are two contracts available, and one can choose either or both. Wang Mu signed directly, thinking to himself that he really needed points in the early stages, and if he had a way to earn them but didn't, he'd be creating unnecessary trouble for himself. He noticed that the price of an elite-level spirit beast within the Breeders' Association was 150 points, whereas at the Academy, it was only 50 points, with even the commander-level spirit beast requiring just 150 points. This showed the Academy's strong support for its students. After signing, Wang Mu put the contract away. Shin Yu smiled and said, Mr. Wang, once you complete the first contract, the points will be directly credited to your account. As for the second contract, you will receive 50 points for each silver butterfly taken, with the remaining 50 points credited after you teach the skills. Wang Mu carefully reviewed the contract, confirmed it was correct, and nodded in agreement. Very well, we can arrange for the contract at the beginning of next month. The Qing Yidai family is special, and as a member of the association, you should know that you can come directly to the breeding facility for the contract. I'll notify you in advance, Shin Yu said before standing up to leave. All right, sir, I won't disturb you further. Goodbye. Wang Mu checked the time. It was only 6:16, and he had finished in just 6 minutes without wasting any time, allowing him to head to the incubation room early. With that in mind, he set off immediately. Meanwhile, those who completed their contracts first began to leave, and unsurprisingly, the first to emerge was a powerful Beastmaster, likely a 5th tier one. At this level, a Beastmaster can create a beast space where spirit beasts can rest, allowing even large ones to be carried around. At that moment, a silver butterfly rested in his palm. The man had a gentle expression, and sensing Wang Mu's presence, the butterfly seemed to know it was leaving, flying over to Wang Mu. Wang Mu extended his hand for it to land. Little one, you're quite sentimental. If you ever want to come back, the door is always open for you. He conveyed these words to the silver butterfly with a gentle mental wave, as it wouldn't understand otherwise. The silver butterfly immediately became cheerful, flying onto its new owner's shoulder, as if introducing itself. The Beastmaster, quick to catch on, said, Hello, I am Cui Linhai, the Beastmaster of Silver Moon. Thank you for bringing him into the world. Wang Mu nodded with a smile. Hello, Silver Moon. Nice name. I hope you both get along well. Then, Wang Mu greeted Zhang Tianqing. In fixed teams of Beastmasters, members usually have harmonious relationships. When someone passes away, their children are often entrusted to teammates. Wang Mu's father was such a case, and his grandfather's teammate, who passed away many years ago, raised him and trained him to be a Beastmaster, gifting him an exceptional forest lizard. However, that family mainly dealt with water-type spirit beasts and moved to the distant Tianhai city, which is an expansion city with slow information transmission, often delayed by a month. Wang Mu should receive a gift next month. Thinking of this, his steps became lighter. His relatives on his parents' side left a poor impression on him during childhood, and he no longer kept in touch with them. But Uncle Guo's family was wonderful, especially Guo Zihao, who supported Wang Mu's breeder career by dipping into his own savings, losing a few pounds in the process. The life of an ordinary person is often mundane and repetitive, lacking in dramatic scenes. As planned, Wang Mu diligently nurtured his spirit beasts. While other novice breeders worried about failure and financial loss, Wang Mu had no such concerns. Currently, his account held over 20 million, even after purchasing a batch of materials. Among those materials were some quite valuable attribute crystals, priced at about 10,000 per gram, all derivatives of spiritual energy essence. Each standard rhombus-shaped crystal, about the size of a pinky finger, cost around 300,000 and was primarily used to enhance a spirit beast's affinity for a particular attribute. Wang Mu intended to use these essences on elite-level spirit beasts, hoping to pair them with skills to potentially produce a leader-level spirit beast. Although the odds were low, it was not impossible. By noon, the second batch of green leaf worms began their first metamorphosis. Without the time acceleration of a secret realm, he would have to wait 2 days to continue. Although he could start on a third batch, Wang Mu didn't want to overwork himself, as he wasn't under any pressure. So, he headed straight to the Breeders' Association, aiming for Secret Realm 03. This time, he was greeted by Shunyu, leading Wang Mu to speculate that the association assigned specific receptionists to individual breeders, given its large scale. As Shunyu led the way, she began to explain that creatures in the secret realm, through guided nurturing, yearned for the outside world. If one encountered a spirit beast they fancied, they could take it with them after communication. Secret Realm 03 was a beginner-level realm, with the highest level spirit beasts being level 2, and hosting 317 species, including 2 lord species, for Beast King species, and 11 leader species, mainly around several lakes. Wang Mu thanked her politely, though he was already aware of this information. High-level spirit beasts rarely appeared, and even if they did, one would need to encounter them first to take them. After passing through a blue vortex gate, Wang Mu entered the forest. At first glance, he saw a few colorful mushrooms bouncing around. His heart sank. These were peculiar mushrooms, leader-level spirit beasts that mastered various spells. Their innate spells included illusion spores, parasitic spores, toxic spores, healing spores, and legacy spores. If a peculiar mushroom had both parasitic and legacy spores, it could quickly recover upon finding a host. Peculiar mushrooms were the core of the early immortal beast taming school, and if not for their difficulty in breaking through to the 6th rank, every high-level beast tamer would likely have one today. Without hesitation, Wang Mu took out a specially prepared nutrient solution, opened it, and placed it on the ground, using his mental power to communicate with the little creatures. Come, it's time to eat. At this moment, Wang Mu transformed into a mischievous uncle, luring the little mushroom heads into his arms. The peculiar mushrooms looked similar, and Wang Mu couldn't tell them apart. There were 3 here, and if he could take them, he would take all of them. As for the emerald bird and the 100-flower bee queen, there was always the option to purchase them directly with points later. 2 peculiar mushrooms came bouncing over fearlessly, while the third remained still. Just as Wang Mu felt disappointed, that peculiar mushroom suddenly vanished, reappearing next to him to enjoy the nutrient solution. Earth escape technique? Wang Mu was surprised. It seemed to be a new evolution type. The association updated its textbooks only every few years, so some new discoveries were not immediately published, and he was unaware of this. In fact, every breeder specialized in different areas, and there might be new evolution types in some common spirit beasts that had yet to be discovered. Wang Mu decided to push the limits and see what he could achieve. Wang Mu's adventure in the secret realm ended abruptly. He took only 2 steps. The first was entering the realm, and the second was exiting it. In his arms, he held 3 peculiar mushrooms, as if they were precious treasures. Xinyu, who was stationed at the entrance, was planning to relax for a moment in a quiet corner. However, when the portal suddenly lit up, she tensed, worried something might have gone wrong. But her concern quickly turned into curiosity when she saw the 3 mushrooms cradled by Wang Mu. The little mushrooms peered around with their tiny eyes beneath their caps, seemingly fascinated by everything around them. Xinyu was reminded of the unique properties of these mushrooms. She recalled that these mushrooms typically lived in caves and only came out once a year to bask in the sun. How did Wang Mu manage to find them? She smiled, pulled out her device, congratulated Wang Mu on his choice of spirit beasts, and promptly recorded the moment for him. After the photo shoot, Wang Mu confirmed the details, and Xinyu began sourcing the necessary materials for cultivating the mushrooms. Truth be told, if not for having some money in the account and expecting more next month, Wang Mu wouldn't have dared to take on the responsibility of raising these little creatures. In nature, special terrains give rise to rare treasures. The peculiar mushrooms require a place with an earth aura concentration of over 10 to grow, while the city's aura concentration is only 1, and even the cultivation facility has only 5. This means Wang Mu needs to purchase earth element ores and energy stones to build their habitat. More importantly, these mushrooms have high breeding requirements. Although they look adorable, during their breeding season, they will kill higher-level prey, use parasitic spores to create a nurturing bed, and then scatter special legacy spores. Once developed, these spores become MOMO mushrooms. MOMO mushrooms are immobile, absorbing energy from the medium, and after a month of vulnerability, they can evolve into the peculiar mushrooms. Wang Mu already had a preliminary plan for nurturing this species. Firstly, he would ensure an ample supply of nurturing medium. Secondly, during their MOMO mushroom stage, he would share skills to induce mutation or evolution, increasing the likelihood of them evolving with stronger bloodlines. Command-level spirit beasts, upon reaching maturity, can often comprehend an intermediate skill, which Wang Mu eagerly anticipated. By the next round of nurturing MOMO mushrooms, he planned to provide them with intermediate skills, wondering how much further they could advance. As a cultivator, Wang Mu understood that nurturing was a process of selection and development over generations. His talent made this process more stable. What he lacked was time, and both the greenwood demon and the peculiar mushrooms were spirit beasts known for their longevity. As long as they reached the fourth stage, Wang Mu could live over 400 years. With such a long span of time, he could continue to progress, creating a virtuous cycle. Upon driving home, Wang Mu was surprised to find people still at the cultivation facility. Guided by intelligent robots, he reviewed several featured spirit beasts, with over 20 people having reserved the second batch of spirit butterflies. As expected, the silver butterfly was most popular among intermediate beast masters, while the jade butterfly, due to its talent reaching the command level, attracted many parents willing to purchase it for their children. This meant that upon forming a contract, their children's talents would be further enhanced. Ordinary families preferred the spirit beasts in the hall, as this option didn't require a large upfront investment and offered greater risk resilience. Wang Mu deeply understood how challenging it was for children from ordinary families to become beast masters. Therefore, he provided conveniences within a reasonable scope. Meanwhile, they wouldn't be at a loss. Once Wang Mu's development is fully on track, he will create an evolved version of the silver-blue jade butterfly. As for the poison powder butterfly, it will be put on hold for a while since no suitable poison-type spells have been found yet. Wang Mu's thoughts drifted back to his previous life, recalling a Pokemon battle game. Though he had only watched the anime and never played the game, he had some understanding of certain strategies. Some tactics work well in turn-based scenarios, while others don't translate to reality. However, combining poison defense with an escape spell is feasible. Even a powerful Lord-level beast can be worn down by severe poisoning, theoretically allowing for some cunning strategies. He remembered a strategy involving leech seed and rooting, akin to one used by the Pokemon Venusaur. Similar spells existed in this world. However, for such tactics to work, there must be spells to bind or prevent the enemy from escaping. Otherwise, once rooted, the enemy would simply flee. Wang Mu didn't dwell on it much, trusting the wisdom of those before him. In this world, Beast Tamers fight personally, facing life-and-death situations, so they have already developed various systems he could simply follow. As more spells become available in the future, cultivating an excellent spirit beast and sharing a set of spells will quickly form a system. It's somewhat embarrassing that Wang Mu had focused on breeder knowledge in the past and paid little attention to the combat styles of Beast Tamers. Fortunately, he had a foundation, remembering many spells and the unbeatable combinations of spirit beasts and spells discussed by his classmates. During the first stage of the green leaf bug's metamorphosis, Wang Mu searched for several spell combinations. The first set was a wood-type control flow, including binding and other restriction spells, energy absorption spells, poison spells, and weakening spells. The combination isn't fixed, anything effective can be added. The second set was a wind-type agility flow, including acceleration spells, spells that enhance spell power, deceleration or imprisonment spells, and field spells. The third set was a utility pet, including detection spells, flying and travel spells, illumination and cooling spells, and protection spells. Ideally, it should have healing spells, though healing others is rare compared to self-healing spells. Wang Mu didn't look into the psychic-type styles because his father was a psychic-type Beast Tamer. He knew that using the invisible and colorless nature of psychic spells for remote ambushes, combined with self-concealing spells, forms a complete system. After browsing, Wang Mu waited for his points to be credited before purchasing skill stones or other spirit beasts. Once the odd mushrooms arrived at the breeding center, they settled in the garden. They were fond of the Qingling, a Lord-level greenwood demon, with an actual price equivalent to a Beast King level. Their primary role wasn't combat, but creating a suitable ecological environment for spirit beasts. Qingling was still young and had only been at the breeding center for a few days, so the ecosystem hadn't been established yet. In about a year, the environment would change. Seeing that the new little ones adapted well, Wang Mu checked their shared attributes. Wang Mu stood at the entrance of the secret realm, taking a sharp breath as luck seemed to be on his side. Upon entering, he encountered a peculiar mushroom, one of which possessed the powerful earth-based intermediate spells Earth Guard and Earth Escape. These skills are exceptionally strong. Earth Guard allows one to stand firmly on the ground, accelerating recovery and generating a spiritual shield. As long as the shield isn't broken in one blow, it can continually draw power from the earth for repair. Combined with Earth Escape and Rock Spear, this mushroom's survival abilities are maximized, and it can even act as a turret, becoming a key player in battle once its skills are deployed. Looking at the other peculiar mushrooms, the first juvenile mushroom had a level 1 bloodline, a leadership talent, intermediate wood and lower intermediate poison spells, equipped with entry-level inherited spells like hallucinogenic spores, parasitic spores, and toxic spores, along with entry-level hypnosis and proficient rooting skills. It was a nearly perfect skill set. The last one was even more sinister, also a juvenile mushroom with a level 1 bloodline and leadership talent, possessing intermediate poison, dark, and lower intermediate wood spells. It had entry-level inherited spells like toxic spores, weakening spores, hallucinogenic spores, and entry-level skills weakening, dark bind, and energy drain. All three mushrooms shared a level of 1, having just been brought home and needing time to fully synchronize. If these creatures had been personally nurtured by Wang Mu and were not newborn, they could have been contracted as spirit beasts right away. However, this situation was still favorable. Once Wang Mu raised them to maturity, they could start reproducing new individuals, and with careful attention, a few new ones should thrive. Wang Mu had a well-thought-out plan for the Qingye butterfly family, given his familiarity with the spirit beasts he had raised since childhood. However, the peculiar mushrooms were different. As leader-level spirit beasts, information about them was not easily accessible, with most public details being common knowledge. Wang Mu pondered how to care for them. What environment suits them best? What nutrients do they need most? These were questions he needed to explore on his own. As a child, Wang Mu had criticized breeders for hoarding their knowledge, predicting it would backfire. But he later realized that spirit beasts were akin to nuclear weapons, vital to a family's survival, and understood the necessity of keeping such information private. In this extraordinary world, resources are contested, and maintaining competitiveness is crucial, with production materials being a key aspect. Nearly every breeder belongs to a family, passing down their evolutionary discoveries solely to descendants, inevitably impacting others' interests during growth. If such information were public, the consequences could be dire. As night fell, Wang Mu performed his routine check on the Qingye insects before preparing to rest. Tomorrow, someone would come to set up the mushroom's cave. Sensing the uprooted roots of the Qingling, they would have to endure some discomfort tonight. Amusingly, the three little creatures followed Qingling indoors, unceremoniously burying themselves in the soil. Under the moonlight, Qingling and the mushrooms resembled ordinary banyan trees and mushrooms, sleeping peacefully in the night breeze. However, some people couldn't sleep. Today, beastmasters who had contracted spirit butterflies, both experienced and novices, were busy arranging environments favorable to the butterflies and preparing suitable food. Breeding, training, and using are the three essential lessons for beastmasters, and now they face the challenge of breeding. Breeders only need to sell spirit beasts, while beast tamers face more considerations. Owning a spirit beast with advanced bloodlines does indeed offer a ticket to becoming powerful, but before achieving that, one must first address the livelihood of both themselves and their spirit beasts. The nurturing and training of spirit beasts are often combined. Initially, one can hunt some level 1 monsters, and resources like wild herbs can provide nutrition for young spirit beasts. As the spirit beast advances, they can challenge level 2 monsters, and so on. Spirit beasts sold by breeding facilities usually come with a care guide. The silver butterfly, being a psychic-type spirit beast, is highly perceptive and thus requires a quiet environment to rest. They feed on the petals of mist flowers, with each petal costing anywhere from hundreds to thousands. The jade butterfly needs to reside among plants and requires a certain concentration of wood-based spiritual energy, feeding on the sap of wood-type plants, which typically costs a few hundred. The poison powder butterfly also has telekinetic attributes, requiring a combination of both environments and the pollen of toxic flowers for sustenance. Breeding facilities typically sell these in packages, with Wang Mu only gifting 3 days' worth, after which one must purchase their own. The plants Wang Mu purchased initially thrived well. Where the greenwood demon resides, herbs grow naturally, without care. No one can resist the charm of Ladyflower unless they're a pragmatist. Wang Mu chose the greenwood demon precisely for its superior environment. In the morning, when Wang Mu woke up, Qingling had already moved outside to take root, followed by 3 small mushrooms. The ground had no soil, as Qingling used telekinesis to clean it up. Originally, Wang Mu's post-breakfast routine was to check on the molting green caterpillars, but he unexpectedly discovered that the water mist butterfly, having consumed the mist ancient tree essence, was evolving into a chrysalis. The green caterpillars had undergone special changes during their first molting phase due to the essence, with water mist surrounding them. Reflecting, Wang Mu realized his previous approach was too conservative. Now that he owned his own breeding facility and had ample funds, why continue using the most basic materials? This wasn't an apartment building where accidents were a concern. Attribute jade and essences are good materials. Although the latter is expensive, they're too conventional and safe. Stability isn't a bad thing, but the progression of breeders and beast tamers is fundamentally about exploration and adventure. You should be bolder. Materials from monsters are quite suitable and can withstand unexpected events. Materials from ordinary monsters, as long as they don't reach level 5, are generally not valuable. It's not about their worth, but most breeders don't bother collecting them due to the hassle, so they issue tasks for Beast Tamers to collect them for points and money. The concept of money is easy to understand, while points are part of the association system, used to exchange for various breeding facility qualifications. Breeding facilities typically set different levels of VIP status, and when a rare spirit beast is bred, they notify qualified individuals for an auction. Don't think auctions are a way for breeders to make money. In reality, Beast Tamers should be grateful for the opportunity to spend. Breeders aren't short of money. Auctions are a way to build relationships. Wang Mu pondered that he could try to start one as well. He was once an outsider, seeing things indistinctly, even thinking breeding facilities were all show. Now, being part of the system, he finds that copying ready-made solutions is truly satisfying. Without hesitation, he tended to the spirit beasts and then began downloading the templates, letting the intelligent robot apply them directly. Although the previous customer had left contact information, Wang Mu was somewhat reserved and chose not to send a notification immediately, deciding to wait until a follow-up. He was determined to make a change, but with the second batch of spirit beasts still in cultivation, he couldn't rush. So he returned to the incubation room and hatched 500 caterpillar eggs of the green leaf butterfly for experimentation. A few hundred caterpillars were clearly not enough, so he brought the total to 1,000, which was barely sufficient. The first step of cultivation couldn't be altered. The green leaf caterpillars were extremely fragile and could easily perish if not handled with care. It was necessary to use magic sharing and fortified base liquid before adding other materials. The second step, after the caterpillars completed their transformation, seemed open to experimentation. This batch of eggs was mostly descendants of the leader class, meaning they had higher potential, greater resilience, and more pronounced adaptive traits. Enthusiastically, Wang Mu found a pupa that was certain to evolve into a green leaf butterfly and attempted to share a few basic wood element spells with it, such as Lash, Leaf Blade, and Entangle, with 3 spells being the limit. He also selected another one to share, just the Leaf Storm. There were subtle differences between individual caterpillars, and Wang Mu experimented with various combinations and possibilities. To his surprise, he discovered that one green leaf caterpillar could endure the sharing of 2 intermediate spells during a single transformation stage. He carefully brought it out, preparing to nurture it more meticulously. At the same time, he replaced the leaves of ordinary green jade bamboo with wood spirit essence, paired with the tender shoots of second-grade green jade bamboo. After 2 days, the green leaf caterpillar, reaching its second transformation stage, had its bloodline level elevated to elite grade. This was expected, given the amount of resources invested, which could have purchased 2 or 3 elite-grade green jade butterflies. Wang Mu was unfazed by this, as the beast materials sent to him were gradually fed to the green jade butterflies. The evolution of spirit beasts is a complex science, typically occurring most readily during their juvenile and growth stages. For instance, during the transformation of a green leaf caterpillar into a green leaf butterfly, it undergoes 3 metamorphoses. Seizing the right opportunities, cultivating them to the leader class isn't particularly difficult. Most cultivators can achieve this, but establishing a stable evolutionary path and quantifying the materials is the real challenge. Once spirit beasts reach adulthood, further evolution requires waiting until they are about to advance, using materials and the power of ascension to complete a bloodline enhancement. Thus, it's necessary to wait until they reach the 3rd tier before considering how to upgrade their bloodline. As a leader-class spirit beast, Qingling's advanced bloodline makes the first 3 tiers manageable, with the real challenge being the transition from tier 3 to 4, which requires advancement materials. Currently, it is highly probable that he will evolve into a Qingmu demon spirit, and Wang Mu will also attempt to simulate new forms. Time gradually passed, and one by one, the spirit butterflies emerged from their cocoons. To Wang Mu's surprise, this time the number of spirit butterflies reached 1,000, and apart from 7 that died unexpectedly, none were of the leader class, even those carrying 2 intermediate spells and fed with precious resources. These spirit butterflies, after cocooning, burned through all their accumulated resources to form the foundation of their bloodline. Even with all the mental and wood element spells, the green leaf caterpillar only retained a leaf blade spell after emerging from its cocoon, preserving its ability at that level. The adult green leaf butterfly, with 0 bloodline, possesses elite talents and has mastered intermediate low-level wood magic. Its control over the leaf blade skill has been upgraded to level 5. While it has some differences compared to other spirit butterflies, there aren't significant variations. Its talent has reached the commander level, and its 2-level upgrade is actually due to the close relationship between Wang Mu and it, rather than the influence of materials. Wang Mu pondered, first considering its species. It turned out to be an original green leaf butterfly, possibly a result of its adaptability being triggered. After a month of cultivation, the ecological zone is lush with spiritual grasses and flowers, with 30 redleaf mulberry trees growing in the corner. The green leaf insects naturally hatch and gather in that area. Blue leaf mist flowers grow in the jade bamboo forest, with 2 pairs currently existing and about to bloom. The Qingling no longer confines itself to the garden in the living room, but has taken root at the center of the ecological area, surrounded by a faint white mist, as if it were a fog of spiritual energy. Nearby, a red mushroom and two blue mushrooms quietly grow on the grass, indicating the plant type's spirit beast characteristics, which usually lack a strong desire for combat. In the vicinity, a serpentine vine has also taken root, bearing some heart-shaped fruits that spirit butterflies with mental attributes will consume, while also preying on green leaf insects. A simple ecological chain has now formed in the park. The contract execution has begun, and Wang Mu has received his points. However, this time he did not rush to purchase new spirit beasts, but focused on studying the green leaf butterfly. Initially, the newly emerged green leaf butterfly seemed unremarkable, but a few days later, Wang Mu noticed it was attracting a lot of attention from opposite-sex spirit butterflies, realizing it was not ordinary. At this stage, spirit beasts are driven by instinct before displaying significant intelligence. Although this green leaf butterfly cannot compare to other green jade butterflies or silver butterflies, its popularity is a testament to its uniqueness. Wang Mu continued his observations. The day before mating, the green leaf butterfly laid eggs in the bamboo forest, and another male green jade butterfly unexpectedly died. This species typically finds a mate after emerging and does not seek another, but post-mating death was unprecedented. Laboratory analysis revealed that the deceased green jade butterfly showed signs of life exhaustion, indicating a depletion of its essence. Wang Mu frowned and left the laboratory to continue observing the green leaf butterfly, which appeared weak, having laid only 3 eggs, green in color and the size of rapeseeds, with nothing particularly special about them. However, the ensuing scene surprised Wang Mu. Various spirit butterflies previously cultivated all flew from different parts of the ecological zone, driving away the serpentine vine and guarding the bamboo forest. At this moment, the green leaf butterfly seemed to relax and then also succumbed to death. Wang Mu's gaze fell on the 3 eggs on the bamboo leaves, the offspring of 2 elite-level spirit beasts given life at the cost of their own. Considering this species can typically reproduce hundreds at a time, the 3 eggs seemed exceptionally rare. Recalling the materials used during the spirit butterfly's cultivation, Wang Mu had an answer in mind. After the discovery of the green leaf butterfly's characteristics, master cultivators had attempted to use more precious materials but were unsuccessful. The special material Wang Mu could provide was magic, specifically the mastery-level leaf blade. Mastery-level magic has a unique impact on the evolution of spirit beasts. The Lingdai group guarded the 3 insect eggs, but did not prevent Wang Mu from taking them. They understood that it would be more beneficial for Wang Mu to hatch and nurture them. Wang Mu first went to the laboratory to carefully test the eggs' data, which showed everything was normal. Surprisingly, their vitality was 5 times that of ordinary eggs, and they emitted a faint wood attribute not found in other eggs. With no other tasks at hand, Wang Mu decided to proceed with incubation. On the first day, the eggs merely twitched without hatching. By the 3rd day, there was still no change. Typically, 3 days are enough for the Qingya insect to enter the molting stage. Wang Mu waited eagerly and finally, on the 5th day, the Qingya insect emerged from its shell, crawling onto the tender shoots of the Qingdianzu to feed. When Wang Mu observed the attributes of one of them, he was so shocked that his pupils contracted. This Qingya insect larva possessed a 0 bloodline, elite-level talent, intermediate would attribute low-level genetic skill, and an entry-level shared leaf blade skill. During this time, Wang Mu had cultivated over 1,500 Lingdai and was well aware that Qingya insects are usually born with ordinary bloodlines, with talents similar to humans, having no tier in all attributes. Changes occur only after feeding them attribute materials. More importantly, Wang Mu had studied cultivation knowledge for years and reviewed numerous documents, never finding any mention of Qingya butterflies possessing genetic skills. They were always considered anomalies. Even the king-level solar flare butterfly, with its many skills, had offspring that could only forget. Now, this unexpected occurrence invigorated Wang Mu. He carefully fed the Qingya insect with Qingling liquid and cultivated its shared level, ready to grant it mastery-level leaf blade. Wang Mu's thoughts became clearer, realizing that the series of phenomena following the birth of Qingya butterflies were traceable. A Qingya butterfly broke through the racial shackles, eager to pass on its bloodline imprint, but due to its low strength, it eventually led to its direct death. Wang Mu believed it didn't need to be so urgent. Recently, Wang Mu practically lived in the laboratory, frequently checking on the Qingya butterflies. Although the other 2 did not have genetic spells, he nurtured them as well. Finally, after a month, the Qingya butterfly with genetic spells emerged from its cocoon, while its 2 siblings had already flown away 10 days earlier. This Qingya butterfly embodied many of Wang Mu's hypotheses, and after emerging, it underwent testing on a metal platform. The analysis revealed origin concentration of 10 and a lifespan of 100 years. Wang Mu smiled with satisfaction, as Lingdai that hadn't broken through the 4th tier typically had a lifespan of only 20 years, with an origin concentration of just 2. In contrast, this Qingye butterfly, breaking the racial shackles, reached a concentration of 10. The emergence of the Qingye butterfly marked the transformation of everything from the Qingye insect phase into nourishment for the Qingye butterfly. This Qingye butterfly was a king among its kind. If it could pass on its genes, all ordinary Qingye butterflies would be eliminated, leaving this elite group. Its instincts urged it to reproduce, but Wang Mu soothed it with his mental power. The Qingye butterfly was no longer the short-lived species it once was, and its living habits needed to change. It had to wait until reaching the 3rd tier to reproduce, otherwise, it would die shortly after mating. After all, it was still in its growth period, not fully mature. This is the limitation of spirit beasts, as even breaking the bloodline shackles occasionally doesn't allow for a collective breakthrough. The growth phase of the Qingye butterfly is marked by possessing a unique bloodline and elite talent, mastering intermediate level wood magic, and capable of performing leaf blade control, energy beam, leaf storm, needle flight, and thorn entanglement spells. The first 2 spells are shared abilities from its past, while the latter 2 are ones the Qingye butterfly has comprehended on its own. The metamorphosis from Qingye caterpillar to Qingye butterfly is a significant transformation. Although it no longer advances in level, the situation has changed. Due to its uniqueness, Wang Mu has not taught it spells of other attributes, at least not until it produces offspring, as preserving the original bloodline is paramount. In theory, Wang Mu could replicate previous steps to create new special Qingye butterflies. However, Wang Mu has been an advanced breeder for 2 months, having graduated early in April. Every mid-June, a new generation breeders exchange conference is held, inviting breeders who graduated within the last 5 years. Historically, Shanghai City has had breeders reach the rank of cultivator within 5 years, but this year's conference seemed underwhelming and offered little assistance. Nevertheless, breeders can purchase resources at discounted prices through the association, albeit in limited quantities. The beasts bred by different breeders vary and can sometimes complement each other, leading to private exchanges among them. The conference provides a platform for breeders, often introverted, to connect and share ideas. Wang Mu values this conference highly, but is more focused on the coming years. At present, his competitiveness is lacking to acquire desired resources. It's widely known that becoming a breeder isn't easy, and specializing is even harder. Each year, around 1,000 breeders pass the assessment across the land of Xinzhou, with a fifth having family backgrounds in breeding, offering them broad prospects. Of the remaining 950, 800 will remain at the intermediate breeder stage for life. Only 150 can advance to become advanced breeders, and even fewer will reach the status of cultivator. Wang Mu's strategy is to exchange ideas with those few talented individuals, sparking inspiration and trading resources with family descendants to rapidly advance. Having just graduated, he has spent 2 months accumulating initial funds. His next step is to cultivate a leader-level beast, aiming to reach the cultivator level as soon as possible, which would bring him some peace of mind. Currently, Wang Mu feels restricted, despite having a shared talent allowing him to mass-produce silver butterflies with intermediate spells. He reported only a negligible output. Although troubled, he knows that increasing strength is not an overnight process and decides to be patient, waiting for development to mature. Wang Mu left the laboratory with the Qingye butterfly, confident in the tasks he assigned as they wouldn't go wrong. However, the arrival of the Qingye butterfly in the ecological zone still caused a stir. Evolution is an instinct for spirit beasts, and ordinary short-lived spirit butterflies are driven by this instinct. But Wang Mu was not mistaken. This Qingye butterfly was indeed the king of the entire group. With a gentle flap of its wings, it flew in a circle, calming all the spirit butterflies. Not entirely calm, as a few psychic-type spirit butterflies were casting spells, while the Qingye butterfly was learning. Wang Mu was astounded by its excellence. As someone well-versed in theoretical knowledge, Wang Mu had read that if a spirit beast with an ordinary bloodline is cultivated to possess an excellent or higher bloodline, it becomes the king of its kind, wielding absolute dominion. Wang Mu pondered silently. Although forming a bond with most spirit beasts was relatively straightforward, the Qingye butterfly was an exception, as no one had ever managed to inherit its unique traits. At this moment, he felt a twinge of desire to form a contract with the Qingye butterfly. He realized that its kingly traits might be shared, especially when it reached the highest level. Currently, Qingling had already reached the 2nd tier, and Wang Mu's own strength was steadily increasing. In theory, he could contract another spirit beast, but he ultimately decided against it, as he already had plans for the choice of his 2nd spirit beast. The 9 provinces had been separated for many years, and each had developed its unique strengths. In Xinzhou, the spirit beasts and beast tamers found their powers significantly reduced in other provinces. In the past, the continent was fragmented, creating deep abyssal rifts that led to the underworld, maintaining a connection with the 9 provinces. On this mysterious land, there existed a special spirit beast known as the Dark Light. This soul-type spirit beast could release a dark domain, granting adaptability to any spirit beast hatched within it. While ordinary beast tamers might not pay much attention to this, those at an intermediate level or above would consider it important, as the wilderness was extreme, with magical beasts wielding an array of unpredictable spells. Too many factors could influence a spirit beast's combat power, making the Dark Light a must-have for breeders. Wang Mu was fascinated by the Dark Light's innate spell, Dark Sky, which could alter the weather within a certain range, transforming it into a dark mode, a powerful weather spell. Weather and domain spells were core skills, capable of forming a comprehensive system when combined with other abilities. For instance, the Qingya butterfly's king-level evolution, the solar flare butterfly, mastered the solar god spell, forcibly changing the weather to sunny, whereas the Tying moonlight butterfly wielded the moon god incarnation, bringing a moonlit night. In this beast-taming world, nearly every renowned figure Wang Mu had heard of since childhood had at least one spirit beast with a weather spell in their team. No matter how harsh the environment, they could turn an away game into a home advantage. Wang Mu discovered that the Dark Light could be directly applied for through the Beast Tamer Association, which encouraged breeders to master this spirit beast. However, they would provide Dark Lights of different bloodlines based on the breeder's capability. Wang Mu hoped to find a breeder specializing in Dark Light to exchange for a cub, nurturing it from a young age, thus sharing the Dark Light spells with Qingling without needing a contract. He had further plans for Qingling, with the world tree from mythological stories being a promising choice, as its existence could transform the environment. Currently, due to its attributes, Qingling gathered both wood and earth aura. If Qingling could possess all attributes, plus various weather spells, it could be placed in a secret realm, eliminating the need for various treasures to transform it, as Qingling alone would suffice. After some planning, Wang Mu opened the Breeder Association's official website and indeed found an invitation. A breeders' exchange meeting would be held in his city, inside the Breeder Association. After signing up, Wang Mu began preparing. He first considered his resources, particularly his finances. The income from the first batch of spirit butterflies had already been spent, but most of the earnings from the second and third batches had arrived. Wang Mu had 1,000 spirit butterflies, keeping 200 for ongoing breeding experiments, while selling the rest. After deducting the cost of materials, he had 12 billion left. Although this seemed substantial, it was the result of careful budgeting by Wang Mu. Otherwise, purchasing equipment for breeding alone would have left him with little. Initially, items bought with points were basic. For a better experience, upgrades were necessary. The fifth tier of a Beastmaster marks a significant transformation, opening up a brand new beast space where spirit beasts can freely enter, providing immense convenience and benefits. At this stage, Beastmasters can draw more power from their spirit beasts, although the feedback is only 5. During this phase, in battles between spirit beasts and monsters, a Beastmaster only needs to protect themselves to be considered competent, as they lack the ability to take the initiative in attacks. However, once a Beastmaster reaches the 5th tier, the feedback increases to 10. Typically, a 5th-tier Beastmaster has at least 3 spirit beasts, and their combined talents allow the Beastmaster's power to reach an intermediate level, enabling them to absorb spiritual energy and strengthen themselves. At this point, the Beastmaster's combat abilities also begin to improve. Additionally, a 5th-tier Beastmaster gains the ability to develop their mental power, allowing for mental communication and more covert and swift commands to their spirit beasts. There is no significant change between the 6th and 7th tiers, and they are collectively referred to as intermediate Beastmasters. The main difference between them is determined by the number of spirit beasts they can command. However, the scenario changes drastically at the 8th tier, with spirit beast feedback increasing to 15. Typically, without a contract with a spirit-based beast, Beastmasters at odd-numbered tiers can only contract 1 spirit beast, whereas an 8th-tier Beastmaster can contract up to 8 spirit beasts, which means their power can reach 120. At this stage, the Beastmaster's own combat ability surpasses that of the spirit beasts, allowing them to easily overpower some spirit beasts through the combination of spells. The feedback for the 9th tier reaches 20, creating a vast difference that makes it nearly impossible to challenge higher levels. 9th-tier Beastmasters are known as Heavenly Kings, with 2 existing on the continent of Shinjo, the Dragon King and the Imaginary King. The Dragon King spirit beasts are primarily dragons, known for their immense power and longevity, with rumors suggesting he has lived for thousands of years. As for the Imaginary King, he has driven technological advances in Shinjo with unique spirit beasts known as the Mechanical Tribe, which are entirely different from conventional spirit beasts. Currently, all equipment and instruments in the Beastmaster system are based on the development of the Mechanical Tribe, and due to technical barriers, they remain inaccessible to the public. Wang Mu uses the first-generation Spirit Beast Inspection Instrument, priced in the tens of millions, while only nurturing masters are eligible to purchase the latest third-generation inspection instruments, with their price unknown. The second-generation inspection instruments, priced over 5 billion, can assess a spirit beast's life essence, lifespan, attributes, quantified talents, and spells, affordable only to nurturing masters. Although Wang Mu is not exceptionally privileged, he can afford them. The official cost of a life essence replenishment device is 5 billion, with each unit of life essence priced at tens of millions. These products, advanced for their time, are expensive but still considered luxurious items that can be purchased with money. Truly precious things, however, cannot be obtained even with wealth. Wang Mu feels helpless about this, as he earns a lot but spends even more. Upgrading various facilities requires billions, and the spirit soil and high-grade plants in the ecological zone demand substantial expenses. When it comes to nurturing materials, it's like a bottomless pit. As long as Wang Mu continues his research on spirit beast cultivation, he can't stop investing. Once materials are consumed, they're gone, and developing new spirit beasts might require continuous investment without immediate returns. Wang Mu sighed, reflecting, I'm still too young. He once thought that earning billions in a year would make money a non-issue in the future, and that no economic system could limit his creativity. However, the reality is that money can only lay a solid foundation. Mid-level items can be purchased, but at the 8th tier, everything transcends monetary value and is measured by other equivalent items. At this level, trading reverts to primitive bartering. As long as there's demand, prices soar. Wang Mu had looked into the prices of materials. Even the rarest materials from the 1st to the 4th tier are capped at millions. However, from the 5th to the 7th tier, while ordinary materials remain affordable, the premium on rare materials becomes significant. Even renowned cultivators need to offer some incentives to acquire materials, as these materials don't lack buyers, intensifying competition among cultivation centers. For instance, to evolve a blazing sparrow into a lord-level spirit beast, a fire god sparrow, and have it master the scorching sun spell post-evolution, one would need sunfire crystals and sunbird feathers. These materials, once they appear on the market, are snapped up quickly. Typically, information is purchased privately, materials are acquired, and transactions are completed. Currently, Wang Mu is amassing rare materials through high-quality spirit beasts, which, although not yet in use, will inevitably be needed in the future. These materials can also serve as bargaining chips in exchange meetings. If others need them, while possessing items Wang Mu requires, a trade can be conducted. Money and materials are essential for newcomer exchange meetings, but knowledge is even more critical. Wang Mu finds this challenging because others can't share spells directly with spirit beasts. Instead, they rely on spell crystals, which can only be condensed after reaching the 5th tier, typically resulting in high-level spell crystals. The association offers mid-level spells purely for the benefit of mid to low-level cultivators. Otherwise, considering the cost of condensing crystals, mid-level spells wouldn't be worthwhile. Wang Mu heard from teacher Zhu Tao that there is no difference in condensing mid-level and high-level spells, as both require a Tianyuan crystal. This crystal is the memory core of a 6th-tier dominant beast, the Tianyuan demon dragon, and acts as a vessel for memories and insights. Beast masters can separate their insights for others to learn, but the effect is minimal. Only by extracting a trace of the true essence of a spell can it be immediately effective. The cost is that the beast master's mastery of the spell diminishes, necessitating renewed comprehension. Typically, the elders of large families, having reached a plateau in their progress, produce spell crystals for the younger generation. Alternatively, some beast masters choose to convert their spells into crystals as trade items for the sake of their spirit beasts. Wang Mu spent half a day preparing before finally resting, as the exchange meeting would begin in 2 days. With limited time, he decided to hatch another batch of green leaf worms. Leveraging the experience from the previous 3 batches, Wang Mu set the number at 1,000 this time. He aims to earn money quickly to purchase a fully automated hatching facility. By delegating these repetitive, low-skill tasks to technology, he can save a lot of energy. Currently, Wang Mu can rely on his telekinesis to assist him, but human energy is limited, and he needs to focus on his studies. He hasn't finished reading the ordinary documents yet, and sets aside time to review them daily. Recently, due to the breeding of spirit beasts, his time has been reduced, but once the breeding process is on track, he will continue his studies. Just when Wang Mu thought these days would pass uneventfully, he received a call from Zhu Tao. A slightly weary voice came from the other end. You passed the advanced breeder exam? Congratulations. Wang Mu quickly responded. Teacher Zhu, are you done with your work? I owe my success to your guidance. Zhu Tao chuckled. I played a part, but your talent is more important. I can't attend the opening of your breeding facility, so consider that piece of land my gift. The day after tomorrow is the new breeders' exchange meeting. Are you going? Zhu Tao asked. Wang Mu replied honestly. Yes, teacher, I'm planning to exchange some resources. Zhu Tao straightforwardly said, don't go. Wang Mu was taken aback for a moment, and Zhu Tao continued. Someone in Shanghai City is trying to form cliques. While you might gain some benefits, you'll also invite trouble. Come see me tomorrow or now, and skip the exchange meeting. All right, teacher, I'm on my way. Wang Mu. puzzled, left with his Qingya butterfly. As he was going out, he thought it best to carry some weapons, while Qingling was responsible for maintaining the ecosystem of the breeding facility, making it unsuitable to take him along. Before leaving, Wang Mu said to Qingling, "Qingling, I'm heading out for a bit. Take care of the place while I'm gone." The leaves gently swayed, indicating Qingling's understanding. Although he was reluctant to see his master leave, he understood that as a third-tier commander-level spirit beast, he might not be able to defeat his master. When Wang Mu reached his car, he paused for a moment, then cast the tailwind spell, causing a gentle breeze to blow away the dust on the car, depositing it onto the green belt. He hadn't used the car much lately and barely recognized it. On his way to the association, Wang Mu canceled the exchange meeting appointment and contemplated getting a tool pet with fast-flying speed, as driving was cumbersome and spirit beasts were much more convenient. As an advanced breeder, he could apply for 3 fixed high-altitude routes, allowing for direct flights to frequently visited places for faster travel. An hour later, Wang Mu met Zhu Tao's assistant at the association's entrance, who led him to a secret realm. As a breeder, Zhu Tao could apply for a secret realm for experiments even when not in the area. When Wang Mu saw Zhu Tao, he was busy adding various materials into a glass flask connected to another container, a machine for producing special nutrient solutions, which was quite expensive and only available to breeders. There was a man and a woman beside Zhu Tao, who instinctively shielded the container when they saw Wang Mu approaching. However, Zhu Tao casually said, "No need. If he wants a formula, some people will willingly offer it." Wang Mu felt a bit embarrassed. "Teacher, that's an exaggeration. Those formulas are incredibly valuable and essential for some people's livelihood. Giving them away is impossible." Zhu Tao added a large number of materials at once, pausing briefly with each, demonstrating great control. Once he was done, he turned to Wang Mu. "If it's for the purchase of a stable commander-level spirit beast, I think they'd be happy to." Zhu Tao seemed to anticipate Wang Mu's reaction and interrupted directly. "Stop, don't be modest. I've personally set all the test questions this year. Don't I know your level? In 5 years, at most, you'll become a junior breeder. So here's a piece of advice. Don't get involved in other matters. Focus on improving yourself. Being a breeder is a whole new stage." Zhu Tao is a trainer specializing in ice and snow-type creatures. His visit to Shanghai City is not only a matter of duty, but also driven by an old story. A trainer from Polar City had once planned to plant the seeds of ice and snow-type spirit beasts in Shanghai City, but met with an accident. After recovering, he was unable to leave Polar City due to a unique spirit beast. Zhu Tao, indebted to this trainer, embarked on this journey. Now, the secret realm has been transformed into an ice and snow environment, and it is expected that in the coming years, new spirit beasts with these attributes will emerge in Shanghai City. The cold in the secret realm was biting as the 4 of them sat around a fire, listening to Zhu Tao recount his story. He reflected, "Back then, I wasn't yet obligated to pursue formal education, so I apprenticed under various trainers. Luckily, I met Senior Dongshan, who guided me. By the age of 30, I passed the exams and became a mid-level trainer. Later, the emergence of the extreme ice caverns brought a wealth of new spirit beasts and materials. I seized this opportunity and became a trainer in just over 20 years." Zhu Tao continued, "Polar City constantly faces attacks from snow mountain beasts, but it remains relatively united. Shanghai City, on the other hand, is too peaceful and has developed rapidly, but this has also led to many internal issues. Until you reach the level of a trainer, it's best not to get involved." Wang Mu, surprised, asked, "Teacher, doesn't the Shanghai Overlord handle these issues?" The Shanghai Overlord is an 8th-tier beast master who established the city by clearing the surroundings to create a safe zone, earning a formidable reputation. Zhu Tao, unsure, shook his head and replied, "Who knows? But those matters are beyond our discussion. The best place for new trainers is the frontier cities. Overlords need to attract beast masters, so they require strong trainers to hold the fort. There, you'll enjoy many privileges, materials won't be scarce, and safety is assured. Even if a frontier city falls, they will ensure your safe retreat." Wang Mu pondered for a moment, realizing that reaching the level of a trainer meant he would have to leave, potentially unsettling some people. In a peaceful city, markets are divided, and resources pre-allocate, so his presence would disrupt the order. He decided to heed Zhu Tao's advice and consider carefully. "Thank you for the guidance, teacher. I will proceed cautiously." Frontier cities indeed seem like a good choice. Human development on the Shenzhou continent has spanned centuries, with 60% of the territory occupied by beasts, 30% by human cities, and 10% remaining unknown. Rapidly developing forces send overlord beast masters to explore new territories, known as frontier cities. At this moment, a young man nearby could no longer hold back and, seeing no one else speaking, asked, "Dad, can he really become a trainer within 5 years?" A girl beside him also looked at Zhu Tao expectantly, waiting for a definitive answer. Zhu Tao frowned slightly, glancing at them sideways. Put your minds at ease. 5 years is just my conservative estimate. He turned to Wang Mu and asked, can you cultivate a leader-level spirit beast without considering resources? Wang Mu thought for a moment and nodded. I can, but it's not cost-effective. My foundation isn't solid yet. Zhu Tao frowned and asked, aren't you talking about the strange mushrooms? It's more cost-effective to directly breed strange mushrooms. This species is excellent or elite at the mushroom stage, and when it evolves into a strange mushroom, it's between elite and leader level. With Wang Mu's skill level, the leader level can definitely be controlled at over 20. Wang Mu nodded and replied, I'm still focusing on insect-type spirit beasts. I plan to first cultivate tool and support pets. This area will never be saturated. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tao remained silent, while the two others found it unbelievable. They had heard their father mention this student, only 16 years old, who graduated early and passed the advanced breeder exam. And now, just 2 months later, he dared to boast about being able to cultivate leader level? It was truly astonishing. After a moment, Zhu Tao looked at the green leaf butterfly on Wang Mu's shoulder, shook his head, and said, it seems I've been too conservative. You might as well be bold and pass the exam in 3 years, and then leave. Insect-type spirit beasts advance quickly, and with the combination of tool and support roles, they perfectly offset the weaknesses of insect types. The demand for spirit beasts in Pioneer City is high, so it seems you're naturally suited for it. You can start identifying specific targets. Targets, Wang Mu pondered, gradually coming to a decision. For him, the environment didn't matter much. Going to a place with family would be good. Seeing that Wang Mu had made up his mind, Zhu Tao moved on to the main topic. There's another reason I called you here. The Clear Wind Ice Ghost is a spirit beast group left by a senior in Shanghai City, with a Beast King level bloodline, and its leader is at the Lord level. I've left the Frost Raven, a leader level spirit beast, but one of its eggs has a problem and is unsuitable as a genetic resource. You should hatch it yourself and take it away, otherwise, it will contaminate the group's genes. Wang Mu was taken aback, but delighted, seeing it as another benefit. He quickly said, thank you, teacher. Zhu Tao waved his hand. It's in the frozen forest over there, go ahead. After Wang Mu left, Zhu Tao's daughter, Zhu Lin, curiously asked, Dad, you're quite nice to him. I'm a little jealous. Her jealousy was feigned. She was genuinely curious about the reason. Zhu Tao just smiled and didn't answer. Growth is not just about age and knowledge accumulation. It also requires experience, which needs to be thoughtfully understood. The frozen forest wasn't about trees being frozen, but rather the tree species called frozen trees. Initially, they resemble ordinary trees, but as they near flowering, they secrete a milky liquid that covers them entirely, releasing cold air to freeze themselves and protect the flowers within. The coldness made Wang Mu shiver despite the beautiful icy scenery. He used Earth Guardian to resist the chill. He discovered a nest in one of the trees, containing only eggs and no adults, making it easy for him to observe. Having been a teacher for a long time, Zhu Tao habitually tested Wang Mu's observation skills. There were 30 eggs in total, and checking each one would take time, so Wang Mu decided to use the simplest method, releasing his mental power to sense them. Meanwhile, Wang Mu contemplated the help his teacher offered. It was quite straightforward. What was his purpose in attending the exchange meeting? Breeders need allies or friends, and so do cultivators. Even having peers within a city might not be sufficient. The bond between Zhu Tao and Wang Mu as teacher and student was strong. As Wang Mu was on the verge of becoming an equal partner in dialogue, Zhu Tao secretly decided not to miss this investment opportunity. The two quickly reached an agreement. The vitality of the Frost Raven was incredibly strong. Though slightly inferior to the Qingling, it shared the same bloodline level, yet differences in attributes, innate abilities, and spells were significant. These spirit beast eggs resembled ordinary chicken eggs and would grow to only about 1 or 2 meters, taking on the size of a hawk, with a mid-level spell, categorizing them as standard commander-level spirit beasts. The market price was approximately 30 million, as recommended by the association. Breeders typically added conditions, requiring buyers to bring specific materials. Wang Mu scanned the surroundings and focused on 4 eggs with weaker vitality, eliminating them one by one. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing the speed at which each egg absorbed the ice aura, and found 3 were significantly faster. After a meticulous selection process, he finally chose the egg he wanted to hatch. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao was concentrating on the equipment by the fire, projecting 10 green dots, one of which suddenly turned red. Zhu Lin whispered in surprise, "It's only been 11 minutes." Zhu Tong felt the same, thinking, "It took us 6 hours." At that moment, they couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, realizing the vast differences between individuals. Their father's remarks about their lack of talent weren't a joke, and their mother's advice wasn't just talk. The siblings felt a bit heavy-hearted. Zhu Tao smiled slightly, understanding that a little setback was the best way to awaken them early. Wang Mu began the hatching process with the chosen egg. Although natural hatching was less effective than using an incubator, it was necessary to allow the spirit beast to reproduce naturally. The incubator's 3-day countdown meant he would miss the exchange meeting, but he would still have time for the cultivation of the Qing Yi worm upon returning. Even without a contract, a breeder can command spirit beasts through companionship. From hatching to adulthood and then to offspring, the spirit beast behaves almost like a contracted one, though it doesn't provide the breeder with power feedback. Wang Mu stayed by the incubator, occasionally reaching out to gently touch the egg, conveying soothing energy through his spirit. 2 days later, when the incubator's countdown ended, the eggshell began to wobble. Suddenly, a spot was pierced, and a pale yellow beak broke through. As the gap widened, a sparsely feathered little creature emerged. Chirping continuously, the newborn frost raven, with closed eyes, accurately opened its mouth towards Wang Mu, seemingly already familiar with his scent, treating him as family. Wang Mu was prepared. The special bird food Zhu Tong had delivered the previous day came in handy. He used his mind to wrap a glob of mush and brought it to the chick's beak. The Qing Yi butterfly observed the little life from beside the incubator, while Wang Mu watched quietly. In its infancy, the frost raven had a bloodline of one, possessing elite talent and an intermediate lower-level ice spell. Its inherited spells were Blizzard and Ice Wing at the beginner level. Newborn spirit beasts primarily need attention to their talent and inherited spells, and having even one is commendable. As they grow, the level of talent greatly influences their ability to learn new spells. Although this Frost Raven's bloodline hasn't reached the commander level, its other traits remain unchanged, making it suitable for breeding, as long as it isn't paired with a spirit beast of opposite attributes. Before Wang Mu could exchange for the emerald bird, he had already acquired a better spirit beast. He was ready to make a swift move and leave. The world outside was vast and boundless, offering endless opportunities for exploration and growth. This time, Wang Mu exchanged contact information with teacher Zhu Tao, but instead of receiving a back-end account for the Breeder Association, he got a number for the Shenzhou network. In the vast expanse of Shenzhou, the abilities of spirit beasts, monsters, and fierce beasts vary greatly, and contact methods that work in one city might be ineffective in another, as there's no satellite signal here. Since the emergence of the legendary Tian Wang, many high-tech advancements have been developed, with the Shenzhou network being the most advanced. In the inland cities of the human race, it can be used for easy shopping and communication, much like the internet in the previous era. However, in a frontier city, while these functions are still available, one must be a 5th-level beast master or breeder to apply for cross-city use. For ordinary people, meeting this requirement is very difficult, but for Wang Mu, these challenges will soon be resolved. At this moment, he had returned to the breeding facility and started cultivating green leaf worms, then headed to the living room. 2 people were waiting for him at the dining table. Glancing at the box placed nearby, Wang Mu asked, "Mom, Dad, is this something Uncle Gui sent?" Wang Lingfeng nodded. "This is your portion, take a look later." "Did you call us over for something?" While eating, Wang Mu explained, "I plan to pass the breeder's assessment within 3 years, then we can move to the frontier city where Uncle Gui is. What do you think?" His parents both put down their bowls, with Wang Lingfeng both surprised and doubtful. "Did I hear you right? You can do it in 3 years." Jiang Meichin added, "Moving there sounds good." Wang Mu smiled, "I'm confident. The teacher mentioned that future Shanghai city might not be stable, so it's better to move out and develop elsewhere. I recall that the frontier city where Uncle Gua is has been officially named Leihai City, which reflects the determination of its leader. It's a good choice." Though they felt a bit reluctant, having lived there for over 50 years, the words, "not stable in the future," made them exchange glances, and Wang Lingfeng nodded. "All right, once you pass the assessment, we'll move. If you need any help, just let us know." After Xiaojin's evolution, I now have 4th level strength, and Xiaoyu is about to reach the 4th level too. Wang Mu was taken aback, then realized Xiaoyu referred to the jade butterfly, feeling speechless about his father's naming. However, he did have a request. "Dad, there's a type of monster outside Shanghai City called the devil worm. Collect some corpses for me. I need them." The devil worm, with excellent bloodline, looks like a leech, preferring to feed on blood. They are quite vicious, burrowing into hosts to consume blood and reproduce, capable of devouring a person instantly. However, they're not very strong, only up to the 3rd level. Even during their reproductive period, there are only at most 2 in a region, so there's no need to worry about danger. Wang Lingfeng agreed, curious about what kind of spirit beast could be bred from this monster. After the meal, Wang Mu began to open the box. Due to cross-city delivery requirements for the frontier city, everything here was below the 4th level, all specialties from Leihai City, including the dissolution liquid of the electric jellyfish, the metallic claws of the steel pincer crab, and the pearls of the colorful scallop. The most precious of all was a sealed seed, which Wang Mu only realized after reading the letter was a seed of thundergrass, with its parent being a 5th-level spiritual plant. Guoshu and his companions learned that Wang Mu had become a breeder and successfully cultivated the green leaf butterfly, so they made a special visit to see him. In Leihai City, there is a unique evolved form of the green leaf butterfly that can only transform after consuming thundergrass. The letter detailed the cultivation methods of thundergrass, with this information being worth at least hundreds of thousands. Despite not having met for many years, the two families maintained correspondence, and their relationship grew richer, like fine wine aged in a cellar. The next day, Wang Lingfeng delivered the bodies of 7 devil worms. Wang Mu took out a loan of 3 billion to purchase a basic bloodline extractor. This device can extract the bloodlines from organisms, an essential tool for breeders. When faced with the bodies of some rare creatures that cannot be bred, breeders can extract the bloodline and cultivate new species among similar organisms. In the past, there were few spirit beasts that humans could contract with. Now, a diverse array exists, mostly bred by breeders using the bloodlines of demon beasts. However, demon beasts are inherently fierce. Wang Mu estimated that after analyzing the devil worms' bloodlines and researching methods to neutralize their ferocity, he would need to breed 2 batches of spirit butterflies to cover the costs. Wang Mu also considered contacting the military directly. Their spirit beasts often retain some ferocity from demon beasts, making them highly combative, and they have advanced research on bloodline purification agents. Wang Mu thought about it and decided that signing a long-term supply contract with the military in Shanghai City was not suitable since he planned to leave after a few years. Instead, he would simply purchase a few agents. After all, he didn't need to breed many new spirit beasts, only the devil worm spells. Devil worms possess a unique spell that allows them to plunder bloodlines, absorbing higher-level bloodlines to steal the opponent's innate spells. However, in the wild, they can't defeat high-tier demon beasts, and feeding on lower-tier ones is ineffective, making it difficult for them to thrive. Breeders have already studied devil worms and attempted to breed similar spirit beasts, but the results have been unsatisfactory. The literature Wang Mu reviewed showed that if a new spirit beast absorbs bloodlines 2 levels above its own, it fails, making it a rather useless trait. However, this characteristic is suitable for Qingling. Wang Mu needs a large arsenal of spells. The Qingmu demon feeds only on plants until the 4th tier, after which it must hunt actively, otherwise, its growth energy falls short. At that point, Wang Mu will certainly buy various demon beasts to bury in the ground for Qingling to absorb. Given this, granting it bloodline plundering abilities would provide Wang Mu with numerous unique innate spells. After completing his transaction with the military, Wang Mu immersed himself in breeding work. The bloodline extractor extracted the bloodline of the devil worms, which Wang Mu then fed to the serpent vine. Spirit beasts have peculiar traits. Although different species face reproductive isolation, their bloodline fusion can yield remarkable effects. For instance, the serpent vine, upon fusing with demon beast bloodlines, might fail with no change or survive and enter an evolutionary slumber, awakening with new abilities. This process requires time or the use of a catalyst. However, this method was impractical for Wang Mu. He planned to go all out by creating a secret realm knot, because it was too expensive. Bloodline fusion is a matter of luck and cannot be forced. Fortunately, the breeding center's serpent vine had self-propagated enough for Wang Mu to conduct his experiments. Wang Mu felt fortunate to be born in a relatively prosperous era, surrounded by abundant reference materials. The literature he had read provided him with ample confidence. About 20 days later, the serpent-like vines completed their evolution, with 2 of them acquiring the talent for bloodline plundering. Wang Mu immediately shared this spell with Qingling, which allowed him to skip the steps of nurturing spirit beasts and merging bloodlines, and directly reap the benefits. During this period, Wang Mu purchased various beast corpses, determined to become a cultivator within 3 years. Mastering a plethora of spells was his foundation for rapid progress in future cultivation. With the basic conditions in place, it was time to embark on large-scale experiments. Shanghai City boasted favorable geographical conditions, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Although it posed dangers, the city's overlord had cleared all beasts above the 7th tier during its founding. Since then, 6th and 7th tier beastmasters conducted annual cleanups, making it relatively safe. Every day, beastmasters ventured into the wild for training, with their spoils sold to various shops. Within just 4 days, Wang Mu advanced Qingling to the 4th tier while collecting spells of common attributes. A new batch of 2,000 green-leaf butterfly eggs began to hatch. This time, the range of spell combinations was larger, requiring more experimental subjects, keeping him extremely busy. In reality, the process was not complicated. The 2,000 greenleaf insects only needed a few layers of mesh, with different sections for different attributes, and fed different foods. The intelligent network marked each one, and Wang Mu, through mental input, shared the spells and continued feeding them. In half a month, the results would be apparent. This approach aimed to massively screen for outstanding breeds, selecting the best to ultimately cultivate a leader-level spirit butterfly. He continuously completed contracts with the association, and under the 2nd contract, a beastmaster brought in a silver butterfly. Unfortunately, they hadn't made it their main spirit pet, only leveling it to the 3rd tier with little spell progression. However, The good news was that nearly 2 months had passed since the first batch of spirit butterflies was sold. Experienced beastmasters remained steady, while new ones actively returned for visits. Most of their spirit butterflies had advanced a spell from beginner to proficient. New buyers of spirit beasts usually had a beastmaster parent, making initial cultivation not too difficult. In the next 3 years, if Wang Mu could acquire 3 master-level spells, he would profit. Normally, he might not achieve such progress alone. Other people's spirit butterflies reaching the 3rd tier implied most of Wang Mu's were also at the 3rd tier. He began selecting spell crystals from the association's exchange list. With 1,500 points, he could exchange 100 points for an intermediate spell, limited to 1 per spell type, and was also eyeing advanced spell exchanges at 1,000 points each. Wang Mu was tempted and acted swiftly. He was interested in the advanced spell mental interference, which could make him invisible, undetectable, mislead enemies, and even create illusions. Another was the advanced spell mental force, a pure attack spell capable of nearly instant elimination if the opponent lacked mental resistance. There was also the advanced spell deception, a mental spell that could disguise a target, achieving a deceptive effect, such as disguising a powerful spell as an ordinary one. Overwhelmed by choices, Wang Mu ultimately decided against mental spells, opting for a wood-based spell, aligning with Qing Ling's primary attribute, and suitable for green leaf butterflies and odd mushrooms. Clearly, the green leaf butterfly was his breakthrough in becoming a cultivator. Wang Mu is a cultivator with the potential to become a beast master. After careful consideration, he chose the life force spell. This advanced spell gathers wood element spiritual energy for healing, enhances one's life essence, and increases affinity with wood element spiritual energy, making it a top-tier spell. He then spent 500 points to purchase 5 intermediate spells. The forest domain spell is suitable for environments like forests, significantly boosting the power of all wood element spells and serving as a foundation for future spell comprehension. When the Qingmu spirit reaches the 7th tier, there's a chance to comprehend the forest domain spell. The Thousand Arrows spell is a single target wood element attack spell that can inflict additional attribute damage, with excellent quality. The growth spell can temporarily boost one's strength up to 10 times, though the stronger one is, the less the increase, and it becomes nearly ineffective at the 8th tier. It's limited to wood element plant type spirit beasts, but despite its drawbacks, it's an extremely powerful amplification spell. Wood Spirit Protection is a defensive spell similar to Earth Guardian. Life Sense is a detection spell requiring the ability to perceive life, with its range related to one's mental strength. With this, Wang Mu has gathered healing, augmentation, attack, defense, and detection spells, laying the groundwork for nurturing a perfect wood element spirit beast. If a spirit beast evolves to possess 1 advanced spell and 5 or 6 intermediate spells, its potential is at least at the Beast King level. Wang Mu doesn't aspire too high. A commander level is sufficient, as he is currently focused on cultivating the Qingya butterfly. In the process of spirit beast cultivation, Wang Mu learned that primary spells mastered at the control level have a far greater impact on evolution than intermediate spells at the entry level, and advanced spells are undoubtedly more powerful, which fills him with anticipation. After placing his order, the spell crystals will be delivered within 2 to 3 days. Wang Mu didn't waste any time. The water mist butterfly, previously fed with mist ancient tree essence, has evolved to the elite level, so he found the bright light butterfly to share their spells. He is hopeful about the illusion butterfly. The combination of water and light might give birth to it, though the exact evolutionary path is unclear but worth exploring. Meanwhile, Wang Mu uses the tail feathers of the tricolor golden pheasant to cultivate the phoenix eye butterfly, intending to study whether this spirit butterfly has potential for advancement. After all, the cost of having his father switch spirit beasts is quite high. If a beast master dies or switches spirit beasts more than 3 times before reaching the 5th tier, it will affect the quality of their beast space. Generally, the feedback strength from other spirit beasts to the beast master ranges from 10 to 15, and excessive switching reduces this percentage, impacting one's lifetime. Additionally, the tier of spirit beasts before the 5th tier affects the quality of the beast space. So since Wang Lingfeng's spirit beast is already fixed, enhancing its bloodline is a priority. Currently, Wang Lingfeng, following Wang Mu's advice, no longer ventures into the 4th tier monster area, ensuring his safety. Wang Mu also ponders how to persuade his mother, Jiang Meiqin, to quit her job. Being a spiritual chef was her hobby, but it became her profession due to family circumstances. As for her dream, Wang Mu watched a spirit butterfly emerge from its cocoon in the weather simulation, fluttering gracefully, and couldn't help but smile. This is the world of beast masters. Perhaps 1 in 1,000 people doesn't want to become a beast master, but his mother is certainly not among them. Wang Mu still remembers the last time among the 3 spirit butterflies. Ms. Jiang Meiqin was particularly enamored with the jade butterfly, watching it repeatedly. Although it's not absolute, in this world, regardless of gender, beastmasters generally favor spirit beasts with higher aesthetic appeal. Whether they are majestic, beautiful, exquisite, or luxurious, Even breeders tend to select spirit beasts with outstanding appearances for cultivation, except for one maverick master. Exotic City, one of the early cities established by humans, is now controlled by the exotic master, a breeder who has since become a grandmaster. This figure has a unique aesthetic, initially opting for fierce and menacing appearances, and later shifting the focus of spirit beast cultivation to the bizarre, with some even being difficult to look at. However, buyers still flock in, for the simple reason that as long as the strength of the spirit beasts meets the standard, other factors can be overlooked. Wang Mu, however, leans more towards the mainstream. The spirit butterflies he is currently cultivating are all quite attractive, and he plans to cultivate the peculiar mushrooms in the future, at least following a cute route. These peculiar mushrooms inherently possess a leader-level bloodline, and merely by breeding, they could add a type of spirit beast to Qingmu breeding house. Yet, Wang Mu is hesitant. Besides the cost, these peculiar mushrooms, being naturally leader-level spirit beasts, are not something he has personally cultivated, which makes him reluctant to sell them easily. He intends to wait until he has improved them before making them part of the breeding house's offerings. According to the association's regulations, such naturally advanced spirit beasts do not count towards assessment. So breeders generally sell naturally advanced spirit beasts only when they can cultivate spirit beasts of the same level themselves, to avoid being perceived as lacking capability. Breeders still maintain a proud stance. Qingling, rooted at the center of the ecological zone, sees a significant boost in strength in this state, though it cannot move, as trees prefer tranquility. With Qingling's wisdom awakening, it begins to have other needs. Especially when Wang Mu is cultivating spirit beasts, Qingling uses its telekinesis to place materials in suitable positions. Qingya butterfly's intelligence even surpasses that of Qingling. Noticing Qingling's actions, it flies to the ecological zone and gathers some telekinetic spirit butterflies to assist, which astonishes Wang Mu. At this moment, Wang Mu already wants to form a contract with Qingya butterfly. As a breeder, he knows what kind of trait this is. The bloodline ranking of spirit beasts is not arbitrary. Leader-level beasts can command part of their kin in the wild. A beast king is the king of a group, while a lord is the ruler of all spirit and demon beasts in a region of mountains, rivers, and lakes. A dominator is the ruler of an area, capable of changing weather patterns, with all life forms in the area regarding it as a deity. The king level is the simplest existence, signifying the rule maker. Regardless of species or region, the arrival of a king level means new rules in that place. Qingya butterfly clearly has the potential of a beast king bloodline. Wang Mu pays increasing attention to this. 2 days later, the association sends crystals, which Wang Mu hands over entirely to Qingling for learning. Qingya butterfly, however, seems a bit downcast while Wang Mu is delighted, as he is certain of Qingya butterfly's high intelligence. Insect-type spirit beasts are generally recognized as having low intelligence and short lifespans. Plant-type spirit beasts are considered long-lived, with initially low intelligence that increases with age. Now, Qingya butterfly not only has a lifespan reaching that of ordinary spirit beasts, but also possesses considerable intelligence, proving it is a true king, and Wang Mu can start investing resources. Qingling first mastered 5 intermediate-level spells, each taking an average of 1 day to learn. However, the advanced spell Force of Life took a full 10 days. In that time, a batch of spirit butterflies could have emerged from their cocoons, and their beastmasters would have taken them away. After mastering the Force of Life, Qingling's wood-based abilities quickly advanced to a high intermediate level, promising further progress in the future. Wang Mu's spirit beast sharing ability also improved, allowing Qingling to perform a growth spell originally only usable by plant-type spirit beasts. This meant that the Qingyi butterfly was no longer just a plant. It could now wield growth magic. Wang Mu had aspired to become a cultivator from a young age because he believed that in his hands, many impossibilities could become possible. Although the Qingyi butterfly was dissatisfied with the lack of good things Wang Mu had given it, it did not show any particular emotion and continued to assist him every day. On this day, Wang Mu watched as the water and light dual attribute spirit butterfly began advancing to the 4th stage, transforming into a cocoon, signaling a new phase in his research and allowing him a moment of rest. Wang Mu called the Qingyi butterfly to the center of the ecological zone, where a 3-meter banyan tree stood. Though not particularly tall, its canopy had a 10-meter diameter, shrouded in a thin layer of green mist, with emerald droplets hanging from its leaves. Qingling's transformation was significant after mastering the Force of Life. Wang Mu pointed to Qingling and used his mental power to communicate with the Qingyi butterfly. Look, those things can only be used by plants. Once the research is complete, they can be yours. Are you ready? The Qingyi butterfly fluttered excitedly, even projecting its mental power outward to convey its eagerness to Wang Mu. Wang Mu's smile grew warmer as the Qingyi butterfly had independently mastered the technique of projecting mental power for communication, showcasing its impressive potential. He extended his hand, and the Qingyi butterfly paused as Wang Mu shared the growth spell with it. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn to the Qingyi butterfly, and suddenly, its body became energized, with azure patterns radiating a brilliant glow. Originally only at the third stage of strength, the Qingyi butterfly now exuded the aura of the fourth stage, with a butterfly phantom formed from wood spirit energy enveloping it, demonstrating the effects of the growth spell. However, Wang Mu sensed an unusual wave of energy. He clearly perceived the Qingyi butterfly's emotions, as if they were connected on a spiritual level. Compared to Qing Ling, who as a tree showed little emotional fluctuation, this was a stark contrast. Wang Mu instinctively examined the Qingyi butterfly and indeed discovered a change. The shared level had increased from 5 to 7, reaching the 7th level. Wang Mu realized that at this level, only the 6th level was needed to share all regular spells, regardless of their perfection, while the 7th level allowed sharing of talents and special spells. Additionally, the 8th level enabled the sharing of certain traits, and the 9th level involved sharing status and authority. Beyond these levels, the max level could even share everything, including concepts, as long as they were discovered. Wang Mu was momentarily stunned, realizing his extraordinary talent. The Qingyi Butterfly King's attribute was a trait, and the appearance of certain spirit beasts could even alter the weather, which was also a trait. Wang Mu felt he could set his sights higher and advance quickly without wasting time at lower levels. A foundation didn't need to be 100 complete, nor did it need to be perfect. That was for ordinary people to consider. He was an exception, destined to charge forward. Moreover, other cultivators' foundations were at most 60, whereas he had already reached 99. The spiritual beasts and Wang Mu share a deep connection, working together to solve problems. By understanding the effects of shared levels and analyzing the behavior of the Qingyi butterfly, Wang Mu came up with some unique ideas. He decided to use a strategy of initial restraint followed by encouragement as the new spiritual beast quickly increased its shared level. After teaching it 4 intermediate spells, Wang Mu feigned weakness and communicated with the Qingyi butterfly like the big bad wolf. I've taught you these spells, which was quite exhausting. There's one more advanced spell though you want it. The Qingyi butterfly hesitated, sensing its master's weak spiritual energy and declining mental strength. Though it was eager, it refused. Master, rest. It was actually showing concern. Wang Mu felt a slight remorse, but then comforted, said, "Good. We'll continue in a few days." Although this would waste a few days, Wang Mu believed that after the next sharing, the Qingyi butterfly's shared level could reach level 8, unlocking the special trait he desired. This trait is the key to the Beast King level bloodline, which the Breeders' Association always found lacking since it's impossible to mass-produce at the Beast King bloodline level. Even with a sufficient bloodline level, they were only pseudo-Beast Kings. Only by allowing them to naturally propagate within their species could a true Beast King be born. Even with secret realms to accelerate time, it would take years to produce one. Wang Mu, with a high enough shared level, could break some of these norms. After the Qingyi butterfly absorbed its gains, Wang Mu noticed a cluster of Qingling liquid being offered to him, imbued with caring spiritual energy. Feeling gratified by his thorough act, Wang Mu realized that Qingling had matured. However, Qingling didn't understand this, as it was still in its growth phase and far from maturity. Wang Mu couldn't help but smile, finding the spiritual beast adorable and uncomplicated, making communication stress-free. He then stretched, repaid his loans, and asked his father to gather some rare but non-dangerous second and third-tier spirit beasts. Regardless of age, elders need something to keep them busy rather than doing nothing. Wang Mu arranged safe tasks for them, not because he doubted his father's abilities, but because the 4th-tier Feng Yin butterfly and Qingyu butterfly had limited combat power. Although Wang Mu's Qingling wasn't trained for combat, it could handle hundreds of spirit butterflies alone. During this period, Wang Mu increased interaction with his father's 2 spiritual beasts, which in turn raised their shared levels. Eventually, this would enhance their talents, allowing Wang Lingfeng to reach the 5th tier sooner. After consuming Qingling liquid, Wang Mu's aura was slightly stronger, recovering a bit each day. On the 3rd day, a few spirit butterflies emerged from their cocoons, disappointing Wang Mu. Even with the combined water and light spells and the provision of related materials, the spirit butterflies remained single attribute. Their spells hadn't increased, only their innate abilities had slightly improved. Wang Mu temporarily set aside the cultivation of other spirit butterflies, understanding that to fully evolve the Qingyi butterflies, they needed to use mastery-level spells and pass these traits through generations to breed naturally multi-attribute spirit butterflies. Instead of futile efforts, he chose to relax and start researching advanced knowledge. Wang Mu pondered for a moment and decided to create an official website for the Qingmu Breeding Center, launching a growth plan specifically aimed at recent graduates. This plan required new Beast Tamers to document every stage of their spiritual beast growth, such as when a spirit butterfly advances to the 3rd tier or achieves proficiency in a particular spell. The plan also offered generous rewards, If participants could elevate any spell to mastery within a year, they could return their spiritual beasts to the breeding center for care and receive training in intermediate spells. The growth plan included advanced content, offering the chance to participate in experiments to upgrade the spiritual beast's bloodline if any spell was elevated to perfection or higher within 2 years. Once the concept was complete, Wang Mu quickly released the plan and directly sent the information to eligible guests. This was not only an incentive, but also a benefit. Although, in a sense, Wang Mu incurred financial losses due to the repeated use of spells, he did not mind. As a member of humanity, Wang Mu understood that in past times breeders often nurtured spiritual beasts for the military without compensation. Now, with the safety of the human mainland secured, breeders focused on improving themselves while also taking on the responsibility of nurturing a new generation of Beast Tamers. Breeding was not just about the growth of spiritual beasts, but also about the advancement of humanity itself. When one no longer lacks material foundation, they pursue higher goals. In his previous life, Wang Mu had studied Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and similar phenomena existed in this world as well. Breeders pursued higher-level spiritual beasts, sought to enhance their abilities, and desired social status and external praise. Almost immediately after the growth plan was announced, some young people with free time began submitting their information. Whether this information constituted a leak was not a concern. The Beast Tamer Academy had similar benefit plans, and those unwilling to participate could choose not to report. Those who wanted benefits without making an effort were simply daydreaming. With the launch of the growth plan, many young people felt a sense of urgency. New breeders were already training diligently, aiming to achieve new star rankings in the city's novice Beast Tamer evaluations. Now, with the growth plan, their growth rate would undoubtedly accelerate. Even if some were not competing for rankings, the opportunity for intermediate spells or bloodline upgrades was tempting. For commoners, these opportunities were often rare, and everyone wanted to seize free chances. Moreover, the plan was relatively fair, challenging but not unattainable. Zhang Winning signed up for the growth plan. After returning from training with her azure jade butterfly in the forest training ground, she eagerly told her father, "Dad, can you give the azure jade butterfly some special training? The breeding center has a growth plan." Almost before she finished speaking, Zhang Tianqing agreed. "Sure, your brother will be back in a few days. He has a mastery-level forest giant lizard and can help teach you." Zhang Wenqiu was called back by Zhang Tianqing to visit the breeding center. From his perspective, the best spiritual beast they could access was the spirit butterfly from Qingmu Breeding Center. More importantly, he had a friend, Wang Lingfeng, who also contracted with an azure jade butterfly during their search for rare beasts, hinting at the possibility of further evolution for this spiritual beast. These factors were enough for their family to bet on the azure jade butterfly. With the involvement of parents, within 4 or 5 days, new information was uploaded. Someone's spirit butterfly spell had advanced to the proficient level. After setting the reminder, Wang Mu went to find Qing Yi Dai. According to his schedule, he had fully recovered, and it was time to teach the advanced spell Power of Life. He found Qing Yi Dai next to Qing Ling, where they were exchanging insights on spells. As soon as Wang Mu arrived, the two spirit beasts stopped their discussion. Qing Ling, as usual, brought over Qing Ling liquid, while Qing Yi Dai appeared a bit guilty, thinking that it was its fault that its master had been unwell and that the nurturing of spirit beasts had been put on hold. It remembered that its master had never stopped before. Today, Wang Mu didn't absorb the Qing Ling liquid. Instead, he said, "I've fully recovered, thanks to Qing Ling. Since Qing Yi Dai is here, I'll teach you the Power of Life spell. Your lifespan will surely increase." Qing Yi Dai felt a mix of anticipation and reluctance, not wanting its master to be weakened. In the spirit beast's understanding, weakness meant danger. Wang Mu could easily see through these simple-minded spirit beasts without using his innate abilities, so he firmly said, "Come here, be good." Sure enough, Qing Yi Dai flew over, and Wang Mu gently reassured, "Don't worry, I'm at the nurturing facility, not going out, so there's no danger. Besides, aren't you all here? Once you become stronger, you can chase away anyone who dares to come." These words helped Qing Yi Dai understand the logic and solidify its resolve. Wang Mu pretended to close his eyes, and after a few minutes, he shared the Power of Life spell with Qing Yi Dai. Almost instantly, a spiritual storm arose, with Qing Ling willingly letting the surrounding spiritual mist be absorbed by Qing Yi Dai. Wang Mu stepped back, knowing that when Qing Ling had comprehended the Power of Life previously, the commotion had increased the spiritual energy concentration at the nurturing facility to over 7. If it reached above 10, it would allow leader-level spirit beasts to reproduce. At the center of the storm, Qing Yi Dai instinctively used the forest domain spell, and the plants in the nurturing facility immediately provided it with energy. Soon, it fulfilled its needs, mastering the spell and simultaneously advancing its strength to the peak of the 4th tier. Wang Mu then focused on another significant matter. With the increase in sharing level, he discovered a new sharing option. Qing Yi Dai, now an adult, with 4 bloodlines, elite talent, Mid-upper-level wood inherited spells, blade leaf spell, slight sharing level, and 8 special sharing options, was the king of the Qing Yi Dai species. When a primordial species breaks through its life limit, it becomes the king of its species, able to command its kin and possess all their abilities, which can be passed down to its descendants. Wang Mu was astounded by the overwhelming power of this species' king trait. The last 2 sentences meant that when other Qing Yi Dai evolve into Nian Dai, Yin Dai, Qing Yu Dai, and other forms, their abilities would also be acquired by this Qing Yi Dai and could be inherited by its offspring. No wonder beast kings and lord-level spirit beasts are born with most of their species' spells. They can directly inherit them, while lower-tier spirit beasts need sufficient talent to learn them. This is the difference. Wang Mu shared without hesitation. In that instant, all the spirit butterflies in the nurturing facility resonated with him. Some spells he hadn't shared due to their redundancy were naturally learned by him. Wang Mu even felt that he could control and command all the spirit butterflies. He instinctively checked and couldn't help but laugh with joy, as all the spirit butterflies, including the Qing Yu worms, had reached a sharing level of 6. Wang Mu pondered silently, realizing that as a king of a race, the bond with his race members would automatically reach a level 6 shared connection. In this situation, relationships could be quickly enhanced with just a little interaction, which was an incredibly advantageous scenario. In the future, Wang Mu wouldn't have to find excuses to cultivate feelings when sharing spells. However, this trait also proved that Qing Dai indeed had the potential to be a beast king. Wang Mu couldn't help but wonder if this trait would change when shared with Qingling. He shook his head, having already formed a hypothesis. The racial king trait of Qing Dai remained specific to Qing Dai even when applied to himself, and hadn't transformed into a human racial king trait. This meant that even if shared with Qingling, it wouldn't adapt. To avoid any unforeseen issues, Wang Mu decided not to rush into sharing it with Qingling, but to wait until other races' spirit beasts reached the shared level for experimentation. After all, Qingling was his first contract spirit beast, and any problems could have significant consequences. The transformation of Qing Dai lasted for 3 days. When it reappeared, Wang Mu was taken aback. The Qing Dai had grown 10 times in size, with wings spreading as wide as a basin, entirely green and semi-transparent. As it flapped its wings, light and shadows shifted constantly, casting mesmerizing spots of light that were captivating to behold. Upon close observation, Wang Mu noticed floating green particles around Qing Dai, which were crystallized spiritual energy. Qing Dai could gather this energy normally and consume it when necessary to extend its combat duration. This was the influence of the power of life, and Wang Mu could clearly sense that this was the potential Qing Dai had accumulated. When it next broke through to the 5th tier, it would undergo a significant evolution, reaching the leader level or even the Beast King. Its offspring, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would naturally be of excellent and elite levels. After going through the Qingya insect stage, they would certainly stabilize at the elite level, with some even reaching the leader level. Wang Mu's eyes sparkled with determination as his path to advancement became clearer. Next, he only needed to replace all of Qing Dai's basic spells with higher level ones to assist its progression. Compared to the spell level, the materials required for advancement seemed much simpler. At that moment, the intelligence system alerted Wang Mu that a guest had met the conditions of the growth plan and had requested verification. If it proved genuine, Wang Mu would invest. Especially intriguing was the discovery in the system of a new control-level spell called Thorn Entanglement. Although this was a standard skill without special enhancement effects or mysterious power, the basic spell tester could verify its level. While Wang Mu could discern properties at a glance through shared levels, he needed to maintain the appearance of not yet mastering detection spells. Apparently, the person was eager, arriving directly in the afternoon. Led by a robot, as the first guest, Wang Mu's curiosity was piqued, so he waited beside the tester. He observed a dark-skinned adult accompanied by a slightly darker-skinned young man, clearly accustomed to living outdoors. Perched on the young man's shoulder was a Qing Yu Dai with peak 3rd-tier strength, its aura solid and well-honed, clearly achieved through genuine combat rather than artificial enhancement. Wang Mu confirmed through his talent that the Qing Yu butterfly met the test conditions. He pointed to the testing device and said to the nervous young man, "Have the Qing Yu butterfly cast the spell to be tested on the machine." The testing area of the machine was a puppet made of memory metal. The young man stuttered, "Okay, Ling Yu, use Thornbind." Almost instantly, the Qing Yu butterfly released thick vines that quickly wrapped around the puppet. The vines were covered with sharp, dark green barbs that pierced deeply into the puppet, and they were even laced with poison. The progress bar on the machine began to move, as the spell needed to be continuously cast to gather more precise data. Half a minute later, the progress bar completed, and the data was displayed. Energy coefficient 3, power coefficient 4, additional toxic damage 2, total power 122. Wang Mu nodded in satisfaction and then said, "Not bad, a mastery level Thornbind. Next, you have 4 intermediate spells to choose from: Leaf Storm, forest domain, arrow barrage, and wood spirit guard. Pick one. The young man had initially expected energy beam and leaf storm, having already considered them. He was surprised by these four options, which were better but also left him feeling conflicted. Seeing this, Wang Mu smiled and said, "No rush, you can think it over slowly. You have 3 days to decide. However, during this time, your Xiaoyu needs to stay at the nurturing facility." The young man finally breathed a sigh of relief and mustered the courage to reply, "Thank you, Director. I'll choose Forest Domain." If there were only 2 offensive spells, naturally, a beam attack would be chosen for its speed and near impenetrability. But now, with options for attack, defense, and enhancement, his Beastmaster teacher had emphasized that if a wood-type spell like Forest Domain was available, it should be chosen without hesitation. Especially in the environment around Shanghai City, this spell was most suitable. By upgrading a basic spell to mastery level, it could be combined with Forest Domain to unleash the power of an intermediate spell. Wang Mu nodded and took the spirit butterfly away, saying, "All right, you two wait in the waiting area for an hour or two." After the two were led away by a robot, Wang Mu placed the spirit butterfly into a device filled with energy, simultaneously using his talent to share Thornbind. Although sharing these spells himself wouldn't cause much commotion, caution was still necessary. He then browsed through documents nearby, occasionally checking the time. After about an hour, he shared the Forest Domain spell with the spirit butterfly, whose aura began to change, nearly breaking through to the 4th tier. It seemed it wouldn't be long now, just a few more days would suffice. This made Wang Mu quite satisfied, as the spirit butterfly's spells were almost all at mastery level, honed through numerous battles. It was clear that it wouldn't be long before it could master multiple spells. He pondered for a moment and made adjustments to the growth plan, clearly indicating that mastering one control-level spell would reward the choice of one intermediate spell from 4 options. He continued editing, specifying that if 2 control-level basic spells were mastered within the 1-year nurturing period, the energy beam option would be added. If more than 3 control-level spells were mastered or perfect level was achieved, life sense spells would be added, and the number of spells taught would increase to 2. Growth spells are well known and can only be used by plant-type spirit beasts. Wang Mu currently has no intention of challenging this notion, so he doesn't consider it an option. Next is the energy beam from Qingling. In reality, any light beam spells are rare at the same level, so they are not considered regular options. Life perception, on the other hand, is particularly intriguing. It is the only detection spell in the wood element, and most wood-type spirit beasts aren't even eligible to learn it. Its value is almost on par with advanced spells. This spell is clearly meant for true geniuses and sends a message to the outside world. Wang Mu has decided to reveal his cards to attract powerful wood element breeders, from whom he will gain many spells. After all, his peers in Shanghai City haven't paid attention to him in recent years, and by the time they do, he will have moved on, so his courage has grown. Once everything was settled, Wang Mu took his spirit butterfly to find someone. At this moment, his thoughts shifted. Perhaps he could recruit some staff or train them himself. In the waiting hall, a father and son appeared somewhat nervous, especially Sun Chuan, who was absent-mindedly browsing the breeding center's official website. Suddenly, he saw an update about life perception and almost jumped up. Extremely excited, he quickly handed his phone to the person next to him, speaking as quietly as possible. "Dad, look at this, the director can teach this spell." Sun Haiming immediately noticed those words. As a wood element beast master, he naturally understood their significance. He quickly closed his eyes and, after calming down, made a decision. At this time, Wang Mu had already come out, and Sun Chuan excitedly said, "Director, the teaching is complete. We look forward to your future performance." Then Sun Haiming spoke first. "Director, thank you. I have one more question. Is it possible to purchase the qualification for life perception teaching here?" He seemed eager, and as a 5th-level beast master, his status was actually higher than that of breeders. He would only use respectful language when dealing with breeders, but Wang Mu was worth it at this moment. Wang Mu frowned, causing Sun Haiming to feel a bit tense, until he heard the young director say, "Currently, I don't plan to offer it. You should know that not all wood element spirit beasts can learn it. Moreover, teaching such a spell to anyone other than a familiar spirit butterfly would be a waste of time." However, Sun Haiming's eyes gleamed with hope there was a possibility. He respectfully said, "Director, to be honest, I am also a cultivation specialist. I have collected all 5th level and below spiritual plants in Shanghai City. Your abilities are outstanding, and you will soon need to create your own secret realm. I am willing to offer a complete set of spiritual plants in exchange for a qualification." Wang Mu suddenly understood. No wonder, he was a cultivation specialist. Life perception is not just a detection spell in the wild. It can directly assess the life force of living beings, facilitate communication between people and plant-type spirit beasts, and even sense the emotions of plants. In the realm of spells, pure attack spells are the most basic, whereas functional spells are highly sought after. The trade content was very tempting to Wang Mu. He planned to leave Shanghai City in the future, but collecting local spiritual plants was essential. Rather than being busy later, it was better to finalize things now. So Wang Mu asked, "What is your surname?" The large man with a dark face smiled. "My surname is Sun Hyaming." With a slight nod, Wang Mu turned and said, "Follow me and release your spirit beast. I need to check if it qualifies." The father and son quickly followed Wang Mu, soon arriving at the ecological area. Before them was a massive banyan tree, with swarms of spirit butterflies fluttering in the air, a beautiful scene that showcased Wang Mu's strength to the outside world. In the land of Shenzhou, besides the mainstream professions of beast tamers and cultivators, there are many other occupations. Jiang Meichin is a spirit chef, specializing in cooking mystical and certain spirit beasts, which, when consumed, can significantly enhance one's abilities, with varying effects. Alchemists and forgers are akin to the pill makers and artifact creators in fantasy and xianxia genres. They use various materials to create new products. Planters are responsible for growing various spirit plants, which are in demand by the 5 professions mentioned earlier. Although their unit price is not high, these transactions are often made in large quantities, making their economic power considerable. The Sun family is evidently an emerging planter family. From the spirit beast they released, it is clear that it is a spring breeze spritty a pale green, palm-sized light orb, belonging to the wood and wind elements, and a fairy-type spirit beast. It might teach the Qingyu butterfly the Lingyu spell, thus sharing a second-level connection with Wang Mu and enabling him to access related information. The mature form of the Spring Breeze sprite has a bloodline level of 5 and possesses elite talents, with intermediate wood and lower intermediate wind hereditary spells. These include Spring Breeze Control, Warm Breeze Control, Cold Breeze Control, Breeze Sending Control, Mist Control, and Bramble Growth Control. Although the information Wang Mu received was not detailed, and the spell levels and effects need to be learned from external sources, fairy-type spirit beasts generally have high talents, but their evolution is relatively difficult. For planters, the Greenwood Demon is an ideal partner, and major families usually sign contracts with them, while emerging families choose the Spring Breeze sprite. At the commander level, this sprite can master the intermediate spell Spring Breeze, which can accelerate plant growth, promote fruit tree flowering and fruiting, and even awaken withered plants. This particular Spring Breeze sprite is fortunate to have directly inherited this spell. Its proficiency in other spells is at least at the control level, which seems impressive, but it is not combat-oriented and focuses instead on cultivating spirit plants, controlling temperature with wind, and increasing humidity with mist. In Wang Mu's eyes, these abilities are highly valuable, and Qingling can utilize these skills. Typically, when a cultivator reaches the planter stage, they also engage in some planter work and may even excel in it. Wang Mu felt that this transaction would be highly profitable. He gazed at the Spring Breeze sprite and nodded to Sun Hyaming in approval, saying, "It's qualified." However, the teaching period for life perception is quite long, and it will need to stay here during that time. Is that okay? Clearly, this spirit beast is the main pet of the planter, and being away from its owner for an extended period might affect its condition. Unexpectedly, Sun Hyaming gritted his teeth and agreed, "That's fine. I'll be teaching my child in the coming months, so Qingfeng can stay here." Wang Mu then called for an intelligent robot to print a contract. After reviewing it, Sun Hyaming signed without any issues. The contract's requirements were not complicated. Wang Mu needed to visit the cultivation center regularly to accompany and comfort Qingfeng. Otherwise, the spirit beast might become anxious from being away from its owner for too long, which would not be conducive to building a bond with Wang Mu. This time, Wang Mu sincerely explained the basics of life perception to Qingfeng, as it was not a spirit beast he had cultivated, and its trust level was not high, making it easy to see through any pretense. Wang Mu was not at all worried about whether the Spring Breeze sprite could learn magic on its own. If it were that easy, the threshold for teaching magic wouldn't be so high. Over the next few days, Wang Mu settled into his routine, extracting spores from exotic mushrooms for research, reviewing literature, and instructing the Spring Breeze sprite. Occasionally, he would enlist the help of Qingling and Qingya butterfly to assist the sprite. Since spirit beasts bred by humans have a high affinity for their breeders, a good relationship could be easily established by providing them with their favorite foods. More importantly, the owner of the Spring Breeze sprite was cooperating with Wang Mu, ensuring that the sprite followed his guidance, making everything proceed smoothly. Within just a month, the Spring Breeze sprite reached level 5, and its perfect growth was shared with Wang Mu. However, the Spring Breeze sprite still hadn't learned any spells. One night, as the sprite was soundly asleep, Wang Mu quietly shared a spell with it. The sprite awoke, sensing the different life force fields around it, some large and some small, and heard a voice. "Congratulations, you've learned a new spell. Tomorrow, your owner can take you home." The small light beams danced joyfully in the air. Although it was nice here, the sprite eagerly anticipated reuniting with its owner. Wang Mu was also pleased, as Qingling and Qingya butterfly would both experience a boost. The next day, Sun Hyaming arrived to pick up his Qingfeng, his face beaming with excitement. His family was poised to rise to new heights under his leadership, and his son had the opportunity to reach greater heights as a beast master. Over the past month, he had been guiding Sun Quan's Qingyu butterfly, confident that soon it would master a second command-level spell, fulfilling the growth plan's requirements. At this moment, Sun Hyaming appeared particularly magnanimous and asked, "Director, when will you have time? There are some spirit plants that should be planted sooner rather than later, and I can come by any time to cultivate them." Planting spirit plants is a massive undertaking, and after Wang Mu accepted the deal, he was prepared and directly said, "I'll need your help with this." Sun Hyaming had an inkling of what was going on and agreed. "Just let me know what you need." Wang Mu continued, "You're the expert in cultivation, so help me purchase a plot of land, and we'll plant all the spirit plants there, eventually moving them into the secret realm." With this request, Sun Hyaming understood that the breeder had great confidence in his plans for the secret realm. After some thought, Sun Hyaming told Wang Mu, "There are a few spirit fields intended for developing into a secret realm, but they might be expensive, either 100 million or a young dual-element Earth, and with spirit beast of commander level." Wang Mu understood that this price suggested the other party wasn't keen on selling and preferred to keep it. Nevertheless, Wang Mu wasn't concerned about the cost, as his breeding equipment alone was worth much more. Without hesitation, he agreed. "Let's go with that plot of land. Send over the contract when it's ready. I won't need to visit. You can manage it entirely, and there's no rush. Completing it within 2 years is fine." With the deal secured, Wang Mu took a day to rest and adjust his schedule, then resumed his breeding endeavors the following day. With the removal of sharing restrictions, Wang Mu only needed to feed the Qingling liquid to the Qingya insects to strengthen their bodies, showcasing the advantage of Qingling. There was a time when Wang Mu had to use enhancement-based liquid to boost the larvae's physique, but now, the supply of Qingling liquid was abundant. A single drop of Qingling liquid allowed a Qingya insect to withstand the power of a perfect level spell. Wang Mu was curious whether the spells cast by this batch of spiritual butterflies, being more advanced, might threaten the status of the first Qingya butterfly. He also prepared several wind-type spells this time, ensuring the cultivation of a wind-type spiritual butterfly. Would the different attributes signify the emergence of a new ruler? With these questions in mind, Wang Mu began his cultivation work. The first group was naturally pure wood-type, with each Qingya insect carrying 2 high-proficiency spells. Why only 2? Because during the first molting stage, a Qingya insect could only bear 2 spells. The intermediate spell, Spring Breeze, uniquely combined wood and wind attributes, so the second group of Qingya insects had Spring Breeze paired with another spell. The third group was pure wind type, with combinations like Cold Wind, Warm Wind, Breeze, and a Wind Blade. The fourth group also included Spring Breeze. The fifth group was relatively simple, with the only water-type spell available for sharing being the mastery-level Mist, which had high proficiency. The sixth group was a mix, combining wood and water, wind and water, and even adding a third attribute during their second molting. Wang Mu was filled with anticipation for this attempt, sensing that the leader level wasn't the limit. Meanwhile, he kept a close watch on the Qingya butterfly. At this time, the Qingya butterfly was asleep, transforming into a chrysalis on Qingling as the newly cultivated Qingya insects molted. It seemed that the order of events was particularly important. As the first Qingya butterfly to become a king, all newly cultivated spiritual butterflies would contribute to its growth. Wang Mu began seriously considering whether to form a contract with the Qingya butterfly. He first shared a mental-type spell with Qingling. Since Qingling's body remained still and often used telekinesis, the feedback Wang Mu received included mental changes. Coupled with his own strong mental power, he could directly contract a second spiritual beast at the second stage. The Qingya butterflies tribe included mental-type spiritual beasts like the Nian butterfly, silver butterfly, and Fengyan butterfly, so the Qingya butterfly king also had a mental-type talent. Once contracted, Wang Mu would receive comprehensive feedback, and if he cultivated a spiritual butterfly with all attributes in the future, the Qingya butterfly would also gain the corresponding abilities. It was well known that the mental-type stream had a unique feature. While others could contract one spiritual beast every 2 stages, the mental type could contract one every stage, at the cost of the beast master's body not being very strong and elemental affinity growing more slowly. However, as a breeder, Wang Mu could cultivate spiritual beasts of various attributes himself and had the sharing talent, so he didn't need to worry about elemental affinity and weaknesses. Considering that the Qingya butterfly would achieve full elemental affinity in the future, contracting it would grant Wang Mu all abilities, which he could share with other spiritual beasts, greatly enhancing his breeding capabilities. After careful consideration, Wang Mu decided to form a contract once the Qingya butterfly awakened. He methodically continued his cultivation, and the entire breeding facility remained peaceful. However, a significant event occurred within the Shanghai Breeders Association. Senior breeder Liu Zhan, believing he was about to become a master breeder, rallied the new generation of breeders and several junior and intermediate breeders over the past few years, intending to reallocate Shanghai City's resources. But an unexpected event occurred. As he led the group to the association to take action, the surrounding plants grew wildly, and a green sun appeared in the sky. In an instant, they were transported from the Shenzhou continent to another dimensional space. This was the famous spell of the Shanghai Overlord Shanghai realm. The city's master had been alerted. Green light points emanated from every plant and tree, gathering together and rising to form an emerald-like dragon. Atop the dragon's head suddenly appeared a woman in black attire, gazing down at the crowd below with a complex and inscrutable expression. Lu Zhan, however, remained exceptionally calm while those around him broke out in cold sweat. It seemed he had anticipated this moment, as he respectfully bowed to the dragon and said, "Master Shanghai, you have finally decided to appear." The voice of the Shanghai overlord was cold and devoid of human emotion, responding briefly, "Speak." At that moment, Lu Zhan's tense body completely relaxed, and he even managed a smile. He earnestly pleaded, "Master, I am willing to venture into the abyss, but I implore you to guide those three masters back onto the right path. The Star Battle Grandmaster is in seclusion. Only you have the authority." Gradually, the others began to understand the truth. Lu Zhan never intended to claim resources for himself. Instead, he aimed to bring out the Lord of Shanghai City to discuss an important matter. This issue involved three cultivation masters, and the price was his journey to the abyss. The abyss, a tumultuous underground world, is plagued by rampant beasts, and humanity's core forces are stationed at the front lines to fend off these threats. Due to the beasts' influence, the local spiritual energy is corrosive, and almost no one willingly ventures there. For someone on the brink of becoming a cultivation master to volunteer for such a mission was indeed a significant sacrifice. The Shanghai overlord's expression finally showed a hint of emotion. She had been in seclusion for years, leaving affairs to her family. What had transpired to prompt this young man to risk his life to come here? She closed her eyes, and green light points emerged throughout Shanghai City, conveying the accumulated knowledge of the plants over the years into her mind. The city lord's mansion had collaborated with the three cultivation masters to monopolize the trade of all lord level and above spiritual beasts in Shanghai City. They had gathered numerous high-level Beast Tamers, forcing many talented cultivators to leave. Some Beast Tamers, unable to progress due to the monopoly, signed unequal contracts to work for them in exchange for spiritual beasts. So many events stirred the once placid eyes of the Shanghai overlord, and she ended up laughing in exasperation. The dragon soared into the sky, and the Shanghai realm vanished, leaving her voice echoing in everyone's ears. "Well done. Go forth with your ideals and build your city. I will handle everything." A resounding dragon's roar reverberated, and everyone in Shanghai City felt a sense of oppression. Wang Mu, in the cultivation facility, clutched his chest as his heart raced at the sound, as if facing death or encountering an inescapable predator. Fortunately, it was only a fleeting moment. He didn't dwell on it, unable to ascertain what had occurred, but he knew something significant had happened. Silently, he opened the All Things Network, awaiting discussions and insights from the elders. To Wang Mu's surprise, there was indeed discussion, but no clear answers. This situation convinced him that the matter involved true powerhouses, prompting the elders to choose self-preservation. Thus, he chose not to pursue it further, pretending ignorance, and continued focusing on his cultivation work. The next day, the Shanghai City Lord's mansion announced the appointment of a new acting city lord. Meanwhile, at the Cultivation Masters Association, Wang Mu witnessed the resignations of Lingxi, Shanyue, and Mulong as president and vice presidents of the association. Wang Mu was taken aback. The vacancies in the association made him uneasy. Each position was supposed to be filled, so how could there be gaps? Clearly, someone was no longer there. Since that voice was heard yesterday, the structure of Shanghai City had undergone a massive transformation in just one day. What immense power could cause such a change? Absent-mindedly browsing the association's website, he stumbled upon a new announcement. Chen Xiaodian, Hu Songtao, and Imo Xinlei had lost their resolve and were being sent to the Dark Outpost for reforging. Wang Mu blinked in disbelief. These three were master cultivators of Shanghai City, their strength at the 7th level, capable of defeating even most 8th level opponents. Yet now they were being dealt with so easily. Clearly, such individuals couldn't just be eliminated, they were to be reforged. But what was the Dark Outpost? He had never heard of it, and it certainly didn't sound like a pleasant place. Just then, his phone rang. It was Teacher Zhu Tao. Realizing it was related to the current events, Wang Mu quickly answered. "Teacher Zhu, it's me. You might not need to go to Kaichuo City," Wang Mu said. "I still have to go. Our family is in Leihai City," Zhu Tao replied with a smile. "You understand, and I don't need to explain further. Going forward, Shanghai City will make efforts to retain talent. With your talent, as long as you showcase it, someone will naturally approach you." Wang Mu had already made up his mind and wouldn't change it easily, but now was a good time to get some answers. He quickly asked, "Teacher, do you know what's happening?" Zhu Tao didn't answer directly but asked in return, "Are you familiar with the association's various welfare systems?" Wang Mu was about to say he was, but hearing the question, he changed his response. I might not be familiar. On the other side, Zhu Tao looked at the clear sky and mused. After you pass the cultivator assessment, the local association will provide you with a secret realm. You just need to refine the core to own a small world. When you become a master, 10 7th-level Beast Tamers will form a guardian contract with you, even sacrificing their lives to protect you. If you become a grandmaster, well, you can access all human resources. This is our benefit, in exchange for duties and responsibilities. I won't say much about those individuals, but they forgot their responsibilities and original intentions. Wang Mu, listen carefully. As cultivators, we can seek fame and fortune and have our own interests, but remember that we are human, and humanity faces many dangers. We must unite, or there will be no place for us on this continent. Zhu Tao's voice was firm and powerful. These matters would become clearer to Wang Mu after his promotion, but he needed a basic understanding now. Wang Mu was silent for a moment, while Zhu Tao patiently waited for him to process this. Finally, Wang Mu understood. Thank you, teacher. I have understood some things. Zhu Tao's voice carried a note of satisfaction. Very good. Wang Mu truly realized that cultivators not only nurture spirit beasts, but also strengthen the human race. The combination of the exile of 3 nurturing masters and the replacement of the acting city lord, along with his lifelong understanding, suggested a close relationship among the 4 individuals. The answer became apparent. They had formed a coalition of interest, aggressively expanding their influence and suppressing others, causing Shanghai City to regress rather than progress. After listening to teacher Zhu Tao, Wang Mu summarized it in his mind with one phrase: a community of shared future for humanity. Zhu Tao did not speak of noble sentiments, but instead spoke plainly of interests. Nurturers aim to cultivate powerful spirit beasts, which requires a safe environment, ample materials, and time, all of which beastmasters can provide. Therefore, nurturers should also offer powerful spirit beasts to others to maintain the stable conditions necessary for their own advancement. The saying, no egg remains unbroken under a toppled nest, becomes more straightforward with this understanding. Wang Mu was willing to do this, as he had deep affection for the people and civilization of this world, having been reborn here. Whether for interest or emotion, he was prepared to give. Teacher Zhu Tao also clearly pointed out that at the nurturer stage, one should not overthink, much like a child, and focus on learning and growing. Only upon reaching the nurturer stage can one be considered mature enough to voluntarily take on responsibilities. Wang Mu threw himself back into the nurturing business. Without the time acceleration of a secret realm, he waited 10 whole days for some of the Qingya worms to complete a single molt and begin feeding. By the 15th day, the remaining Qingya worms had also completed their molt. The second stage began, but by then, the former Qingya butterfly had completed 3 molts and begun to transform into an adult. Although the progress was slow, Wang Mu felt even happier, as he might skip the junior nurturer assessment and reach the intermediate nurturer level, which would undoubtedly be more valuable. Even more exciting was that during this time, 3 novice beastmasters came to apply for verification, bringing Wang Mu a new control-level spell Flying Needle, an elementary poison-type spell. Only one of the 3 mastered this spell. The other 2 were not faking it, but the spells they had were already in Wang Mu's possession. Zhang Wenting had mastered the control-level Leaf Blade, while Lu Taodao had mastered the control-level Thornbind. With Flying Needle, Wang Mu temporarily added a new poison-type subgroup for nurturing, as he could easily manage with just over 100 spirit beasts in total. At this moment, Wang Mu was focused on observing several Qingya worms, especially the most outstanding one. As a juvenile, it possessed 1 bloodline, an elite talent, intermediate wood elemental talent, and low-grade wind elemental talent with spells like Leaf Blade and Spring Breeze. Once it grew into a 3rd stage Qingya butterfly, Wang Mu would allow it to breed. Its offspring would inherit spells as innate abilities, ensuring they were consistently passed on to the entire group. With the control-level intermediate spell Spring Breeze, the perfect level elementary spell Growth, and its own Leaf Blade elevated to control level by Wang Mu, this Qingya worm reached intermediate wood affinity in just 1 molt. After its transformation, Wang Mu also provided it with Wind Blade, Thriving Thorns, Thornbind, and with Spirit's Blessing, reaching its limit. 4 control-level elementary spells were too much, so one needed to be replaced with a standard intermediate spell. At this pace, after completing its transformation, it should at least bear all elementary and intermediate spells or 1 advanced spell, which Wang Mu hoped for the latter. The little worm was too fragile, and the enhancement from Qingling Liquid was limited. Now that Qingling, who wielded the power of life, had Qingling Liquid, it was the best supplement for Qingya worms, with no better alternatives available. Therefore, Wang Mu had no direction for optimization. Although he could purchase materials for Qingling's evolution, Wang Mu was reluctant. With the foundation he laid for Qingling, evolving into a Qingmu demon spirit would be a significant loss, so he had to continue waiting. This means they have all reached the limits of their current stage. 50 days have passed, and Wang Mu recalls that he used to be able to cultivate 3 batches of elite-grade spirit butterflies, but now he is still waiting. Recently, Wang Mu stopped selling spirit beasts since he has enough money for now. He plans to complete the cultivation of the spirit butterflies and then participate in the assessment to directly sell higher-grade spirit beasts. Over the past month, the situation in Shanghai City has become clearer. Wang Mu learned that almost all mid to high-level beast masters in the city are constrained by the 3 masters, and only by joining their forces can they obtain spirit beasts. For these powerful individuals, such constraints are not very meaningful, so some have been forced to leave, leading to a significant talent drain in Shanghai City. However, not all beast masters are alone. They have families and friends, and some mid-level beast masters have chosen to stay, waiting for the right opportunity. Now that several major obstacles have been addressed, capable cultivators have started to sell the high-quality spirit beasts they have accumulated over the years. Shanghai City is about to enter a period of rapid development, and Wang Mu can seize this opportunity to rise. One day, while Wang Mu was checking on the second metamorphosis of the green leafworm, he suddenly saw a familiar figure approaching the ecological zone. He shouted, "Mom, I'm over here." The ecological zone was lush with plants, making it almost impossible to see across a few meters. Wang Mu stood on the branches of the green spirit tree, hidden by the leaves. Jiang Meiqin heard his voice and walked directly towards the center of the ecological zone. Today she was in an exceptionally good mood, wearing makeup and a floral dress, walking with a light step and a smile on her face. She carried an exquisitely carved lunchbox and said when she reached the tree, "Xiao Mu, I've quit my job. Haha, I've gotten used to it over the years, but being free feels much better. Come and eat. Now that you're at the second rank, you can enjoy a lot more good food." Under the tree was a small stone table. Wang Mu watched as Jiang Meiqin took out several small dishes, each containing a small portion but rich in spiritual energy and emitting an enticing aroma. He eagerly sat down to eat, and after a few bites, he gave a thumbs up. "Mom, your cooking has improved again. I can taste the happiness. Quitting your job was the right decision." Jiang Meiqin leaned back against the tree, looking up at the sky, feeling extremely relaxed. "Yes, indeed, nobody really likes working. It feels like I've aged so much." Wang Mu quickly finished the food and then suggested, "You can relax for a while. Once I finish cultivating this batch of spirit butterflies, I'll pick one for you. But I'm a bit unsure if you can handle the contract." Jiang Meiqin confidently responded, "Don't underestimate me. Although I haven't contracted a spirit beast over the years, and my cultivation speed isn't fast, I'm still at the second rank. What spirit beast could I not contract?" Wang Mu pointed to the space formed by the green spirit tree's roots. "These." Jiang Meiqin was stunned, then curiously observed the cyan-colored cocoons. At first glance, she felt something was off. She couldn't sense the aura of the cocoons. Even at the elite level, she could usually discern such things. Combining this with her son's words, she covered her mouth to suppress a gasp and leaned in for a closer look. Not all cocoons are a dull blue. Some are lake green or light blue, but the dull blue ones stand out, silently drawing attention. Xiaomu had heard some 6th or 7th tier Beast Tamers mention that certain spirit beasts with advanced bloodlines can attract Beast Tamers. However, this possibility puzzled her. How could she, having just graduated 6 months ago, have such a spirit beast? Wang Mu's excitement was even more apparent. The young green leaf worms, with a bloodline of level 1 and a commanding talent, were of high-grade wood and mid-grade wind. He was not mistaken. After their first metamorphosis, these green leaf worms had reached the commanding level, and there was still a third metamorphosis opportunity ahead. He watched the worms eagerly, sensing their unique aura, a trait of a species king, which Wang Mu felt profoundly. Each group had a green leaf worm with this trait, even the last bred poison attribute ones. Their performance pattern was clear. Only the first metamorphosed individual would exhibit the trait. This meant that the future spirit butterflies Wang Mu would cultivate, with attributes like fire, thunder, and light, might also possess the trait of a species king. Typically, spirit beasts with this trait would have their bloodline potential elevated by 1 level. These green leaf worms were transforming, and so were the green leaf butterflies. Previously elite-level green leaf butterflies had now become commanding level, possessing not only wood attributes but also mid-level water, wind, and poison attributes, along with low-level light and fire attributes. Wang Mu's hypothesis was confirmed. By continuing to cultivate the spirit butterflies, the green leaf butterflies would eventually possess all attributes, becoming the most suitable spirit beasts for his contract. With the green leaf butterflies, Wang Mu no longer needed to consider attribute issues when contracting spirit beasts. He could achieve high attribute affinity through sharing. He could even contract some special spirit beasts, passing on talents to them. In his mind, the image of the beast of condemnation appeared. If the green leaf butterfly's weakness could be altered through evolution, then the spiritual essence of the beast of condemnation was unsolvable. Each of their advancements could enhance their talents, with outstanding intelligence, strong learning ability, mastering almost all spells, and possessing infinite spiritual power. Such a perfect spirit beast, yet it had a fatal flaw. They must maintain balance. If any talent exceeded others, they would immediately dissolve into spiritual energy. The king of the spiritual essence locked all the talents of its kin, allowing the species to survive. History lessons mention that this spirit beast species once fought alongside humans and now only exists in secret realms. After the talent lock, their strength lingered at the third or fourth tier, unable to progress. In the clouds, there is a spirit beast called the Spirit of Balance, possessing the ability to balance talents, allowing its lowest talent to synchronize with the highest. If they were paired with the Beast of Condemnation, even though Wang Mu knew he was dreaming big, he thought it was outrageous. The spiritual essence of infinite spiritual power, with each tier increase, doubled the power of spells. Mastering all spells would create a terrifying existence. At this moment, his heart raced. Ms. Jiang Meichin finally examined each cocoon. Although having over 100 is not a lot, each has the potential to be a commander or even higher, making this number quite significant. However, what's more important is the significance it represents. Xiao Mu, have you passed the junior cultivator assessment? Wang Mu shook his head, indicating he planned to directly challenge the intermediate level to obtain the highest level of dark light. The benefits for cultivators are similar to those for beast tamers. The better you perform, the more rewards you receive. Among the dominant and king-level beast tamers, 70% rose from humble beginnings, relying solely on their performance to gain the association support. Just like the new star beast tamer in this Shanghai city, who can receive a commander-level spirit beast. Jiang Meichin glanced at Wang Mu with a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Do you think I don't know the system? I'm just surprised by how fast you're advancing. She suddenly felt regret, realizing she had underestimated Wang Mu's talent and potential. If she had sent him to a cultivation center earlier, he might have progressed even further. Wang Mu shook his head and said firmly, "The cultivation center isn't for me. School is better, especially the Cultivator Academy. The teachers there are at least cultivators, whereas in the cultivation centers, only some cultivators take on apprentices, and to be honest, they're not as good as I am." Even without sharing his talent, Wang Mu's abilities far surpassed ordinary cultivators. Don't underestimate him. In his past life, he was pursuing a PhD and had already developed his own learning methods. With the right method and a bit of interest, learning is bound to be rewarding. Jiang Meichin agreed with her son's viewpoint, realizing their resources and connections were limited, and they couldn't send Wang Mu to a cultivator's training center. Those apprentices were typically older and had families, and they wouldn't choose outsiders. However, she furrowed her brow and hesitated, saying, "I still choose the elite-level spirit beast. The commander level is too precious." "Stop," Wang Mu interrupted her directly. "Even though I don't really see you two as parents, you're my big brother and sister, your family. I can cultivate higher-level spirit beasts now, so there's no reason for you to use ordinary ones." Jiang Meichin couldn't help but laugh. She had heard Wang Mu say before that they were equals. At first, Wang Mu was too mature, and they got used to this relationship. In fact, she was quite happy with it. Even Wang Lingfeng felt he hadn't grown up, just reached the age of an adult. When Wang Mu was born, they were overwhelmed, relying on guides to manage. Wang Mu was different from a typical baby. Luckily, he wasn't a real infant, or this rookie couple would have been in for a tough time. As Wang Mu grew up, they didn't plan to have more children, gradually realizing they hadn't grown up themselves and weren't ready to bring a new life into the world. They even planned to pursue their own lives, seeking romance and adventure, still holding on to their dream of becoming beast tamers. Wang Mu's thoughts were simple. His parents raised him and supported his dream of becoming a cultivator. Now that he was somewhat successful, he wanted to repay them and help them achieve their dreams. Ms. Jiang Meichin suddenly found herself with free time, unsure of what to do, so she stayed at the cultivation center, cooking daily and revisiting beast tamer courses. Since they had commander-level spirit beasts as their initial beasts, there was no room for slacking. Wang Lingfeng continued as before, venturing into the wild to find rare beasts. Now, Wang Mu's lab preserved plenty of beast bloodline essences. Once the secret realm is established, it will be time to utilize them. In the blink of an eye, October has arrived, and the green leaf larvae are experiencing their third metamorphosis. This time, the emerging spiritual butterflies will reach an entirely new level of existence. Traditionally, the cultivation of green leaf butterflies occurred mostly at the mature butterfly stage, where even the most skilled breeders could only enhance their physical attributes without elevating their magical abilities to a higher level. As a result, even the king-level spiritual butterflies bred by powerful breeders could not pass on their traits. However, today, Wang Mu has achieved this feat. In October, Wang Mu finally received a letter sent by Guazaheo in mid-September. The letter stated, "Mu, I'm sure you've never seen real snow. When you come here, I'll show you. Lehi City is by the sea, yet it starts snowing in October. It's really cold." He teased, "You've become a senior breeder, but how come your mind is so peculiar? Those things are impossible to delve into. Beast masters have it easier. although that's relative because it's actually quite challenging. This year, it snowed early here, supposedly due to a monster, but since it's in the sea, it's still unresolved. I envy that kind of power. Textbook words have become tangible. I won't send anything this time. Last time, I spent all my pocket money. When you come, you have to breed a spiritual beast just for me, preferably a king level 1. Wang Mu smiled. Guazaheo was still as talkative, yet full of humor. The prospect of a king-level spiritual beast was truly exciting. Even with his advantages, he couldn't easily make such a promise. However, speaking of snow, Wang Mu hadn't seen real snowfall for 16 years. Shanghai City never experienced snow, and neither did the inland cities. Only the peripheral regions like Polar City, North Wind City, and Ice Peak City had snow seasons. If Leihai City truly established itself on the continent, it would become the fourth city to experience snowfall. Wang Mu couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Nowadays, there were 2 kings and thousands of overlords among humans, yet not a single pure ice-type spiritual beast, at most 1 or 2 with ice attributes, but their strength seemed lacking. Perhaps only the emergence of an ice-type breeding master could change this situation. He observed the cocoons emanating a powerful aura, thinking to himself that 80 of them had reached the leader level. The remaining 20 were not lacking. Rather, Wang Mu had deliberately controlled the variables, giving them fewer spells. Breeding spiritual beasts isn't just about reaching the highest level. A complete evolutionary chain is necessary. Wang Mu could breed beast king level spiritual beasts, but if many people couldn't form contracts with them, he would lower the requirements, breeding elite level spiritual beasts that people could contract with and then evolve later. Not all beast masters are born with high spiritual power, nor is everyone a genius. On the contrary, many of today's high-level beast masters were once ordinary and grew step by step. The Breeders' Association also has related content. Wang Mu recalled that when he first entered the academy, the first lesson explained the system. The association doesn't require breeders to disclose their formulas, but does require them to reveal evolutionary paths. This way, beast masters can plan according to these paths, while breeders don't need to consider them. Wang Mu understood that the evolutionary branches of green leaf larvae depend on the types and combinations of attributes. After the spiritual butterflies emerge, he will need to name them. Their abilities might resemble past spiritual butterfly species, but their essence will be entirely different. Even the royal-level spirit butterflies have an initial lifespan of only 20 years, while these Qingya caterpillars possess 10 sources and a lifespan of 100 years, 5 times that of the previous spirit butterflies. Wang Mu was uncertain whether the spirit beasts would gain new abilities after their final metamorphosis into butterflies, so he didn't rush to name them. Instead, he used life perception, combined with the traits of the Qingya butterfly, the king of its species, to observe the essence of the spirit butterflies. Through this method, he could discover the compatibility between past spirit butterflies like the Qingyu butterfly and the new evolutionary forms, thereby planning the evolutionary path for elite-level spirit butterflies. These spirit butterflies began hatching on August 1st, completing their first metamorphosis in 15 days and their second in 35 days. Now, it is October 30th, and it seems they will not emerge from their cocoons for another day or 2, meaning the butterflies took a full 90 days to complete their evolution, exceeding the breeding cycle of most insect-type spirit beasts. However, this isn't a bad thing. It indicates that the essence of the spirit butterflies is more substantial. 3 months of cultivation is still relatively short, considering that other leader-level spirit beasts often require 3 to 5 years of gestation. For example, the Qingmu demon generally needs 5 years to produce a Qingmu seed, and in the wild, it can take up to 20 years to produce an offspring. In these final days, Wang Mu would wake up at around 5 in the morning to check on the cocoons. Finally, on the 100th day, several cocoons began to stir, indicating the imminent emergence of the spirit butterflies. Despite being a relatively ordinary batch without the traits of a king, Wang Mu was filled with anticipation. The first spirit butterfly to emerge was petite, with a diameter of only 3 centimeters. Its wings were completely transparent, with a faint green tint, and its body was also transparent with some black fuzz, giving it a dark green appearance. As it emerged, a breeze began to stir around it, gathering dense wind elements and rustling the leaves of the Qingling tree. Despite its small size, the spirit butterfly remained motionless at the center of the wind vortex, controlling the whirlwind's cessation. This spirit butterfly's growth period is 1, with a bloodline talent of leader level and intermediate wind attribute, spell mastery wind sharing level. Wang Mu instantly understood the effect of this talent. The spirit butterfly can directly use all basic spells, with wind attribute being the restriction, and mastery meaning all spells start at the proficiency level. Additionally, this talent can double the power of the spirit butterfly's wind attribute spells, reduce the consumption of wind spells, and make learning wind spells easier. During its growth, any intermediate spells it once knew will gradually re-emerge. The spirit butterfly, after all, is cultivated from the Qingya butterfly, and its traits remain. All abilities mastered during the Qingye caterpillar stage will be forgotten after metamorphosis, becoming the foundation of its bloodline. This spirit butterfly may seem to have only one intermediate talent spell, but its potential is greater. Although it cannot compare to the Qingmu demon in functionality, it possesses considerable combat power from the start, and if cultivated towards combat, its strength will naturally grow, and spells will follow. After careful consideration, Wang Mu devised a series name for this spirit butterfly, ultimately naming it Feng Ling Butterfly. The darling of the wind is the wind spirit, inherently possessing attribute mastery, and the spirit butterfly shares this trait. Thus it can also be called a wind spirit, especially as it easily draws in wind energy upon its emergence. The first wind spirit butterfly to emerge was actually the least gifted. Soon after, more spirit butterflies came into being, and Wang Mu named them. The wood spirit butterfly, during its growth phase, had a level 1 bloodline, a dominator level talent, mid-level wood magic skills, and basic mastery of the wood element. Undoubtedly, these spirit butterflies all shared a level 7 connection, and Wang Mu spent 100 days with them. At this moment, several cocoons silently broke open, gathering wind power. Due to their numbers, the wind was exceptionally strong, reaching at least level 5 or 6. Strangely, the surrounding plants remained still, made more resilient by the wood spirit butterflies. The wind spirit butterflies, in their growth phase, possessed a level 1 bloodline, dominator level talent, upper mid-level wind magic skills, and basic elemental control. The wood spirit butterflies advanced from mastery to control phase, allowing them to use all basic spells of their element, boasting stronger talents and greater potential, yet still not breaking the dominator level limit. This batch of over 10 spirit butterflies was at this level, while the poison-attributed spirit butterflies had not yet reached their emergence period, and some others still needed to wait. However, the strength of these spirit butterflies was enough for Wang Mu to pass the assessment. Due to their different attributes, the two types of spirit butterflies constituted two evolution paths of dominator-level spirit beasts. Wang Mu only needed a session in the association's secret realm to pass the assessment smoothly. However, Wang Mu was not satisfied with just this. He harbored a small ambition to surpass teacher Zhu Tao and looked forward to seeing his teacher's expression at that moment. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The commotion in the ecological zone was significant, but for now, Wang Mu's family was the only one in the breeding facility. His parents were currently engrossed in learning about beast taming, seeking advice from others, leaving early and returning late, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding there, but they would soon find out. Wang Mu posted information about the sale of dominator-level spirit beasts, accepting appointments only, with qualification assessments required for applications. This was information he had prepared during the green leaf insect's third metamorphosis, with his parents handling inquiries from Beast Tamers. Having witnessed the metamorphosis of the green leaf insect firsthand, they were confident in the quality of the spirit beasts. However, the outcome was not as they expected, with Beast Tamers offering guidance instead. After some reflection, they understood why their son had arranged things this way. They knew the spirit butterflies were about to emerge, but curiously, their son wasn't conducting pre-sales as before. Previously, waiting until the spirit butterflies emerged to meet their owners was considered the best timing. Indeed, Wang Mu initially aimed to support novice beast tamers in establishing their initial bonds. But now these dominator-level spirit beasts were beyond the reach of ordinary families, attracting only seasoned beast tamers. Nonetheless, the situation might change in the future. Currently, there is a bias against insect-type spirit beasts, and those with some resources, able to purchase dominator-level spirit beasts for their children, tend to choose beasts, despite them being more common, due to the absence of obvious flaws. However, they will eventually realize that the spirit butterflies Wang Mu sells are fundamentally no different from beasts, so why not choose the faster-growing spirit butterflies? Today, these spirit butterflies were sent by Wang Mu to the laboratory for more specific data, which would then be clearly stated in detailed information for beast tamers of different levels to choose from. Wang Mu only offered premium selections, concerned that they might lack the qualifications to purchase. Wang Mu was contemplating an important issue. The limitation on purchasing commander-level spirit beasts by other breeders was primarily due to insufficient production capacity. Even with time-accelerating secret realms, only a double-digit number of spirit beasts could be produced annually. Meanwhile, the number of newly qualified beast masters each year reached 6 figures. The consumption of spirit beasts was inevitable, especially during crises when they would often shield attacks, leading to increased losses. Although the risk was low in inland areas, the loss rate of spirit beasts was still significant, around 30, and in Frontier City, the percentage exceeded 60. Under such circumstances, the market for high-end spirit beasts was extremely scarce, which was one reason for the high status of breeders. Wang Mu, with his outstanding abilities and specialization in insect-type spirit beasts, saw an opportunity to slightly increase production capacity. He happily made a decision. assuring himself that it wasn't motivated by the desire for points. He had learned during his studies that selling a commander level or higher spirit beast at the breeder stage could earn 10 points. This was not only a contribution to humanity, but also akin to running a business with subsidies. Ordinary commander-level spirit butterflies were kept in the ecological zone, where their food needed to be upgraded. Otherwise, in an environment with insufficient spiritual energy, growth would become difficult. The fruit trees Wang Mu had previously planted couldn't keep up with his pace of advancement, so he had to purchase the necessary materials. Fortunately, the Qingling's production of Qingling liquid could meet the needs of the wood spirit butterflies, saving this preparation step. In fact, the wind spirit butterflies could also use Qingling liquid for growth, but a competent breeder would provide more suitable supplements for spirit beasts. Qingling liquid was condensed by the Qingmu demon, and if Wang Mu provided supplements with other attributes, he could also condense Qingling liquid of corresponding attributes. However, the Qingya butterfly had not yet awakened, so it couldn't be contracted for now. Wang Mu wasn't in a hurry. He was waiting for the other spirit butterflies to emerge from their cocoons. Through observation, he found that most of them emerged within 10 days, with a chance of reaching the Beast King level. However, Wang Mu knew his spell proficiency wasn't sufficient yet. If he could perfect all his spells and innovate, their primary attribute control could advance to primary attribute manipulation, and the bloodline might further stabilize at a pseudo-Beast King level. This process was expected to take several years. Gaining improvements from spirit beasts bred by others wasn't cost-effective. Instead, breeding rare and unique spirit beasts to attract powerful beast masters to purchase them was a better strategy. Those beast masters already had well-trained spirit beasts, and the speed at which they could teach spells to new spirit beasts would be very fast. This was the approach Wang Mu should take. Wang Lingfeng and Jiang Meiqin, a couple, visited the cocoons daily, so they saw the wind spirit butterflies and wood spirit butterflies that very noon. Jiang Meiqin had once favored the Qingyu butterfly, but now, she found them all appealing. The beauty of the wind spirit butterflies was undeniable, while the wood spirit butterflies were larger, matching the size of her hands when placed together. The wings of the wood spirit butterflies were nearly transparent, with a jade-like green color that appeared particularly clear under the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, one could see special patterns on their wings, with the main veins resembling strong tree trunks, and the finer lines entwining like vines, vibrant and full of life. Jiang Meiqin watched the wind spirit butterfly with curiosity. The patterns on its wings seemed like flowing wind and resembled the designs of clouds. As it fluttered in the air, it was as light as a falling leaf, yet it vanished in an instant, as if it had appeared elsewhere. Even a primary-level wind spirit butterfly was too fast for a second-tier beast master to track with dynamic vision. Wang Mu inspected the other cocoons and noticed that Ms. Jiang Meiqin was focused on the butterfly's wings. He understood that the higher a spirit beast's innate talent, the closer it is to nature. After evolution, it often has special structures or patterns that enhance certain attributes. This is why some monster materials are so valuable. The patterns on a spirit butterfly not only symbolize attributes, but also represent talent, which is a crucial aspect of spirit beast cultivation, a field Wang Mu was just beginning to explore. These spirit butterflies were already quite remarkable, but Wang Mu advised, "Mom, if you want to make a contract, it's best to wait a few more days. I've been cultivating spirit beasts using the control variable method. The first butterflies to emerge have significant potential for growth. The subsequent butterflies will be closer to perfection, and I don't have an optimization plan for them for at least a few more years." Jiang Meiqin felt a touch of wonder. "I think they are already quite impressive, leading level, something I never dared to imagine before." Wang Lingfeng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I thought I might have the ability to buy one after I turned 100, but I never expected it to happen now." Wang Mu smiled at Wang Lingfeng and said, "Dad, you should keep the jade butterfly. I see it's already at the peak of the 3rd tier and should evolve soon. The evolved form of the jade butterfly is the wood spirit butterfly. As for the phoenix eye butterfly, it will need more time. I don't yet have a stable evolution plan for the psychic-type spirit butterfly." Wang Lingfeng was delighted and said, "Great, great, little Jade, go to Xiao Mu." He was grinning from ear to ear. The leap from elite to leading level spirit beast is a significant milestone, and he was thrilled to be on the brink of crossing it. Over the next few days, Wang Mu explained different spells to little Jade, allowing it to comprehend them. He then shared the corresponding spells with it, accelerating its understanding and growth. He gradually replaced basic spells with mastery and perfect level spells, followed by intermediate spells, and concluded with advanced spells. Little Jade could no longer contain itself and directly advanced, but this time, it turned into a cocoon and fell into a deep sleep. This process had just begun, and the elite level bloodline had already reached the leading level. If all went well, it would ultimately become a beast king, albeit without the characteristics of a true king of its species, pseudo-beast king. With 2 or 3 days left until the spirit butterfly emerged, Wang Mu gathered a batch of spirit butterflies he had previously cultivated. He had once hatched 2,000 eggs at once, shared spells through a combination of permutations, and fed them different materials. At that time, the spells were quite ordinary, and the materials mainly influenced the evolution of the green leaf worm. Wang Mu aimed to select the best of the best to cultivate leading-level spirit beasts. Wang Mu possessed an extraordinary talent, but he was also a formally trained cultivator who took his work seriously, relying on more than just luck. Even using conventional methods, cultivating a leading-level spirit beast was merely a matter of time, typically around 5 years, so teacher Zhu Tao wasn't wrong. Even conventional breeding is now being influenced by talent cultivation. Wang Mu, through his innate abilities, has foreseen the evolutionary path of the spirit butterflies and understood the answer. Now, he only needs to deduce the process and use materials to substitute the effects produced by spells, paving the way for new evolutionary paths. The performance of the single jade butterfly was outstanding. Although it was the only one among 2,000 to reach the leader level, its achievement was worth noting. Wang Mu checked the records and found it had consumed the essence of wood spirit energy, the nectar of the bloodthirsty vine, ironwood nectar, vermilion fruit nectar, and yellow moon orchid nectar. The power of life was used to enhance its origin and talent, with the essence substituting for this spell. Ironwood replaced the protection of the wood spirit. Vermilion fruit served as a supplement, and the combination of essence and vermilion fruit barely produced a faint effect of life force. The bloodthirsty vine replaced offensive spells, while the yellow moon orchid could mobilize surrounding wood spirit energy, creating a forest-like aura. Wang Mu gradually compared these elements and subconsciously devised a plan. He thought that if these materials were replaced with more precious ones, it might be possible to cultivate a leader-level jade butterfly purely through materials, although it might not reach the level of a wood spirit butterfly. He decided to hatch a batch of insect eggs in the incubation chamber and planned to verify his scheme soon. Among the previous spirit butterflies, besides the leader-level jade butterfly, Wang Mu also noticed another, the ice crystal butterfly. As an adult, the ice crystal butterfly possessed 3 bloodlines and elite talents, mastering an intermediate ice spell called Ice Slash. This spell was fascinating. When used, the ice crystal butterfly could cover itself in ice crystals to slash. However, Wang Mu himself did not know this spell, and the ice crystal butterfly had an adaptive trait, making it puzzling how it mastered it. Through cultivation records, Wang Mu understood that the ice crystal butterfly had not shared ice-type spells during its cultivation, only water-type spells, and it later acquired the cold sky crow. The key was the materials. It had used frost flower and flowing cold spring, which endowed it with ice attributes. After breaking out of its cocoon, the ice crystal butterfly developed this spell on its own. Due to insufficient spirit power and mental strength, it couldn't project spirit power outward and could only condense ice spirit power externally to attack. The Ice Slash was a lower version of the Ice Wing, useful but not suitable for spirit butterflies because their bodies were not rigid. Equipping ice-type spirit butterflies with melee spells is feasible, provided there are spells to enhance ice crystal strength, which can be considered later. Currently, Wang Mu is not interested in the ice crystal butterfly group, but is intrigued by this individual ice crystal butterfly. Undoubtedly, it possesses exceptional insight, and as an elite, it has an intermediate talent, making it a standout mutant in the group with breeding value. Wang Mu understands that most groups rely on a few individuals to break through. Even the entire green leaf butterfly group's evolution was closely linked to the initial green leaf butterfly that inherited the leaf blade spell. This ice crystal butterfly is sufficient to open a new research topic. Wang Mu is very pleased with his discovery and increasingly eager to create his own secret realm, where he can breed spirit beasts on a large scale, select outstanding individuals, and achieve multiline development. Time flew by, and soon the spirit butterflies were about to break out of their cocoons. Wang Lingfeng and Jiang Meiqin were also waiting nearby. Although Wang Lingfeng was holding the unhatched Xiaoyu, it did not stop him from witnessing the upcoming miracle. Jiang Meiqin was full of excitement because she was about to contract with a Beast King-level spirit beast. Although Beast Tamers can choose spirit beasts, the spirit beasts also choose their contractors, and if the compatibility is insufficient, the contract will fail. Fortunately, this batch of spirit butterflies was large, and even if the probability was slim, it could be compensated by other means, such as staying nearby when they emerged from their cocoons. To be safe, even though it was a sunny day, Wang Mu still turned on the weather simulator. As sunlight poured down, the spiritual energy in the ecological zone fluctuated, and suddenly, the wind started to blow. Qingling was highly sensitive to changes in spiritual energy. The moment a shift occurred, she invoked the protection of the wood spirit, safeguarding those around her. The wind howled fiercely, forming a small tornado, prompting the intelligence system to quickly activate an energy shield. The power of the wood spirit butterflies enveloped the plants, ensuring they remained unharmed. Amidst this overwhelming force, numerous spirit butterflies emerged from their cocoons, releasing a formidable pressure that even Qingling found hard to withstand. Only Wang Mu's immediate release of the aura of a king of the species allowed everyone to endure. This was the difference in bloodline. Something that neither strength nor talent could compensate. Foreignly, the bloodline itself could counteract such interference. In the eye of the storm, a slight smile appeared on Wang Mu's lips as he observed the scene. The wind spirit butterfly was in its growth phase, possessing a level 1 bloodline, with the Beast King talent and Wind High-Level inferior talent spells, basic attribute control wind, pressure traits, and a shared level 8 with the king of the species Wind Spirit Butterfly. The Wood Spirit Butterfly, also in its growth phase, had a level 1 bloodline, Beast King talent, with high-level inferior talent spells, basic attribute control wood, pressure traits, and a shared level 8 with the king of the species Wood Spirit Butterfly. Indeed, each had one true Beast King bloodline, while the other Wood and Wind Spirit Butterflies born alongside them gathered around their king. Although they too possessed the Beast King bloodline, they lacked the traits and pressure spells. This meant their future bloodline tier would at most reach the Dominator level. Even if Wang Mu developed subsequent evolutionary forms, they could not advance to the King level, as the traits of the king of the species were the ticket to reaching that stage. However, Wang Mu's thoughts were interrupted as he suddenly felt the wind stop abruptly, and the previously shattered cocoons simultaneously unleashed pressure. For Wang Mu, this was manageable, but the spirit butterflies without traits fell from the air, while only the kings of the species could withstand it. The dual attribute spirit butterflies of wind and wood had finally emerged. The life spirit butterfly, in its growth phase, had a level 1 bloodline, Beast King talent, wind high-level inferior, wood high-level inferior, life low-level inferior talent spells, basic attribute control wind, wood, life wind, pressure traits, and a shared level 8 with the king of the species life spirit butterfly. Simultaneously, an unparalleled aura erupted from Qingling, bending the grass and flowers in the ecological zone. The kings of the 3-branch species willingly flew toward a green cocoon, gathering around it. However, this cocoon did not break open. Instead, it released a pure life force that flowed into the last cultivated poison attribute cocoon, emitting a weaker pressure. The prematurely born poison spirit butterfly followed suit. The poison spirit butterfly, in its growth phase, had a level 1 bloodline, commander talent, wood intermediate superior, poison intermediate medium talent spells, toxin addition traits, and a shared level 7 with the king of the species poison spirit butterfly. Among the myriad of spells, wood and poison were almost inseparable, especially when wood-based basic spells reached mastery level. They would incorporate toxic attacks. Wang Mu had few poison-based spells, so nurturing the poison spirit butterfly added considerable strength to the wood-based spells. Although this poison spirit butterfly was currently only of commander level, not yet reaching the Beast King level, it possessed the potential of a Beast King. Master, can I become your spirit beast? At that moment, Wang Mu's thoughts were interrupted by a youthful voice, and he immediately turned towards the cocoon. The Qingya butterfly sensed it was undergoing advancement and evolution, becoming exceptionally powerful, so it decided to temporarily suppress its strength, waiting for its master's response. It longed to protect its master and become his spirit beast, so it could fully unleash its potential. Wang Mu sensed the emotions of the Qingya butterfly and smiled, saying, I planned to make a pact with you long ago, but I delayed it because you were in metamorphosis. I've already thought of a name for you. Qingmu demon, named Qingming. You represent your species, and I hope the second character is Ming, Qingming, hoping you can dance gracefully in the high heavens. At this moment, Qingming felt immense joy and immediately released its power, establishing a connection with Wang Mu, and the pact was instantly formed. Wang Lingfeng and Jiang Meiqin stood by, stunned, as it was their first time witnessing a spirit beast actively forming a pact, which not only represented recognition but also perfect harmony. In the future, if Qingming reaches the end of its path and cannot evolve through conventional means, it can still undergo a final pact evolution or bond evolution. With the completion of the pact, Wang Mu felt feedback from Qingming, and his strength unexpectedly rose from the 2nd tier to the 3rd tier. Although this advancement seemed modest, Wang Mu immediately sensed his talents in various elements were continuously increasing, especially his intermediate high-level wood attribute. He quickly synchronized everything from Qingming without even selecting, and in an instant, Wang Mu's essence underwent a significant transformation. The spiritual energy around him liquefied, eventually crystallizing, forming a cocoon. His wood and wind talents reached advanced low level, earth and poison reached intermediate high level, ice and spirit reached intermediate medium level, and life attribute reached low lower level. Wang Mu understood the reason behind all these changes. Qingming, in its mature form, possessed 5 bloodlines, lord-level talents, slightly equating Wang Mu's talents and spells: primary attribute control wind, wood, primary attribute mastery ice, spirit, poison, lord's might, and the wind of life. The trait, king of the Qingya butterfly, allowed Qingming to form a pact with a target, providing 100 of its strength upon each advancement, though it required 10 days to complete the mutual feedback. Under this trait's influence, Wang Mu broke the conventional feedback ratio between beast masters and spirit beasts. He finally understood why high-level spirit beasts were so coveted, especially those with traits like beast kings, which couldn't be mass-produced were simply too powerful. Wang Mu couldn't imagine if a beast master formed pacts with all spirit beasts similar to Qingming, his strength would be significantly ahead of others. The mutual feedback required 10 days, but due to shared talents, Wang Mu could greatly shorten the time, completing it in about 3 days. At this moment, Qingming had already emerged from its cocoon, and Wang Mu released his mental power to witness its appearance. Wow, that was Wang Mu's immediate reaction. The butterfly before him, named Qingming, had a wingspan of 1 meter and was truly astonishing. Its wing veins resembled a dendrogram, transparent and colorless, yet under the light, they radiated a dazzling array of colors. When Qingming remained still, it seemed to vanish entirely, blending seamlessly with its surroundings and becoming invisible. Through his life perception, Wang Mu discovered that Qingming's life essence far surpassed that of Qingling by as much as 10 times. This wasn't due to any Lord-level bloodline, but stemmed from its unique life attribute. Spirit beasts have a multitude of attributes. Besides the common natural elements, there are many unique powers, with the life attribute being exclusive to ancient, powerful creatures. Generally, an 8th-tier creature can accumulate life force to attempt acquiring the life attribute, achieving comprehensive enhancement in the process. Plant-type spirit beasts usually naturally possess the life attribute upon reaching 500 years of age. Even the most basic life talent can bring about a qualitative change, doubling the life essence and, consequently, extending their lifespan. Previously, after consuming the Qingling elixir, the Qingya insect could hardly improve its physical qualities further, but its life talent could break through this limitation. Even a newly born Qingya insect could withstand the life force of advanced spells. In short, Wang Mu's future cultivation efforts would be greatly enhanced. At that moment, sensing his parents' anxiety, he used his mental power to communicate, "I'm improving my strength. It will take about 3 days, so don't worry." Then he told his mother, "Mom, you can go choose a spirit butterfly now." Choosing a spirit butterfly was actually quite simple. It only required following one's intuition and feeling the bond. Jiang Meiqi nervously approached a foamling butterfly, which had just emerged from its cocoon a few days ago. Its bloodline was only at the commander level, naturally incomparable to other Beast King bloodlines. However, in her perception, this was the only spirit beast with which she felt a bond. As an ordinary person, her talents were average, incapable of resonating with high-level spirit beasts. Upon contact with Jiang Meiqi, the foamling butterfly showed no resistance, and the two successfully formed a contract. Joy flooded her heart, and Jiang Meiqi found herself unexpectedly in tears, though she didn't mind. "I have a spirit beast too," she exclaimed excitedly, reminiscent of the time she saw other novice Beast Tamers years ago. At this moment, she exuded a fresh aura of vitality and energy. "Congratulations, Mom," Wang Mu said with a smile. "Congratulations, dear." It was a day filled with joy and hope. The family had planned to have a meal together, but Wang Mu couldn't attend due to his circumstances, and Mrs. Jiang needed time to bond with her spirit beast, so they agreed to have a family gathering on the assessment day. Although Wang Mu was encased in crystal, his mental power remained unaffected. Now at the 3rd tier, his actual strength had reached the 4th tier, thanks to Qingming's presence. In his experiments, he found he could extend his mental power to cover a 500-meter radius, with the expectation of expanding it to 1,000 meters in 3 days. Within this range, Wang Mu could use his mental power to operate and continue his cultivation as usual. However, Qingming took over these tasks, with Wang Mu only needing to give commands. Qingming possessed the intelligence of an adult, being exceptionally smart and capable of learning quickly. After Wang Mu explained things to it, Qingming could perfectly mimic them. Now, Qingming could even hold a phone and computer to research information on its own. In the short term, Wang Mu didn't need to worry about its cultivation. The simple task was to develop all attribute branches of the Qingya butterfly family, and Qingming would naturally grow. Therefore, Wang Mu turned his attention to Qingling. It was time to deduce its subsequent evolution forms and see if the unique feature of dancing together could benefit it. Wang Mu attempted to share the dance ability with other Beast King-level spirit butterflies, but he encountered his first failure. The reason was that these butterflies had not formed a contract with him, implying that Qingling could. Wang Mu used his mental power to move himself next to Qingling and proceeded with the sharing process in 3 steps. First, the sharing of all attribute talents, then other abilities, and finally, the exclusive sharing of the dance ability. As expected, after acquiring the life attribute talent, Qingling experienced explosive growth. Its root system expanded rapidly like vines, sprouting offshoots that quickly covered a 100-meter radius around the ecological zone center. Although the impact of other abilities was not as significant, the characteristics also took effect. Wang Mu was grinning from ear to ear. Even though he knew it would take 5 days for him to be free from his predicament, he was unconcerned. He understood that the characteristics wouldn't adapt automatically, but this wasn't a problem. He had once fantasized about bestowing this characteristic on 7th or 8th tier spirit beasts, which would allow him to effortlessly become the foremost person in Shenzhou. Although this fantasy had been dashed, he believed he could eventually reach that level. Wang Mu had already devised a plan. From now on, he would attach a psychic-type ability to each of his spirit beasts. This way, he could contract one spirit beast at each tier and simultaneously share the dance ability with them. In doing so, he would receive 100 feedback of their strength. Once he reached a high level, he would undoubtedly rank among the top of his class. Why not the very top? The answer is simple. Throughout history, there have been countless prodigies. While Wang Mu was talented and powerful, he understood that there is always someone better, and one should never become complacent. Additionally, Wang Mu realized that if he continued to develop this way, he would merely become a numerical powerhouse. While the mechanism might be completed in the future, he knew he wasn't skilled in combat, which is also a part of strength. Therefore, he planned to seek out suitable Beast Tamers as advisors to help nurture the spirit beasts. Although Wang Mu knew that breeders typically focused only on the bloodline talents of spirit beasts and not on their spell learning, he couldn't ignore this aspect. When 100 spirit butterflies emerged from their cocoons, Wang Mu felt confident. He didn't plan to take the assessment immediately, not out of a desire to hide his abilities or out of caution, but because he still needed to successfully use traditional breeding methods once. With a clear strategy in mind, Wang Mu's breeding approach was well defined. 3 days later, when the Qingya worms hatched, he had Qingling feed them with Qingling liquid, while Qingming was responsible for sorting and processing materials. The materials this time were highly similar, with only minor changes made to simulate the evolution of a commander-level Qingyu butterfly. This experiment was promising and wouldn't take long. Without the involvement of high-level spells, they could evolve in just over 20 days, which was one of the aspects Wang Mu favored. The unique characteristics of insect-type spirit beasts needed to be appropriately preserved. With no major tasks at hand, Wang Mu also purchased some special spirit beasts from the association potted trees. These are plant-type spirit beasts resembling hollow tree stumps, with only fixed cultivation spells that enable plants grown within them to thrive faster and better. They were specifically bred by a breeder. Spirit beasts not only have combat functions, but also serve life functions, and even within the military, they are more precisely categorized, such as for transportation, storage, concealment, and so on. The spirit beasts within their ranks excel at teamwork, often allowing a Tier 5 team to easily decapitate opponents at Tier 6 or 7. However, when isolated, they often find themselves at a disadvantage against those of the same level. A spirit beast like Qingling, which hasn't been trained for combat, can even single-handedly take on a group of enemies by employing a strategy of attrition. The snake vine has many relatives, classified into various attributes and levels, each capable of producing heart-shaped fruits that serve as a delicious treat for spirit beasts. Wang Mu also purchased these fruits primarily for research purposes, as he plans to cultivate functional spirit beasts in the future. Currently, Qingling possesses most attributes and can produce Qingling liquid, with a forest providing a habitat for thousands of insect spirit beasts. Wang Mu has a clear vision for the future and is steadily implementing it. 5 days passed quickly, and the 100 power feedback from 2 Tier 5 spirit beasts significantly enhanced Wang Mu's strength, bringing him to the peak of Tier 4. To advance to Tier 5, he needs to establish a beast space, but Wang Mu is not in a hurry, as he hasn't yet gathered all attributes. The attributes of the beast space can amplify spirit beasts, so Wang Mu intends to overwhelm his enemies with raw power, ensuring a solid foundation. There's no rush, as Wang Mu's own life essence, combined with Qingming's and Qingling's, grants him over 1,000 years of lifespan. Moreover, Qingling's essence continues to grow over time, alleviating any concerns about longevity. Even if he were to face the end of his lifespan, he could still cultivate the Poseidon jellyfish in advance, ensuring an easy rebirth and continuity. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Mu continued his cultivation work, occasionally assisting 1 or 2 novice beastmasters who fit into his growth plan. These novices mostly wielded mastery-level spells, but none at the perfect level. As mid-December approached, newly cultivated spirit butterflies emerged from their cocoons, though they were only of elite level, not leader level. Wang Mu was unbothered by this, as it was the norm. Furthermore, he identified the shortcomings through material and individual comparisons, allowing him to adjust materials and continue cultivation. Simultaneously, Wang Mu announced a pre-sale for leader-level spirit beasts on his website, set for January 1st. This announcement caused a significant stir among beastmasters following spirit beast news, especially after seeing the published attributes. In Shanghai City, the southern district is considered a wealthy area, home to the affluent and influential. In the Shenzhou continent, Those who fit this description are primarily beastmasters and related professions. Ordinary people are evidently excluded. Gu Jiqiu is set to graduate from the Beastmaster Academy next June. With decent talent and a good family background, he naturally aims for a leader-level spirit beast as his first choice. Due to certain events this year, next year's competition for new Beastmaster stars will offer some extremely rare rewards, a fact jointly announced by the City Lord's Office, the Beastmaster Association, and the Cultivators Association, drawing considerable attention. Even Gu Jiqiu's father advised him to pursue this opportunity. Thus, Gu Jiqiu plans to select a spirit beast that is relatively simple to cultivate and can quickly mature. After filtering the options, insect-type spirit beasts emerged as the top choice, a conclusion echoed by intelligent search results. When Gu Jiqiu saw the information about the commander-level spirit beasts from Qingmu Breeding Institute, he was taken aback and couldn't help but exclaim, "This can't be real." The data on the wood spirit butterfly showed it had two bloodlines, a commander-level talent, and a high-grade wood origin, with 34 spells and proficiency in basic wood spells. The spells included Life Force, Life Perception, Forest Field, Energy Beam, with Spirit Protection, Leaf Storm, and Volley of Arrows. The notes mentioned that this spirit beast would evolve into a pseudo-beast king after advancing to the 4th rank. Gu Jiqiu almost doubted the validity of his knowledge about spirit beasts, as an insect-type spirit beast having more than 10 points of origin was unheard of, not to mention the astonishingly luxurious list of spells. He continued browsing the interface and discovered more detailed information, learning that the wood spirit butterfly was initially bred from the Qingya butterfly. Gu Jiqiu was familiar with the Qingya butterfly, as it had never been rumored to have any innate spells. The dazzling notes suggested that if this was true, this spirit beast would undoubtedly be a dream come true for any beast master, especially for talented novice beast masters who, with the help of treasures, could contract a commander-level spirit beast from the start. The appearance of the wood spirit butterfly seemed tailor-made for them, requiring only a little nurturing to reach the pseudo-beast king level. In summary, Gu Jiqiu felt he might be seeing things, but he still honestly clicked to apply and waited for approval. However, the next pop-up showing the 186,399th reservation data made him frown. Wasn't there talk of talent drain in Shanghai City? How could there be 180,000 reservations by 6:15 when the information refreshed at 6 o'clock? This wasn't something anyone could reserve. One had to meet specific criteria and pass multiple screenings to be a suitable candidate. Those who qualified would not easily give up, willing to risk everything, as such a spirit beast could potentially reach the 6th rank in the future. After reserving the first one, Gu Jiqiu continued browsing and then saw the wind spirit butterfly. Its name and similarly high origin caught his attention. Indeed, it was another creation from Qingmu Breeding Institute. However, the wind spirit butterfly's spells were more ordinary, yet the notes piqued his interest. The wind spirit butterfly required mastering at least 3 basic spells and 1 intermediate spell before advancing to the 5th rank, where its bloodline would ascend to a pseudo-beast king level. After casually making a reservation, Gu Jiqiu visited Qingmu Breeding Institute's official website, pondering why an obscure breeding institute could confidently assure bloodline advancement. When he and others opened the website, they fell silent, captivated by the fluttering spirit butterflies on the webpage background, lost in thought. Wood Spirit Butterfly Beast King level, Wood Spirit Butterfly Pseudo Beast King level. Wind Spirit Butterfly Beast King level, Poison Spirit Butterfly Commander level, King of Species trait. Thump thump. Gu Jiqiu felt his heart racing. He dialed a number, and when the call connected, he spoke in a dreamlike tone. "Dad, I sent you a link. Don't be scared when you see it." On the other end, a steady voice chuckled. "Oh, you kid, would I be scared? Let me see, huh?" Today is December 20th, and the sun is shining brightly with a gentle breeze in the air. However, in the community of mid to high-level beast tamers in Shanghai City, a storm is brewing. All eyes are on a breeding facility called Qingmu, which claims to have bred a king-level spirit beast. Although the king-level spirit beasts are not for sale, reservations for pseudo-king beasts are in full swing. If the conditions are right, the price is reasonable, and you are chosen by a spirit beast, you can form a contract with it. The allure of a king-level beast is so strong that even high-level beast tamers are drawn to it. In the Breeders' Association's evaluation, those who accidentally breed a commander-level spirit beast are considered apprentice breeders, while those who can consistently breed commander-level beasts are deemed junior breeders. Intermediate breeders need to consistently breed pseudo-king beasts and have bred 3 true king-level beasts. If they can consistently produce a true king-level beast within 3 years, they can be promoted to senior breeders. Breeding lord-level spirit beasts is the domain of master breeders, and the determination of a lord-level beast is closely related to the size of the territory it controls. The entire master breeder stage deals with lord-level spirit beasts. Only grandmaster-level breeders can handle overlord-level spirit beasts, and breeding king-level spirit beasts requires a stroke of luck. The achievement of a breeder often hinges on whether they can produce a king-level beast. Even accidentally breeding one suggests a significant possibility of advancing to a senior breeder. Therefore, a breeding facility capable of producing king-level beasts naturally becomes the center of attention for all beast tamers. In theory, the information on the breeding facility's official site should be reliable. However, the owner of Qingmu Breeding Facility is a senior breeder, not a breeder, which has caused some concern among beast tamers. Wang Mu chose to undergo the evaluation on January 1st because the Qingyu butterflies he bred have already shown results, and he is ready to participate in the evaluation. In Xinzhou, the calendar was once revised, and January 1st is now considered the day when the stars fell and tranquility returned, marking the first sighting of divine beasts. This day is seen as blessed, with people's luck believed to increase. This is not just a myth, but a reality observed over thousands of years. Therefore, Wang Mu chose this day, harboring hopeful aspirations. Today, after releasing several commander-level Qingyu butterflies into the ecological park, Wang Mu turned to fill out the application for the breeder evaluation. Unlike the breeder evaluation, materials need to be provided by the breeder, and during the check, only the energy level of the materials is scanned by instruments, without focusing on specific types. The association is extremely protective of breeders' formulas, strictly prohibiting any spying or theft. As long as a breeder does not carry Lord-level materials, there should be no issues with the evaluation. Wang Mu's Qingming has not yet fully developed the capabilities of a lord. It can only achieve its potential after gathering all attributes. This leaves Wang Mu with some concerns about the future, as breeding lord-level spirit beasts is truly challenging. After submitting the evaluation application, it was reviewed in just one day, allowing Wang Mu to schedule the specific evaluation time. Since the materials are provided by the breeder, the timing of the evaluation is entirely up to him. Without a doubt, Wang Mu set off confidently that same day. He drove his old, beat-up car, with 3 large boxes full of materials in the back seat. Although he had a bird spirit beast called the Cold Sky Crow, it wasn't suitable for carrying people and needed further cultivation. As before, Xinyu waited at the association's entrance. She had initially arranged for a few people to help carry the materials, but when she saw the boxes floating behind Wang Mu after he got out of the car, she remained silent. After all, breeders usually handle spirit beasts and materials themselves. Smiling, she guided him. Mr. Wang, the special assessment secret realm is ready, and you can start the examination anytime. It's unmanned, so you need to confirm the spirit beasts and items you're bringing in. Wang Mu nodded. Please explain the specific steps when the time comes. It's no trouble at all. Please follow me. Shun Yu's measured pace and composed demeanor reflected her confidence, a hallmark of the association's training in their field of expertise. She led Wang Mu through a pure silver corridor with 3 doors, each requiring Wang Mu to scan and authenticate himself. At the end was a silver doorframe adorned with a gleaming eye symbol with lashes top and bottom. The seal of secrecy from the secret dragon, a spirit beast of the Dragon King, tasked with guarding all secrets. Mr. Wang, you just need to input your spiritual power to open the door and enter the secret realm. The provisional breeder assessment usually lasts 5 days, but you can finish early, Xinyu explained before leaving, as this was not a place she could linger. Wang Mu nodded, understanding that the corridor had already verified the materials. His presence here meant everything was in order. Thanks to the feedback from 2 5th-level spirit beasts, his spiritual power was immense. Although not yet at the 5th level, he could project his spiritual power externally, transferring it to the seal of secrecy without needing to touch the door. As his spiritual power made contact, a silver light erupted. The door became transparent, and a unique silver field from an illusory seal enveloped the area. The blue vortex door behind it appeared, and Wang Mu walked through it confidently. Ding dong. Breeder detected entering, initiating guidance mode. Please wear the reef cloak to remain unaffected by the secret realm's time flow, a mechanical voice announced as Wang Mu entered the secret realm. It was a research lab with transparent materials, offering views of 3 distinct areas: the sea ahead, a forest to the left, and a desert to the right. Turning instinctively, he saw a glacial tundra, indicating a secret realm specially modified for assessments. Wang Mu noticed a reef cloak on a mannequin before him, a silver cloak whose name puzzled him, though it didn't matter. Donning the cloak, he began his cultivation process. First, he took out ordinary green leaf worm eggs, not descendants of the species king, just average specimens. With accelerated time, they emerged from their cocoons in less than half a day. The newly born spirit butterflies were eager to mate and produce offspring, but under Wang Mu's intervention, they absorbed green spirit liquid, rapidly growing until they reached the 3rd level, and only then did they begin to lay eggs. This batch of eggs is imbued with genetic spells, which will eventually transform into innate magic. Wang Mu employs 2 cultivation methods simultaneously. One involves combining materials with spells, where the materials not only enhance the effect, but also disguise the true intent. The other is a conventional cultivation method discovered later, requiring only materials. Due to time constraints, Wang Mu had previously only found the method to cultivate commander-level jade butterflies, sufficient for the junior cultivator's assessment. Even with the accelerated time in the secret realm, the first cultivation method is still time-consuming, so he decides to distribute some eggs across 4 different environments for hatching. In the field of cultivation, research has long shown that the environment significantly impacts the evolution and mutation of spirit beasts. Previously, Wang Mu didn't have the conditions to choose the environment, but now he can experience it in advance. However, as the hatching begins, Wang Mu frowns. His spiritual power can now extend outside his body to explore, combined with life perception and affinity with life attributes, allowing him to observe the changes in the eggs directly. There is almost no change. The environmental impact on spirit beasts requires several generations of accumulation, or the environment must contain certain special powers to prompt rapid change. Wang Mu decides to abandon this experiment and continue with cultivation. The task at hand is considerable. Xinyu mentioned 5 days, which is for junior cultivators, but Wang Mu is aiming for intermediate or even advanced cultivation, so he decides to give it a try. The assessment secret realm uses a fully automated hatching chamber, requiring only a single operation, where intelligent devices can remember and repeat subsequent operations, eliminating concerns about leaks. Wang Mu consequently repeats the cultivation of several batches of spirit butterflies. Compulsory education begins at age 4 and lasts 10 years, followed by about 6 years for children to choose their development paths. Outstanding children can enter the Beast Master Academy or the Cultivator Academy to receive lectures from industry leaders. Cultivator courses usually cover from Cultivator to Cultivation Master, although only in theory. Afterward, cultivators need to advance step by step. Wang Mu is well versed in the cultivation methods for king-level spirit beasts. If a spirit beast species has never had a king appear, direct cultivation might result in a king similar to the wood spirit butterfly or wind spirit butterfly. If a king already exists, a new area must be designated to first cultivate a group with no less than 10 pseudo-kings, allowing them to differentiate into 10 new groups. Once they reach a certain level, they can be ordered to merge. This process is not peaceful. They will fight for the leader position, killing each other until all submit, with the victor transforming into a true king. Notably, during this process, cultivators must not interfere excessively, only issuing differentiation or merging commands, ensuring the spirit beast groups remain in a natural environment. Otherwise, they will fail. Only a true king can leave a bloodline legacy for its descendants, significantly enhancing the group's strength. Therefore, in nature, many spirit beasts choose to separate and later merge after reaching a certain level, aiming to produce a king. The green leaf butterfly and its evolved forms do not possess a bloodline higher than a commander in nature. Due to their small size, the groups are usually not too small, but if their numbers increase, they easily become prey for natural enemies, so typically, 200 comprise a group. This time, Wang Mu hatched a total of 2,000 ordinary spirit butterflies. When they swarm together, the sight is quite spectacular. However, these butterflies have a lifespan of only 20 years, and in the wild, only a lucky 1% might survive. Now, he just needs to patiently wait for the pseudo-kings to hatch. Wang Mu remembered a time in class when a student asked, "Teacher, aren't spirit beasts our companions? Breeding a beast king requires them to fight each other, which sounds a bit cruel." The teacher at the time wasn't Zhu Tao, but another intermediate breeder, Shen Jiyue. She replied, "Originally, there were no spirit beasts. They were all tamed from demon beasts by our ancestors. The reason you see demon beasts hardly evolving is because over millions of years, they've reached their full potential. Spirit beasts originate from demon beasts, so why should they continue to evolve without paying a price? It's impossible. Moreover, you might not know this, but the evolution of spirit beasts is ingrained in their instincts, and they are willing to pay any price for the opportunity to evolve." Shen Jiyue was a Hansen teacher with a lively and engaging teaching style. To help students understand more intuitively, she brought in a mental-type Beast Tamer to communicate with spirit beasts in the mountain and sea realm. During that class, from the lowest-level Qingya butterflies to the leader-level Tunshan beasts, regardless of whether they liked to fight, they all expressed a unanimous desire to evolve. They were willing to die for evolution. Wang Mu was particularly impressed by a spirit beast called the flower pot, which, despite being immobile and only able to absorb spiritual energy to nourish plant growth, also yearned to evolve. Since then, Wang Mu's perspective on breeding had changed dramatically. As long as it didn't involve too many ethical issues, he was willing to try almost anything. 7 days passed, and pseudo-beast king-level spirit butterflies emerged in the secret realm. At this point, Wang Mu began applying for a phase evaluation. He couldn't guarantee the ultimate success of breeding a beast king, so he decided to first obtain the intermediate breeder certification. After waiting for an hour, Wang Mu saw a middle-aged man enter. He wore a gold badge with 3 stars on his chest, indicating he was a senior breeder. The man glanced at the spirit butterflies in the forest area, then turned to leave, but he did say, Wait, my level is not sufficient. A master will come shortly. Previously, there were 3 breeding masters in Shanghai City, but they left due to reconstruction. However, the city's breeder association must have a master as president and vice president, so a few new ones had come to take over in recent months. Although Wang Mu wasn't very interested in the news, he was aware of the association's situation. He also recognized the man who just left as Du Sheng, the association's appraiser responsible for assessing junior and intermediate breeders. Shortly after Du Sheng left, another middle-aged man entered. He dressed plainly, but the badge on his chest was completely white with 12 sharp points like a child's drawing of the sun. 2 of the points were colored, one green and one blue, indicating he was a master in the wood and water domains. The center of the badge had only the character Lin, signifying his surname was Lin, and there were no stars since masters are seen as beyond levels. When Lin Tianqing approached, Wang Mu quickly greeted him. Hello, Master Lin. Lin Tianqing smiled slightly. Hello for what? I was just dragged out of the secret realm, but seeing the spirit beasts you've bred, I'm quite pleased. I just checked your information, and these are wood spirit butterflies, wind spirit butterflies, and what's this? The fluctuation of life force. Impressive. Wang Mu understood and answered. That's the life spirit butterfly. I didn't list it on the official website. I'm planning to auction it internally. Lin Tianqing nodded, indicating that the matter shouldn't be made public. He suggested discussing it with Wang Mu and dealing with it internally first. Wang Mu was momentarily stunned. He knew the value of the life spirit butterfly, but hadn't realized its importance. Calmly, Lin Tianqing took out a device, recorded some information, and then told Wang Mu. I've documented the data. You're now an intermediate breeder, so proceed boldly. As for internal handling, I'm serious. You might not be aware, but some of the older folks don't have much time left and have a great need for life extension. Besides special spirit beasts, those with life attributes are the best choice, as they can directly enhance a beast master's life essence. Consider it. There are plenty of benefits, and given your age, they will certainly invest in you. Wang Mu nodded decisively. All right, senior, I'm willing. But I must clarify, I haven't yet figured out the subsequent evolution of the life spirit butterfly, which could take decades. In my view, plant-type spirit beasts are more suited for the life attribute. Lin Tianqing chuckled. No need to be so cautious. A pseudo-beast king with life attributes is essentially no different from a true beast king, just lacking a trait. And there's an unwritten rule in the breeding world. A life attribute talent directly adds 1 level to the bloodline. So a pseudo-beast king can be equated to a lord level, and they aren't in a position to be picky. They'll only be grateful to you. Lastly, if you breed a new one, can't they just form a new contract? Wang Mu nodded. Thank you for the guidance, senior. I've learned a lot. Lin Tianqing glanced at the spirit beasts and said to Wang Mu. All right, continue with your breeding work. Let me know if you have results, and even if not, tell me. Failing to advance doesn't matter. You've just started on the path of a breeder. You have plenty of time, so take it slow. With that, he left. Recently, a new type of fierce beast had appeared at the Dark Outpost, which needed to be thoroughly researched before breeding a targeted spirit beast. Seeing Wang Mu, he felt reassured. With such outstanding young talent among humans, there was no need to worry about fierce beasts. One day, they would be defeated, and their bloodlines would be extracted to breed new spirit beasts. Wang Mu was pondering Lin Tianqing's words, especially the part about failure doesn't matter. He admitted he wanted to try, even though he wasn't confident about breeding a beast king, as he hadn't attempted it yet. It seemed Lin Tianqing had noticed something and offered some advice. So, Wang Mu focused entirely on observing the group of spirit butterflies, trying to identify any shortcomings. Meanwhile, Lin Tianqing had entered another advanced secret realm, where 7 or 8 people were already waiting. Noticing their badges, they were all master level. As soon as he entered, he chuckled. This mountain and sea city truly breeds talent. Despite those 3 old troublemakers, a genius still emerges. Someone familiar with him rolled their eyes. Get to the point. After boasting, get back to work. Lin Tianqing didn't mind and continued with a grin. A young friend has bred a life attribute spirit beast. The group remained indifferent. They were masters, after all, and a life attribute spirit beast wasn't difficult. Then Lin Tianqing dropped a bombshell, using the green leaf butterfly as a base. The surrounding people instantly became alert. What? Say that again, I didn't catch it. Lin Tianqing calmly repeated. The young friend used the green leaf butterfly to breed a life attribute spirit beast. His smile was particularly provoking. The person who knew him well gave him a bear hug and eagerly demanded. Tell us in detail, quickly. Lin Tianqing exclaimed helplessly. Hey, you're suffocating me. Let go, and I'll explain. To be honest, the Qingyi butterflies cultivated by Lin Tianqing are divided into commander level and pseudo-beast king level. After investigation, he has successfully cultivated several beast kings. According to the regulations, I granted him a pass for the intermediate cultivator assessment. Since he cultivated the life spirit butterfly, I took a closer look and found that the life essence of his other pseudo-beast king spirit butterflies was above 30 or 40, while the life spirit butterflies was directly doubled. This young man did not hide his abilities, clearly possessing a mental talent that allows him to teach his spells to spirit beasts, likely using this to break through the original limitations of the Qingyi butterfly. Alright, that's it. Do any of you old folks have something to say? His burly friend frowned, glancing between him and the others before finally speaking. You're giving us all this information because you want us to protect him a bit. A dark-skinned woman rubbed her forehead, affirming, Old Lin, you're always full of ideas. Just tell us, who is this young man, and how should we protect him? Lin Tianxing then spoke seriously. His name is Wang Mu, currently 16 years old, about to leave Shanghai City and head to Leihai City. The group fell silent for a moment before someone sighed. Leihai City, isn't that the territory of the Lei tribe? It's good that he's going. Hopefully, he won't act recklessly. Another shook their head. It's hard to say. You know, all that faith, totems, the power is quite unsettling. Once you're entangled, you lose your own will. They continued discussing, but they didn't pay much attention to the talent ability, laughing. These days, to become a master, who doesn't have some outstanding qualities or a stroke of fortune? Moreover, after the 5th stage, humans awaken a talent ability, and Wang Mu's is indeed very useful for a cultivator, hopefully allowing him to advance further. After all, while spells can directly target the essence, they also have limitations, like the spore spells of fungi, which other spirit beast levels can hardly use. As master cultivators aware of the human race's situation, they deeply understand the concept of a human destiny community. The people of the Xinzhou continent must unite to survive. Wang Mu's rise is undoubtedly a great benefit to everyone. Meanwhile, Wang Mu was focused in the secret realm, attempting to cultivate a true beast king. To be safe, he even had these pseudo-beast kings produce offspring after the 3rd stage, so their respective groups could expand again. On the 10th day, with only 2 days left until January 1st, more than a dozen groups finally began to merge. Wang Mu witnessed for the first time the full-throttle battle scenes of spirit beasts. The entire forest seemed to awaken, with plants and tree leaves ready to shoot out at any moment, vines and roots poised like venomous snakes, ready to entangle and strangle when prey relaxed. The wood spirit butterflies used the forest as their base, while the wind spirit butterfly group performed wind spells, astonishingly creating a massive tornado, at least 50 meters high and 10 meters in diameter, destroying plants wherever it passed. The life spirit butterflies were the strongest, not only mastering wind and wood spells, but also, surprisingly, the wind spirit butterflies displayed a strong combat awareness, mixing wind blades into the tornado. Once the tornado formed, other spirit butterflies couldn't cope. The wood spirit butterflies were the first to be swept in, instantly torn to shreds, while the life spirit butterflies began merging with the hurricane and used plants to block the wind spirit butterflies tornado. Ultimately, a hurricane over 20 meters high collided with the tornado, only to be consumed by the latter, and the life spirit butterfly group perished as well. The tornado gradually subsided, and the life essence of the dead spirit butterflies didn't disperse. Instead, it gathered towards the strongest spirit butterfly, forming a cocoon. The Qingya worm resembles a silkworm, but it does not spin a cocoon after pupation. This time, during the metamorphosis of the wind spirit butterfly, the essence of all other deceased spirit butterflies transformed into countless threads that wrapped around the spirit butterfly, forming a cocoon-like structure. The spirit butterfly was absorbing this essence for a complete evolution, and the aura emanating from the cocoon greatly benefited the other wind spirit butterflies. Just as Wang Mu thought the other wind spirit butterflies might reach the pseudo-beast king bloodline, an unexpected event occurred. The more powerful spirit butterflies around voluntarily landed on the cocoon and then sacrificed themselves. It was all part of the evolution. This instinctual evolution left Wang Mu astounded. He had always regarded each spirit beast as an independent entity, but now he realized he was mistaken. A community of spirit beasts actually functions as a whole. Despite lacking intelligence, they were capable of surprising actions. At this moment, the wind spirit butterfly becoming the beast king was of immense benefit to the group, so the other spirit butterflies unhesitatingly sacrificed their lives, including several at the pseudo-beast king level. Their sacrifice, in turn, transformed the aura within the cocoon, and Wang Mu sensed a trace of the king of the species aura, but it seemed something was missing, showing signs of running out of steam. Wang Mu looked at the devastated land, with large swathes of forest destroyed. Beside him, Qingming noticed this and flew around the ground. The broken branches on the ground began to grow roots and came back to life. A few minutes later, the forest was beginning to take shape. Although Qingming could not restore it to its former state in a short time, as it was still too young and lacked a solid foundation, as a lord, it only mastered one advanced spell life force. Just now, it purely used a growth spell, and until it reached a higher level, a spirit beast's power could only be fully realized with the appropriate spell. Perhaps it needed a forest domain or a vine terrain to complement it. At this moment, time accelerated, the cocoon became transparent, and finally dissipated, revealing a small spirit butterfly. The wind spirit butterfly had matured, possessing 4 bloodlines, an incomplete beast king talent, high-level wind talent spells, basic attribute control wind, suppression spells, gale tornado, blade of the wind wings traits, and an incomplete shared level of the wind spirit butterfly, king of the species. Wang Mu found a place to sit, constantly recalling and pondering where things had gone wrong. After a while, he had a hypothesis and began hatching numerous insect eggs, nurturing them in the direction of the wind spirit butterfly. The wind spirit butterfly was delighted by the birth of its kin, but its aura remained unchanged. Until another day passed, the spirit butterflies emerged from their cocoons, surrounding this wind spirit butterfly, as if guarding their king. Wang Mu felt regretful, unable to fully succeed. The reason was likely due to the small number of the group, resulting in the wind spirit butterfly having no kin after its evolution. How could it be a king of the species? Even if he nurtured more spirit butterflies, he couldn't compensate for the batch that had undergone fusion. Theoretically, he could share the Beast King wind spirit butterfly's traits with it, but it was unnecessary. This round of nurturing had concluded and was part of an assessment. Normally, he would satisfy his compulsive need to make the incomplete complete, but doing so now would be cheating, and he didn't need that. After the nurturing ended, Wang Mu pressed the button in the laboratory, following the procedure. Anyone who becomes a nurturer adheres to this process. Lin Tianqing was the one who came again, as if he had been waiting there all along, appearing within just a few minutes. Noticing the wind spirit butterfly and the other spirit butterflies, he seemed slightly surprised and praised. Not bad. You've identified the flaw and tried to remedy it. However, the requirements for nurturing the Beast King are stringent, so it's impossible to fully compensate, but you've found the right nurturing method. Wang Mu remained calm and undeterred. Nurturing was always like this, especially when it came to cultivating new species, requiring step-by-step experimentation to obtain accurate data. He originally intended to become an intermediate nurturer, so he didn't harbor any negative emotions at this moment. Instead, he looked at Lin Tianqing expectantly. Senior, I heard from teacher Zhu Tao that after passing the nurturer examination, a lot of things become clear. Lin Tianqing nodded, pleased with Wang Mu's composure, and found a place to sit down, speaking slowly. You must have many questions lately. What is the Dark Outpost? I'm afraid you don't know anything about it. Yes, senior, Wang Mu answered honestly, his heart full of curiosity. Sigh. Lin Tianqing sighed. Humans in Shenzhou have no countries, only territories created by 2 heavenly kings and numerous masters. You are a little genius, so your geography should be good, and you should know Shenzhou is vast. However, we only occupy 30% of this continent, with 60% belonging to the beasts and 10% unknown. Unknown doesn't mean unsafe. Our enemies are the beasts deep in the continent's forests and the underground world beneath the continent. The underground world isn't covered in your geography classes. It's extremely dangerous, filled with fierce beasts, and the beast kingdoms there want to invade the surface, coveting this land of light. The Dark Outpost is a city we humans established in the underground world. 40% of humanity's backbone is stationed there, and the remaining 60% are in the Pioneer City. At this point, Lin Tianqing released his mental power, using illusions to construct a map of the continent, marking 2 places in black. Look at these 2 places. They're the passageways between the underground and the surface. We just need to defend these passageways. Over 100 years ago, invading beasts advanced from the 5th and 6th levels to the 6th and 7th levels, numbering in the millions each year. And in these forests, waters, and mountains, the beasts are powerful, with many reaching the 9th level, so we also need to guard against them. Wang Mu listened with a serious expression. Previously, he thought humanity was powerful and lived in peace, but now he realized how dangerous their surroundings were, suddenly losing his sense of security. He secretly resolved to improve quickly. Seeing the timing was right, Lin Tianqing changed the subject. Have you heard of biological control? I have, Wang Mu replied. The number of human beast tamers is far fewer than that of fierce beasts and demon beasts, but so far, we've defended against every attack. This is because many nurturing masters study the enemy and cultivate specific spirit beast groups. They live on the border, frequently engaging in battles with fierce beasts, reducing our pressure. Wang Mu's eyes lit up. This method was impressive, using the natural food chain to maintain balance. Although it couldn't solve everything, it provided time for development. Lin Tianqing stood up and patted Wang Mu on the shoulder. Zhu Tao is a good kid too. He's already told you a lot, so I won't repeat it. You have talent, so develop it well. Lei Zhantian is strong and has the potential to become a heavenly king. Go there and develop without worrying about unexpected events. After Lin Tianqing finished speaking, he left, leaving Wang Mu a bit stunned. He knew that the existence of spirit beasts wasn't a secret, but he didn't expect Lin to be so straightforward about it. This honesty made him feel at ease. and he couldn't help but smile with relief as he led the butterfly swarm out of the secret realm. At the entrance, Shen Yu was waiting respectfully. She had learned a few days ago that Mr. Wang had been promoted to an intermediate nurturer. At that moment, it felt like a dream to her. The speed of his promotion exceeded her expectations. She had thought it was just the assessment for a prospective nurturer, but he had directly become an intermediate nurturer. Feeling joyful, Wang Mu eagerly drove home. Tomorrow was January 1st, and today was the perfect time to update the information at the nurturing center. Once these high-level spirit beasts were sold, he planned to use the resources to develop the secret realm. The life spirit butterflies could also be exchanged for some precious items. With the secret realm, he could nurture the Qingling species, and perhaps in the future, he could cultivate some Qingmu demons and explore their evolutionary paths. On the way, Wang Mu felt content, messaging his parents and looking forward to a family celebration upon his return. As January 1st approached, intermediate beast tamers in Shanghai City and the surrounding areas frequently monitored Qingmu Nurturing Center, anticipating the latest news. The good news finally arrived. The official information revealed that the owner of Qingmu Nurturing Center had been promoted from an advanced nurturer to an intermediate nurturer. Even more exciting was the announcement of a purchase opportunity for a life spirit butterfly. However, bad news followed as the information about the life spirit butterfly quickly spread to nearby cities. Not only were intermediate tamers of ranks 5, 6, and 7 interested, but even advanced tamers of rank 8 began to take notice. Fortunately, the Shanghai City Beast Tamer Association intervened, restricting the purchase to local tamers only and providing Wang Mu with a subsidy, which helped to calm the selling frenzy. Wang Mu understood the situation well, as the association sent representatives to discuss how to internally manage the sale of the life spirit butterflies. Initially, there was one Beast King level life spirit butterfly, 7 pseudo Beast King level life spirit butterflies, and 23 commander level life spirit butterflies. Although these 23 did not have life attributes, they clearly indicated that they could acquire life attributes after evolving. Being at the commander level meant more people could form contracts with them, reducing the power requirement and increasing their value. The Beast King level life spirit butterfly was not for sale, while 20 commander level and 5 pseudo Beast King level butterflies would be acquired internally by the association. One pseudo Beast King and one commander would be auctioned at the Qingmu Nurturing Center, while the remaining pseudo Beast King would be held for now. 2 commander level butterflies were to be gifted to Zhu Tao, although he was unaware of this yet. He had just received an invitation from Wang Mu to visit, learning that his student had become an intermediate nurturer, a level higher than himself. He felt as if he were in a dream, dazed and at a loss. The whole situation seemed unreal to him. He could accept others being outstanding, but the absurdity of it all left him momentarily unable to comprehend, as if his mind had briefly frozen. On the first day of January, at the Qingmu Breeding Center, Wang Mu and Zhu Tao were intently watching the screen. The auction for wood spirit butterflies and wind spirit butterflies was underway, featuring a variety of breeds ranging from commander level to pseudo Beast King level. Zhu Tao suggested, "Look at this person, they bid 100 million plus a heart of lava. This one bid 100 million plus a small island of pure ice. And this one, 100 million plus a mysterious cave." Wang Mu's Beast King level association also had a suggested price of 100 million, but they were reluctant to increase the bid because of an unwritten rule. Buyers must confidently offer items that could interest the breeder. These bidders clearly knew Wang Mu well, aware that he had progressed from a breeder to a cultivator and was developing a secret realm. The heart of lava could transform an area into a volcanic and magma lake region, potentially nurturing a natural flame spirit if the spiritual energy concentration was sufficient. The small island of pure ice was ideal for breeding ice-type spirit beasts, something Wang Mu had previously purchased at a high price. Meanwhile, the mysterious cave was relatively rare, with each descending layer differing from the last. Zhu Tao recommended Wang Mu choose the mysterious cave, as he had a peculiar mushroom that could be exchanged for the light of darkness. After some thought, Wang Mu decided to take Zhu Tao's advice, feeling grateful for his guidance. Seeing Wang Mu proceed with the transaction with the bidder, Zhu Tao felt a sense of satisfaction. Who wouldn't like seeing their advice being taken? Wang Mu decisively selected from the bidder's offerings and then put the life spirit butterfly up for auction as well. The screen went still for a moment, then countless messages began to flood in. Zhu Tao remarked enviously, "Life a tribute. Just imagine how many old monsters this will attract." At that moment, Wang Mu sent out a mental signal, and 2 commander-level spirit butterflies flew over from the ecological zone, stopping in front of Zhu Tao. "Teacher Zhu, I've recultivated these 2. With their next advancement, they'll possess life attributes. Please, take them." Zhu Tao looked at Wang Mu with a complex expression, thinking to himself, "Still calling me teacher? If I didn't know your sincerity, I'd think you were mocking me." Wang Mu blinked. "Once you accept them, we can be friends." Zhu Tao, no longer holding back, smiled and agreed. "All right, let's be friends then." The spirit butterflies circled Wang Mu reluctantly before finally settling in front of Zhu Tao. Without hesitation, Zhu Tao communicated with the butterflies and formed a contract with one on the spot. Even if this life spirit butterfly never evolved, the contract was still worthwhile, and Zhu Tao knew Wang Mu would continue cultivating it, meaning the butterfly's potential was at least Lord level. Due to their power disparity, the contract process was swift. The butterfly was 3rd tier, while Zhu Tao was 6th tier. Despite the vast difference, he felt a qualitative change in life, with his lifespan at least doubling, even before the life spirit butterfly evolved or its life attributes manifested. Looking at the screen, he marveled. Now I understand why they're so crazy. 7th tier spiritual plant moon goddess flower, 8th tier greenwood demon spirit core, holy Pegasus mane, pure ice spirit core. I can't give you advice this time. Each one is a treasure. If I could, I'd choose them all. Wang Mu felt a bit puzzled and wondered why the life spirit butterfly, a spirit beast with attributes of wood, wind, and life, had so many bidders. The current number of bidders had reached 2,214. Zhu Tao seemed to understand the situation well and explained, intermediate beast masters typically live over 500 or 600 years, and high-level ones can live over 1,000 years. But how many beast masters have you actually seen? Wang Mu suddenly understood and asked, are they all on the front lines? Zhu Tao nodded and continued. Most of them are indeed on the front lines, and many have been injured and returned inland to recover. Many of their injuries can only be healed by contracting life system spirit beasts. Shanghai City is relatively peaceful, so many veterans are hidden here. He added, among these over 2,000 people, believe it or not, there's not a single young person. Wang Mu couldn't help but laugh. I believe it. It seems our human race has deep roots. Zhu Tao paused for a moment, shaking his head, but it's not enough. The books don't mention it, but Polar City is on the border, near the Snow Mountains, and it's not very safe. Many veterans are recuperating there. When the Snow Mountain beasts rioted in the past, the city lord died in battle, and several veterans used secret techniques to unleash their peak strength to drive the beasts back to the mountains, but they sacrificed themselves in the process. The beasts have strong reproductive abilities, lack intelligence, but they inherit their lineage directly. Every time the beasts riot, we have to pay a price to suppress them. Wang Mu felt a chill and, after a moment of silence, realized he shouldn't let the buyers continue to bid higher. He said, I was planning not to cultivate the life spirit butterfly for now and focus on developing plant-type spirit beasts, but it seems I need to balance both. Zhu Tao nodded approvingly. It seems you understand. I was worried before that you were too young to understand these things, but now I see I was wrong to judge you by your age. You're a good one. He took out a ping-pong ball-sized box from his pocket and carefully handed it to Wang Mu. This is a promotion gift, can be used once. I intended to keep it as a family heirloom, but I think your abilities suit it better. Wang Mu was startled by the precious gift and quickly said, Brother Zhu, such a valuable item, please don't give it away. You have 2 kids. Zhu Tao shook his head firmly. Giving it to you is the right choice. Open it and see. Wang Mu hesitated for a moment, sensing Zhu Tao's determination, and finally took the box. Upon opening it, he found a forest white bone with cracks and strange patterns. Seeing it, Wang Mu felt as if something had been added to his mind, like the route of a spell. Zhu Tao explained, this is called primal awakening ice. Wang Mu curiously asked, what kind of spell is this? Zhu Tao, reminiscing, explained to Wang Mu, when the extreme ice cave was discovered, it revealed the fossil of a dominator-level beast, the frost giant. It shattered into many pieces, which can be used to comprehend the spells the frost giant once knew. This is a primal awakening spell, a special spell that becomes more powerful as your strength increases. It was because of this that I decided to pursue the path of an ice and snow cultivator. Over the years, I have also cultivated a beast king, relying on the gains from back then. I feel that if you obtain it, you will also bring glory to the ice element. Wang Mu looked puzzled. Although Zhu Tao's words made sense, this ability indeed matched his potential. Mentioning abilities, Wang Mu couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhu, why does everyone seem so indifferent to my ability? Zhu Tao smiled slightly and replied, that's because everyone at the 5th tier awakens some ability. It's just a spell imprint. Once your strength increases, go to the Beastmaster Association to learn about various abilities, and you'll understand it's nothing special. He then mentioned the fictional Heavenly King, who could directly bestow life on machinery and even create a mechanical race. Wang Mu was shocked to hear that such things existed. Zhu Tao laughed heartily, recalling his own reaction back then, finding it amusing. Afterward, Zhu Tao stood up, ready to leave with the 2 little creatures, and shared his experience in crafting secret realms with Wang Mu. Wang Mu snapped back to reality and saw him off. Back inside, Wang Mu was torn, unsure of what to choose. The intelligent device had already completed the sorting. The moonflower was self-explanatory. Once planted, it continuously produced 7th tier material moonflower dew, ideal for nurturing spirit beasts, and could even cultivate beasts mastering lunar power. The 8th tier Greenwood Sprite core could directly evolve a Greenwood Sprite, potentially reaching the 7th tier. The Pure Ice Sprite core was also valuable. Elemental creatures could pair with the Pure Ice Island, undergoing a rebirth over time, allowing them to split and proliferate, akin to possessing an entire Sprite species. As for the Sacred Pegasus main, it was irreplaceable, providing Sacred Pegasus bloodline to equine spirit beasts, at least at the leader level. Wang Mu desired to have them all. After some hesitation, he decisively chose the first option and quickly edited the message, announcing that Qingmu Nurturing Facility would continue selling life spirit butterflies for the next year. After posting, Wang Mu felt immensely relieved, pleased to have both possessions and contributions. It was perfect. Thinking about going to Leihai City in a year, he could directly sell the life spirit butterflies to the Beastmasters there, feeling secretly proud. As a frontline city, Kaikai City would have a greater demand, and by then, he would own a secret realm, allowing him to try cultivating plant-type spirit beasts with life attributes, a genuine possibility. After the auction, Wang Mu didn't feel much, though the auction's atmosphere was more intense. In this extraordinary world of the Shenzhou continent, to prevent accidents, breeders had entrusted two major associations to conduct auctions ever since a buyer incident. Transactions could be completed without leaving home, waiting for Beastmasters to form contracts, and items could be stored at the association for later retrieval. Wang Mu appreciated this method, considering it fantastic. However, he knew that once everyone realized he could consistently nurture powerful spirit beasts, and he had enough strength, he might consider live auctions. Qingmu Nurturing Facility's VIP level system wasn't just for show. Having opened recently, not many customers had reached the level yet. Otherwise, Wang Mu would have tried it already. It was an auction. After all, protagonists in otherworldly adventures would participate, and organizing one himself would be even more thrilling. About 10 minutes after the online transactions concluded, Qingmu Nurturing Facility began receiving guests. They entered using their transaction records, and then entered the ecological area to select and contract spirit beasts. This step was an unwritten rule, allowing Beastmasters to choose the most compatible spirit beast, or automatically forfeit if none were chosen. Wang Mu waited in the ecological area for over 2 hours, finally gathering everyone. But when he saw the group leader, he couldn't help but be taken aback. A group of elderly men and women with white hair and beards excitedly ran towards Wang Mu, their enthusiasm almost overwhelming him. Despite their frail appearance, Wang Mu could clearly sense the strong vitality within them, as if they could unleash incredible power at any moment. There were only 2 spots available for the life spirit butterflies, yet the number of people present was astonishing. Wang Mu understood the reason and used his wind element spiritual power to amplify his voice, informing the interested elders to come forward, while the others were asked to wait outside. Many of the elders stopped in their tracks with regret, even though some were powerful 7th level practitioners. Over the years, they had developed a mutual respect with the trainers, especially within the trainers' ecological park. Any disturbance here would not be tolerated by the association's members. As the crowd gradually calmed down, Wang Mu directed a group of spirit butterflies to fly out, indicating that they could begin the bonding process. If they were unsuccessful this time, they were welcome to try again next time. After all, it was a mutual selection process, and while failure was almost impossible for these Beast Tamers, unexpected outcomes could always occur. After speaking, Wang Mu sprouted azure energy wings and flew towards the banyan grove. In the crowd, most people were not surprised, except for Gu Zhiqiu, who gently tugged at his father Gu Mingrue's sleeve and whispered, "Dad, has this teacher reached the 5th level already?" It was well known that Beast Tamers had little combat ability before reaching the 5th level, as their spiritual power was limited and they rarely used spells. The 5th level was a significant milestone. However, Gu Mingrue shook his head and replied quietly, "No. You need to focus and try to resonate with the spirit butterflies. Stop getting distracted." This time, their family had struck it lucky, as both father and son had secured bonding qualifications. Previously, they had planned to use their connections to buy spots from a trainer, even preparing 3 special treasures for the purpose, which finally came in handy. Even while in the grove, Wang Mu was fully aware of the situation outside, likely due to some ability of Qingming. Although it wasn't explicitly shown after sharing it with Wang Mu, he guessed it was related to the territory of a lord. Perhaps once he reached the 5th level and his talents fully awakened, this information would become apparent. Wang Mu arrived under an exceptionally tall tree and said to Qingming, "Go and invite the elders outside to come here." The transaction with those selecting spirit beasts was complete, and Wang Mu was about to conduct a second transaction, which was also an opportunity to expand his network. Despite their age, these elderly folks were often the leaders of small to medium-sized families, and Wang Mu could rely on them in the future if needed. At the edge of the ecological area, the elders were reminiscing when they suddenly noticed a spirit butterfly flying towards them with apparent intent. Before they could speculate, the butterfly spoke, "Ladies and gentlemen, my master has invited you to come over." The crowd marveled at this. They had seen spirit butterflies mimic speech using wind spiritual energy skill most beast tamers possessed, but for a spirit beast to do so indicated its intelligence was on par with that of a human. The group suddenly felt a sense of anticipation as the leader stepped forward and said, "If you could lead us there, we'd appreciate it." Qingming deliberately took a detour, entering the forest from the side without disturbing those who had formed contracts. The ecological zone wasn't large. It only took a few minutes to walk through it. As they entered the forest, they saw green leaf insects and spirit butterflies feeding on the green spirit liquid, with a couple of mushrooms growing under some trees. A young man was sitting under a tree, communicating with it. Seeing them approach, he turned and said, "Welcome, esteemed seniors." The elder at the front looked at Wang Mu in amazement. "So young indeed. I'm Huo Lingxiao. I thought it would be inappropriate for you, a mid-level cultivator, to call me senior since our statuses are similar, but now it seems fitting." Those nearby couldn't help but nod in agreement. "That's right. Even my great-grandchildren are older than you. Truly, new talents emerge in each generation, shining for centuries. I'm getting old." An elderly woman chuckled and said, "Zhuxian, you still don't know how to speak properly." She looked at Wang Mu with a hint of bemusement. Cultivators are usually addressed as teachers. "It's my first time meeting such a young teacher, Teacher Wang." Wang Mu was at a loss for words, encountering these senior figures for the first time, finding them so unconventional. Considering their age, he decided not to joke around and change the topic. "You have all sacrificed for our people, and now as you rest, I am willing to do my part to aid in your recovery." The strong-minded quickly speculated about what might be required in return. Wang Mu calmly said, "I plan to stay in Shanghai City for over a year, and I can cultivate 2 batches of spirit butterflies. If I cultivate them to the pseudo-beast king level, there would be at least 300. We can proceed with normal transactions, no extra conditions." Huo Lingxiao stroked his beard, silently observing Wang Mu's eyes, realizing the young man was sincere and not trying to deceive them. He then chuckled softly and shook his head. "You've just become a cultivator and lack experience. Since you're considering us old folks, we should reciprocate. Let's proceed with normal transactions, but we'll give you a few extra gifts. Just don't refuse." Wang Mu thought for a moment and nodded. "No problem. I won't decline the gifts from my elders. I'm looking forward to them." Huo Lingxiao smiled. "That's an interesting way to put it. We'll take our leave now and discuss things thoroughly to meet your expectations." After leaving the cultivation area, Huo Lingxiao reflected, "I used to oppose compulsory education, fearing young people would waste time on useless things. Now I see I was short-sighted. Such good kids only emerge through careful education." Shuya, with her white hair and wrinkled face, wore a gentle smile, exuding the beauty bestowed by time. She agreed. The association did do something right. "Brother Hua, you asked us to come out. What do you want to give him?" Zhuxian muttered softly. "No need to guess. Wang Mu is a cultivator. Let's go to the Black Mountain and seize the spirit spring." Huo Lingxiao was astonished. "You muscle-bound fool. You're right again." Gong Yuhao, Jing Ming, and Gu Tian exchanged glances, each calculating their next move, with their fighting spirit clearly visible on their faces. Gu Tian, eager to act, asked, "What do you think?" "Our target is Heishan, but what about the timing?" Gong Yuhao reiterated, "Over 300 life spirit butterflies. While the Heishan spirit spring is beneficial, it's not sufficient. If word gets out, we might become a laughingstock." Jing Ming, deep in thought, mentioned that Wang Mu's first spirit beast was the Qingmu demon and noted its life attribute. Wang Mu had once said that plant-type beasts were best suited to life attributes, making the spirit spring the optimal choice to accelerate their growth and evolution. Moreover, his second spirit beast is that spirit butterfly. Jing Ming continued, acknowledging that although he couldn't identify the butterfly species due to his limited vision, he sensed the aura of a lord emanating from it. Clearly, Wang Mu intended to continue cultivating the butterfly lineage. At this point, another person interjected, "Kongsang Mountain?" Jing Ming nodded in confirmation. "Yes, there's a rare 7th-tier spatial attribute spirit plant there, occupied by a group of rift birds. This beast group has been developing rapidly near Shanghai City. After nurturing them for so long, it's time to eliminate them." In just a few sentences, these recuperating elders revealed a startling level of murderous intent. Why were they resting? Their injuries were a result of diving too eagerly into enemy lines during past battles with beasts and fierce creatures. Now, with a chance to recover, they were eager to stretch their muscles in advance. The number Wang Mu mentioned, over 300, guaranteed that this group would take action. Especially the strongest among them, Huo Lingxiao, known as the strategist, who led the planning. The key factor was their strength and status. Those who had just spoken were all at the peak of the 7th tier, just a step away from advancing to the 8th. Once their injuries healed, they would be ready to advance. When these new powers emerged, Shanghai City was bound to become a lively place. Wang Mu, unaware of this, only felt that everyone was very friendly. After sending off the beast masters who completed their contracts, he began to rest. Resting, in this context, meant connecting to the All Things Network to communicate with Shunyu. The association provided each cultivator with dedicated reception staff, possessing strong professional knowledge, and even able to directly request the creation of secret realms. Shunyu sent several proposals for Wang Mu to choose from. Proposal 1. Choose a medium-sized secret realm, about 100,000 square kilometers, with a time flow rate that can be controlled up to 10 times, no attribute bias, requiring later modifications to the realm, and laboratory equipment must be purchased independently. Proposal 2. A small secret realm, about 20,000 square kilometers, with a maximum time flow rate of 3 times, constructed by the association with various terrains, using all new experimental equipment. Normally, the association provides a secret realm fragment for cultivators to build themselves, but Wang Mu received this treatment due to the internally circulated life spirit butterflies. Wang Mu decided to sell the spirit butterflies to establish connections with the beast masters and the association, receiving subsidies from the association and investments from others. Considering his situation, he chose Proposal 1 without hesitation. Wang Mu only needed to lay the groundwork for the construction of the secret realm. He would gradually carry out the subsequent modifications himself. With the help of spirit beasts, he had accumulated a considerable amount of resources, enough to tackle the modifications of the secret realm. Upon receiving confirmation, Xinyu immediately reported to the association's leader and responded, Professor Wang, within 6 months at most, you'll be able to go to the association to claim the secret realm. The materials stored at the association will also be used in the secret realm. However, since you haven't reached the 5th tier, you currently cannot access certain cultivation secrets, nor are you required to consider teaching tasks. Those will have to wait until you reach the 5th tier. Curious, Wang Mu asked, what exactly are these secret techniques? Xinyu regretfully replied, I'm sorry, only cultivators who have reached the 5th tier can know that. I don't have the clearance. Although Wang Mu felt disappointed, this secrecy only heightened his anticipation. He sent a message to Zhu Tao, but it took 4 days to receive a reply. Zhu Tao suggested, you can go directly to the association and meet with the president. Others need to reach the 5th tier to learn because they lack the strength, but you're ready. You can ask the president for an exception. I've been busy cultivating the storm wings, so my replies are slow. Wang Mu felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that being busy is a cultivator's norm. Since he hadn't yet obtained his own secret realm, he was relatively free and had just hatched a batch of insect eggs. This time, he focused on nurturing the life spirit butterflies, without aiming for any true beast king. Given that 1 spirit beast equals 1 life, he decided not to be greedy. If he ever needed it in the future, he could simply bestow a king trait on a non-special life butterfly to resolve any issues. Time was getting late, so Wang Mu scheduled a meeting with the president and vice president and went to the association on the 4th day. The association's leaders were all master cultivators, busy with their own affairs, and were hard to meet without an appointment. This time, Lin Tianxing welcomed Wang Mu. As soon as he entered the guest room, Lin Tianxing said, I've been so busy that I forgot you could directly learn the secret techniques. He placed several layered boxes on the table and continued, I worked overtime to make you some crystals, so you don't have to start learning from scratch. The secret techniques of cultivators are actually quite simple. Blood extraction, blood fusion, and blood bestowal. These are the 3 blood techniques, and their effects are evident from their names. Spiritual chi corrosion involves using the corresponding spiritual energy in a special environment to corrode the embryo of a spirit beast, giving it the corresponding attribute. Spiritual imprinting allows you to leave a mark on a spirit beast, which will be passed down through generations, influencing the evolution path of the spirit beast. This is the natural cultivation method. Lin Tianxing added, these are the 5 secret techniques for cultivators. Only when your soul is strong enough can you learn more advanced mystical methods. Lin Tianxing was a very busy person and left in a hurry after his visit, but before leaving, he informed Wang Mu, the association recently received a batch of spell crystals, which will be available for a while. Make sure to seize the opportunity. Wang Mu felt a wave of exhaustion. He had initially only planned to cultivate some life spirit butterflies, but now it seemed he had to strive to earn points. However, his heart was filled with joy because he knew that what he was gaining would allow him to progress quickly. The real discomfort would come when he had no goals, as that would mean he couldn't find a direction for improvement. Since cultivators are typically very busy, Wang Mu's trip out only took 2 hours and 20 minutes, with 2 hours spent driving, 15 minutes waiting, and just 5 minutes for the actual conversation. Returning home, Wang Mu realized that earning points had become much easier. Ling Dai had broken free from its original constraints, significantly extending its lifespan, making it widely welcomed and easily earning points. His goals were modest. He simply wanted to exchange for all the advanced spells the association offered. However, it couldn't be rushed. Wang Mu took out a beast bone Zhu Tao had given him and handed it to Qing Ming, hoping he could grasp the spell within. In Wang Mu's view, this spell was equivalent to an advanced one, usable from start to finish. Other basic spells are rarely used in later stages unless they can be reinvented into more powerful forms. Otherwise, they eventually become obsolete. While Qing Ming was learning spells, Wang Mu was delving into the secrets of cultivation, particularly bloodline extraction. Although this secret technique could be replaced by instruments, in some situations where instruments weren't available, using the technique directly was feasible. Fusion and empowerment are two different methods. The former involves merging different bloodlines with unpredictable results, while the latter has a primary and secondary relationship, mainly used to enhance the primary bloodline. Wang Mu particularly liked the secret technique of spiritual energy erosion, which could directly cultivate the purest Qing Yi dye and endow it with different attributes in special environments, allowing Qing Ming to quickly gather all attributes. The mental imprint was a convenient method for breeders to cultivate beast kings. Once a group was cultivated to a certain scale and released into a secret realm, they would naturally develop according to the imprint content. These 5 secret techniques all required consuming mental energy. Fortunately, Wang Mu's 2 spirit beasts both possessed mental attributes, so he didn't have to worry. He was considering applying for the dark light. With the dark light, Qing Ming and a group of bodyguards, he could venture into the wild to find cultivation materials. Bloodline extraction was a good secret technique, as many wild beasts were quite special, quickly dissipating or transforming into other forms upon death, making it impossible to transport them back. High-level beasts had self-protection mechanisms, and their bloodline power would dissipate or revert upon death, necessitating the breeder to seize it on sight. Breeders needed curiosity and a desire to explore, as most spirit beasts in human history were formed by random bloodline fusion. As a breeder, Wang Mu could directly check online. Some spirit beast bloodline fusion methods were public, while others were patented. They could be privately cultivated but not openly sold. These could serve as sources of inspiration, but breeders typically wouldn't cultivate and sell unless necessary. Veteran breeders were powerful, but new generation breeders were not to be underestimated. Wang Mu had yet to acquire a powerful offensive spell, and still maintained his initial idea of cultivating supportive spirit beasts. Most other breeders focused on offensive types, so the market was not lacking in such spirit beasts. Therefore, Wang Mu decided to fill the gap in the supportive type. Reconnaissance, storage, flight, protection, and survival were basic supportive spells. Adding control and production made them advanced supportive types. Wang Mu's ideal top-tier support would also have special attributes, like the vitality of the Life Ling die, which could enhance a beast master's life essence and extend their lifespan. There was actually a perfect support classification, but that was too far off. Wang Mu recently planned to cultivate the Lifeling die and was ready to start experiments directly. Currently, Wang Mu's points are nearly 0, with only a few points earned from trading spirit butterflies, which are far from enough to obtain the resources needed for an intermediate secret realm. To enhance his strength, he realized the importance of mental links. This is an advanced spell that, when combined with any detection spell, allows the spirit beast to share its observations with the Beastmaster and other spirit beasts. This way, enemies become targets, enabling Wang Mu to devise more effective strategies. Additionally, the mental mark, an intermediate spell, can lock onto a target and continuously provide its location, making it very effective against unintelligent enemies, as they cannot remove this mark. Other spell attributes have similar functions, such as the parasitic nature of the wood element and the attachment of the water element, but they lack the stealth of the mental element. Having a spirit beast with mental abilities means it doesn't take up a slot for other spirit beasts, so any beastmaster with some resources would choose to contract one. The mental element is extremely valuable, and combined with the life element and various perfect skills, Wang Mu wonders if beastmasters can afford them. Furthermore, storage and passenger flight are challenging for the butterfly family, as space spells are rare and difficult to enhance. Spell stones require spells to reach a perfect level before they can be condensed, making these resources even scarcer. In the future, Wang Mu might consider purchasing them directly. In fact, he could cultivate a giant variety of butterflies for passenger flight, but this does not align with their physiological structure. Cultivation must follow natural tendencies rather than being forced. In the future, if he could add personal space and teleportation spells to the butterflies, it would fulfill all functions. Although this is not possible now, he can start by adding control spells to assist in battle. Wang Mu is not a professional and has no contact with experts like Huo Lingxiao, so it's inconvenient to ask now. However, he thought of the Everything Network. As a certified intermediate cultivator across the platform, asking these questions would attract many people eager to connect and willing to respond. So, he opened the website and posted a question on his official page. What auxiliary combat abilities should a spirit beast have? Limited to life, mental, wood, and wind attributes. Existing combinations include mental mark, mental scan, life perception, and mental link. Wang Mu sincerely invites tactical masters to suggest better spell combinations based on current conditions, using known spells as a material library. Accepted suggestions will be cultivated into spirit beasts, and the suggestors will gain purchasing rights. Wang Mu expressed that he doesn't want to take advantage for free, as the world of Beast Masters naturally includes tactical masters. Although this was once a profession, with the spread of compulsory education, various old professions have gradually become obsolete. Some families still retain these traditions because they hold some high-level information that is not disclosed publicly. However, this situation is also slowly disappearing, as Beastmaster academies have specialized tactical teachers, and even after graduation, one can seek help directly from the Beastmaster Association. Nowadays, mature combat systems are emerging one after another, and even if one does not understand combinations, at least they can be used as a reference. Wang Mu first used his privileges to view the tactical configurations publicly available to internal members of the Cultivator Association. The strong attack type focuses on mental reinforcement, combined with single-target or group mental attack spells to handle different situations. However, he quickly dismissed this as too conventional. So he shared his question on the intermediate forum for Beastmasters on the Everything Network. With his status, the content he posted would carry more weight, especially with a paid request, involving an intermediate cultivator. Within just a minute, Wang Mu received numerous suggestions from Beastmasters, most of which were recommendations. One, in particular, caught his attention as it received hundreds of approvals within that minute. Wang Mu quietly contemplated the intriguing combination of the Seed of Spirit, a dual-element spell of life and spirit, and the Eye of the Jungle, a dual-element spell of wood and life. This pairing could produce an extraordinary reaction, reputed to be the most powerful detection spell known. His thoughts also intertwined with the wind spells Listening to the Wind and Breath of the Wind, and theoretically, combining all four could achieve the ultimate surface detection. In the preparation phase for battle, gathering information is crucial. Wang Mu was fortunate to hear an explanation from a master, learning that domain spells are the most powerful known means, followed by weather spells, and finally barriers. Spells like weakness and entanglement clearly cannot compare to these three. Unfortunately, only Lord-level individuals can master domain spells, and barriers require special talent, leaving weather spells as the relatively more accessible option. Wang Mu fell into deep thought, realizing he was about to acquire a dark weather spell. While other spells were difficult to obtain, his current spirit beast cultivation, with its life element characteristics, gave him an advantage. He could freely combine attributes and accept customization, making it perfectly suited for every beastmaster. Using this condition to exchange for weather spells, or even domain spells seemed feasible. The online community was bustling with talent. As Wang Mu pondered, a 7th-level beastmaster appeared, sharing insights on combat support. Domain, weather, and barrier spells were common means, while less common ones included special spells like spatial confinement, banishment, and conceptual spells such as sealing, petrification, fear, and silence. Having just reviewed the primary spirit beasts his teacher cultivated, Wang Mu had a thought. Perhaps he could consider a combination of life duplication, life sacrifice, and life restructuring metamorphosis to create the ultimate healing spirit beast. His spirits lifted, and he immediately searched the association's database for these spells, quickly realizing their power. Life duplication is an advanced spell that creates a duplicate composed of life force, serving as a substitute for the caster. Even tracking spells cannot distinguish between the original and the duplicate. If the original dies, the duplicate can transform back into the original, although it will experience a period of weakness. Life sacrifice is also an advanced spell, sacrificing oneself to heal a target, considered the strongest healing spell, capable of saving a target unless they are completely dead, though the caster will perish. Life restructuring and metamorphosis are exclusive spells for butterfly-type spirit beasts, akin to rebirth, allowing them to recover fully even from severe injuries after emerging from a cocoon. The combination of these spells is indeed flawless. Wang Mu could also incorporate some conventional healing techniques, categorizing them as protective functions. Since this Beastmaster's suggestions were based on personal experience, many others resonated with him, highlighting the needs of many Beastmasters. Wang Mu had a clear plan for future cultivation. After granting exclusive purchase rights to those whose suggestions were adopted, Wang Mu quickly closed the online platform and applied for the Light of Darkness at the association. In fact, he was already prepared after passing the assessment. Once he applied, it would be delivered promptly. Unlike others who had to contract spirit beasts on the spot, breeders were not subject to this requirement. Wang Mu also noticed the creature in the special cage, a mass of swirling darkness. As he peered through this darkness, he was astonished to discover that it was actually a bug, resembling a firefly, but instead of emitting light, it brought forth endless darkness. As Wang Mu approached, the dark light moved closer to him, seemingly drawn by his life force. At the same time, Wang Mu felt his innate talents being stirred. The characteristics of this dark light were remarkable. It had 5 bloodlines, a Beast King talent, and intermediate-level dark magic abilities such as Dark Light Control, Mastery of Dark Essence, Basic Attribute Control Dark Magic, Mastery of Dark Wave, and Shadow Stealth Control. Although its shared level was only 1 and lacked special traits, Wang Mu could only regard it as having the bloodline level of a pseudo-beast king. Due to the limitation of the shared level, he was unable to see the effects of other spells, and the proficiency of attribute control was not displayed. In fact, only when all basic spells of a system are mastered by a spirit beast can this magic be formed. When a spirit beast masters all basic spells of a system, it can develop special attribute mastery, control, and manipulation, thus enhancing its talents and allowing it to learn spells more quickly. Since this spirit beast was as high as tier 5, Wang Mu decided to keep Qing Ming by his side. After opening the cage, he fed it with Qing Ling liquid. A benefit of spirit beasts in the underground world is that they are generally not picky eaters. This dark light was no exception, yet it was called a soul-type spirit beast without any soul attributes or spells, which puzzled Wang Mu, prompting him to consider further research. Typically, breeders would choose to contract with the dark light, but Wang Mu only needed its spells, so he refrained from forming a contract and planned to cultivate it himself. Once he acquired the spells, he would share them with Qing Ling, allowing the dark light to enjoy its later years freely. Even if it wished to battle, finding a beast master would be an option. With Qing Ling and Qing Ming joining him, Wang Mu's standards had risen significantly, rendering ordinary spirit beasts unappealing to him. However, the potential of the dark light was still significant, and if his parents needed it, they could choose to contract with it. The darkness emitted by the dark light acted like a protective layer, and when it completely retracted the darkness in front of Wang Mu, it indicated its trust in him. Since bringing it back, Wang Mu had been nurturing it, providing delicious food and a safe environment. The shared level increased to 3 within a week, and in reality, once a breakthrough is found, the speed of improvement can be swift. Wang Mu only needed to reach level 4 to acquire all its spells, which he planned to use to cultivate dark-type spirit butterflies. The trait of the King of Races meant that both Qing Ming and Wang Mu would simultaneously gain an affinity for dark aura. In Wang Mu's eyes, the dark light was a tool, but he didn't entirely treat it as such, recognizing it as his spirit beast. As a breeder, he maintained a friendly attitude towards spirit beasts. In contrast to Wang Mu's calm demeanor towards the pseudo-beast king spirit beast, Zhou Tianyu was ecstatic to receive special purchasing privileges from Wang Mu on the online marketplace. After school that day, Zhou Tianyu was in a state of excitement. His father was a 6th-tier beast master with exceptional talent, but he died young during an expedition, which was a severe blow to the young Zhou Tianyu. Nevertheless, he persevered, using his father's notes to gain admission to the Beast Master Association's Academy, where he was destined to graduate with a commanding level spirit beast. Through his father's notes, he gained the opportunity to purchase at least a pseudo-beast king level spirit beast. He was thrilled and eager to graduate soon, enhance his strength, and eventually have items to trade. Another young man named Mo Chun, already a 7th-tier beast master, firmly believed that if he could cultivate spirit beasts as he envisioned, beast masters of dominant levels would eagerly buy them. For now, he needed to accumulate capital, fearing he might regret not being able to afford them later. Both had unwavering confidence in the capabilities of Qingmu Breeding Institute, as Wang Mu's credentials were trustworthy. As regular beast masters, they understood the lengthy cycle of spirit beast cultivation and were not impatient. High-level spirit beasts often took over a decade to cultivate, and they were willing to wait. Zhou Tianyu even hoped for a longer period, as he might not afford it once the spirit beast was born. However, they underestimated Wang Mu's speed. Merely half a month later, Wang Mu and the Dark Light reached a shared level of 4, successfully sharing all spells and passing them on to Qingling. This meant future spirit beasts from Qingmu Breeding Institute would have strong environmental adaptability, less affected by external factors. Before cultivating the dark attribute Lingdai, Wang Mu couldn't resist casting Dark Sky. Standing under a tree, even though he hadn't broken through to the 5th tier, he could alter the sky within a kilometer radius, decisively casting the spell. As the sky darkened, the woods of the breeding place were shrouded in darkness, and night descended. This darkness was particularly mysterious, and Wang Mu sensed that without a mental link, those around would have impaired vision, and their mental detection range would shrink. In the state of dark sky, Wang Mu could observe the entire area and felt an increased control over dark spirit energy, enhancing the power of dark spells. With a thought, he performed shadow stealth, instantly transforming into a shadow and merging into the darkness, moving over 10 meters away. The dark light watched him curiously, while the nearby wood Lingdai was entirely unaware of his approach. The maintenance of dark sky was highly consuming, akin to advanced spells, so Wang Mu promptly cancelled it, returning the sky to normal. In fact, dark sky was just a mid-level spell, capable of transforming a kilometer radius into a dark world, not the entire sky into night. Nevertheless, dark sky remained a highly strategic celestial phenomenon spell, around which a whole system could be built. Wang Mu calculated that he needed to cultivate spirit beasts for another year or two to acquire the necessary spells through various channels. Now, he decided to first cultivate and sell life Lingdai. while also cultivating other attribute Ling Dais to gain full attributes and open up the Beast Master space. Currently, Wang Mu was extremely busy. Among the offspring of Wind Ling Dai, Wood Ling Dai, and Poison Ling Dai, 1 in 1,000 inherited dual attributes. He needed to cultivate these dual attribute Ling Dais into communities for them to breed, thus obtaining naturally multi-attribute Ling Dais. These Ling Dais had a stronger tolerance to same attribute spells, allowing for deep cultivation. In the future, during their juvenile phase, they could share all perfect grade beginner spells and later acquire mid-level and advanced spells, potentially breaking through to the Lord level. This process required a substantial amount of time and couldn't wait until the secret realm was completed. It needed to start now. Additionally, Wang Mu planned to cultivate dark attribute Ling Dais this time. Under Wang Mu's efforts, the entire Qingmu Breeding Institute appeared particularly quiet, while the western part of the city was rapidly developing during this period. The higher-ups knew Wang Mu was about to leave, but his departure didn't mean Qingmu Breeding Institute couldn't continue operations. By then, the Breeding Association in Shanghai City would assist in operations, and Leihai City would ally with Shanghai City, ensuring mutual benefits, with Wang Mu only standing to gain more. Wang Mu graduated in April, and the main target group for the development program were new trainers who purchased Ling Dai in May and June. Now, it's already January of the second year, and time has flown by. The rookie Beast Masters are beginning to show their results, although most have only mastered spells at the control level. Wang Mu has been nurturing spirit beasts for some time, and the innate talent of these beasts significantly impacts spell learning. It is nearly impossible to elevate the spells of an elite-level Ling Dai to perfect level within a year. The perfect level is a high threshold, and crossing it is incredibly challenging. If rookie Beast Masters have elders at home to guide them, mastering a spell and reaching the control level is not difficult. Even without guidance, diligent study can achieve it. However, perfect level spells are an exception. In his theory classes, Wang Mu learned that spells were originally the domain of mythical beasts, and as these beasts grew, they naturally reached the perfect level. Although spirit beasts originate from mythical beasts, they are not the same. While spirit beasts can cast spells, their adaptability still relies on mythical beasts. Therefore, spirit beasts must first achieve the control level to either adapt to the spell or allow the spell to adapt to them, achieving a perfect fit. Although spirit beasts are inferior to mythical beasts in some aspects, they possess unique advantages. At the perfect level, spirit beasts can innovate, thanks to the intelligence shared between them and their beast masters. This intelligence can break barriers and bring about new changes. Often, spells at this level can replace the original spell's bloodline, allowing them to be inherited by offspring, who can reach perfection without going through an adaptation phase. Currently, Wang Mu has only one perfect level spell, growth. Due to historical issues, there was no universal network in the past, leading to some duplicate spell names. The basic growth spell can rapidly grow plants. The intermediate growth spell is an amplification spell specifically for plant-type spirit beasts. Wang Mu's perfect level growth originates from the spring wind elf, and theoretically, it would degrade when passed on to Qing Ling, but Qing Ling perfectly adapted to this spell. This led Wang Mu to speculate that his talent might be a conceptual level, enabling spirit beasts to self-adapt. Qing Ming and Qing Ling both possess considerable combat power, though they haven't had the opportunity to showcase it yet. Their most commonly used spells are telekinesis and growth, the former helping Wang Mu transport materials to feed the spirit beasts, and the latter accelerating the growth of plants in the ecological area. Although the two spirit beasts do not understand cultivation, as long as they are provided with materials, they can mimic Wang Mu's actions and occasionally cultivate leader-level Qing Yu Dai. Other Ling Dai require spell involvement, which cannot be mimicked. In fact, the cultivation of Beast King-level Dark Ling Dai is almost 100 successful, and Wang Mu can attempt it in the next assessment. However, he is confident in the success of conventional methods, so he has recently been focusing on cultivating Dark Ling Dai. He is even certain that this time, the Dark Ling Dai will be as popular as the Life Ling Dai. Its dark talent alone makes it a core feature, and coupled with shadow stealth, it is practically an assassin. The Dark Tide is also quite powerful. The Dark Force transforms into waves that continuously assault and corrode, making it nearly unstoppable by peers of the same level when cast continuously. Unfortunately, Wang Mu did not acquire a high proficiency in basic ice spells, so he hasn't been able to cultivate related spirit beasts for the time being. Although the Wind Spirit Butterfly and the Wood Spirit Butterfly share a similar origin, and the Life Spirit Butterfly is equally impressive, the Poison Spirit Butterfly is somewhat inferior, as it only wields a single flying needle. In the past, during the experimental phase, Wang Mu could tolerate such minor flaws, but now he understands the importance and is determined not to attempt anything prematurely, at least not until all the materials are in place. He doesn't want the spirit beasts he cultivates to have inherent flaws, as correcting them would require a significant effort and could even impact their ultimate evolution. During the cultivation of the dark spirit butterfly, the life spirit butterfly is also steadily developing. Wang Mu has hatched numerous insect eggs, conducting multi-attribute genetic experiments and even other studies. Over the past several months, he has amassed a collection of rare materials and is now selecting some for evolutionary projections. Although the energy contained in nectar is limited, the essence of ironwood is being used to replace the wood spirit's protective spells, and the essence of thornwood substitutes for the thousand arrows spell. There's even a bottle of wood dryad essence, a special wood toxin that could be used to cultivate the poison spirit butterfly. Wang Mu has successfully cultivated the Beast King spirit butterfly and understands the materials needed for their evolution, using this knowledge to deduce the materials needed throughout the evolutionary process. He plans to use these materials to cultivate more spirit butterflies. This is essential. Spell cultivation is his specialty, and others cannot easily master it. However, the latter requires only the knowledge of a cultivator to replicate or even recreate spirit beasts. His energy is limited, and although he does not plan to develop a family, he must train assistants. The vast land of Shenzhou is home to numerous spirit and mythical beasts. Wang Mu has heard of a special treasure, the heart of the earth vein, capable of nurturing earth element spirits with innate lord-level bloodlines. Through special processes, humans can merge their own bloodlines with it, resulting in exceptionally gifted offspring. For beast masters seeking power, this method is efficient and convenient without worrying about the offspring's talent. Wang Mu finds this concept intriguing and plans to acquire more information once he has accumulated more resources. He holds no particular longing for love, knowing he has no time to engage with the opposite sex, much less nurture a relationship, and won't have time for companionship in the future. As a result, he decides to eliminate the option of a partner from his future plans. While some beastmasters consider marriage alliances for better development, Wang Mu, confident in his talents, dismisses this option entirely. For now, Wang Mu is focused solely on cultivating spirit beasts. He wonders what incredible spirit beasts he will be able to cultivate as time passes and his foundation grows stronger. Could he replicate the legendary mythical beasts? Wang Mu's ambitions surge like a relentless tide. In March, Zhu Tao, under the guidance of a certain master, successfully resolved a problem and came to bid farewell to Wang Mu. In our line of work, we're always so busy. Who knows when we'll meet again? Wang Mu interrupted his musings. The Polar City has 3 major caverns that have yet to be fully explored. Each cavern contains fossils of ancient mythical beasts, rich with heritage, and some lost spells, according to legend. Once I have the strength, I will definitely go and collect them. The cave is a unique secret realm where everything remains unchanged and will turn to dust unless specially handled, so a breeder must go there personally. Zhu Tao handed a priceless fossil to Wang Mu and, after hearing Wang Mu's words, couldn't help but laugh. Haha, with your abilities, you must visit these places in the future. A master breeder can enter the dreamlike realms where time and space are chaotic, experiences seem like dreams, and you can find spatial spell inheritance, which is truly fitting for you. He continued. In recent years, Polar City has been researching the power of awakening. According to archaeological discoveries, ancient beasts were almost all multi-attribute, but over time, they evolved to have only a few attributes. Having all attributes isn't necessarily a good thing, but for spirit beasts with beastmasters, it is a strengthening factor. Awakening power can enable a spirit beast to awaken a secondary attribute, and primal awakening is also a form of awakening power. Its mechanisms and effects are still unclear, but you might want to explore it. Wang Mu nodded, understanding that many spells are just spells, but contain certain rules that only reveal their specific effects once triggered. For example, Primal Awakening Ice, which Wang Mu can also use, is merely a spell that gathers ice attribute spirit energy and releases cold air. Although it's an advanced spell, there was nothing particularly special when he used it with Qing Ling and Qing Ming. He remembered this time that when sharing spells in the future, he should consider carefully and not share recklessly, as even the best things are not beneficial if they are not suitable. Next, the two began to discuss professional knowledge about breeding. As research-oriented scholars, their conversation always extended from one topic to another, ultimately evolving into in-depth academic discussions. However, Zhu Tao eventually had to leave. As human research on space is not deep, there are no teleportation arrays, and even the storage bags common in cultivation novels do not exist. Currently, cross-city travel requires the escort of powerful spirit beasts. From Shanghai City to Polar City, they pass through 7 cities and multiple wilderness areas, often encountering 7th-tier beasts, usually requiring several 7th-tier beastmasters for escort. Each December, the city's officials organize a cross-city exchange that others can apply to join, requiring only a basic fee of 100,000, with additional costs for carrying goods. Besides the official option, there are also cross-city actions organized by certain forces during other times, which require high fees to join. If Wang Mu wants to go to Leihai City, He can choose these two methods or use his influence to invite several 7th or 8th tier Beastmasters to form his own cross-city team. A fourth option is to apply to the association, which, if approved, will escort breeders to a safe location. The fifth option is that Wang Mu could move to another city, and for an intermediate breeder like him, the other city would certainly arrange for someone to warmly receive and transport him. This year, Zhu Tao was not originally from Shanghai City, so his departure did not cause much of a stir. The only impact might be that after the Beastmaster newcomers graduate in June, there will be more ice attribute spirit beasts to choose from. Time flew by as Wang Mu focused on breeding, and before he knew it, it was already May. He initially thought he would wait quietly until June or July when his exclusive secret realm was ready before going out. But on May 14th, Hua Lingxiao visited and invited him to go into the wild. Hua Lingxiao had a mysterious air and a cryptic smile, and Wang Mu sensed that he had something to say, but was holding back, clearly wanting to surprise Wang Mu. This curiosity drove Wang Mu to ultimately decide to set out with a group of people. This was Wang Mu's first time leaving the city. They departed from the north of the city, riding on Gong Yuhao's armored war eagle. This blue-black eagle stood 6 meters tall, with a wingspan stretching 30 meters and a body length of 12 meters. As a pseudo-beast king-level spirit beast, its name seemed rather simple, likely due to the straightforward naming style of early breeders. Hua Lingxiao smiled silently, while Zuoxian looked helplessly at his somewhat unreliable friend and asked, "You haven't told him anything?" Hua Lingxiao retorted, "He'll find out when we get there. Wang Mu will surely guess it's something good. Let's give him a surprise." Wang Mu nodded, trusting his seniors wouldn't lead him astray. It was a good opportunity to explore since it was his first time leaving the city. After plotting the route for the war eagle, Gong Yuhao came over and sat down, speaking earnestly. "You should take the time to go out more often to understand what spirit beasts are needed nowadays. It might inspire your breeding ideas. By the way, the clearing work at Black Mountain and Kong Sang Mountain is complete, and the items have been sent to the association. They'll be integrated into your secret realm. But there's an unexpected find this time, and you'll need to check it out personally." Wang Mu curiously speculated. Is it the remains of an ancient beast? A bloodline heritage of a lord-level beast? Or rare resources? Gong Yuhao didn't answer directly, simply saying, "It's not far. You'll find out in a few minutes." Realizing he couldn't get more information, Wang Mu shifted his questions. "Seniors, I need weather spell crystals or spirit beasts with weather spells and domains. Besides the association, are there other channels?" Hua Lingxiao frowned, as if recalling something, and said to Wang Mu, "You don't know yet? It seems the association hasn't resolved this issue. I've encountered breeders who, upon reaching this stage, receive a creature catalog from the association, allowing them to directly search for information on spirit and mythical beasts, including how to acquire them. There are spirit beasts in Shanghai City that meet your criteria. The City Lord's mansion has its exclusive vine snakes, which can evolve into wood jiaos, mastering the domain spell of the Shanghai realm. Zhao Ziyuran's family has the thornflower demon, but I can't say much about it. You'll have to ask him yourself. As for Gong Yuhao, he can explain himself." Gong Yuhao, who now appeared like an old man with white hair, youthful features, and a clear gaze exuding an air of authority, was evidently no ordinary individual. Sitting cross-legged, he continued, "Aside from breeders exchanging spirit beasts among themselves, acquiring these beasts through normal channels requires approaching long-established families. However, some families, to safeguard their strength, do not engage in such trades. The City Lord's mansion is quite unique. The ruler of Shanghai is open to transactions. Zhao Ziyuran's ancestors were once wealthy, and so were ours. But my Gong family is considered an outsider in Shanghai City, having lost many things, and our breeding experience wasn't passed down. Our exclusive Qingyang wood is impossible to cultivate now. However, the plant-type spirit beasts live long. A clan leader's spirit beast still exists, possessing our core heritage, the Qingyang weather spell, which amplifies wood and light attributes. You can have it, but we need to establish a contract. In the future, when you breed a spirit beast with Qingyang, the Gong family will have a fixed contract quota." Wang Mu pondered, knowing that with Zhu Tao by his side, he had some understanding of certain matters. Over millennia, many great families had emerged on the vast land of Shenzhou. Some had been lost to history, while others remained standing strong. These families had their own legacies, with their internal trainers being at least of high rank. Although they couldn't pass the association's evaluation to become master trainers, their heritage allowed them to cultivate lords. However, these lords were merely symbols of the family and would never be given away. Gong Yuhao's family was evidently once a powerful clan, but it had since fallen into decline. To restore its former glory, at least one master trainer would be needed in the future. Wang Mu was deeply impressed by the enhancement effects of the weather spell Qingyang and felt that overthinking it would be disrespectful. He thus said to Gong Yuhao, "Senior Gong, if your goal is to have a spirit beast with the Qingyang spell, it is entirely achievable. The bloodline quality would be at least that of a pseudo-beast king. I can ensure that every core descendant of your Gong family will successfully form a contract. Wang Mu didn't deal in vague promises. There were too many variables with quotas, given the possibility of failure. He offered a guarantee of success, which was more valuable than anything else. Gong Yuhao nearly stood up, staring intently into Wang Mu's eyes. Wang Mu, this is not something to joke about. The others remained silent, understanding that once this deal was established, it would bind the two parties together for the future. As long as Wang Mu was around, the Gong family would never have to worry about decline. This was the current status and capability of trainers. At the trainer level, they could influence the rise and fall of a medium-sized power, while at the master trainer level, they could establish a city from scratch. Their influence was so formidable that few dared to openly provoke them. Wang Mu replied with equal seriousness, Mr. Gong, I am not joking about this. Gong Yuhao felt an immediate urge to return home, but forced himself to remain calm. All right, once everything is settled, we will sign the contract. Zuo congratulated them both with a bow. Congratulations. If my family hadn't been around since the founding of Shanghai City, I might have joined you. Hearing this, Wang Mu vaguely understood that there were many layers to this deal, and it seemed that when he headed to Leihai City, the Gong family would accompany him. At this moment, the armored war eagle began its descent. Huo Lingxiao stood up and said, We're here, prepare to land. Although this area had been cleared, he still went down first to ensure no surprises. Gong Yuhao walked beside Wang Mu, leading him to a large boulder. The area around Shanghai City was mostly mountainous, but there were places with sparse vegetation, and this was one of the main area of rugged, beautiful rocks that made Wang Mu marvel at nature's craftsmanship. In front of the boulder, Huo Lingxiao jumped ahead, and Gong Yuhao said, This is the entrance to a small secret realm. Just jump down. The ground is 5 meters below. Wang Mu nodded in agreement and jumped, but instead of hitting the ground, he felt a sensation of falling. After a moment of darkness, he saw a soft light and used wind wings to land steadily. There, he saw Huo Lingxiao, Shuya, and Zhao Shiran. Come over here. Shuya waved at Wang Mu, who approached and was taken aback. This secret realm was small and delicate, with its highest point no more than 5 meters, forming a hemisphere with a diameter of 10 meters. As he got closer, he noticed that the walls were covered in peculiar patterns, some resembling leaves, others like vines, exuding a unique power. At first glance, Wang Mu was convinced that these were the marks left by a certain type of mythical beast after its death, which could be used for imprint cultivation to reproduce the beast's abilities. At that moment, Wang Mu was deeply captivated by these patterns, and those around him didn't disturb him. He observed as he stepped back until he reached the center of the secret realm, where he could see all the patterns clearly. He became increasingly certain that the entire secret realm was the remains of a powerful mythical beast. A 5th-tier Beast Tamer could open a beast taming space, and when mythical beasts reached the 5th tier, they would also open an origin space. The stronger the beast, the larger the space. After their death, the space would merge with the nearby earth veins, and over countless years, many such secret realms have appeared across the continent. The owner of this secret realm evidently possessed lord-level power, as even in death, the patterns remained clear, emitting a power stronger than those found on Qingming, but not by much. Through the identification of the patterns, Wang Mu initially concluded that this was the remnant of an earth element mythical beast, with wood as a secondary attribute. Beneath the leaf and vine patterns lay more complete and three-dimensional earth patterns. Even by utilizing the wood patterns, one could ultimately recreate a beast king-level spirit beast, and the earth attribute could cultivate a lord-level spirit beast. Wang Mu was filled with excitement, as the identification of patterns occupied a significant portion of the breeder's curriculum, though it was rarely needed, and he hadn't expected to encounter such a complete secret realm. If a dominator were to step in and use earth and would dual attribute treasures to sustain the secret realm, it could directly serve as breeding material. If the type of mythical beast was further identified, and the materials were fused with spirit beasts of the same species, this mythical beast could be completely revived, albeit in a spirit beast version. Wang Mu was thrilled and had already used his mental power to imprint all the patterns, which he could slowly comprehend in the future, gaining at least one advanced spell and a bunch of intermediate spells. This memorization took a day and a half, and after Wang Mu emerged from his state of insight, he told the others, this is a type of turtle-like mythical beast, with lord-level bloodline, dual earth, and wood attributes. You discovered it early, and the secret realm is well preserved. If you submit it to the Breeders' Association, you'll have the right to purchase related spirit beasts directly in the future, and the association will reward you after evaluation. Due to its attributes, I estimate its value to be equivalent to a lord-level spirit beast. The Lord of Shanghai City favors earth and wood attributes, so rewards for these attributes are more generous. Huo Lingxiao nodded and then asked Wang Mu, do you want this? Technically, we don't have to report it. Wang Mu shook his head. No. Utilizing a mythical beast's remnant secret realm for cultivation can only be done by a breeding master with 7th tier strength. By the time I reach the 7th tier, I won't need it. Zuoxian gave Wang Mu a thumbs up, admiringly saying, "That's confidence. I knew an advanced breeder when I was over 100, and now I'm nearly 300, and he's still an advanced breeder. I heard he's been collecting Lord-level materials everywhere, hoping to break through to master. If I had Wang Mu's abilities, I'd be confident too." Hua Lingxiao sighed. Indeed, a mid-level breeder in his teens, who wouldn't be confident? Wang Mu's first trip outside had come to an end. For a prodigy nurturer like Wang Mu, Hua Lingxiao and the others didn't take him sightseeing, but instead sent him straight back to the city. This time, Gong Yuhao and Zhao Shiran also came to the Qingmu Nurturing Center. Gong Yuhao was particularly enthusiastic, quickly pulling out a contract and excitedly saying, "Come on, let's discuss the details and sign a contract." Zhao Shiran teased from the side. "In such a hurry? Will your old man listen to you?" Gong Yuhao shot him a disdainful glance and responded irritably, "He's my grandfather's spirit beast. He raised me when I was little. What do you think?" Zhao Shiran shrugged and said to Wang Mu, "My family has a complete legacy of thornflower spirits below the lord level, but we've only produced one junior nurturer and can't nurture them. I'm really interested in collaborating with you, but there are a few 6th-tier beastmasters in the Zhao family who haven't given up. So, I need to discuss it with them before making a decision." Who wouldn't be tempted? But a family and an individual are different. Zhao Shiran, being specially nurtured by the main line due to his talent, cannot make decisions directly as the legacy is controlled by the main line. Wang Mu didn't mind this. Although the thornflower spirits control vine terrain, Qingling at the 7th tier can comprehend forest terrain, and with Qingling's strength, it could do so early. Additionally, with the impending acquisition of Qingyang, which also enhances wood attributes, he wasn't in urgent need. Zhao Shiran then left, and Wang Mu and Gong Yuhao began discussing the detailed contract terms. Despite the decline of the Gong family, they still had a considerable population, around 100 people. Each generation selects the most talented child to nurture with all the family's resources. If they are about equal, they choose the descendants of the clan leader. This is the family rule. Wang Mu stated, "I won't break the rule, but I hope to secure a quota for purchasing spirit beasts from you, for my descendants." This part would be out of his own pocket. Wang Mu nodded, acknowledging the human nature of such requests. As he left his mark on the contract, he said, "However, since we're allies, we need to know more about each other, such as your strength and some information." Gong Yuhao candidly shared his situation. "Before my injury, I was at the peak of the 7th tier. Although I got injured, luckily I still have 3 spirit beasts, and they are continuously improving. Once I recover, I'll return to normal 7th tier strength. My primary attribute is wood, secondary is light, and my iron-armored war eagle has metal and light attributes, along with the wood attribute emerald flood dragon and century-old wood charm." There was a hint of sadness in his voice as he recalled when the blood-sucking bats emerged from the underground passage. They were a new breed of fierce beasts from the underground world, extremely skilled in hiding. To buy time to pass on the message, he and his friends in Shanghai City fought desperately. Although they managed to hold off the enemies, many of his companions were lost. As a 7th-tier beastmaster, one typically has at least 4 spirit beasts, and someone as strong as Gong Yuhao should have 5. After signing the contract, it turned into 2 beams of light that fell upon them, creating a bond, signifying that they were truly bound together. At this point, Wang Mu smiled slightly and said directly, "Since we're already allies, let's hold off on purchasing the life spirit butterfly. Would light life? I have some ideas. Are you free during this time?" Hearing Wang Mu's words, Gong Yuhao immediately thought of custom cultivation and responded excitedly, "I'm just recovering from an injury, so I'm quite free. What do you need me to do?" Wang Mu glanced towards the ecological zone, where the armored battle hawk was curled up, trying not to disturb the spirit butterflies, and a smile tugged at his lips. "I need you to bring it and demonstrate various spells for me. If there's enough time, other spirit beasts should join too." "Sure. For custom spirit beasts, this is no big deal. Sometimes, a cultivation master might have more demands for customization, which can take 2 to 3 years usually. Only masters can handle customizations, regular breeders can't do it," Gong Yuhao said excitedly. He knew the armored battle hawk was a 7th-rank spirit beast with immense destructive power, requiring a special venue from the association to demonstrate spells. Although it could be done in the wild, he would never take Wang Mu there due to the many uncertainties. Wang Mu naturally agreed, knowing that with a 6th-level shared level, he could grasp all the spells. He had already reviewed the armored battlehawk's attributes on the way, marveling at its luxury. It was a fully grown armored battlehawk with 7 bloodlines, Beast King talent, high-level light and gold talents, perfect light travel, basic attribute manipulation light and gold spells, innovative light cutting, perfect iron feather arrow rain, innovative dual color beam, perfect metal barrier, and secret mastery shared level. Moreover, the armored battle hawk had a secret technique, which, despite its lowest proficiency, was its trump card, typically combining multiple innovative spells for massive power. Wang Mu didn't expect the secret technique to be shareable. he had guessed it would be several different spells that needed mastering before combining. Typically, a beast master would cultivate a spirit beast to learn a few combined spells, forming a system that would grow stronger with proficiency. This direct fusion into one indicated a qualitative change, reaching at least an advanced spell level. Wang Mu was full of anticipation for the secret technique and curious about Gong Yuhao's other two spirit beasts, which were also would attribute and could definitely elevate the spells to perfection. Using perfect or innovative spells as material, what quality of bloodline could be cultivated? Custom cultivation for Gong Yuhao would benefit both sides. However, any spirit beast carrying Gong Yuhao's mark that Wang Mu cultivated in the future would not be sold, especially with such a secret technique. It would be perfect for the green leaf butterfly, as many spells would be consumed as foundation, not inherited, and disappear after evolution. Next, Wang Mu continued his previous cultivation work, then followed Gong Yuhao to the Beast Masters Association training ground to watch the spirit beasts cast spells. Everything was arranged by Gong Yuhao, leaving Wang Mu with no worries. Initially, he just used it as an excuse, but when he truly saw the spirit beasts casting spells, he found his understanding of spells had improved, which invigorated him and made him more focused. These powerful spirit beasts cast spells with a fluid elegance, as if performing a grand show. They instinctively modified the spells to better suit themselves, and Wang Mu silently marveled at the endless charm of spells. The power of this spell is immense. Just now, the iron-armored war eagle spread its wings, releasing a force of light all around, with countless beams crisscrossing within a kilometer ahead. In an instant, the obsidian used for testing was smoothly sliced, with fragments gently sliding down and falling to the ground. This terrifying range of destructive power, combined with a metal barrier, is simply a killer move. The dual-colored beams were released so quickly that Wang Mu didn't even see them. He only noticed them flash by, instantly evaporating the target, showcasing the characteristics of the light element brilliantly. After more than a month of studying spells, Wang Mu's sharing level increased to level 3. Initially, he made significant progress, but subsequently, there was no noticeable change, prompting him to accelerate his progress. He began teaching the iron-armored war eagle some spells, including the intermediate spell Energy Beam, which is a dual attribute spell of wood and light. This spell provides a wider area of impact, while quickly enhancing the sharing level. As the main pet of a 7th level beast master, the iron-armored war eagle already possesses a complete ability system, lacking neither speed, attack, nor defense. Wang Mu doesn't have any advanced spells to teach it. Hoff there are some. They are not suitable. As the peculiar mushroom grew, it mastered some new spells. Spore-type spells cannot be used by other spirit beasts, but the enlargement spell and life sharing are quite good, while hypnosis and confusion light are also useful. The war eagle does not rely on its physical body, so the enlargement spell is not suitable for it. Life sharing is more fitting for fungal, plant-type spirit beasts, or those needing life attributes. Hypnosis mainly depends on mental strength, while only confusion light can bewilder the enemy. As long as the enemy is controlled for a moment, it can enhance the hit rate of the war eagle's other spells. As a 7th level spirit beast, the war eagle possesses considerable intelligence and can assess its needs. After Wang Mu released confusion light towards the testing instrument, he asked, "What do you think of this spell?" The war eagle looked down at the instrument screen, although it couldn't understand it. It sensed the residual energy effect. It was curious about this enchanting light power, but shook its head, indicating that it could not learn this spell. This is because it would alter its understanding of light, and before reaching the 8th level, doing so would prevent it from acquiring its desired innate spell. Nonetheless, it was pleased, having recently encountered many new things around Wang Mu, especially the Butterfly King, which taught it to condense spiritual power and mental will into pressure. Although challenging, succeeding would accelerate its advancement to the 8th level. Wang Mu was not disappointed by this. Recently, Qingming has also shown keen interest in the War Eagle's spells, and after learning, it didn't let the War Eagle suffer, sharing some Lord-specific techniques, allowing the sharing level to increase. As expected, with close companionship, the War Eagle's sharing level should reach level 6 in half a year at most. As for the other two spirit beasts, the Emerald Dragon and the Centenarian Wood Spirit, they are easier to cultivate than the War Eagle, being wood-type spirit beasts. By slowly nurturing their bond, eventually granting them shared life force, they are expected to reach levels 6 or 7. Regarding intermediate wood spells, they all know them, including life perception. However, there are some that Wang Mu doesn't know, so he can only wait for sharing. Wang Mu even considers nurturing the Emerald Dragon, not for any particular reason, but simply because it is both powerful and impressive. Normally, it has a body length of over 10 meters, but in battle, it can use its spiritual energy body to instantly become over 50 meters long. Its whole body is pale green, resembling a divine dragon, with a single horn on its head and only 3 claws, offering great potential for growth. If it can be cultivated into a complete dragon form, commanding a divine dragon in battle is an exciting prospect. In the Shinjo continent, the land is rich with treasures and blessed with extraordinary people. The continent is home to a diverse range of species, with plants making up 34 of the ecosystem, animals 27, fungi 18, along with elemental species, demons, undead, and mythical creatures. Plants account for about 82 of all life, with the majority being ordinary plants. Only a few are plant-type spirit beasts or spiritual plants. The probability of a plant becoming a spirit beast is extremely low, with most being low-level spirit beasts like vine monsters, tree spirits, and flower demons, though a few top-tier spirit beasts exist. The Void Sword Emperor Grass can cut through space with a single strike, capable of breaking anything in the world. The Nine-Twist Vine Dragon, a true dragon spirit beast, can instantly transform a desert into a lush forest. Its initial form is a vine serpent, which evolves into a unicorn dragon and ultimately becomes a wood flood dragon. It is called a wood flood dragon rather than a nine-twist vine dragon due to its bloodline concentration and power. Once a wood flood dragon reaches the 9th level, it can attempt to transform into a dragon, becoming a new species called a vine dragon if successful. So far, artificially bred vine dragons have not succeeded, and the offspring of wild vine dragons are vine dragons, not vine serpents, thus it is not traditional evolution. Wang Mu's Qingling is a Qingmu demon, a mid-tier plant-type spirit beast, whose functional enhancements cannot reach high-tier levels. Gong Yuhao's Centennial Wood Charm is also mid-tier. Initially an ordinary tree spirit that evolves through special means into a Centennial Wood Charm, and then a Millennium Wood Charm, known for its top-tier defense and recovery among spirit beasts of the same level. Although wood charms are classified as mid-tier spirit beasts, their excellent control abilities make them popular in the market, with prices nearing those of high-tier spirit beasts. According to Wang Mu's knowledge, a wood charm can transform into a special spirit beast known as a ghost tree spirit after death, without reducing the beast master's power or causing backlash. Wang Mu believes Gong Yuhao is quite capable, as he also possesses an emerald flood dragon, which can evolve into a green thunder dragon after bathing in lightning, a pure dragon species with wood and thunder attributes. While cultivating shared levels, Wang Mu is also researching these spirit beasts. As his life attributes and mental strength increase, his observations become easier. He has recorded several spirit beast patterns, collectively called spiritual patterns. An excellent breeder can cultivate a leader-level spirit beast using ordinary spirit beasts and spiritual patterns, and if the spiritual patterns are of high origin, a lord-level spirit beast is not difficult to achieve. However, cultivating spiritual patterns is extremely challenging, requiring strong mental power to imprint the patterns into the spirit beast's bloodline. After rough calculations, Wang Mu found that he could only imprint elite-level spiritual patterns. The turtle-type demon beast spiritual pattern he saw last time in a secret realm requires at least 6th or 7th level strength to attempt. However, it can be split, and those related to wood elements, combined with the spiritual patterns on the wood spirit butterfly, might cultivate a unique spirit beast. Wang Mu plans to experiment with snake-shaped vines to gain experience, then design a new evolutionary form for Qingling. He is not acting without a plan. He has a clear strategy and a feasible plan. Qingling possesses different attributes, allowing him to create various Qingling liquids while gathering spiritual energy of other attributes. All signs indicate that he can fully develop towards an all-attribute cultivation direction. If a new evolutionary type can be achieved, he might even possess the traits of a species king. Typically, only Lord-level spirit beasts can have traits, which are diverse, peculiar, and highly practical. Common attribute affinity traits include amplifying spell power, increasing cultivation speed, and reducing consumption. Before reaching the Lord level, to have traits, one must become a species king or have parents who are 8th tier over Lord-level spirit beasts, passing on the traits to their offspring. Recently, although Wang Mu has been increasing his shared level, he hasn't been idle. His poison spirit butterfly is continuously being completed, and the dark spirit butterfly has undergone a second metamorphosis. Last time, the special ice crystal butterfly received mastery-level cold wind, entry-level intermediate spell blizzard, and ice wings from Wang Mu. Due to the unclear mechanism of the original awakening ice mechanism, Wang Mu decided to test its effect. As it had reached the 4th tier, it directly entered a cocoon to begin advancing. Wang Mu felt its vitality growing stronger, potentially evolving into a special spirit butterfly. By then, Qingming's ice attribute could be elevated to intermediate high. For a beast master to advance from 4th to 5th tier, the higher the spirit beast's talent, the better, as this affects the beast master's beast space. However, there is a limit. Intermediate high is the cap. Wang Mu's idea is to elevate all conventional attribute affinities to intermediate high. By the 8th tier, the beast space can evolve into a secret realm small world, where having high-level high affinity is optimal. Generally, a spirit beast's attributes affect the secret realm's attributes. But since Wang Mu possesses all attributes, he need not worry about bias. One day, after feeding some Qingye worms, Wang Mu began selecting serpentine vines for cultivation. Gong Yuhao, witnessing this, was startled and thought to himself, Wang Mu finally has inspiration and is starting to cultivate spirit beasts. A few days later, he saw a group of serpentine vines using earth escape to loosen the soil in the ecological zone, leaving him stunned. So, these are just cultivation tool pets? Indeed, they are tool pets. In this world, there are currently no detectors to instantly reveal the spells possessed by demonic or spirit beasts. Therefore, Wang Mu boldly shared the high-level spell life force with a potted tree and applied Earth Escape to serpentine vines. Since Earth Escape is only a mid-level spell, there's no fear of detection, and life force merely enhances the potted tree's life essence without using its healing effects, thereby improving plant cultivation efficiency. The reason for doing all this is that after months of quiet cultivation, Xinyu from the association suddenly informed Wang Mu that his secret realm construction was complete and in its final stages, expected to be ready by early June. This news left Wang Mu somewhat dazed. Was it already almost June? It was now May 27th, and Wang Mu took advantage of these days to finalize the tool spirit beasts, a relatively simple process as they only needed to know a few spells without requiring potential or combat power. Gong Yuhao, also realizing this belatedly, asked Wang Mu, when are you planning to go to Lei Hai City? He had long been aware of this matter, and even his family had prepared in advance, ready to settle into the new place when the time came. After pondering for a moment, Wang Mu decided on a specific time. July in Lei Hai City is relatively safe, making it an ideal time to send someone to pick him up. By then, the life spirit butterflies he had been nurturing would be ready for sale, allowing him to leave. Zhao Shiran had earlier conveyed through Gong Yuhao that the Zhao family still hoped their junior cultivator could develop without external interference. They were unwilling to let the legacy of the thorn flower demon be known to outsiders, hence they chose not to collaborate. In fact, if Wang Mu were a Beast Tamer, the Zhao family would gladly gift him a thorn flower demon as a gesture of goodwill. However, since Wang Mu was a cultivator and according to insider news from the association, he was on track to becoming a senior cultivator next year, they were hesitant to give it away, fearing he might unravel the legacy within days. The Zhao family recognized Wang Mu's promising future and wished to connect with him, but precisely for this reason, they dared not take the risk. Losing the Lord-level legacy of the Thorn Flower Demon would be significant, yet at this stage, the legacy meant little to Wang Mu. They felt their offer wouldn't be valued, so they chose to remain cautious. After all, the ancestral Thorn Flower Demon still existed, producing offspring every few decades, at least pseudo-beast kings, possibly even lords, enough to support the family in cultivating senior trainers. Wang Mu appeared indifferent to this, though in reality, they overestimated his capabilities as a cultivator. How could he not be tempted by an incomplete Lord-level spirit beast legacy? Even if he could nurture a Lord in the future, he still hoped to study more legacies for reference. Wang Mu had no clear direction in nurturing Lord-level spirit beasts. Qing Ming was Lord-level but lacked unique traits and high-level Lord spells, appearing incomplete. Unfortunately, outsiders couldn't perceive what Wang Mu was lacking. Gong Yuhao, with years of experience as a clan leader, adeptly managing affairs, said after hearing Wang Mu set a date, "I've learned some things from your parents. You have relatives in Lei Hai City. My advice is to visit the association soon, activate the advanced permissions on the Everything Network in person, and contact your people there. Let them negotiate with the Lei Hai City Lord's office. They can gain significant benefits, and the rewards from Lei Hai City will show their attitude towards you, which is crucial." Wang Mu nodded in gratitude. "Thanks for the advice, but you'll need to wait a bit longer. I specialize in using spells for spirit beast training. I've almost figured out the spells of your three companions, and I'll start training them in a few days." Gong Yuhao waved his hand. "I've waited for over a decade. What's another year or two? Take your time, I'm in no rush. The family is back on track, and I have hope, so why hurry?" Wang Mu gave a thumbs up, admiring these seasoned veterans for their strength and composure. With him around, reaching the 8th rank as a dominator was only a matter of time. Perhaps in the future, he could gather a group of dominators and establish his own city, a thought that filled him with excitement. A few days quietly passed, and before he knew it, it was June. Before heading to the association, Wang Mu witnessed the birth of the dark spirit butterfly. During its growth phase, it possessed one bloodline, a beast king talent, intermediate level advanced dark spells, and basic attribute control darkness, intimidation, and the dark walking trait. As the king of its species, the dark spirit butterfly differed from other spirit butterflies. Previous butterflies gained basic attribute control by being taught multiple mastery level basic spells, whereas the dark spirit butterfly naturally possessed this spell, granting it an additional talent spell. This dark walking ability was intriguing. After Wang Mu shared it, using Dark Sky, he merged into the darkness, taking a single step to traverse a kilometer from one end of the dark area to the other, far surpassing the power of shadow stealth. Qingming is the king of the Qingye butterfly, and any spiritual beast cultivated from the Qingye butterfly becomes part of Qingming's power. With the birth of the dark spirit butterfly, Qingming naturally underwent a brief transformation, acquiring dark attributes and mastering other spells. Wang Mu also possesses this characteristic, although his talent is not as outstanding as Qingming's. However, this trait allows Wang Mu to automatically detect changes in spirit butterflies. For instance, when the ice crystal butterfly acquires a new spell, Wang Mu can sense it without having to spend time checking each spirit butterfly individually. This cultivation process puzzled Wang Mu. The dark spirit butterfly had already emerged, the previous batch of life spirit butterflies had been traded, and even some butterflies cultivated with materials had succeeded. Yet, the ice crystal butterfly still hadn't broken its cocoon. It hung in the banyan grove, with the Qingling providing energy, so it wasn't in danger of dying, but Wang Mu was unsure if the original awakening was effective, as it shouldn't have taken this long. The shared talents exploration results were peculiar. The ice crystal butterfly's transformation, bloodline, and talents were all unknowns, whereas other Qingye insects' transformations at least revealed talents and bloodlines. Considering all this information, Wang Mu concluded that the ice crystal butterfly had undergone an unknown change and warranted further attention. However, he had to leave first. Wang Mu noticed the dark spirit butterfly emerged in recent days, though the exact timing was unclear, so he decided to go on June 3rd. Xinyu was already waiting in the association hall and approached Wang Mu as soon as she saw him. Mr. Wang, your secret realm is of exceptional quality, extremely rare, and is being kept by Vice President Lin, who is waiting for you in his office. Wang Mu followed her upstairs and casually asked, by the way, is the biological compendium ready? Xinyu seemed to anticipate this question and replied, sorry, Mr. Wang. The biological compendium is updated every 100 years, and the current cycle has just ended. It won't be available again until next year. Wang Mu pondered for a moment, realizing it was the year 2199 in the Shinjo calendar, and said, then set a reminder for me to be notified next year, and also enable advanced access to the All Things Network. He worried he might forget. Certainly, Mr. Wang, we've arrived at the Vice President's office. Please go in. The office door was slightly ajar, and just as Wang Mu was about to knock, the door opened automatically, and Lin Tianqing's voice called out, come in. Wang Mu respectfully greeted, Master Lin. Among cultivators, it was best to address each other by achievements rather than positions. Lin Tianqing pushed a square, multicolored stone towards Wang Mu. This is your secret realm. It differs from a small world, as it is incomplete and lacks the ability to generate energy. Once you take it back, you need to place it on the ground or underground. The secret realm will automatically connect with the Earth's veins to absorb spiritual energy for maintenance, which usually takes 3 days. However, moving the secret realm also requires time, taking 9 days to safely disconnect. You'll naturally learn more about the secret realm after refining its core. There's one more thing. I purchased these spell crystals in advance. Do you want to deduct points to buy them now, or do you not want them? Wang Mu, embarrassed, decided to take them. Thank you, Senior, I would like to have them. Lin Tianqing chuckled and said, now you see how busy you are, right? Wang Mu nodded. The last time, around mid-April, his new batch of life spirit butterflies was ready for sale, and he had plenty of points. However, the changes in the ice crystal butterfly puzzled him, and he was also preoccupied with the 3 spirit beast spells of the ironclad war eagle, so he never got around to exchanging spells and almost forgot about it until now. Haha. You should consider training an assistant, Lin Tianqing continued. As a cultivator, you can't do without an assistant. Whether it's a person or a spirit beast, you need at least one to help you handle some miscellaneous tasks. This was what Lin Tianqing truly wanted to remind Wang Mu of. When it came to people, Wang Mu understood, like family relationships, but spirit beasts were a bit more complicated. The fictional Sky King owns a sky fortress floating above the territory of his people, specifically for defending against demon beasts. In this war city, there are new types of researchers who are also cultivators, but instead of cultivating plants, insects, or beast-type spirit beasts, they cultivate the mechanical race. These mechanical beings generally possess intelligence and are specialized in certain knowledge according to their factory settings, making them very suitable as assistants. Besides the mechanical race, there are some spirit beasts that have lived for hundreds of years and usually have excellent wisdom and abilities, but Wang Mu didn't have the capability to contract them. Wang Mu pondered about the assistant issue in his mind and finally said, I'll think about it after I move. I can still manage for now. Senior, I've purchased the spell crystals. Are my points sufficient? Lin Tianqing pointed to another large box beside the table and smiled. They're all in there. I picked some for you. But some are expensive, and you'll need to go to associations in other cities to buy certain spells. Here in Shanghai City, we have abundant resources in the water, wood, and earth categories. The Breeders' Association in Leihai City has just been established, and they probably don't have reserves in this area, so you will need to trade with other cities. The biological compendium will have an updated version next year and will be delivered to you around March. This update will include some contact information, and those individuals are willing to circulate their resources. Wang Mu noted everything down and, after seeing Lin Tianxing deduct the points, realized he still had 20,000 points left, which sparked an idea. Senior Lin, I'd like to purchase another Qingmu demon. None left. Lin Tianxing gave Wang Mu a straightforward answer that left him speechless. He knew the uniqueness of the Qingmu demons. They could form a forest from a single tree, creating a unique ecological environment. Qing liquid is also the food for many wood-type spirit and insect-type spirit beasts, and which breeder in Shanghai City doesn't need them? But I recommend you exchange for this. Lin Tianxing projected a screen displaying Qingye Rohua, a floating leaf in the forest with a small sprite on it, wearing a wreath made of crimson flowers and a green dress, looking very cute. Wang Mu was surprised to see this scene, wondering if it could be exchanged. But after reading the information, he understood. This was the exchange page for Qingye Ruomu, which could be exchanged for 200,000 points per tree. Ruomu is a legendary divine tree, and Sky King once brought back a withered leaf from between the black water and green water of the South Sea. Through the efforts of a cultivation master, a sixth-order Qingye Ruomu was cultivated, and once it matures, Qingye Ruohua spirits are born from it. These spirits are proficient in wood-type spells and are at least of the leader level, capable of taking care of crops and planting, making them excellent helpers for cultivators. The only drawback of such an outstanding spirit beast is that there are almost no channels to acquire them. Purchasing with 200,000 points, along with some treasures and spells, can transform a single tree into a forest within 10 years in a secret realm. This is undoubtedly a worthwhile deal. For breeders, the significance lies not in the mere birth of a spirit creature, but in understanding how and why it is born. Studying this process can help breeders master the art of nurturing spiritual beasts. Without grasping the intricacies, achieving success is challenging. It's just 200,000. Wang Mu sighed inwardly, but he decisively asked, Senior, can I buy it now and make up the points later? He was worried that he might miss the opportunity to purchase it if he delayed. The moment he completed his research, Madame Hua and the rose spirit needed to be nurtured immediately. Lin Tianxing cheerfully replied, No need for such trouble. I'm the one selling it anyway. It doesn't matter who I sell it to. Since I like you, I'll give it to you for 1/10 of the price. What? Wang Mu was momentarily stunned, his mind blank. Lin Tianxing, however, ignored him, got up, and left in a hurry, evidently busy. Wang Mu finally snapped back to reality and quickly said, Thank you, Senior Lin. Regardless of whether Lin Tianxing heard him or not, he wanted to express his gratitude. Then, using his mental power, Wang Mu lifted the box and began his journey home. Upon returning home, the first thing he did was open the box to examine the spells. The advanced mental spells included Mental Link, Mental Disruption, Mental Command, and Deception. The intermediate mental spells were Mental Mark, Mental Wave, and Mental Burn. Seeing this lineup of named crystals, Wang Mu was overjoyed. No wonder there was a special reminder to exchange them. It was a complete set. With these spells, Wang Mu could quickly nurture the most powerful scouting spiritual beast. Learning spells was too slow for a single spirit beast, so he decided to distribute these spells among Qingling, Qingming, and other fourth-tier silver butterflies. Next were the crystals on the second layer. The advanced wood spells included Forest Eye and Undying Tree Sea. The intermediate wood spell was Boundless Falling Leaves. Wang Mu had already mastered conventional wood spells, and Forest Eye, which belongs to both life and wood elements, could animate a tree, turning it into his own extension and acting as his eyes. The animated tree was indistinguishable from other trees, making it highly discreet, though immobile. The Undying Tree Sea was a semi-field spell, summoning the phantom of a forest. Although a phantom, it could function like a real forest and couldn't be destroyed, sometimes proving more useful than a real tree sea. When combined with the primary spell Root Entangle and the intermediate spell Boundless Falling Leaves, the destructive power would be formidable. There were many more wood spells, but most were exclusive to certain spirit beasts, like the Wood Jiao's Dragon's Breath and King of the Forest, or the Emerald Jiao's Emerald Barrier, Emerald Beam, and Dragon's Majesty. After the mental and wood spells, Wang Mu turned his attention to the earth spells. The only advanced earth spell was Petrification, a special and exceptionally powerful spell. If the enemy wasn't strong enough, it could turn them to stone instantly. Even against strong foes, it could petrify them temporarily. It required a spirit beast with a high affinity for earth to learn. The intermediate earth spells included Earth Barrier, Earth Dragon, and Earth Fisher. Wang Mu was particularly interested in Earthquake, Mount Tai Suppression, and Sandstorm, all of which were advanced earth or advanced meteorological spells. Earthquake was self-explanatory, Mount Tai Suppression involved creating a stone mountain for suppression, and Sandstorm could trigger a sandstorm. However, Earth Fisher was also a good choice. Once refined, it could evolve into Earthquake. The potential for Earth Barrier was vast, as it could be combined with the intermediate spell Earth Guardian to form Earth Seal. With these spells, Wang Mu could nurture an Earth attribute Spirit Butterfly, despite the seemingly incongruous pairing of heavy Earth and light butterflies. In front of Wang Mu was a wooden box divided into 5 layers: Spirit, Wood, Earth, followed by Water, and a special category. The Water category, one of the 2 major factions in Shanghai City, had been gaining prominence in recent years, even showing signs of becoming the leading force. Rumor has it that the introduction of the Ice category is closely related to the Water category, with a wide array of spells available. Upon seeing the first spell, Wang Mu couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible? The association doesn't sell field spells." Field, weather, and barrier spells are considered the best auxiliary spells, with barriers often referred to as field spells. Examples include Forest Field and Vine Field. At this moment, Water World also belongs to the barrier spell category. Deploying a Water World. Although the enhancement it provides to water spells is often overlooked, its true benefit lies in its inexhaustible water supply until the spell's effect dissipates. With a sufficient water source, water spells can be tremendously powerful. Water World is the absolute core for water-type spirit beasts. Even with weather spells like fog, rain, and storm, Water World remains irreplaceable because it doesn't require a build-up phase and comes with hundreds of tons of water right from the start. Wang Mu tried hard to contain his excitement as he continued to browse. Among the advanced water spells were Water Dragon's Roar, Corrosive Ball, and Tsunami. Tsunami? Wang Mu thought to himself. Lin Tianxing is truly his benefactor. In the water category, there's a spell that, although not a field spell, can be used as one, and that is Tsunami. After casting this spell, it leaves behind a body of water, and even on forums, the Ice category is fond of this spell for creating artificial fields. Compared to Water World and Tsunami, the other water spells seemed lackluster. Even though Water Dragon's Roar looks magnificent and was once voted the most popular water spell, it was still overshadowed. This spell manifests as a water blue dragon capable of manipulating water, attacking, and even allowing one to ride it through the air or water, or make it explode skyward, potentially causing rain under suitable conditions. Unfortunately, Wang Mu didn't have high-tier water-type spirit beasts, so learning these spells would still depend on Qing Ming and others. However, the mid-tier water spells could be distributed. These include high-pressure water gun, water pulse, hydro pump, water bind, water cure, and aqua guard. The water spell crystals had raised Wang Mu's expectations to the highest, so he was particularly careful when opening the last layer of the box. Yet, when he finally saw the 2 crystals inside, he couldn't help but hold his breath. Life Blessing, a mid-tier life spell, can bestow the blessing of life upon a target, granting temporary immunity to all death curses. Mysterious Chant, a high-tier sound spell, is the ancient sound of rituals that can purify the mind and cleanse the body, bringing complete peace. Life-type spirit beasts are rare, and related spells are naturally few. Although Life Blessing is only a mid-tier spell, its importance is no less than field and weather spells. Monsters have an array of peculiar abilities, and without sufficient resistance, spells like Petrification can be fatal, but using Life Blessing in advance grants immunity, showcasing its power. Mysterious Chant is similar. As a sound purification spell, it can counteract negative spells, even undoing Petrification before it fully takes effect. Wang Mu took a deep breath to relax and began distributing the magic stones. While this approach might seem unconventional to others, it didn't affect his learning efficiency. Even before the secret realm descended, he could collect the spiritual fields, but first, he had to establish ownership of the secret realm. The process began with a drop of blood to record the owner's physical information, followed by an infusion of spiritual energy to imprint his mental waves. Finally, he communicated with the secret realm to record his soul's aura, creating a unique identifier to prevent unauthorized entry. After these steps, Wang Mu successfully became the owner of the secret realm and gained detailed information about it. The realm was circular and flat, with a surface area of 160,500 square kilometers, featuring mountains, rivers, plains, and lakes, with an even larger actual area. In the far north, there were glaciers and snowfields with a towering snow-capped mountain in the cold climate. To the south lay vast water bodies, where a small island of pure ice stood still in the simulated icy ocean. The central region was a warm, pleasant forest, with the terrain gradually lowering as one traveled south, leading to a moderately warm simulated ocean at the southernmost point. The far west featured volcanic mountain ranges with high temperatures, and, intriguingly, a snow mountain opposite a lake, creating a unique landscape. Beneath the lake, a mysterious cave entrance was hidden. Wang Mu left the eastern part of the secret realm untouched, both due to resource limitations and to leave space for future development. The secret realm's usable area was vast, and the presence of underground caves felt sufficient to him. Considering the concept of 160,500 square kilometers, Wang Mu noted that some cities from his previous life were only about 10,000 square kilometers, while smaller provinces were around 100,000 square kilometers. While the size of the secret realm was important, the time flow rate was crucial. Wang Mu discovered that the time flow in his secret realm could be adjusted between 1 and 10 times normal speed, with higher speeds consuming more spiritual energy, necessitating its placement on a ley line to conserve resources. More information would be revealed once inside the secret realm, but Wang Mu's current goal was to move the spiritual fields into it, with the eastern region perfectly suited for this task. Outside the city of Shanghai, the 10th Sandaker spiritual field served as the city's spiritual plant base, safeguarded by official personnel, and had developed into a thriving agricultural zone where nearly all planting-related industries flourished. Sun Hyaming guided Wang Mu. Teacher Wang, your section of the spiritual field is ready and can be moved into the secret realm at any time. However, the spiritual plants initially require a lot of spiritual energy, so you might need to settle the secret realm soon. Although Wang Mu was still getting used to being called a teacher, he understood the responsibility it entailed and no longer resisted the title. All right, thank you for the reminder. Wang Mu, somewhat distracted, let his gaze wander to the towering trees lining the path. These giant trees, reaching beyond the clouds, evoked a deep sense of awe. His secret realm had a height limit of 3,000 meters, yet this tree surpassed even that. Wang Mu knew of this tree, named the Birth Spirit Tree, which could absorb all forms of energy, including harmful toxins, and transform them into gentle, harmless spiritual energy. Almost every city featured these trees. The wilderness is teeming with violent energy, miasma, and toxic gases, making it completely unsuitable for human habitation. To build a city, it's essential first to clear out the beasts and purify the environment before starting construction. Shanghai City has stood for over 3,000 years, neither young nor ancient. Over these years, the Donling tree has reached its current level, with its seeds taking root and sprouting throughout Shanghai City. The trees Wang Mu saw in the city were all Donling trees. Their powerful ancestors have made the spiritual energy within several thousand miles of Shanghai City gentle. Secret realms have similar effects, capable of transforming spiritual energy into a mild state. However, the cultivation of some spiritual beasts requires complex and primitive environments, necessitating treasures like the Heart of Lava and the Zhenbing Island to transform the secret realms. Currently, Wang Mu's secret realm already has habitats specifically for wood, ice, wind, fire, dark, and water-type spiritual beasts. The earth and metal types are less particular about their habitat, but still have specific terrain needs that Wang Mu will need to address later. Lost in thought, Wang Mu remained silent, while Sun Hyaming, perceptive as ever, quietly led the way. Upon arrival, he reminded, Mr. Wang, this is your spiritual field. Before Wang Mu lay a small ecological zone enveloped by an energy shield centered around a pond. He immediately recognized familiar plants like the green jade bamboo, blue leaf mist flower, emerald plantain, and fragrant knotweed. It could be said that with a few generations of propagation, these low-level spiritual plants would form a substantial scale in Wang Mu's secret realm, providing sufficient food for the spiritual beasts without the need for special preparation. Using his spiritual power to scan, Wang Mu also discovered a small patch of bubble grass beneath the pond, a plant capable of creating an air environment underground, suitable for certain unique spiritual beasts or plants. From this, Wang Mu could tell Sun Hyaming had put in a lot of effort. Although both parties benefited from the arrangement, taking it seriously is vastly different from being perfunctory. Moreover, Wang Mu noticed that among the spiritual plants Sun Hyaming had cultivated, there were several of the 5th and 6th tiers, such as the 6th tier frost tree, which could make the surrounding environment cold, with occasional snowflakes forming and falling. This could replace simulated environment equipment and mimic a snowy mountain environment. Sun Hyaming's expertise in cultivation was undoubtedly high, as he had managed to construct a perfect ecosystem purely through spiritual plants. Not wanting to owe a favor, Wang Mu said, I'm very satisfied, but some of these spiritual plants weren't part of our initial deal, and I don't want you to lose out. How about this? You can go to the Qingmu breeding facility and purchase a wood spirit butterfly. The level you choose depends on your own ability. In other words, even a pseudo-beast king could be taken away. As for a beast king? Sorry, Wang Mu had already discovered that those butterflies with the traits of a species king were quite proud. They only showed complete obedience to Wang Mu and Qing Ming, not showing any friendliness towards 7th-tier Beast Tamers. Even Wang Mu's parents received only slight respect from them, and only because of Wang Mu. Therefore, gaining their recognition might only be possible for outstanding young talents or those at the 8th-tier dominator level. Sun Hyaming felt both pleased and a bit disappointed. He had hoped to establish some personal connection with Wang Mu, rather than just conducting a straightforward transaction. However, receiving such a reward was satisfying enough. He knew that with proper cultivation, a wood spirit butterfly could reliably reach the 6th tier in the future. At this moment, Wang Mu had already activated the 5-colored stone platform, with illusions of forests, oceans, and more emerging, followed by a plane enveloping the spiritual field before him. The land, having been specially treated, was easily absorbed into the secret realm. A few minutes later, only a large pit remained. Now, Wang Mu just wanted to hurry home and move the ecological zone from the Qingmu breeding facility as well. This way, he could use the time acceleration of the secret realm to quickly cultivate spiritual beasts and even personally enter to explore. Wang Mu felt like a student finally on break after a semester of classes at a closed-off school. All the novels and anime he was following had updated significantly, and he was eager to catch up. After leaving the vast spiritual fields, Wang Mu drove home, decisively packed up the ecological zone, laid out some soil, and planted various flower seeds. This area would become a garden for selling spiritual butterflies and also serve as a scenic spot. Next, Wang Mu placed a 5-colored stone platform in the small garden outside his living room. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the platform emitted a strong force field, integrating with the ground. The secret realm had been fully charged before being entrusted to Wang Mu, allowing it to settle properly. A blue vortex expanded rapidly above the platform, reaching 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Without hesitation, Wang Mu stepped into it. After a brief moment of dizziness, Wang Mu found himself inside a silver-white building, his laboratory. Regardless of the level of a secret realm, a laboratory is an essential feature. However, the current laboratory only had basic structures and lacked functional equipment, which Wang Mu needed to acquire himself. He had chosen the size of the secret realm instead of a full set of equipment, confident in his ability to purchase the necessary devices later. Changing or expanding a secret realm would be more troublesome, so he opted for a one-time setup. This medium-sized secret realm would suffice until he reached the master level. Within this secret realm, Wang Mu didn't need to wear a reef cloak, as he was its master, and an innate force would protect him. He could use a large barrier generator to divide the secret realm into different zones with varying time flows. Each room in the laboratory had its own generator. While these micro-barriers were affordable, the cost skyrocketed for medium-sized ones, often reaching billions. Fortunately, money was not an issue for Wang Mu, who had already purchased several. What he lacked now were advanced materials. Currently, the time flow in the secret realm matched the outside world. After stepping outside, Wang Mu soared into the sky, using the wings of wind to survey the landscape from above, gaining a concrete understanding of the terrain. Below lay a forest with the laboratory nestled within, and a 12-kilometer-wide lake behind it. The space between the laboratory and the lake was now filled with the relocated ecological zone, where Qingming and Qingling resided. Despite the change in environment, the other spiritual beasts adapted well. Wang Mu then flew to a mountain to the left of the laboratory, landing halfway up. Here, a waterfall rich in spiritual energy cascaded down, forming a river that flowed into the lake, ideal for water-attributed spiritual beasts. Next to the waterfall was a cave, from which a stream gently flowed, infusing the waterfall with its spiritual essence. Inside the cave, the walls were covered in various crystals, ordinary spiritual stones requiring a certain concentration of spiritual energy. In the cave's depths, stalactites dripped spiritual liquid into a pool, the source of the stream, known as the spiritual spring. At this moment, Wang Mu gained a deeper understanding of 7th-level beast masters. He had thought they merely excavated and relocated the core of a spiritual spring, but they had actually moved the entire Black Mountain into the secret realm. Wang Mu flew out of the cave and found himself facing a smaller mountain, merely 800 meters high, covered with mulberry trees. These were no ordinary mulberry trees, but a type of spiritual plant known as Kongsang, which contained the power of space. However, the most striking feature was an open area on the mountain where massive blocks of ice emitted a biting chill, showing no sign of melting. As Wang Mu approached, he couldn't help but laugh. Haha, these seniors are quite interesting. They actually killed and froze all the rift birds, so I can collect their bloodline or materials whenever needed. He thought to himself that, at the normal melting rate, the ice would take at least 4 to 5 years to melt. Truly astonishing, this is the power of the 7th tier. Wang Mu marveled at the sight, then turned and flew towards his laboratory. The secret realm was not the real world, and as its master, he couldn't use the world's power to teleport instantly. He actually wanted to visit the snow-capped mountains where the moon godflower was planted. However, the secret realm was vast, and he decided to wait until his flying spirit beast was cultivated. At the moment, he had no energy to cultivate other spirit beasts, as the newly acquired spell crystal would be fully absorbed in a few days, ready for cultivation. The water, earth, and psychic series spirit butterflies were about to evolve into new forms. He retrieved a small barrier generator from the lab, enveloped the previous ecological zone, and set it to accelerate time by 10 times. Wang Mu instructed Qing Ling to monitor the ice crystal butterfly's emergence and inform him if it was imminent. Then, he began installing barrier generators in the lab's hatchery and other areas, adjusting them to the maximum time flow to cultivate new spirit butterflies. He couldn't wait any longer. The secret realm lacked a complete ecosystem, so Wang Mu wouldn't cultivate too many spirit butterflies to prevent ecological collapse. While waiting, he pondered that various bird spirit beasts fed on the Qingya butterfly, and perhaps he could cultivate some. According to the catfish effect, an overly peaceful environment wasn't conducive to the growth of spirit butterflies, and some natural enemies were needed to weed out the weak and old in the community. Wang Mu recalled the recent exchange meeting for novice cultivators and shook his head, realizing that his level was too advanced to attend, as it would be inconvenient. He decided to purchase from other breeders instead, as he was an intermediate breeder and could easily exchange spirit beasts, even buying from the association. The wait wasn't long. After a nap, Wang Mu awoke to find the Qingya caterpillars had hatched. Qing Ming, along with a group of silver butterflies, used psychic powers to feed them, leaving Wang Mu with nothing to do. He picked some Kongsang leaves to feed a few Qingya caterpillars. This time, he had no specific requirements. He just hoped for a space attribute spirit butterfly to emerge, regardless of the bloodline level or spells. Having one would allow for optimization. The bloodline extractor from the breeding facility was also moved in, and Wang Mu began extracting the Rift bird's bloodline. According to previous information, Master Lin Quan, the leading figure in the breeding community space series, once said that if one lacked a space attribute spirit beast but had related materials for cultivation, the Wind series was the most compatible. So Gale Wolf? Not quite. It didn't match the Rift bird. Rainbow Finch. Too small. He planned to cultivate a spirit beast for carrying people in flight, and the Green Wind Eagle seemed worth trying. This is a type of elite-grade spirit beast, categorized under beast-type spirit beasts. The Qingfeng Eagle, as one of the outstanding members, possesses a powerful bloodline magic known as the Qingfeng magic, which can unleash sharp azure wind blades with remarkable power. It is highly favored by wind element beastmasters, especially in the early stages. The Qingfeng Eagle is large, with a body length of 3 meters and a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, capable of easily carrying 1 or 2 people in flight. After reaching the 5th tier, its flying speed can even reach the speed of sound, and when combined with wind power or magic, its speed increases dramatically. It should be noted that certain constants in this world are vastly different from those in Wang Mu's previous life. The standard for the speed of sound is higher, and factors like gravity also differ. Even substances like water, gold, silver, copper, and iron, though sharing the same names, have vastly different densities and properties. Wang Mu has put considerable effort into adapting to these changes, as it is indeed challenging to readjust the ingrained knowledge in his mind. After deciding on a spirit beast, Wang Mu began nurturing spirit butterflies while making purchases online. The main attribute order in Shanghai City is water, wood, earth, wind, and fire. Although wind-type spirit beasts are not top tier, they are among the mainstream. With Wang Mu's current status, he easily reserved a Qingfeng Eagle from a breeding facility. However, what he needed was an egg to enhance the shared level, which required a personal visit, as most breeders cannot ascertain the quality of an unborn spirit beast. When purchasing such spirit beasts, buyers must sign a waiver in person, which has become a consensus in the breeding community. Even though Wang Mu could see the condition of the young spirit beasts, he could not break this rule, as the Qingya insect would lose many of its abilities from the insect stage after evolution, and he does not sell Qingya insects. With the transaction scheduled for the next morning, Wang Mu continued quietly reading and nurturing. For him, nurturing spirit butterflies was already second nature, with thousands of them under his experience, allowing him to operate effortlessly even with his eyes closed. This time, he paid special attention to the Qingya insects that consumed the Kongsang. Although Qingming also tried the mulberries, it did not comprehend spatial power, leading Wang Mu to ultimately abandon the attempt, finding that starting anew was indeed simpler. Utilizing the metamorphosis stage's characteristics, he could effectively control the attributes of the spirit beasts. In a scenario where 1 day equals 10 days, Wang Mu's nurturing progress was rapid, though the consumption also increased accordingly. Fortunately, Qingling could produce Qingling liquid to meet the feeding needs of spirit butterflies of various attributes, but as the secret realm had just opened, the replenishment of spiritual energy had not yet caught up with the consumption. Typically, breeders would bury several spiritual veins in the secret realm to supplement spiritual energy in case of emergencies. Wang Mu plans to undertake this task later, as spiritual veins can produce spirit stones, which are a hard currency among intermediate beastmasters, aiding in cultivation, replenishing spiritual energy, arranging formations, and even charging various high-tech devices. Wang Mu has been keeping an eye on the pioneering city, knowing that money is not very useful there, with spirit stones being the universal currency. Ordinary spirit stones are not expensive, with low-grade ones costing 1,000 each, but the price of intermediate spirit stones rises sharply, usually 10,000 each. If they possess attributes, the price increases at least 5-fold, as intermediate spirit stones can serve as spiritual energy essence, enhancing a spirit beast's innate qualities. As for high-grade spirit stones, their prices are even more elusive, possessing special functions. With special grade spirit stone mother minds able to continuously absorb spiritual energy to generate spirit stones, making them precious resources necessary for secret realms, with prices as high as Lord-level spirit beasts. Wang Mu will have the capital to make exchanges in the future. Now, Wang Mu has set out, as the time for the transaction the next day has arrived. Once he acquires the Qingfeng Eagle, he will be able to nurture a higher level evolved form, potentially granting the Qingfeng Eagle spatial attributes through the Rift Bird. By then, this spirit beast, once abandoned by advanced beast masters, will transform into a prized entity sought after by them. The attendant went to park Wang Mu's car, and Wang Mu was taken aback when he saw the breeder in front of him. That familiar figure brought back memories of his school days, merging with the image of a teacher standing at the podium. Mr. He Jinzhong was also looking at Wang Mu. 3 years had passed, but he still remembered this student, feeling a surge of emotions. I heard someone mention you at school before, but I was too busy to pay attention. I thought it was a joke. Now it seems we all underestimated you, he said with a smile. Come in, choose an egg for yourself. Wang Mu replied with a smile. Teacher, you're still fond of giving us challenges. He Jinzhong nodded nonchalantly, saying, take a look around. Which breeder isn't like this? It's a side effect of teaching, but you're quite something. His gaze fell on the badge on Wang Mu's chest, and he marveled. A 17-year-old intermediate breeder. Wow, you've really broken through the ranks, haven't you? Wang Mu looked at Mr. He's badge, feeling a sense of admiration. Teacher, you once said you were an apprentice breeder. It's only been 3 years, and now you're a senior breeder. I still have a lot to learn from you. He Jinzhong laughed. You clever kid, I bet you had some suspicions back then. At that time, Wang Mu was in an ordinary school. A teacher suddenly appeared in the last half of the semester to give them extra lessons. He didn't have a direct concept of breeders then, but he could tell Mr. He was extraordinary, so he listened carefully. Little did he know, Mr. He was actually a senior breeder. I always thought you must be very skilled, but I never understood how the principal managed to get you to come to our school. He Jinzhong pointed to the eggs in the incubation room. Choose for yourself. I'm an orphan, and that old man was my teacher. He sponsored me on this path, so I go back to teach whenever I can to keep him company. Wang Mu nodded and began selecting. Mr. He's style was strict, so it was best to choose carefully. He also appreciated diligent and capable students. With information about the Qingfeng Eagle in mind, Wang Mu closely examined the eggs. The pale white shells were covered with brown spots, and their sizes were almost identical, with all having a strong life force. However, a few of the eggs were surrounded by a faint aura of wind energy, indicating their talents were at the intermediate level. Normally, the Qingfeng Eagle's talent would be considered high among the lower levels. Mr. He, these eggs are meant for new Beast Tamers, aren't they? Wang Mu asked. It seemed that people in the breeding world had a small habit of adding a few better spirit beasts for new tamers, allowing them to choose. With a keen eye or a bit of luck, their future paths could be smoother. He Jinzhong nodded with satisfaction. Exactly, they're for them. How many are you planning to pick? Wang Mu thought for a moment and replied. I'll leave out those few, and take 8 of the others. Now it was He Jinzhong's turn to raise an eyebrow. You're not just being polite, are you? Are you planning to breed Qingfeng eagles yourself? Wang Mu nodded. I need some flying spirit beasts, so I'm planning to breed a few. By the way, teacher, I have some carcasses of sky-splitting birds. I'll send a few over, and you mustn't refuse. I had planned to treat you to a meal, but after the exams, you disappeared. All right, then don't pay for these eggs. Consider them a gift. He Jinzhong didn't refuse, but he didn't want to take it for free either. He knew that every year, the Rift Sky Bird would purchase some research, although results were sparse, as research on space elements is not easy. He had heard that recently, the Kongsang Mountain had been relocated, and henceforth, the Rift Sky Bird could only purchase from other places, so having a few in stock was considered good. Wang Mu said helplessly. Mr. He, this makes me feel a bit embarrassed. I'm going to leave Shanghai City soon and won't have a chance to properly thank you. Without hesitation, He Jinzhong opened his phone. Let's add each other as friends. In the future, if you find any interesting mystical or spiritual beasts, send them to me, and we can trade. You know, breeders need to communicate more to make progress. Wang Mu originally planned to work in isolation to digest his gains, but he didn't reject this proposal. After all, he could gather materials for future use. After a staff member carefully packed the egg of the green-winged hawk, He Jinzhong handed Wang Mu a contract. Sign it. If your relatives come to buy spirit beasts in the future, you can offer them discounts, but all the necessary procedures must be followed to avoid any accusations of wrongdoing. Wang Mu understood this well, as similar topics had been covered in class. He quickly signed his name, and He Jinzhong added, Come on, let's go to my secret realm. Out of all my students, you are the most accomplished, so take a few spirit beasts with you. Don't refuse, and remember to support new breeders in the future. Wang Mu realized this was still a lesson, but it was about legacy, not breeding. He respectfully bowed to He Jinzhong. Rest assured, teacher, I will remember. He Jinzhong smiled, and led Wang Mu through a portal into a laboratory. The entrance to a breeder's secret realm is always a laboratory to prevent any accidents. He Jingzhong proudly explained to Wang Mu. I mainly breed 3 types of spirit beasts here. The first is the Green Wind Hawk, which evolves into the Commander-level Storm Falcon and the Beast King-level Storm Thunder Hawk. The second is the Gale Wolf, with evolutions including the Commander-level Swift Shadow Wolf, Beast King-level North Wind Frost Wolf, and Lord-level Howling Wind Wolf King. The third is the Withered Bone Archer, which can evolve into the Commander-level Explosive Archer and the Beast King-level Frostfire Shooter. You won't need to choose this time. Before he finished speaking, the howls of wolves echoed as 2 massive blue-black wolves sprinted over, wagging their tails like dogs. After the breeder communicated with the spirit beasts through mental energy, the wolves approached Wang Mu, sniffed him, and then obediently sat by his side. All right, these 2 Gale Wolves are about to evolve. Study them on your own when you return. I just started a new project recently, and if it weren't for recognizing your name, I wouldn't have bothered to come out, He Jingzhong said, busy with his work. Wang Mu recalled that every time he saw Lin Tianxing, the master was always incredibly busy. He suddenly had a premonition that he would be the same, so he said, Thank you, teacher. I won't disturb you any longer. On the way home, Wang Mu drove himself, followed by a staff member transporting the 2 wolves and the egg. When he got home, he found that the association had already sent a green leaf ruah tree. After bringing it into his secret realm, Wang Mu planted it in the open space on the right side of the laboratory, asking Qing Ling to look after it, while the Gale Wolves followed closely, having already established a bond with Wang Mu, sharing the same attributes. The adult Swift Wind Wolves possess 4 bloodlines and an elite talent, mastering both basic and advanced wind spells, as well as the Swift Wind Step bloodline spell. The Wind Claw and Wind Bite share levels. As 2 beast-type spirit beasts, they initially have few spells, mainly basic ones. However, with evolution and bloodline awakening, they will gain new spells. For instance, Wind Claw initially just imbues claws with wind spirit power, but after evolution, it can directly launch wind blades. Wang Mu has completed their breeding, and now he just needs to observe them methodically. He begins incubating the Green Wind Eagles, which, as elite beast-type spirit beasts, typically take 3 months to hatch, with a year-long juvenile stage and a 2-year growth period, reaching adulthood after 3 years, and capable of reproduction by the 5th year. Even with a 10-fold speed increase in the secret realm, incubation still takes half a year. The growth cycle of commander-level spirit beasts is at least twice as long. Since higher-level spirit beasts take longer to mature, breeders usually conduct phased breeding to allow for shared progress during the beast master's training. Otherwise, incubation alone would take years, which is far too long. New beast masters with the means often check the final evolution form of spirit beasts when selecting them, so they don't have to risk contracting with high-level ones initially. Wang Mu constantly senses the life signals from the bird eggs. On the 8th day, when he detects consciousness within an egg, he decisively returns to normal time flow, beginning to soothe and communicate with it using mental power. The talent's feedback indicates that the shared level has reached 3. This is a characteristic of beast-type spirit beasts. They establish trust with the first life form they become conscious of. Wang Mu takes this opportunity to try to raise the intimacy level to 4, enabling him to teach them mastery-level spells. Additionally, by soaking them in wind spirit elixir, they absorb more energy, potentially advancing further during incubation. In fact, secret techniques like bloodline fusion are most effective at this time, but Wang Mu only has 8 eggs and plans to experiment after breeding a second batch. For this batch, he focuses on elevating their bloodline level. Wang Mu slows down time during egg incubation and speeds it up while waiting, always staying nearby, which makes the hatchlings feel his constant presence, quickly increasing the shared level. When the shared level reaches 4, Wang Mu gives it a try. Due to the enhancement from the green spirit elixir, the unhatched hatchlings are well developed, merely digesting energy and capable of handling high-proficiency spells. Wang Mu teaches them the mastery-level basic spells Wind Boost and Wind Blade. Through this period of nurturing, Wang Mu concludes that Wind Boost enhances the spirit beast's affinity for wind spirit energy, while Wind Blade is a simple attack spell that improves controllability. Spirit beasts have an instinctual desire to evolve and become stronger. By providing them with spells, Wang Mu strengthens them, eventually pushing the shared level to 5, at which point they hatch. Chirp, chirp. The calls of the 8 little ones are noisier than 100 ducks. They hatch robust, with incomplete feathers, craning their necks and opening their mouths for food. Wang Mu feeds them using telekinesis. The cold sky raven hears the noise and flies over from the ecological park, but seeing there are other birds, it flies away again. Wang Mu's approach proves effective. These 8 green wind eagles reach the commander level upon hatching. The next day, they grow some down feathers, and when their small wings flap rapidly, they can instinctively manipulate wind spirit energy, briefly taking flight for a few seconds. Even with time acceleration, they shouldn't be this strong, which is the result of teaching them spells. Wang Mu realizes he should have started with beast-type spirit beasts, as their response to spells is immediate, unlike spirit butterflies that forget everything after metamorphosis. Sometimes, a sense of achievement is also a driving force for progress. Under the dual nourishment of Qingling liquid and the meat of magical beasts, the Qingfeng eagle grew rapidly. Even with its bloodline enhancement, it was covered with downy feathers within just half a month. However, it still needed to shed this down and grow feathers to truly enter its growth phase. At this time, the almost forgotten Bingjing butterfly finally showed signs of movement. Qingling's mental transmission informed Wang Mu that it was about to break its cocoon. Wang Mu, who was currently cultivating the water spirit butterfly and the earth spirit butterfly, couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking, I thought it had failed to evolve, but now it's about to take shape. He immediately flew over and activated the weather simulator to prevent any accidents. He arrived just in time as a wave of cold spread from the banyan forest, making Wang Mu shiver with surprise. This is incredible, he thought. Even though I haven't advanced, I could definitely defeat a fifth-tier magical beast in an unknown fight. So why do I feel cold? His gaze turned to the ice-blue cocoon floating in the air, surrounded by falling snowflakes. The leaves and grass were covered in a layer of frost as the temperature plummeted. Qingling used the wood spirit's protection to safeguard the ecological zone. A crisp cracking sound echoed as the cocoon suddenly burst open, sending snowflakes flying in all directions, dazzling Wang Mu. Once everything settled, the butterfly's ice-blue, crystal-like wings appeared amidst the snow. The simulated sunrise cast a reddish glow on it, refracting a stunning array of colors, resembling an ice fairy dancing in the snow. The Bingjing butterfly now had a wingspan of about half a meter, with a body as pristine as crystal, resembling more of an elemental spirit beast than an insect. Its wings barely moved as it hovered in the air, and after a brief adjustment post-emergence, it gently flapped its wings, causing delicate snowflakes to drift down, its flight akin to a graceful dance with trailing effects. Finally, it stopped in front of Wang Mu, who instinctively extended his hand, allowing it to land on his finger. He felt a cool sensation, but it wasn't piercingly cold, and the surrounding chill dissipated as the Bingjing butterfly was absorbed back into his body. The fully formed Bingjing butterfly possessed a bloodline level of 3, a Lord talent, advanced exclusive spell of Holy Ice Seal, introductory talent spell of Cold Heavens Bind, ice control trait, and as the king of its species, the Bingjing butterfly shared its ice while at a level 9 Lord. Wang Mu's eyes widened in amazement as he quickly accessed the shared abilities, instantly understanding their effects. Zhenbing is a more advanced form of ordinary ice attributes, significantly more powerful. When casting the same spell, using Zhenbing's power results in effects over twice as strong. The advanced exclusive spell Holy Ice Seal can use Zhenbing to freeze enemies, draining their vitality, or freeze itself to withstand damage, while also dispelling any external influences. This is the exclusive spell of a Lord-level spirit beast. The talent spell Cold Heavens Bind is also an advanced spell, capable of creating ice chains for combat, imbued with binding power. Ice Control is an upgraded form of basic attribute control, allowing the Bingjing butterfly to use basic ice spells freely without adhering to any framework. Lastly, the trait Ice will renders the Bingjing butterfly's will as unyielding as unmelting ice, immune to control, illusions, fear, and other effects, unless faced with opponents 2 tiers beyond the Bingjing butterfly. This is a fully evolved Lord-level spirit beast, unexpectedly acquired, belonging to the evolutionary form of the ice spirit butterfly, though the ice spirit butterfly has not yet been born. Wang Mu had previously obtained some ice spells and had experience in nurturing spirit butterflies. Now, with the time acceleration provided by the secret realm, many of his ideas have been realized. He also imparted the original awakening ice spells to the spirit butterflies, even though they had not evolved. By observing the patterns on the ice crystal butterfly and combining spell and material cultivation, Wang Mu is confident that he can successfully give birth to the ice spirit butterfly. Qingming is the king of the Qingye butterfly race. After the birth of the ice crystal butterfly, Wang Mu, following his intuition, arrived at the Kongsang mountain. At this time, the spirit spring had already frozen over, and the entire cave was filled with a chill. As the ice crystal butterfly flapped its wings, it formed a barrier of cold air, creating a comfortable temperature inside, while enhancing the defense of the barrier with the external chill. By the spirit spring, Wang Mu discovered a cocoon soaking in the water. Qingming foresaw that this evolution would consume a large amount of spiritual energy, so he arrived at the spirit spring in advance before the ice crystal butterfly's evolution, requiring no concern from Wang Mu. As Wang Mu approached and focused his senses, the cocoon suddenly shattered, scattering ice crystals, and Qingming flew towards Wang Mu while the ice crystal butterfly retreated. At this moment, Wang Mu felt the aura of pressure emanating from Qingming, making his breathing slightly heavy. Intrigued, he checked Qingming's attributes. Adult Qingming, 5 bloodlines, Lord Talent, High Intermediate Ice, High Intermediate Exquisite Ice, with some exclusive spells, basic combination techniques, and some unique spell traits. The Qingye Butterfly Race King, dancing with Wang Mu. As the race's king, Qingming governs the entire race and can use all members' exclusive spells. The advancement of a member's bloodline also enhances Qingming. Combination techniques are special spells with unique methods of enhancement. They require the birth of more lords within the Qingye Butterfly race, as each lord enables Qingming to improve comprehensively. It's no wonder Qingming wasn't a complete lord before. His enhancement is special, growing stronger with the race, but under very stringent conditions, achievable only by a master nurturer. Wang Mu faintly sensed the location of other Qingye butterflies. Now he noticed a group of spirit butterflies behind him, precisely in the ecological zone. Qingming, being intelligent, was aware of some of his master's abilities and patiently waited for Wang Mu to absorb this information. A few minutes later, Wang Mu held a leaf blade in his left hand and a wind blade in his right, firing them together. During the process, they merged. Swoosh! The stone wall was easily pierced, like a knife through tofu, without any resistance. Qingming's wings stopped flapping, full of confusion. Master, aren't you human? Hearing Qingming's telepathic message, Wang Mu couldn't help but laugh. Haha, of course, I'm human, just with a unique talent. Qingming realized that he had underestimated his master's abilities. While his own trait allowed him to harness the race's strength, his master needed no such distinction, being able to use any ability. After laughing, Wang Mu became contemplative, pulling out his phone to project a question. A whirlwind demon wolf stands on a 10-meter slope, releasing a swift wind arrow, influenced by wind spirit energy, to fly in a straight line at a speed of 278 meters per second. Come, Qingming, solve this problem. Qingming, are you testing my current intelligence? I haven't fully grasped human language yet, and I don't understand this question. Wang Mu nodded with satisfaction, indicating that the test was complete. It seemed that the mental system could indeed enhance the intelligence of spirit beasts. Silver butterflies and phoenix-eyed butterflies. Evolution-based cultivation could begin. You can wait for the next evolution. With that, Wang Mu flew away. Qingming found this quite normal, as he had always been by Wang Mu's side and had seen other cultivators who, upon inspiration, would immediately start experimenting. However, the master was mistaken. There was no need to wait for the next evolution, as Qingming could feel his own water and earth attributes strengthening, and a new spirit butterfly was about to be born. Wang Mu returned to the lab, dealing with a batch of reserve ethereal butterflies, when Qingling informed him that a spirit butterfly was about to emerge. Since the ice crystal butterfly had set a precedent, Wang Mu was quite calm this time. It was merely a Beast King level water spirit butterfly and earth spirit butterfly. They had a basic mastery of their primary attributes, but no other special spells, yet their talents were quite useful and were shared by Wang Mu with Qingling. Qingling was also quite intelligent, often transforming into a tree and silently enhancing himself. Wang Mu did not rush to act this time, but instead wanted to have a conversation with him. Qingling, what are your thoughts on evolution? Qingling responded with a mental wave. Master, aren't you already in the process? Wang Mu smiled. So you feel yourself transforming? Yes, Master, Qingling replied. Wang Mu's smile grew even brighter, indicating he was on the right track. By the way, have you noticed any changes after sharing the aura of dominance and the sovereign's might spells with you? Only spirit beasts with the king of the species trait could use these two spells. Since sharing this trait with Qingling had failed, Wang Mu decided to share the spells instead. He wanted to know if this would, in turn, grant Qingling the trait. After a moment of sensing, Qingling answered, Master, I can feel my soul growing stronger. Additionally, with each new attribute, I feel an increase in my life's essence. I currently have wood, earth, water, wind, dark, light, and ice, but I'm missing metal, or perhaps metal and thunder. Wang Mu asked curiously, why metal or metal thunder? And what about life and mental attributes? Qingling shared his feelings. Master, I believe I'm on a unique evolutionary path. I only need metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, or earth, wind, water, and fire to evolve once. To evolve again, I need to gather metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark, and ice. As for life and mental attributes, I don't quite understand, but they might be needed for future evolutions. Wang Mu truly appreciated the benefits of having an intelligent spirit beast. By communicating, he could understand the requirements for evolution and was now quite excited. I have a plan for a metal spirit butterfly, but the thunder spirit butterfly will have to wait. Evolution is a comprehensive transformation, so I plan to give you the metal attribute first, allowing you to evolve once. After that, I'll provide the thunder attribute. Qingling simply responded, I will follow the master's guidance. Although eager to evolve, he understood that the master was a cultivator who needed to observe the evolution of spirit beasts. Even if it was possible to evolve directly across stages, they would try to break it down as much as possible. Wang Mu had previously shared some magnificent spells from the iron-armored war eagle, the emerald Jiao dragon, and the centenarian wood spirit. During this time, he not only cultivated earth and water spirit butterflies, but also managed to cultivate a light spirit butterfly, thereby granting Qingling the light attribute. These activities were part of his routine and didn't need special mention. In fact, a gold spirit butterfly should have been created as well, but Wang Mu had focused on the light attribute for the illusion butterfly in the past, so he only upgraded the light spirit butterfly and didn't cultivate the gold attribute. Fortunately, the speed of cultivation in the secret realm was incredibly fast, with over 100 days compressed into about 10 days. However, Wang Mu was also considering the thunder spirit butterfly. He didn't have any spell reserves in this area but had thunder grass and other thunder-type plants in the botanical garden. With some relatively expensive thunder-type materials, creating a thunder spirit butterfly wasn't difficult. Previously, Wang Mu had been so busy with cultivation that he hadn't taken stock of his assets. Now he realized that in over a year, he had grown from a newly graduated student into a seasoned cultivator. Compared to his teachers, such as Zhu Tao and He Jinzhong, who typically had only 2 or 3 specialty spiritual beasts and focused on deepening their expertise, Wang Mu was different. His spiritual beast species currently only included the green leaf butterfly because he felt it was not yet fully developed. In reality, cultivating other spiritual beasts would only take a few months. In terms of attributes, Wang Mu's spirit butterflies almost covered most mainstream attributes, except for gold and thunder. Currently, Wang Mu was engrossed in his hybridization plan. The advantage of psychic spiritual beasts allowed beastmasters to contract a spiritual beast even before reaching the 8th rank. Therefore, Wang Mu hoped to hybridize the green leaf butterfly so that all spirit butterflies would have the psychic attribute. He was also trying to ensure that each type of spirit butterfly had life attributes. However, the genetic probability was too low, consuming a lot of Wang Mu's time and energy. Otherwise, he would have started cultivating the strange mushroom earlier. Initially, Wang Mu considered that with his sharing talent, he could directly give the spirit butterflies attribute talents, but this wouldn't allow the butterfly's offspring to inherit them. He wanted an ancestral solution, not something that required sharing each time. That wouldn't make him a cultivator, just an imitator. Now, Wang Mu set a small goal to first cultivate all attribute spirit butterflies to the Beast King level. Reaching the Lord level would rely more on luck and require time accumulation, at least a few years, for customers to raise their spell levels. In the banyan forest, 3 strange mushrooms had already spread their spores, and some mushrooms appeared under the trees. With the influence of accelerated time, new mushrooms would likely emerge soon, and by then, Wang Mu would have moved and be able to cultivate them. The strange mushroom, with its life-sharing spell, would surely be welcomed in Kaichuo City. Taking advantage of the early stage of cultivation, Wang Mu opened his device and called Guazaheo. Guazaheo, far away in Leihai City, was in class at that moment indeed. He was the same age as Wang Mu, but had not graduated early due to his playful nature and was still attending the Beastmaster Academy. Compared to the Cultivator Academy, the Beastmaster Academy had more courses and varied rankings. Typically, the Beastmaster Academy collaborated with cultivators. No one had approached Wang Mu yet because he had isolated himself, planning to start cooperating after moving to Leihai City. Beast Tamers have quite a few theoretical courses to study, and this class was all about spell combinations. Guazaheo felt his phone vibrating and sneaked a glance at it. It was a call from Wang Mu, an intermediate nurturer, through the association. Guazaheo immediately broke into a smile, stood up, and raised his hand. "Teacher, it's a call from my family." Shunwen glanced over and calmly said, "Don't disturb others, and make sure to catch up on the content after the call." Guazaheo dashed out of the classroom like the wind. Usually, such requests are approved, as parents today are considerate and would only call during class for important matters. As soon as he reached the door, he answered the call. "Mu Tu, don't get too excited. Are you in class now?" Guazaheo nodded, but then realized Mu Tu couldn't see him, so he said, "Yeah, but how did you know I was in class?" He remembered that Mu Tu was quite meticulous and would never call during class. Wang Mu chuckled. "Apart from a few special cities, the schedule is pretty much the same everywhere, so of course I know. You should ask for leave later, have Uncle Gua pick you up, and then head to the City Lord's mansion. Mention that I'll be coming and ask how they plan to arrange things. You can handle this matter as you see fit, and feel free to accept any benefits. I've been busy with nurturing lately, so if you make any progress, leave me a message, and I'll reply when I can." Guazaheo felt a sense of familiarity from the exhaling sound on the other end. "You're already a nurturer and still so busy. That's crazy. All right, I'll go find the homeroom teacher in a bit." Wang Mu had plans for Guazaheo, and from the letters from Uncle Gua and Wang Lingfeng, he knew this kid's level was slightly above average. The school was decent. Leihai City had only 2 Beast Tamer academies, both with good standards. Therefore, Wang Mu's assessment was that some tutoring was needed. Missing one class was acceptable to cheer him up before delivering the news about extra classes. After hanging up, Wang Mu immersed himself in his nurturing work, reminiscing about his childhood and feeling inclined to help the chubby kid. Every meeting, he would bring a pile of extra exercises and his notes. The chubby kid was sensible, discerning whether this was a trap or help. He resisted the exercise books, but studied the notes seriously, knowing this brother genuinely wanted to help him. Perhaps due to the environment, children on the Shinjo continent matured early, and there were few troublemakers. It was during this time that Guizaheo and Wang Mu's relationship improved, remaining close for many years. After informing his parents, they indeed came to pick him up. In the car, the once chubby kid had grown taller, now looking a bit thin. He suddenly remembered something. Oh no, I bet when Mu 2 comes, he'll definitely bring me a bunch of study materials. Maybe even extra classes. His mother, Dong Shu, laughed. You've always listened to him since you were little. If he arranges tutoring, will you listen? Guizaheo replied matter-of-factly. Of course I will. Mu 2 is so amazing. Following his advice can't be wrong. Guilei, driving the car, felt a bit jealous. His son often talked back to him, but he was obedient to little Mu, making him feel a bit overshadowed as a father. But it was also a good thing. Then study well. We're currently developing a secret realm, and we'll be able to get you a qualification to purchase a young spirit beast. One of the benefits of Pioneer City is its relatively generous welfare policies. As long as one is willing to strive, the conditions for acquiring a commander-level spirit beast are more relaxed. However, these benefits are limited to one's children and cannot be transferred. The car headed towards the city lord's mansion in Leihai City, where the three intended to inquire about the relevant matters. In fact, Wang Mu had already sent a letter to submit the information in advance, merely delegating the negotiation task to Guishu's family. When Wang Mu learned that Guishu was taking his family to Pioneer City, he foresaw that they would reach a certain level of success. Although advancing to a dominant level is not easy, establishing a small family is quite feasible. Now, Guilei is a 5th-level beast master, while Dong Shu is at the 4th level, both already having the conditions for advancement. However, they understood the impact of spirit beasts on the beast space, so they decided to advance after acquiring new spirit beasts. This is the typical path for ordinary beast masters, who may take a few detours due to the initial lack of spirit beasts, but eventually find their way. When the three arrived at the city lord's mansion, they were surprised to find someone waiting for them, who promptly approached to greet them. Guilei took the initiative to ask, "Are you Mr. Gua and Ms. Dong?" A man introduced himself. "I'm Lei Ming, the head of the management team of the city lord's mansion." As he led them into the meeting room, he said, "Mr. Wang has informed us in advance that you are responsible for the liaison. Do you have any preferred locations in mind?" Guilei and Dong Shu simultaneously looked at Guizaheo, who confidently responded, "Miud likes quiet environments and is particularly lazy, so he'll definitely choose somewhere near the 2 associations in the south of the city." Lei Ming enlarged a map and pointed to it, saying, "Here is Leihai Courtyard, currently with 12 gardens available. You can choose 2. Both parties were well aware of Wang Mu's capabilities, and with the benefits he had mentioned in advance, Guilei boldly chose 2 adjacent gardens, Zishan Garden and Xiongji Garden. These are special marine spirit plants. Though they are 6th level, their value is equivalent to the 7th level. Looking at other options, they were of a similar caliber. As the most upscale residential area in Leihai City, they were familiar with it, and it was clear why only these were left for selection. Obviously, it was arranged for them to choose, as offering 2 poor options could lead to misunderstandings. With the residents decided, it meant they were indeed planning to move. Next, they discussed when to go to Shanghai City to greet Wang Mu. Due to Leihai City's geographical environment, the months of July and August are the most peaceful, as the marine beasts mate and reproduce during this time. Wang Mu mentioned July, and after discussion, they decided to send someone now, planning to depart at the end of July. If Wang Mu needed to delay, it was possible, but ideally, he should confirm before mid-August. After all, the later it gets, the more the beasts will start foraging for food to replenish energy after reproduction, and with human cities nearby, conflicts are inevitable, making combat power particularly important. After Guilei's family left the city lord's mansion, Lei Ming once again opened the map, his gaze lingering on several blank areas in the south of the city. These areas were reserved for breeders to build breeding facilities. As Lei Zhantian's brother, he naturally knew more about the situation. Wang Mu, a 17-year-old intermediate breeder, was actually more skilled and had even bred a lord-level Qingya butterfly. Several masters had mentioned to Lei Zhantian to look after this promising young talent. Thus, there weren't many places left to choose from, as most of the prime areas had been taken by the pioneers who initially developed the city. Ultimately, considering the limited available space, and with Leihai City having an expansion plan, Lei Ming decided to allocate a specific piece of land in the south of the city for Wang Mu. Such sincerity should surely suffice, right? The expansion of Lei Haiqing was already a significant matter. 2 days later, when Lei Ming met Lei Zhantian, he specifically asked, "Brother, I'm planning to allocate a piece of land in the south of the city for Wang Mu. Do you think it's appropriate?" Lei Zhan had just returned from the shallow sea, exuding a strong battle aura. His nearly 2-meter tall frame looked particularly formidable as he walked with a powerful stride, creating a strong sense of pressure. For other people, he might need to recall, but when it came to Wang Mu, he answered without hesitation. You mean that kid? Why wouldn't it be appropriate? I've already heard from Lu Jun that he's quite something. At 17, he's already bred a Lord-level spirit beast and has multiple attribute beast king levels, with a key focus on life type. Honestly, among the breeders I know, he definitely ranks in the top 3. Lei Zhan continued. Give him half of the expansion land directly, and leave the other side unplanned for now. I have a feeling this kid has potential. The management team even received an application from a small family, which, although in decline, still has a keen eye. Their willingness to follow Wang Mu indicates they have faith in him. Wang Mu doesn't have many hobbies. He just loves fighting and investing. If he has the capability, he won't lack new spirit beasts in the future. With the groundwork set, Lei Ming found it much easier to proceed, and a team quickly set off from the city lord's mansion. Although Wang Mu was absorbed in breeding, he still kept track of developments, and the next day he received a response from Guozaheo. In the first scene, when we got off the vehicle, we were greeted by someone claiming to be the head of the management team, named Lei Ming. In the second scene, the plot replay was quite distinctive. Meanwhile, Wang Mu also received official certification from Lei Haiqing, including 2 estates and a vacant base in the south of the city. Upon seeing the map, Wang Mu was surprised to find such a large area. His current breeding facility was only 6 square kilometers, while this marked area was about 20. Generally, breeders don't mind the size of their facilities because breeding involves secret realms, and only some large-scale spirit beast breeders consider the area. Although Wang Mu hadn't bred large spirit beasts yet, he was already starting to think about it. Since he bred a variety of spirit beasts, and given his nature, he would typically breed several attributes for each type, requiring different display areas. While secret realms are suitable for spirit beasts, the different venues in a breeding facility would also be designed accordingly. They shouldn't be compromised just for sales. Now, with Lei Haiqing designating such a large area, Wang Mu was spared a lot of trouble, which was indeed a good thing. However, the vast Xinzhou continent had small-scale beast master academies covering about 10 square kilometers, while Wang Mu's previous life university considered 5 or 6 square kilometers to be large. This time, being given 20, Wang Mu estimated that it would be difficult to fully utilize it in the short term. Putting away the map, Wang Mu felt the sincerity of Lei Haiqing. With his abilities, he could handle it. The city of Kaichuo had a population of about 30 million, mostly beastmasters, and he could provide suitable spirit beasts for many of them, benefiting both sides. After setting aside his phone, Wang Mu continued to study Qingming and the ice crystal butterfly. He discovered that the spirit butterfly's body was weak, and upon reaching the Lord level, it would begin to energize its body. Possessing a mental or life-type talent could enhance its foundation. From the basic version of the spirit butterfly, it is clear that these creatures are magical beasts, and their evolution path is indicated. The emergence of the ice crystal butterfly directly pointed out the subsequent cultivation path for Wang Mu's spirit butterflies. Additionally, Wang Mu drew inspiration from the Fengyan butterfly. In the past, Wang Lingfeng, needing to raise a spirit beast quickly after losing one, chose the excellent grade Jingmu butterfly. During a hunt for the tricolor brocade chicken, the spirit butterfly absorbed the power from the tail feathers and evolved into the Fengyan butterfly, acquiring the Feng Eye spell, a mental magic. Notably, the acquisition of the spell occurred before the change in attributes. Through Wang Mu's research, it was discovered that the pressure of the Feng Eyes originates from the phoenix's bloodline. This legendary creature is not only the king of all birds, but also the pinnacle of all beast evolution, looking down on everything. If Wang Mu could collect other high-level bloodlines and integrate them into the Qingya butterfly, he could create more forms. Currently, Wang Mu has amassed many tail feathers and plans to cultivate them, aiming at least to give his father's Fengyan butterfly an evolved form. He instinctively felt that the combination of the silver butterfly and the Fengyan butterfly would surely give birth to a more powerful mental-type spirit butterfly. The Fengyan butterfly is essentially an evolved mental-type spirit beast from an ordinary spirit butterfly, on the same level as the silver butterfly. Wang Mu's method involved applying the tail feathers to the silver butterfly, resulting in a magical scene. One is a bird, the other an insect, yet the essence of the tail feathers was absorbed by the silver butterfly, causing it to evolve on the spot. 2 pairs of golden patterns appeared on its wings, resembling Feng Eyes, leading Wang Lingfeng to name it the Fengyan butterfly. The silver butterfly's innate talent was initially at a low to medium level, but after evolving through a single tail feather, it reached a mid-level talent, indicating that this material is highly compatible with mental-type spirit butterflies. Wang Mu's focus was on the Feng Eyes, which is a spirit pattern. Since the Feng Eyes were brought about by the tail feathers, what if the spirit pattern was directly given to the silver butterfly? He immediately began experimenting. Meanwhile, a team of Beast Tamers from Leihai City had arrived in Shanghai City, and Wang Lingfeng's parents came to negotiate. Since their son was immersed in his work, they took on this task as they had no pressing matters. This greatly relieved Wang Mu, as this was his first attempt at spirit pattern cultivation, which was inevitably challenging. Typically, it takes a breeder more than 3 years to reach the level of a cultivator, even for the most gifted individuals. Over the years, breeders have accumulated extensive experience and had ample time to record and study spirit patterns, but Wang Mu's progress was exceptionally fast. Fortunately, he had shared the Fengyan butterfly's spell as a child, which made his mental strength robust enough. Now, having recorded the Feng Ai's spirit pattern, he began engraving it onto the silver butterfly's wings. This was an elite-level spirit pattern, not overly complex, and Wang Mu speculated that it was likely the Feng Ai's spell, capable of exerting mental pressure on targets, similar to intimidation. The level of sharing somewhat represents intimacy and trust, and the silver butterfly trusted Wang Mu immensely, allowing him to proceed. With perfect coordination, Wang Mu succeeded on his first engraving attempt. Strands of mental power formed Feng eyes on the silver butterfly's wings, and simultaneously, Wang Mu sensed that this silver butterfly had acquired the spell, though its talent enhancement was not significant and still required other materials for augmentation. The tricolor golden pheasant is, after all, just a third-tier beast. Wang Mu pondered to himself that if he could obtain a higher-tier phoenix bloodline, the evolution of the Fengyan butterfly would become much easier. However, he was somewhat hesitant. The evolution of the silver butterfly had two paths. One was purely spiritual, nurtured through mental spells. The other involved adding a phoenix bloodline, but this kind of bloodline cultivation often hit a snag. In the records of the Shinjo continent, there are many mentions of the legendary creatures, dragons and phoenixes, but no one has ever seen a true dragon or phoenix. Only branches possessing their bloodline exist. This means that if he chose bloodline cultivation, the Fengyan butterfly could only reach a dominant level in its lifetime, unless he found a true phoenix. However, if he could find a true phoenix, there would be no need to cultivate the Fengyan butterfly. Wang Mu decided to steer the Fengyan butterfly back to the right path. His father's Fengyan butterfly also needed to evolve, as it wasn't good to remain at the elite level. With this in mind, Wang Mu left the secret realm, only to find his home empty. He dialed the phone. "Dad, where are you?" Wang Lingfeng was currently training at the association with a few 7th-tier Beast Tamers. During this time, he was usually in Donut Disturb mode, but messages from family would alert him. His Qingyu butterfly was learning advanced with spirit protection techniques from Lei Guangsan's Muxian Wang, and during non-combat moments, he answered the call. "At the association, what's up? Bring your spirit beasts home. It's time for them to evolve," Wang Mu stated succinctly. Upon hearing this, Wang Lingfeng's face lit up with joy. His spirit beasts were at the level between 4th and 5th tier, and he himself had reached the peak of the 4th tier during this period. He had not advanced because he planned to wait for his spirit beasts to evolve. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Excitedly, he waved to Lei Guangsan. "Brother Lei, Xiao Mu is going to evolve Xiao Jin and Xiao Yu. I'll have to excuse myself." Lei Guangsan didn't mind and smiled in response. "That's great news, you go ahead. By the way, ask Teacher Wang when he's planning to set off." As Wang Lingfeng left, Lei Guangsan's eyes showed a hint of envy. On the Shenzhou continent, Beast Tamers are mainstream, and powerful Beast Tamers are admired by all, but it is the breeders who are the eternal elixir that keeps Beast Tamers thriving. Moreover, breeders can also hold the status of Beast Tamers. Who would believe that someone capable of selling powerful spirit beasts doesn't have even better ones themselves? Additionally, breeders aren't restricted like Beast Tamers. The spirit beasts they nurture from a young age live in secret realms and can be directly commanded in battle at critical moments. When a black abyss erupted back in the day, and the city lord issued a distress signal, a master breeder opened the secret realm's gates, and thousands of powerful spirit beasts emerged, successfully driving back the fierce beasts. With a son like Wang Mu, a genius breeder, imagine how Wang Lingfeng could freely choose from powerful spirit beasts that others could only dream of. The only comfort for Lei Guangsan was that powerful spirit beasts also choose their owners. Otherwise, he feared Wang Lingfeng might next bring back a beast king. Clearly, some people were unaware of their own jinxing. Upon returning to the breeding facility, Wang Lingfeng handed over the 2 spirit butterflies to Wang Mu and inquired about the progress. "Someone from Leihaching has been sent to pick you up, expected to depart by the end of July or mid-August, depending on you." Wang Mu pondered for a moment before voicing his decision. "August 10th, Dad. Help me post the departure info on the official website. They can still purchase spirit beasts and continue with the growth plan, but they'll need to be assessed by the association first, and then the association will send the spirit beasts to Leihaching for me to enhance them." Wang Lingfeng smiled. "You know, those new Beast Tamers ought to thank you properly." He reflected to himself, wondering how different his own journey might have been if he'd had such a skilled breeder back then. The Phoenix Eye butterfly and the Jade butterfly have clear evolutionary paths. The former will evolve into a spirit butterfly, while the latter will become a wood spirit butterfly. Wang Mu, considering the ice crystal butterfly for the subsequent evolution of the wood spirit butterfly, named it the wood crystal butterfly. At the Lord stage, the spirit butterfly's body undergoes crystallization, but due to the addition of the life attribute, this process is halted, showcasing greater potential. Although crystallization is not necessarily a bad thing, it signifies a shift from an insect-type spirit beast to a spiritual and elemental-type spirit beast, making it more challenging to enhance its bloodline and talent, and changing its evolutionary direction. Wang Mu entered the secret realm with the spirit butterflies and activated the maximum time acceleration, teaching the Phoenix Eye butterfly mental spells and increasing its mental affinity, directly pushing it to the limit. This approach differs from Wang Mu's usual breeding methods, which typically focus on reproduction and hybridization, whereas the Phoenix Eye butterfly only requires enhancement. Similarly, the jade butterfly is also enhanced in this convenient way. This method does not harm their potential but lacks reference value for breeders. Wang Mu adopted this approach because he had already mastered the evolutionary paths of these two spirit butterflies and could proceed as he wished. In just half a day, the two spirit butterflies began to pupate. During this process, Wang Mu also shared the trait of the king of the species, and thanks to the life attribute, they were able to bear this trait. Sometimes, if the foundation is too poor, forced enhancement is futile. Wang Mu has new ideas. The final product spirit butterflies in the future will have a foundation in both life and mental attributes, and then other attributes will be added to suit each beast master. It is imaginable how powerful the beast masters who contract with these spirit butterflies will be in the future. If one day Wang Mu can popularize these spirit butterflies among all humans in Shenzhou, the overall standard could at least double. Although Wang Mu is not certain about this, he hopes to witness the day when his efforts drive humanity forward. While Wang Mu was envisioning the future, the golden spirit butterfly emerged. Compared to the other Beast King spirit butterflies, it has no other differences aside from its attributes. Wang Mu did not conduct detailed inspections as before. Each spirit butterfly possessed the trait of the king of the species, and he briefly sensed them to ensure there were no issues. As for the thunder spirit butterfly, due to the lack of spells and only having materials, even with the addition of thundergrass and thunder spirit essence, the thunder butterfly only reached the elite level, not even the leader level. However, Wang Mu is not in a hurry. A lower tier means a faster growth cycle, allowing him to continue experimenting. For instance, in the second breeding attempt, he added the solution of the electric jellyfish, a near-liquid form of thunder energy containing a trace of the electric jellyfish's bloodline. After merging it with the thunder butterfly, the second-generation thunder butterfly could reach the leader level. With so much experience in breeding spirit butterflies, Wang Mu easily established the evolution route of thunder butterfly, thunder light butterfly, thunder spirit butterfly, corresponding to elite, leader, and beast king levels, respectively. After completing this series of spirit butterfly breedings, the time had come to the last few days of July. Wang Lingfeng moved his two spirit butterflies as they were pupating, and Wang Mu nervously approached Qing Ling, asking, "Qing Ling, are you ready to evolve?" Qing Ling, almost unable to contain its excitement, replied, "Master, I want to evolve." Wang Mu conducted a final check, confirming that Qing Ling was in perfect condition, and gestured. From the tree, a green cocoon slowly descended into his hand, which was Qing Ming. After gathering all the attribute spirit butterflies, it evolved ahead of schedule. Currently, it's crucial that Qingling's evolution proceeds without any interference from Wang Mu. Wang Mu decisively shares his metal attribute with Qingling, and a swarm of spirit butterflies escorts Qing Ming to the spirit spring. Instantly, the banyan trees formed by Qingling grow wildly, as if enchanted, and the ground quickly becomes moist, transforming into a lake that connects with the larger lake nearby. Qingling's bark appears brown with silver speckles and a unique pattern of shifting colors. Wang Mu watches intently, memorizing every detail. However, the dazzling colors only last for a minute before fading away, and Qingling returns to its original form. Its evolution is complete, surprisingly without any dormancy period. As Wang Mu ponders this, he is enveloped by the five-element spiritual energy, which is Qingling's feedback. Soon, Qingming's feedback follows, and Wang Mu realizes the true gains of Qingling's evolution. The seemingly unchanged area is actually under Qingling's domain, enveloped in a five-element barrier. Here, Qingling's spiritual power is nearly limitless, capable of weakening attacks from the five elements or enhancing its own spells. Wang Mu doesn't stop and continues to share his lightning attribute with Qingling. Thunder roars in the void, and as Wang Mu closes his eyes, he sees the plants within a 3-kilometer radius growing rapidly. Each branch of Qingling transforms into a main body, while the original main body becomes a shell. All elements fuse instantly and then explode. The spiritual energy is absorbed frantically, causing the concentration of spiritual energy in the entire secret realm to drop by half, enabling Qingling's evolution to complete. At this moment, Wang Mu is astounded by the fantastical nature of Qingling after its 2 evolutions. Qingling has matured, possessing 5 bloodlines, a lord's talent, high-level intermediate attributes, mid-level lower exclusive life spells, beginner-level world, spiritual energy tied talent spells, spiritual energy barrier, full attribute control, lord's might, and other spells. The unique characteristic, the world, is the world tree, the king of races, naturally attuned, and capable of dancing together. The level shared by Wang Mu allows for the maximum spell, the world, derived from the characteristic world, which is a small world born within Qingling after its evolution, with a diameter of just 5 meters, containing nothing but soil. This world is capable of growth, able to strengthen alongside Qingling, and can be accelerated with treasures. Although small, it is a genuine world, able to project into reality through the spell world for imprisonment, sealing, and extraction, with no level, only the strength of the world. The spiritual energy tide is an advanced spell that gathers all attributes of spiritual energy to form a wave, with greater spiritual power resulting in greater potency. Once the world construction is complete, Qingling's spiritual power will be infinite. The spiritual energy barrier is an advanced spell that creates a full attribute barrier to block external attacks and enhance its own spells. Each spell cast naturally attracts spiritual energy, typically increasing a spell's power of 1 to 100, and even a power of 10 spell can reach 100, but the minimum is double. Qingling possesses 3 characteristics, including dancing together, shared by Wang Mu, and natural affinity, which enhances the natural affinity of all living things towards Qingling. If Wang Mu and Qingling are in the wild, Qingling will be protected by numerous mythical and spiritual beasts. This trait is crucial for Wang Mu. He yearns to acquire the spells of other spirit beasts, a process that usually takes months of bonding, which he considers a waste of time. However, with this trait, he can consistently maintain a level above 1 and more easily enhance his abilities. When these abilities were shared, Wang Mu noticed the sudden appearance of Qing Ming. This version of Qing Ming was vastly different from before, with a significantly larger body and wings that spanned 3 meters when spread. The wings were no longer green but transparent, with interwoven spirit patterns that displayed a dazzling array of colors depending on the angle. Most striking was the 9-colored halo around Qing Ming, symbolizing the attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and dark, even integrating poison, life, and spirit attributes without showing them separately. Just Qing Ming's appearance made Wang Mu realize his extraordinary nature. Unexpectedly, after gathering all the attributes, Qing Ming too reaped significant benefits. Through his innate talent, Wang Mu sensed that Qing Ming had fully transformed into the form of a lord. Qing Ming's bloodline reached level 5, with lord-level talent and all regular attributes at high-medium, life attribute at low-medium, possessing exclusive spells and combo skills at the beginner level, the transcendent light talent spell, mastery over all attributes, life wind, lord's majesty, spirit sea, and other spells, with slight traits, as the emperor of the species, the green-leaf butterfly, dancing with Wang Mu. The advanced spell of the 9-colored divine ring, transcendent light, allows him to transform into the light of evolution, surpassing everything temporarily, gaining higher level strength for up to 30 seconds, and can only be reused after replenishing the source. The life wind that Qing Ming had long mastered is a healing spell, while the spirit sea is a domain spell that transforms the environment into his home ground, enhancing himself comprehensively while suppressing enemies. With this spell, Wang Mu found it difficult to discern who was stronger between Qingling and Qing Ming. However, Qing Ming's biggest change this time was the 9-colored divine ring. It seemed similar to the abilities of the auspicious 9-colored deer, but the effects were vastly different. When the innate talent of the 9-colored divine ring is pushed to the limit, it can shatter the divine ring, breaking through the extreme, while also bringing amplification. The stronger the members of Qing Ming's species, the greater the amplification, currently at 1. Wang Mu suddenly became calm, despite being unsettled by these powerful abilities, especially the 9-colored divine ring, which is bound to traits similar to the king and emperor of the species. In the future, Wang Mu will undoubtedly nurture more spirit beasts, and with thousands of traits stacking, how powerful will he become? Taking a deep breath in the cocoon, Wang Mu closed his eyes, choosing to share these abilities. He had already acquired all attributes, especially Qing Ling's mid-lower life attribute, which was significantly enhanced, and now he no longer suppressed it. It was time to advance to the 5th tier. However, possessing the world, all abilities at this moment had a marvelous reaction, with the beast taming space being developed merging with the world. Wang Mu seemed to see vast, boundless spirit energy of various attributes converging towards a point, ultimately erupting with terrifying destructive power. Yet, amidst the destruction, new life was nurtured, and a brand new world was born. Numerous abilities he had already mastered merged into the world from Wang Mu's body, transforming into spirit patterns. Wang Mu fell into an epiphany, realizing that all spells or materials contained spirit patterns, which seemed to be close to the essence of things. No wonder they could be used to nurture spirit beasts. Utilizing materials was essentially just using the spirit patterns within them. Everything in the world contained spirit patterns, some incomplete, some complete, and when they fused, they could form new spirit patterns. Usually, Wang Mu couldn't access these spirit patterns directly, only remembering them from spirit beasts, but now his mutated beast taming space seemed to allow him to see them directly. However, all of this had limitations. The spirit beasts he nurtured could only face the spirit patterns if they formed a bond with him. This was the change in talent after reaching the 5th tier, and it wasn't even the end. The ability to share powers selectively means that when Wang Mu uses the advanced light-cutting technique of the iron-armored war eagle, he needs to reach a sharing level of 6 to share it with other spiritual beasts. However, the situation has changed. Now, even at a sharing level of just 1, Wang Mu can directly share introductory spells without missing any important spell information. The ability to see more information has also become straightforward. Wang Mu can now not only see the spiritual patterns of ordinary spiritual beasts, but also access information that was previously unavailable. For example, due to its racial traits, Qing Ling can condense Qing Ling liquid, a natural ability akin to human instincts like walking or breathing. Previously, this information couldn't be shared, but now it is clearly visible. Additionally, spiritual beasts with Lord-level bloodlines possess a unique spell called the Lord's Might, which requires the combination of bloodlines to unleash its full power. As an ordinary human, Wang Mu's use of the Lord's Might was significantly less effective, but now he can share the aura of spiritual beasts. Powerful and high bloodline spiritual beasts naturally emit an aura, which, while invisible and intangible, is real. Wang Mu can now share this aura, provided he reaches the max level. Feeling his power continuously growing, Wang Mu suddenly became curious about his combat strength. After a period of growth, he was eager, especially after seeing the spiritual patterns representing spells. The combination techniques he mastered could create entirely new spells. Spiritual beasts nurtured with multiple attributes should possess multiple attributes, even the special attribute of life, similar to those nurtured with the spring wind spell. Wang Mu estimated that Ling Dai would soon realize his vision. At that moment, some light points suddenly flickered in the banyan forest, forming a vague human figure that spoke. Master, I sense that for my next evolution, I may need more attributes. I have already satisfied one with extreme ice, lava, and soul, but I feel that even if I satisfy all, I will still be a lord. Qing Ling extended a branch, under the dense leaves hiding a slightly yellow fruit, already ripe. Once the fruit falls, it will develop into a new Qing Mu demon. After checking, Wang Mu looked slightly puzzled. No problem, your offspring are very healthy. However, Qing Ling was indifferent. No, master, I cannot pass the world on to my offspring. I can only inherit up to 4 attributes. This means the offspring will still be at the commander level and will need further nurturing to advance. Wang Mu smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, I have some data in my lab. Your current form is convenient for access, so take a look later. Most spiritual beasts' initial forms represent stability, adaptation to the world, and point to more evolutionary directions, symbolizing potential. He named Qing Ling's evolved form the world tree, but the offspring can still evolve into Qing Mu demon spirits or Qing Mu puppets, offering more choices to continue surviving in future environmental changes. The essence of evolution Wang Mu just mentioned is about continuity and inheritance. Becoming stronger is not the sole goal, but is necessary for the human group, which is why they are nurtured in this way. In nature, demon beasts and spiritual beasts evolve to adapt to their environment. In ancient times, spiritual energy was wild and chaotic, with various attributes intertwined, resulting in many beasts possessing all-encompassing traits. As time passed, the spiritual energy gradually calmed, and through sedimentation and separation, the beasts evolved and changed their attributes over time. Breeders, through human intervention, guided the evolutionary direction of these beasts, cultivating them into desired forms rather than merely adapting to natural environments. However, the spell of the dark light made these new spiritual beasts highly adaptable to their environment, extraordinarily powerful, and capable of actively altering their surroundings at higher stages. Natural spiritual beasts are born to adapt to their environment, while breeders, with their immense power, break the norms. Can they not adapt as well? After hearing these explanations, Qingling stopped thinking about it. In the forest he created, 20 fruits fell to the ground and began to grow rapidly with his power. As descendants of the Lord, the new Qingmu demons were inherently endowed with 3 or 4 attributes. Wood and earth were fixed, while 1 or 2 others were randomly generated from the 5 elements and 4 symbols, excluding life and spirit. In the future, by gathering earth, wind, water, fire, or gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, they could evolve and undergo 2 evolutions. The third would require conventional full attributes. Wang Mu named these stages the 4 symbols tree, 5 elements tree, and perfect tree, with only the creation of a world earning the title world tree. These evolutionary spiritual beasts are highly favored by breeders due to their formidable combat abilities and potential for cultivation, making them a choice for beast tamers as well. However, Wang Mu only intended to cultivate the new Qingmu demons into world trees, with no plans to sell them. Qingling's evolution needed to be more secure, with sufficient samples to ensure success. Even without mentioning this, Wang Mu noted that the eastern part of the secret realm had vacant land, and the Qingmu demon forest area was a natural breeding ground. In the future, he would need a large number of spiritual butterflies with true Beast King bloodlines, and these Qingmu demons could provide assistance. Initially, breeders handled everything themselves, but once the secret realm was established, they only needed to control key aspects to regularly produce powerful spiritual beasts. Wang Mu had reached the 5th stage and took to the air. Previously, he could fly using the wind wings, but his mental and spiritual energy couldn't sustain it for long. Now, he could fly for at least half an hour, while ordinary 5th-stage spiritual beasts could only manage a few minutes. On the divine continent, flying not only required overcoming the Earth's gravity, but also facing the pressure of the sky, consuming an enormous amount of spiritual energy, thus necessitating a naturally flying spiritual beast as a mount. In the secret realm, facing only the Earth's gravity without the sky's pressure, Wang Mu flew with ease. However, given the vastness of the secret realm, he glanced at the faintly visible snow-capped mountains in the distance and decided not to continue flying. The breeding process had reached a pause, and it was time to handle some affairs before setting off. In truth, there wasn't much to handle, just appointing a person in charge of the Qingmu Breeding Institute in Shanghai City, assigned by the association to sell spiritual beasts on Wang Mu's behalf. There seemed to be some social connections to manage, but that was easier to handle by having his parents purchase spots for some good people. Giving away spiritual beasts was not an option. Acquiring them was a matter of luck. After leaving the secret realm, Wang Mu unexpectedly encountered Gong Yuhao. It seemed Gong Yuhao had been waiting for him for some time. The first thing he said upon seeing Wang Mu was, "Your parents have informed me of the departure time. We'll set off first to make arrangements. I came here to give you these items." He opened a small wooden box, revealing 3 crystals of Qingyang magic. Gong Yuhao continued, "I already delivered one a while ago, which is why it took so long. This is a spirit core from a 6th grade Qingyang tree, along with some essence. However, it's been dead for over 100 years, so it might not be well preserved. You can try cultivating it. And here's a heritage jade, containing information about the Qingyang tree. Only a cultivation master can understand it." At this point, Wang Mu interrupted, pointing at the silver heritage jade. "Don't tell me this is the cultivation heritage of the Qingyang tree." Gong Yuhao nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course it is. Why else would I give it to you?" Wang Mu was speechless and said to Gong Yuhao, "God's gold. Only a cultivation master can decipher it, meaning it contains at least Lord-level heritage. Is it really appropriate for me?" Gong Yuhao waved his hand nonchalantly. "Don't worry about it. Why wouldn't it be appropriate? We're allies now, and you're the only one who can make use of it." With that assurance, Wang Mu accepted and asked, "Please go on. What else is there?" Gong Yuhao took out a brown, walnut-like object from the box. "This is a seed of the Qingyang tree, a Qingyang spiritual plant, not a spiritual beast. It said that our ancestors used it to cultivate the Qingyang spiritual beast." He went on to introduce the remaining materials, all valuable items. Even back when cultivation masters wanted these materials, he didn't part with them. Wang Mu scanned over them, and due to his enhanced talent and unique beast taming space, he instantly saw the complex spiritual patterns within the materials, far more advanced than those of the turtle-like beasts in the secret realm. These patterns intertwined light, fire, and wood attributes, which Wang Mu couldn't comprehend at his current stage, but he knew they were indeed valuable. "I'm a bit curious now. Was your Gong family once more than just a medium-sized family?" Wang Mu asked. Gong Yuhao shrugged. "I don't know. By the time it was passed down to me, it was a small family. Old Qing mentioned that our ancestors had dozens of overlords and more than 3 spiritual beast cultivation heritages. But now, well, you know." As Wang Mu spoke, he had already separated the materials. The tree bark, surprisingly the most ordinary piece, revealed a water blue scale underneath, with only water attributes spiritual patterns. It seemed simple, but the overlapping and nesting made it geometrically complex. The spiritual patterns of Qingling and Qingming were more complex than those of ordinary Lord-level ice crystal butterflies, and these scales were similar. After setting aside the tree bark and scales, there was a sharp tooth, about the size of a pinky finger, containing poison attributes spiritual patterns. Wang Mu had thought poison was a secondary attribute, but this challenged his preconceived notions. Could it be from an overlord? He speculated. Finally, he took out an antler from the box, as white as jade, emitting a halo, which surprised Wang Mu. Is there any record of this? Gong Yuhao took the antler, his expression nostalgic. Old Qing asked me to bring this. Even though the Gong family has declined, its treasure trove remains. After hearing my decision, Old Qing gave me this, saying it was the antler of a certain deer. He also mentioned that the Gong family's ancestors initially focused purely on the water element. The antler symbolizes that element. Wang Mu recalled something Gong Yuhao once mentioned. Most of the Gong family's heritage had been lost. At that time, Wang Mu thought that the Gong family might not have any heritage left, and if they did, it would only be at the commander level. However, now that the heritage of nurturing Lord-level spirit beasts was presented, he had to reassess their relationship. Given Gong Yuhao's sincerity, Wang Mu couldn't afford to seem petty. A series of spirit patterns flashed through his mind as he picked up the heritage jade to examine it closely. Indeed, the jade contained spirit patterns, with the effects and combinations of the entire set detailed within. Wang Mu, who had mastered more spirit patterns, quickly came up with several combinations. He told Gong Yuhao, "You should go back and prepare yourself. To contract with a Lord-level spirit beast, one must endure the pressure and bloodline challenge of a Lord. As a human's bloodline strengthens with their abilities, a Tier 5 awakened talent signifies an advanced bloodline, generally required to contract with a Lord." Gong Yuhao paused, understanding that breeders often have this quirk of wanting to experiment when inspiration strikes, and this time it evidently involved him. Nodding, Gong Yuhao left, thinking it was just a matter of waiting. After sending a voice message to his parents to explain the situation, Wang Mu returned to the secret realm, filled with inspiration. Especially after understanding Lord-level nurturing through the heritage, he was more convinced of his insights. Wang Mu began using combination techniques, casting spells like Light Blade, Psychic Blade, and Leaf Blade. Each element had similar spells, and his mastery of all attributes allowed him to perform them effortlessly. By pairing them, he created new spells. Wang Mu then memorized the spirit patterns of these new spells and gathered a group of spirit butterflies to imprint them. After sharing the new spells through innate talent, he released 2 or 3 new spells using combination techniques, repeating the process until he developed a brand new intermediate spell, Elemental Blade. This spell was almost unusable for ordinary spirit butterflies, suitable only for those with all attributes. It's known that spirit beasts using spells of the same attribute are more effective, and fusion enhances the spells further. Wang Mu realized he could customize a spirit beast's attributes, and now he could also customize spell attributes, essentially creating unique spells. Even if he only nurtured Beast King spirit beasts, they could ultimately exert Lord-level power. By integrating spirit beast patterns and spell patterns, Wang Mu was confident in nurturing various new types of Beast King spirit beasts. Although Lord-level spirit beasts are challenging, a single success could be replicated. This method felt like opening a mystery box to Wang Mu, especially since the spirit patterns he used were not low-level, ensuring that the contents wouldn't disappoint, heightening his anticipation. For this mystery box experiment, Wang Mu chose mushrooms as the medium. The strange mushrooms had proliferated in the banyan forest, providing ample material. It was time to cultivate them. These creatures were originally suited for cave habitats, but the ecosystem created by Qing Ling was even more favorable. In the secret realm, there were numerous spirit butterflies, and after arriving at Leihai City, he began selling them, which immediately established his standing. However, he found the process somewhat monotonous and thought to himself that if he could introduce the peculiar mushrooms into the mix, it would be even more perfect. Although the mushrooms lacked life attributes, they could enable Beast Tamers and their spirit beasts to share life, allowing them to persist together without dying for a short period. For Beast Tamers, as long as they survive, there was hope. Despite the many schools of Beast Tamers, including those specialized in healing, Wang Mu did not require them. He only needed to cultivate the peculiar mushrooms into team healers. Wang Mu used his optimized energy wings to swiftly maneuver through the forest, using telekinesis to gather 20 mushrooms. At this stage, the mushrooms were all white, resembling the button mushrooms sold in markets. They were easily influenced by external factors and often developed dark or poisonous attributes since they lived underground and could kill intruders. Once prey was dead, the spores would cause it to rot and release toxins. Wang Mu had previously encountered 3 peculiar mushrooms with various spells, which, though not bad, did not align with his envisioned development path. Undead spirit beasts were the true masters of curses. While fungi could dabble in parasitism or toxicity, their best fit was actually in the life attribute. Wang Mu had read related papers indicating that the lifespan of fungal spirit beasts was not an issue. Although they did not directly benefit the Beast Tamer, they could live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The oldest known fungal spirit beast was the luminous king of a certain glowing cave, which had lived for a full 20,000 years and mastered rare prophecy spells. Its life essence was incredibly powerful, capable of reviving a dying Lord-level spirit beast with just a piece of its tissue. Even more terrifying, Its body was so immense that the glowing cave itself was part of the king's body, and the entire continent was its true form. The peculiar mushrooms possessed gigantification and life-sharing abilities, inspiring Wang Mu with a new idea. He planned to first share life, and then combine wood and light attributes. According to research, light-attributed peculiar mushrooms would have photosynthesis spells, while wood attributes could grant energy absorption and parasitic spores, all of which were restorative spells. Wang Mu was thankful that peculiar mushrooms had been popular in the past, providing ample research material that facilitated their cultivation. By accelerating time by just 3 days, equivalent to a month, the mushrooms evolved into peculiar mushrooms. During their growth phase, the peculiar mushrooms developed 2 bloodlines, a Beast King talent, mid-level lower life attributes, and mid-level high wood and light exclusive spells, along with beginner-level universal spore talent spells, life-sharing, photosynthesis, and energy absorption attributes. Wang Mu looked at these attributes with a satisfied smile, confirming his hypothesis. By merging all the spore spells, the peculiar mushrooms gained a unique spell universal spores, which could transform into various effects unexpectedly. Next, his plan was to continue merging. Currently, Wang Mu was not lacking in spell materials, thanks to the Beast King level spirit butterflies. These butterflies were exceptionally gifted and had lived in the secret realm for so long that the earliest ones were almost all 4th tier, with some even reaching the 5th tier. Without natural predators and facing little pressure, these creatures are still in their 1st generation, so their survival instincts remain strong. As they grow, they naturally discover new spells. Wang Mu now has plenty of intermediate spells, which he has categorized into single target attacks, area attacks, defensive spells, and enhancement spells. This time, Wang Mu combined light and wood defensive spells and added photosynthesis. Under the effect of the combo technique, a green light shield appeared around him. Qingling, attack, Wang Mu commanded, and a sharp spike suddenly protruded from the ground, striking the light shield. The shield's color faded momentarily but quickly absorbed the wood's spirit energy and light, restoring itself instantly, much to Wang Mu's satisfaction. He continued to integrate energy absorption, teaching this new spell to the peculiar mushrooms. Previously, Wang Mu had learned from a few materials that the fusion of different elemental spirit patterns could become extremely powerful, and nesting these patterns could enhance the spell's potency. He was currently using this fused spirit pattern. Fortunately, he was at the 5th tier, receiving the full feedback of power from 2 Lord-level 5th-tier spirit beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to manage it. However, combining intermediate spells 2 at a time was Wang Mu's limit, making it impossible for him to engrave spirit patterns for advanced spells. Wang Mu mused that if he could cultivate powerful peculiar mushrooms, he might as well form a contract with them, though this was just a thought. Qingling and Qingming would also share life, and such life-saving spells were something Wang Mu was determined to teach. With Wang Mu's life source strength, even if his 2 spirit beasts were on the brink of death, they could be sustained for years, and vice versa. During this time, with his abilities, what couldn't he save? Fungi are among the oldest species on the continent, making them extremely adaptable, while the Qingya butterfly is insignificant in comparison. Wang Mu's recent efforts have been focused on integrating different spells or spirit patterns into the peculiar mushrooms, hoping for the birth of a new kind of peculiar mushroom. His goal is a spell life clone, but many truly valuable spells are simply not for sale, and the association doesn't have them either. Although associations in different cities belong to the same organization, they have agreements with the city to prioritize resources for locals. The spell crystals like Waterworld and Great Tsunami from the Shanghai Breeders Association last time were impossible to come by, and their cost couldn't be limited by conventional advanced spells, generally starting at tens of thousands. Wang Mu's rapid cultivation of peculiar mushrooms this time meant resource consumption wasn't a major concern. Unfortunately, after 2 waves, while many peculiar mushrooms possessed life perception and life sharing, none had life clones. However, after the 3rd batch, there was a 1 chance for peculiar mushrooms to inherit both life and mental attributes, which is considered stable among spirit beasts. At this point, the peculiar mushrooms numbered 1,500, and Wang Mu wasn't worried about having too many because it's a very peculiar species. They have a vague will, are extremely curious about the outside world upon birth, and after exploration, they find a place to root and sleep. Eventually, they lose their sense of self, randomly parasitizing a fellow mushroom. But this parasitism is quite unique, as they merge themselves into their kind, after which the individual mushroom disappears completely. Typically, only when contracted, gradually becoming stronger and gaining awareness, do peculiar mushrooms change this behavior, inspired by the wonders of the world they witness. The peculiar, in their name, stems from this trait. In a time-accelerated secret realm, these 1,500 peculiar mushrooms will likely dwindle to just a 10th, an evolutionary mechanism, as the king of peculiar mushrooms typically possesses all attributes. As the 3rd batch of cultivation began, Wang Mu frequently left the secret realm, gradually separating it from the Earth's veins. By August, he was ready to set off, and some participants in the growth plan began receiving rewards. A year and 4 months had passed, and 4 people had perfected their spells: telekinesis, thorn entanglement, mental piercing, and leaf blade. Meanwhile, Beast Tamers who purchased silver butterflies learned of Wang Mu's impending departure and visited him through a feedback channel. Wang Mu welcomed them and successfully acquired mastery-level spells: mental scan, mental imprint, and mental wave. The gains before his departure left him satisfied. Since the secret realm was no longer connected to the Earth's veins and couldn't open a portal, Wang Mu synchronized the internal time flow with the outside world and left Qing Ling in charge, taking Qing Ming as basic support. On the day of his departure, Lin Tianxing and Lei Guangzan came together. Lin Tianxing got straight to the point, saying, "To cut a long story short, we're looking to collaborate with you. Your cultivation facility here will be operated by the association's personnel, with 100 of the income going to you. We won't take a penny, and will also provide maintenance. The requirement is that the spirit beast you sell in Leihai City should also be available here. The association will help you acquire some resources. Leihai City is by the sea, and the resources there are not available in Shanghai City, especially those needed after the master level, which you'll definitely need." He took out a list, and upon seeing the Dream Secret Realm specialties at the top, Wang Mu agreed. "All right, this is pure profit for me." He then asked, "Don't you have any specifications on the types and quantities of spirit beasts?" Lin Tianxing gave him a look. "Do you need these constraints? Just do as you please." With that, Lin Tianxing flew away, leaving behind a trail of blue light. Facing Wang Mu, Lei Guangsan suddenly felt a bit pressured. Despite the young age and non-master status of the person in front of him, why was he nervous? He adjusted his mood, deciding to adopt Master Lin's style, but with his own twist, saying, "Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Lei Guangsan, representing Leihai City, and I am also the nephew of the city lord, Lei Zhantian." Wang Mu nodded for him to continue. Lei Guangsan was further convinced that he saw the confidence and composure of an experienced master in this cultivator, believing that Wang Mu becoming a master was only a matter of time. "Mr. Wang, I, along with the escort team, will be accompanying you to Leihai City, traveling on the Black Eagle battleship. It will take only a day to reach. It's a 7th-tier mechanical spirit beast, so external battles won't disturb your rest," Lei Guangsan explained. Hearing, "only a day," Wang Mu raised an eyebrow. He was well aware of the Black Eagle battleship's speed, faster than rockets from his previous life, capable of reaching the moon from Earth in a day. Was Leihai City that far? He asked. "Will there definitely be battles?" Lei Guangsan replied. "Yes, the airspace around 3,000 meters is claimed by many flying demon beasts. If they detect intruders, a fight is inevitable. You have to fight through it, or they will keep pursuing and attacking. But don't worry, Mr. Wang, there's a selection of cultivator books in the lounge, as well as information about Leihai City for you to read if you're bored." Wang Mu nodded, indicating his understanding. Wang Mu nodded, his gaze sweeping across the secret realm as he silently contemplated the plan to set off in 7 days. He decided to start preparing immediately. During these 7 days, Wang Mu had little to do, allowing him to finally take a well-deserved rest. Although he was excited about the upcoming journey, his true passion lay in nurturing spirit beasts, as it was his greatest interest. After some thought, Wang Mu came up with a clever idea. He logged onto the association's website and applied to teach in Leihai City. The association didn't specify teaching locations, typically sending breeders to places where they were needed. Just like how Zhu Tao was dispatched to Shanghai City, due to the lack of ice-type spirit beasts. As long as breeders expressed interest, the association usually didn't interfere. Although Leihai City had been named, it was merely Lei Zhantian's determination and didn't mean the city was already established. Construction of a city-level formation could only begin once all the beast threats within a 5,000-mile radius were eliminated, and the dominant beasts further out were eradicated. Only when the formations were connected would the city receive the protection of human fortune, and its name would be recorded in human history. Due to these reasons, Wang Mu couldn't directly access information about Leihai City and had to check the introduction written by the city's administration on the Wanwu net. To his surprise, the introduction began with 3 photos. The first was of Lei Zhantian, a dominant-level beast master, who owned 3 8th-tier dominant bloodline spirit beasts and 6 8th-tier lord-level spirit beasts. Wang Mu instantly understood that this was a display of power. Typically, an 8th-tier beast master could contract a maximum of 8 spirit beasts, with the opportunity to contract more only upon nearing the 9th tier. Yet, Lei Zhantian had 9 spirit beasts, all of which were lord and dominant level. The next person featured was Tong Exine, a master breeder capable of nurturing 3 kinds of lord-level spirit beasts: the Leihai Flood Dragon, the Chitian Demon Dragon, and the Mist Spirit, with the first 2 being dragon species likely to become dominant level. Though Tong Exine was titled as a master breeder, he essentially possessed the skills of a grandmaster breeder. Finally, there was Shang Shui, a high-level breeder. Although she seemed to be at a lower level compared to the former two, Wang Mu felt a sense of excitement, suspecting she had some extraordinary qualities or authority in a specific domain, otherwise she wouldn't have been featured on the cover. As he read further, Wang Mu understood. Shang Shui specialized in nurturing the heart jellyfish, a renowned and rare psychic-type spirit beast among breeders and beast masters. Its unique ability to link with spirit beasts and beast masters enhances their bond, boosting their strength feedback by up to 5. With one heart jellyfish, the amplification for 9 spirit beasts could reach 45, significantly enhancing a beast master's power. With such a spirit beast, some 7th-tier beast masters would undoubtedly be drawn in. At the 7th tier, the stronger the capability, the easier it is to break through the 8th-tier threshold. Faced with 2 powerful peers, Wang Mu felt no pressure but rather pondered silently. He only needed a life avatar now, and once he had it, he could quickly form an immortal spirit beast. Moreover, his peers' interest in Leihai City made it an ideal place for him to experience. In the future, he planned to use resources to build his ideal world. After reviewing this information, Wang Mu continued to examine the environment of Leihai City. It was a city spanning 50,000 square kilometers, currently under expansion, with plans to eventually reach 100,000 square kilometers. The northeastern and northern regions are vast seas, with clear shallow waters inhabited by beasts and spirit creatures below the 6th tier, rich in resources and with a pleasant climate. However, venturing into the deep sea brings a drastic drop in temperature, with glaciers covering the surface and 7th or 8th tier ice bears and frost penguins roaming freely, making it a dangerous forbidden zone. In other directions, other frontier cities provide watchful protection, offering relatively higher safety. Wang Mu carefully examined the map, analyzing the distribution of resources and beasts, and discovered that Leihai City has a unique climate, with frequent storms and thunderstorms on the sea, and even a section of the sea where thunder roars year-round. As a result, resources related to water, thunder, and wind are abundant, and naturally, the beasts and spirit creatures here are mainly of these elements. As a breeder, Wang Mu understood the need to adapt to local conditions, considering which spirit creatures would thrive here and the restraining relationships between the beasts. He thought to himself that cultivating the Qingfeng eagle was imperative. Leihai City requires combat readiness for sea, underwater, and aerial battles, and flying spirit creatures that command wind and thunder would undoubtedly be favored. He then thought of water-based spirit creatures and couldn't help but smile. Water spirit butterflies, which master spells like Water World, Great Tsunami, and Water Dragon's Chant, or even the evolved crystal butterflies, are of expert level and would thrive at sea. However, Wang Mu only planned to sell them as ordinary spirit creatures because he needed fame to gather materials. He planned to hold an auction, providing a perfect opportunity to showcase truly premium spirit creatures. Additionally, Beast Tamers of any school need spirit butterflies with life, spirit, and other attributes, and that's not the limit. Wang Mu thought of some hybrids from secret realms possessing 3 or 4 attributes, with some attributes blending cleverly, and he couldn't help but feel that the auction would be exceptionally intense. He was filled with anticipation. In this rare moment of leisure, Wang Mu organized his knowledge and even planned for the future, which made his path forward clearer and smoother. In no time, the moment to leave had arrived, but early in the morning, an unexpected event occurred. Huo Lingxiao and others, who had been in seclusion after purchasing life spirit butterflies, gathered at Qingmu breeding facility. Lei Guangsan felt the overwhelming 7th-tier power and couldn't help but feel immense pressure. But upon seeing Wang Mu's state, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Mu was surprised to see the group and carefully observed these young people, unable to resist saying, "You all still have your old flair. I almost didn't recognize you." Huo Lingxiao stroked his smooth chin and laughed heartily. "Wasn't I handsome when I was young? Thanks to you. We recovered a bit early to see you off. Mr. Wang, we'll surely meet again in the future. Wish you a safe journey." The Black Hawk warship is an amphibious vessel capable of operating on land, sea, and air. It stretches 300 meters long and is painted in a sleek black, enabling it to become invisible during high-speed flight. Though it appears to be an ordinary mechanical creation, it is, in fact, a life form with intelligence and emotions. Wang Mu was sitting in the ship's VIP room when he unexpectedly discovered a library filled with books about the breeder stage. As he read and pondered, he realized that the send-off from Huo Lingxiao and others was not just a farewell, but also a show of support. This thought made him smile. Although he wasn't very knowledgeable about social customs, he understood that comprehending and willing to act are 2 different things. As a genius breeder, he wasn't afraid to follow the rules. If he didn't, the rule makers would teach him. Wang Mu's attention gradually became absorbed in the books, which covered knowledge about the cultivation of the mechanical race. The fictional Heavenly King used his talents to create the mechanical race, pioneering a new path for breeders known as researchers. They categorized and summarized natural knowledge of Shenzhou, wrote scientific theories, and used this knowledge to create steel machines, endowing them with spirituality through special methods to make them alive. Regarding the mechanical race, Wang Mu had a ready research subject in front of him, the Black Hawk warship in its complete form, equipped with a level 7 intellect and a moderately intelligent mechanical heart, armed with Vulcan cannons, cremation cannons, and annihilation beams. The mechanical race lacks the concept of bloodlines, having only intelligence. Talents are transformed into the mechanical heart, which Wang Mu didn't fully understand. He only knew that once the mechanical race is born, they possess great strength but almost no ability for self-improvement. The higher their intelligence, the better they understand physical laws, allowing them to optimize programs and even research new parts for self-replacement, improving weapons and energy systems. But these are feats only intelligent life can achieve. Wang Mu's understanding of the mechanical race was limited and not deeply researched. He knew he was only 17, which would be considered underage in his previous life, and focusing on one field was more important. Overextending would hinder progress. However, Qingming was quite interested. Recently, he had learned to read and was actively absorbing knowledge, even forming his own insights. Master, if any mechanical creation can be vitalized into the mechanical race, can we vitalize the lab's machines? Let them incubate themselves, Qingming suggested. He understood that ordinary incubation tasks required no technical skill, basically directing the spirit butterflies to complete them, allowing Wang Mu to concentrate on critical moments. At Wang Mu's thought, a book opened automatically, revealing the answer within. The fictional Heavenly King had said that only true researchers and scientists could create their own mechanical race. Otherwise, even if other machines became spirit beasts through him, he would remain their master. Qingming hovered over the book, and after careful reading, he also realized the issue. Becoming a researcher required one to write the underlying logic for the mechanical race spirit beasts, including who their master is and their combat methods. Wang Mu nodded, acknowledging the complexity of the factions within the mechanical race. They don't rely on instinct or intelligence to fight, but instead depend on programmed algorithms to analyze situations and choose combat strategies. Before they became intelligent beings, the mechanical race was entirely dependent on their breeders, who were essentially researchers. Wang Mu said, "That's right, researchers are both breeders and beast tamers." Qingming suddenly had a revelation. "Master, does that mean humans can also become beast tamers of the mechanical race?" Wang Mu was taken aback, looking at Qingming in surprise and admiration. "You're really sharp to have noticed that." Indeed, currently, only humans possess the Beast Tamer system. Other beasts, even if they can enslave other races, cannot become Beast Tamers because they lack the strength feedback. However, the mechanical race is different. As long as they possess intelligence and the ability to create and research, they can become researchers. Qingming eagerly browsed cutting-edge science and technology online, but soon crashed. He abandoned his grand dream, sighing, "It's too slow. Better to start with basic learning and specialize in my own abilities." Having followed Wang Mu closely, Qingming naturally understood the subtle use of combination techniques. Although he couldn't see spiritual patterns, he could repeatedly release combination techniques, memorize the fluctuations of the spells, and then execute them again. The Black Eagle battleship had relatively weak defenses, only at the 6th tier, and Qingming was confident he could completely destroy it. Recently, he attempted to replace the energy leaves of the Leaf Storm with elemental blades, achieving power equivalent to advanced spells. If combined with Dark Sky and Water World, along with mental interference and deceit, the enemy would fall without even realizing it. "Master, I discovered that Dark Sky paired with mental spells is a perfect match, capable of disrupting the 6 senses for an unguarded instant kill," Qingming excitedly shared with Wang Mu. The compatibility between spiritual energy barriers and all attribute spells is also high. Elemental blades, elemental rain, or elemental shields are stronger within the barrier than typical advanced spells. Storms and thunderstorms can be combined, with the wind in the storm incorporating wind blades. With Qingming's first-hand experience, Wang Mu's understanding of spells deepened. He had long realized his strengths. Since asking about spell combinations on the forum last time, he no longer sought advice. Why? Because he understood the essence of beast tamers and breeders. Spell combinations in combat are the strengths of beast tamers, and Wang Mu had a natural talent. The spirit beasts he nurtured, without specific combat training, demonstrated formidable strength surpassing their peers, whether it was Qingling or Qingming. At that moment, Wang Mu had an epiphany. He didn't need complex spell combinations. He only needed to lay a solid foundation for the spirit beasts and master 1 or 2 core spells. The rest of the combat and spell systems were matters for the beast tamers to consider. This realization was inspired by the insights he gained after the life spirit butterfly. Those resting beast tamers only needed the life attribute of the life spirit butterfly. Breeding high-quality, high-talent spirit beasts was the responsibility of the breeder, while empowering them with combat capabilities was the mission of the Beast Tamer. Wang Mu's spirit beast, with its immense strength and flying bricks, had already mastered all the magical abilities, so couldn't it combine them to unleash great power? As a result, Wang Mu completely let go of any doubts, no longer needing even a tactical expert. As a beastmaster, he had a unique talent to create the best system tailored to his own characteristics, which allowed for a flourishing of diverse strategies. When lunchtime arrived, Wang Mu dined with Wang Lingfeng and his wife. They asked him, "Which of the two estates would you choose?" Without hesitation, Wang Mu replied, "Zishan Garden." He had made his decision. "I've seen this garden. It's designed based on an underwater purple coral forest, making you feel like you're strolling under the sea. It's quite refreshing. Moreover, the main building is a gigantic shell, incorporating fragments of a secret realm. It has spacious interiors and a dedicated rest area for spirit beasts. I can transform it by planting a Qingmu demon tree to create an ecological zone. Your spirit beasts are of the mental, wood, and wind types, so they can all be housed together." The two spirit butterflies beside Wang Lingfeng paused their fluttering upon hearing this. While their intelligence wasn't on par with Qingming, they understood the language of the Qingmu demon tree and felt incredibly comfortable at the thought of banyan groves in the secret realm. Sensing this emotion, Wang Lingfeng immediately agreed. All right. In this area, you're the expert. We'll follow your lead." Jiang Meiqin also sensed the mood of the wind spirit butterfly. This little creature was born in a nurturing chamber formed by a Qingling root, naturally preferring such an environment. Wang Mu continued, "Dad, what spirit beast do you plan to contract after advancing to the 5th tier?" Wang Lingfeng shook his head. "I'm not sure yet, but it'll definitely be of the wood type. I've already chosen the future attributes." Wang Mu immediately had an idea. "Then you can slowly build a bond with the Qingmu demon tree in the ecological garden and contract with it when the time is right." Then, Wang Mu turned to Jiang Meiqin. "Mom, have you thought about the attributes you want?" Mrs. Jiang frowned. "Actually, your dad and I discussed it, and he suggested I follow my own preferences. Personally, I lean towards wind and lightning for their speed and attack advantages." Wang Mu nodded. "All right, the wind spirit butterfly can be nurtured into a wind and lightning attribute spirit butterfly, eventually evolving into a wind and lightning crystal butterfly, which is at the Lord level. As for the second spirit beast, once I cultivate the Qingfeng eagle, it can also be nurtured into a wind and lightning attribute. As for the third one, we'll consider it when we reach Leihai City, where there are many lightning attribute beasts. Maybe I can consider a water and lightning combo." Jiang Meiqin was curious. "With you around, I don't have to worry about choosing spirit beasts, but aren't there many spirit butterflies readily available? Why not just contract with one?" Wang Mu explained, "Different species have their own strengths. When there aren't many choices, spirit butterflies can meet all your needs, but now there are plenty of options. Unlike Dad, as a newcomer beastmaster, you can grow slowly, and there's no rush for spirit beasts. By the way, hasn't Dad been learning with Lei Guangsan recently? Mom, you can join too. There's a training ground inside the battleship, and you can start after lunch." The couple agreed, even though they thought their son was a bit too diligent, determined even on the road today. However, since he was successful now, his arrangements made sense, so they decided to follow. After lunch, Wang Lingfeng approached Lei Guangsan. "Brother Lei, Xiao Mu said there's a training ground inside the battleship, but there are no signs. Can you show me the way?" Lei Guangsan didn't respond immediately, his eyes fixed on the two spirit butterflies, shocked. "What kind of aura is this? How can it be identical to the bloodline of a true beast king?" The spirit beasts with pseudo-beast king bloodlines can be bred in the hundreds each year by advanced breeders, but only a few are ever sold. The majority are used in the pursuit of breeding true beast kings, which is an extremely resource-intensive process. Even with the aid of secret realms, breeders can only produce 2 to 3 true beast kings annually, with the most skilled among them managing to breed around 10. Even when breeding insect-type spirit beasts, the numbers are only 3 to 5 times higher. Typically, only Beast Tamers of the 6th tier or above can form contracts with Beast King spirit beasts. When comparing the numbers, and considering that Beast Tamers can contract multiple spirit beasts, it becomes clear that on average, each Beast Tamer possesses less than one true Beast King spirit beast. At this moment, Lei Guang can recall how, not long ago, he had thought that Wang Lingfeng's son, Wang Mu, would see rapid growth in his spirit beast, yet it was unlikely to reach the level of a true Beast King. A pseudo-Beast King would suffice. However, within a few days, the elite spirit beast unexpectedly evolved into a true Beast King, which left him feeling uneasy. As the nephew of the city lord, Lei Guangqin had reached the 7th tier, but at Wang Lingfeng's age, he had only recently acquired his first pseudo-Beast King spirit beast through his family. He admitted he felt a tinge of jealousy, but more so excitement, as Wang Mu showed exceptional ability and would likely breed more spirit beasts in the future if he joined Lei Heiqing. Currently, having only 3 spirit beasts, Lei Guangqin was seeking more suitable partners, hoping to find a solution here. With a smile, He said, "Let's go, follow me, and we can exchange some ideas. But only during the day, as nighttime is more dangerous and requires my full attention." Wang Lingfeng was equally pleased. The opportunity to be guided by a 7th-tier Beast Tamer for even half a day was rare and beneficial. While they conversed, Wang Mu observed from the observation cabin. After the fall of the celestial star, the divine beast sealed it in the sky, preventing any creature from surpassing a height of 10,000 meters, lest the seal be triggered, unleashing its power. Since then, the special spirit beasts of the cloud sea have nearly vanished from the ground, while more flying demon beasts have dared to claim the skies. Humans venturing into this domain constantly contend with these aerial beasts. During the day, the demon beasts sense the presence of a 7th-tier being and, especially when faced with such a massive warship, keep their distance. This is the heart of the human territory, and the demon beasts instinctively know the consequences of engaging. Yet, at night, as they move beyond the core human regions, the demon beasts will attack. Wang Mu was observing the prototype of the Qingfeng eagle spirit beast, the storm black eagle. Though they are eagles, they appear in flocks and can generate massive storms. Each eagle boasts a wingspan of 20 meters, with glossy black talons and piercing eyes, appearing exceptionally fierce. This airspace belongs to them, devoid of other demon beasts. To Wang Mu, demon beasts are akin to wild animals, possessing biological hierarchies, survival instincts, reproductive drives, and territorial notions. Humans sometimes exploit these traits for biological control, even intentionally leaving some demon beasts to maintain ecological balance. The warship's speed was formidable, quickly reaching a new area. Looking back, Wang Mu could see various water bodies on the ground below, part of the vast Yunmings. Even from a distance, its enormity was evident. After leaving the watery expanse, a vast forest stretched endlessly before him, a sea of deep blue-green, lively light green, and jewel-like emerald hues, all interwoven and adorning the earth. It was August, and within the human territories, there were no dominant beasts, making the climate particularly pleasant, with the expansive green being the norm. Any unusual color would signify human presence. However, beyond the human lands, any anomaly could indicate a powerful beast lurking. Humans form contracts with spirit beasts to gain talents and abilities, whereas beasts can directly consume humans to enhance their souls. The more they consume, the more likely they are to develop intelligence, which is extremely dangerous. In the afternoon, Wang Mu was browsing through the geographical records of Leihai City, finding them similar to the official website but more detailed, even marking the distribution of various minerals. Among them was a 9th-grade Thunder Spirit Pearl located in the Thunder Sea. This caught Wang Mu's interest, as the Black Eagle battleship belonged to the mechanical race, which is very particular about the materials used to create its body, directly affecting its strength. The Thunder Spirit Pearl, as a top-tier thunder material, could be used to create the energy core of a thunder pool. Shanghai City had never seen the mechanical race, but here, there was a possibility for collaboration. At the same time, Wang Mu thought of Gong Yuhao. Though unrelated, he knew the Gong family initially excelled in water elements and had moved to Shanghai City because of its rich water resources. However, the water resources in Leihai City were even more outstanding. They must have tried but failed. Water elements are categorized into lakes and other water bodies, as well as seas. Although difficult to articulate, Wang Mu vaguely sensed that the water power within the antlers was pure and serene, unlike the deep and turbulent nature of the ocean. Wang Mu was faced with a delightful dilemma, possessing numerous high-level materials but having to conduct experiments slowly, wishing he had a clone to research simultaneously. Currently, he was working on the spirit butterfly hybridization project and the exotic mushroom cultivation plan, with plans to proceed with the Qingyang wood cultivation plan, the Zhun ice spirit cultivation plan, and the Qingfeng eagle cultivation plan. Unscheduled projects included the moon attribute cultivation plan for the moon god flower and the holy Pegasus cultivation plan. A special project awaited the emergence of a space attribute spirit beast. Once it appeared, the cultivation of space spirit beasts could commence immediately, causing Wang Mu great frustration, as the spirit butterflies breeding on Kongsang Mountain had gone through several generations without a single space attribute emerging. If all else failed, Wang Mu considered studying how to transform Qingyang wood spiritual plants into Qingyang wood spirit beasts, and then converting Kongsang into a spirit beast. Though time-consuming and labor-intensive, it was a feasible method. Night had fallen at some unknown point, and the battleship had traveled a considerable distance. In the city, Wang Mu hadn't noticed, feeling the night was no different from his previous life. But in the wild, gazing at the profound night sky, he always sensed a lurking danger, as if something might leap out at any moment, ready to devour. This was not merely a feeling. Just then, Wang Mu heard a slightly aged voice, and an old man approached. He wore a fitted black robe, his hair meticulously groomed, each strand of his beard neat and orderly. Despite his white hair and beard, he exuded an aura of authority. Especially his footsteps, as if each step was measured with precision, accurate to the millimeter. At this moment, Wang Mu realized the formidable strength of the elder should not be underestimated. He quickly asked, "Senior, are there powerful beasts lurking in the night?" The elder nodded slightly, his movement so subtle it was barely noticeable. "Night spirits," he said slowly, "are a special kind of being, somewhere between beasts and spirit animals, which we call demon spirits. Whenever death occurs, they come to collect the souls. In the lush forest, the aura of death is ever present, especially at night, naturally attracting such creatures." Wang Mu pondered deeply but could not recall any such beings, convinced he had never heard of them before. The elder advised, "Go back and rest. Some demon spirits are rather strange. Do not engage them before you have a spirit beast." After saying this, the elder left. Wang Mu checked his phone and found a message from his parents reminding him to rest early, warning him of unclean things outside. He smiled, feeling grateful, and decided to heed their advice, planning to sleep and then head to his destination after waking up. On the battleship deck, Lei Guangsan was enveloped in golden lightning, resembling a war god, with a golden bird, a thunder dragon, and constantly exploding lightning figures by his side. The four stood silently, occasionally struck by lightning from the sky, killing the beasts lurking in the shadows. Lei Guangsan understood that demon spirits indeed lurked in the darkness, but he was unafraid. The power of lightning and light countered demon spirits, and mental powers could attack them directly, while advanced spells involved the fundamental power of runes, proving equally effective. Moreover, a senior was present with him. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps approached on the deck as the earlier elder walked toward Lei Guangsan, a pleased expression on his face. "This trip was worth it. This kid is impressive," he praised. "That Lord-level spirit butterfly has the potential to advance to a dominator, with its life attribute being intermediate." Hearing this, Lei Guangsan felt relieved and promptly asked, "Intermediate? Second grandpa, isn't Master Tongxin a nurturing master? Can't we just ask him?" It's well known that nurturing a life attribute spirit beast is a significant achievement, but a nurturing master can easily accomplish it. Lei Guangsan believed that a nurturer could cultivate a spirit beast with a basic life attribute, while a nurturing master could develop one with an intermediate attribute. The elder shook his head helplessly. "It's normal that you don't know this. A 100-year plant spirit beast can develop a basic life attribute, or be nurtured to have one, but intermediate is a threshold. We Beast Tamers need to reach Dominator level to gather a basic life attribute, requiring at least 3 Dominator spirit beasts to enhance this attribute. Do you think intermediate is easy to nurture? It can feed back to the Beast Tamer's life essence, necessitating a higher level life attribute talent." The elder, already an advanced beginner, needed an intermediate talent to progress further. Among the current human masters and grandmasters, few excel in nurturing life attribute spirit beasts. Thus, occasionally nurtured spirit beasts are prioritized for certain contracts with sea guardians, ensuring that some beast dominators remain cautious. Once these individuals pass away, beast dominators may instigate beast tides. At this moment, with a dominator escorting them, the night passed without incident. This reflects the current state within humanity. Typically procedural, but when encountering certain talents, saturation level protection emerges. A simple cross-city escort should suffice with a team of 7th-level Beast Tamers, yet a dominator secretly accompanied them. Even if this dominator had personal motives to verify the truth, he indeed came. The next day, due to recent high-intensity nurturing, Wang Mu, though powerful in strength and life essence, showed no issues but fell into a deep sleep. He only groggily awoke close to 8 in the morning, by which time he could already see the outline of Leihai City. From the observation deck, the blue sky, white clouds, emerald sea, golden beaches, and white waves formed a beautiful canvas. Wang Mu gazed at Leihai Ching, feeling an inexplicable sense of leisure, even though he understood that such tranquility was hard to find in Kaichuo City. "How did you sleep?" Lei Guangsan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Wang Mu nodded, reflecting, "I haven't slept this long in ages. We should be arriving in a few minutes, right?" 7 more minutes, Lei Guangsan replied, with a hint of relaxation in his tone. "It looks close, but it's actually quite far." He then changed the subject. "Our cultivation system will elevate life levels at the Dominator stage, granting basic life attribute talents. At that point, a Beast Master can go months without rest after a single session, but that's an extreme case. Ideally, it's still best to take short naps daily to relieve physical stress. You breeders often get so busy that you don't have time to rest, which isn't good." Although his words were advisory, Wang Mu wasn't tired. He was processing the powerful energy fed back by his spirit beast. He had also shared many abilities, and while talent sharing was indeed powerful, it required an adaptation period. Wang Mu had shared a mid-level life talent, gaining the talent, but needing time for his life essence to grow. He drank Qingling elixir like water, so energy supply wasn't an issue, but he needed time for conversion, and sleep was the best way. Wang Mu understood the reason, and Lei Guangsan meant well, so he naturally agreed. I'll be more mindful next time. Thanks for the reminder. Lei Guangsan nodded appreciatively. You all need to take good care of yourselves. I'll contact the city defense forces to prepare for landing. We'll stop directly at the district. Your documents are ready. Make sure to check them. Okay. Wang Mu watched him leave and continued to gaze quietly out the window. Qing Ming hovered in the air, as if camouflaged, seemingly non-existent when still. At this moment, arcs of electricity flickered across Qing Ming's surface, and it said to Wang Mu, Master, there is a thunder attribute kin here. I just sensed them through the bloodline and gained their abilities. There's also a metal attribute kin. It's very powerful, and I can't directly gain its abilities unless it offers them, or I become stronger. Wang Mu nodded and replied, the bloodline barrier is related to your strength, and you don't need to acquire their abilities. Honestly, few are useful. In the past, the Qingya butterfly family had few outstanding members. Only a few breeding masters achieved results. He pondered, knowing that the spirit butterfly he cultivated was flawless, with greater potential, and it wasn't impossible for it to become king level in the future. At this time, the warship began its descent, and the defensive formation over Lei Haiqing fluctuated. This was the achievement of the Dragon King, a derivative of the barrier. While there are many Dominator Beast Masters in Shenzhou, there are only 2 kings, at least publicly. Before the birth of the king, Spirit Beast bloodline levels were classified only up to the Dominator. It was only after the Dragon King evolved his Spirit Beast beyond the Dominator that a new level was established. The term Wang level, originally referred to as Tian Wang level, was simplified by removing the Tian, as more tiers were added to the educational materials. Some suggested that if new levels emerged in the future, they could be named after ancient royal titles, with Wang followed by Huang level for clarity. Thus, the definition of Wang level was hastily established. Initially, the classification system lacked communication due to the scattered human city-states, with ranks including Beast Commander, Beast King, and Beast Emperor, along with human, earth, and sky levels. As human unification approached, many cultural aspects still needed harmonization. Wang Mu found learning geography and history excruciating, frustrated by various titles. Eventually, he grew accustomed, realizing titles were merely products of their time, meaningful yet meaningless, and stopped dwelling on them. The Black Eagle warship landed smoothly in Lei Hai Courtyard, a seamless process that sparked conversation among Beast Tamers, who had returned this time to warrant personal transportation by the city lord's mansion. The big shot in Lei Hai Courtyard was likely a seasoned 7th tier. If not a Beast Tamer, such treatment seemed excessive even for someone at this level. The disparity between early and advanced 7th tier Beast Tamers was as significant as between the 1st and 7th tiers. A newly entered 7th tier Beast Tamer typically had 3 to 4 spirit beasts, often only 1 Beast King, with leader-level spirit beasts being rare. In contrast, a seasoned 7th tier had evolved their spirit beasts, experiencing a life-level transition, potentially advancing to overlord status at any time, a gap not to be underestimated. Despite the large number of Beast Tamers, without reaching overlord status, their social status didn't markedly improve, leading many to speculate the newcomer might be a cultivator or forger. Many hoped for the former, as waiting on the official forum would eventually yield some intentionally or unintentionally leaked information. Although niche, the content was genuine. At this moment, Wang Mu's family had arrived at Zishan Garden. Despite having seen pictures, being there in person, Wang Mu marveled at the designer's talent. It was truly exquisite. Wang Lingfeng and Jiang Meiqin also nodded in approval. The main theme of Zishan Garden was purple, yet the design was not overly complex, with the ground covered in fine white sand. Sea plants modified by cultivators grew on the ground, mostly purple antler seaweed, resembling purple coral. The seaweed formed a forest, occasionally interspersed with purple coral rockery, resembling gardens Wang Mu had seen in his previous life, with every step offering a new view. At the center was a massive shell, at least 30 meters in diameter, located at the end of a coral-paved staircase, marking the entrance to a secret realm. While the exterior of Zishan Garden was a beautiful landscape, the actual residence was crafted from fragments of a secret realm. Some developed secret realms, severely collapsed, couldn't be used as normal spaces, and stabilizing them required significant resources. These were often cut and stabilized, with minimal consumption due to their small size, typically fashioned into homes. After his initial amazement, Wang Mu became composed, entering the house to find a stack of credentials, including property deeds, city south land rights, and flying licenses, all detailed, requiring no personal handling from him. Wang Mu hung a small marble accessory on his waist, which shimmered with a lightning symbol, serving as a recognition terminal paired with his flying license. In a place like Kaichuo City, the airspace is almost entirely restricted, and only those with this symbol can fly safely. Otherwise, the formations would strike them down. On his first day moving here, it was natural to have dinner with Uncle Gu's family. Having not seen each other for years, Wang Mu was surprised to see the once chubby Guo again at the hotel. Guozaheo, the tall, slender young man shot up from his chair, exclaiming excitedly, Mu, you finally made it. Guozaheo wanted to give Wang Mu a bear hug, but knowing Wang Mu's aversion to close contact, he refrained. Once everyone was seated, Guozaheo noticed the badge on Wang Mu's chest and asked in surprise, Wow, what's this sudden achievement? You're already a mid-level cultivator. Wang Mu teased back. How come you haven't graduated yet? You've only grown taller these years. Guozaheo, feeling smug, replied. You should have guessed. I've arranged for some tutoring for you. Still enthusiastic, he continued. Tutoring doesn't matter much, really. I think learning from my dad is great, but he's just too busy. School teachers go on about theory, then you memorize it, practice it, and ask questions when you're confused. Never mind, just hire someone to guide you properly. Wang Mu concluded the matter decisively. After chatting with Guozaheo, he turned to Uncle Guo and Aunt Dong, as their parents were already catching up. Wang Mu wasn't much of a talker and preferred to stay busy when with familiar people, engaging in simple exchanges without seeking further conversation. Guozaheo understood this well, knowing that Wang Mu's reserved nature wasn't personal, which is why their relationship had always been strong. As the meal was ending, Wang Mu handed Guozaheo some related materials for Cheongji Garden. I picked 2 places back then. We're staying at Zishan Garden, and this one's for you, under your name. But if you need to find me, you'll have to go to the Cultivation Center, as I'm rarely at home. Guozaheo's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, where did you just pull that out from? Spatial equipment. Spatial equipment is so rare. They're not even sold, only crafted by some masters. Wang Mu rolled his eyes. It's a spirit beast spell, not spatial equipment, so don't get any ideas. Guozaheo, sentimental as ever, was satisfied just to receive the gift. For Wang Mu, it was merely a token of gratitude. Without the Guo family, Wang Lingfeng might not have grown up, let alone Wang Mu. After the small gathering, Wang Mu followed the navigation system and flew towards the south of the city. Having rested for over 8 days, he was eager to visit the secret realm and reopen the Cultivation Center. He had rested well during the journey, so he wasn't inclined to idle. Among Wang Mu's many spells, traveling at the speed of light was the fastest, but due to his insufficient physical strength, it was hard to control, so he often used the wings of wind. Both the association and the courtyard were in the south, and the Cultivation Center base wasn't far off. However, upon arriving at his destination, he discovered someone at the entrance. The person wore a badge designed by Wang Mu, featuring 3 corners in purple, green, and blue. From the badge, Wang Mu knew this was a cultivation master with the surname Liu. Confirming that this person was waiting for him, Wang Mu descended. This master was young, appearing to be in his late 20s or early 30s, exuding a calm demeanor. Nodding to Wang Mu's questioning look, he introduced himself proactively. I'm Lu Zhan, and indeed, I was waiting for you. I was entrusted to deliver something to you. He opened his hand to reveal a watch. The latest internal edition of the Breeders' Association Guide. It's a standard mechanical watch equipped with mind control, projection capabilities, and a virtual screen, and can download additional modules to replace a phone. Almost all non-confidential breeder knowledge is stored within it. Wang Mu took the guide, filled with questions, and asked, Who entrusted this to you? Lu Zhan smiled knowingly. The events in Shanghai City had passed some time ago, and Lu Zhan, who held a high position, had gradually learned that the person who sent the 3 masters for further training was indeed Lu Zhan. At that time, Lu Zhan was still a senior breeder and has now become a master. Wang Mu thought to himself that this Master Tongxin was likely doing a favor for a friend, but who exactly that was might require asking Master Lin Tianxing, the vice president of Shanghai City. Thank you all. I will visit you personally when I get the chance. Wang Mu hadn't expected that the situation involved several people. Lu Zhan chuckled and looked towards the base. This is the base left for the recent city expansion, not yet constructed. But I guessed you would come as soon as possible, and here you are. Following his gaze, Wang Mu saw only a small courtyard, with an open field to the south, and the distant city walls and mountains faintly visible. Unable to discern Lu Zhan's intentions, Wang Mu chose not to dwell on it, his excitement for breeding spirit beasts growing stronger and more eager. I know there's a courtyard built on the earth's veins here, so I decided to come and take a look. Lu Zhan's gaze was gentle, appreciating Wang Mu as a rising talent. After nodding in satisfaction, he tossed a capsule to Wang Mu and turned to leave, casually saying, A meeting gift, take a look when you get back. Farewell. Wang Mu thanked him, puzzled, as he opened the capsule to find 2 fish eggs encased in gel. He retrieved a mystical realm carrier from his world, set it up in the courtyard, and went inside. Master, haven't seen you in a few days. Qingling had been reading, but now couldn't focus, feeling Wang Mu's presence with delight. Wang Mu sensed this emotion and placed the fish eggs in the incubation room, flying towards the forest. Qingling, I missed you too, he said. Though they didn't communicate often, their companionship had become a habit, and the sudden separation felt uncomfortable. Qingling, with newly awakened intelligence, was straightforward yet shy, naturally changing the subject. Master, the strange mushrooms have changed after merging with their kind. Wang Mu didn't tease him, instead looking at the cluster of mushrooms under the tree roots. Two stood out, seemingly identical, each with a half-meter cap marked by a tan oval spot. Using his innate ability to inspect them, Wang Mu had a hypothesis. The mature strange mushroom, with a bloodline of 4 Beast King talents, Earth and Wood intermediate levels, low-level life talent spell, entry-level division, entry-level life sharing, and entry-level earth pulsation. Seeing this, Wang Mu immediately shared the division and understood the reason. This advanced spell wasn't a life clone, but a unique spell for fungal-type spirit beasts like the strange mushroom, allowing it to split into 2 bodies. If one was harmed, the other remained unharmed. However, the split would reduce their strength. Wang Mu felt puzzled, so he checked his watch. Beep. The system detected information. Currently, none of the individual strange mushrooms possess the splitting spell. Beep. Further information revealed that strange mushrooms with the life clone spell require fusion with more than 5 of their kind to possibly give birth to it. With both questions answered, Wang Mu pondered that strange mushrooms do not inherently possess life attributes. Ordinary ones splitting would just lead to death, which seems normal. However, the splitting spell appears to be a junior version of the life clone spell. He reconsidered and shook his head. It seemed incorrect, as this is an advanced spell more suitable for fungal spirit beasts, and it doesn't even require life attributes. Creatures of the 5th tier can use it. It seems my plan has already met the conditions, so let's begin. However, Wang Mu looked into the darkness of the woods and sought answers with his mind again. Beep. The system detected information. The dark light only transforms into a soul-type spirit beast during a contract. For the dark light, a contract is a ritual through which it evolves into a new form. Wang Mu was intrigued to learn there is such a method of evolution ritual evolution. There's little taught about soul-type spirit beasts, but teachers have explained the reason to prevent students from getting too curious and encountering accidents. Soul-type spirit beasts can affect the soul, and one should not interact with them before their soul form is converted. Having satisfied his curiosity, Wang Mu led a group of mushrooms to the incubation room and eagerly scanned the fish eggs, wanting to see if this new version of the manual could identify unborn spirit beasts. Beep. Scan complete. Spirit fish, a spirit beast cultivated by Master Lu Zhan, reproduces rapidly, has a high demand for spiritual energy, requires no food, and can substitute for the specialized nutrient solution for beast-type spirit beasts, accelerating growth and enhancing the spirit beast foundation. It really can? Although spirit fish are not advanced spirit beasts, their utility is significant, evidently specially cultivated, and potentially more valuable than typical leader-level spirit beasts. If each generation of broodstock is given life attributes, future spirit fish with a rich life source could become the best food. I must quickly research the life spirit pattern to imprint on these creatures that cannot establish a connection, as my shared talent is useless to them, with no shared level at all. After setting up a dedicated incubation room for the spirit fish, Wang Mu restarted the time acceleration in the secret realm, diving into the cultivation of strange mushrooms. In Wang Mu's view, the old method of the strange mushrooms' immortality flow is no longer viable, and now with the splitting spell, this is the core spell. Once a beast master purchases it, they can cultivate it themselves. Having spells is not enough for the strange mushrooms. They also need a foundation of life and mental dual attributes to reach their full potential. However, from now on, it just requires giving the strange mushrooms enough time to proliferate and select excellent bloodlines without Wang Mu's interference. Wang Mu happily headed to Black Mountain, where he had kept the Qingfeng eagles. With the accelerated time over the past few months, they barely formed a small group of over 20 adults. Beast-type spirit beasts have excellent genetic mechanisms, and Wang Mu plans to incorporate the bloodline of the rift bird to see if he can create space attributes. But this needs to be gradual, focusing mainly on cultivating storm eagles with wind and thunder dual attributes, where life and mental attributes are also essential. With Wang Mu's current abilities, this kind of cultivation is bound to succeed, even though the process is quite time-consuming. He opened his warehouse and took out the materials he harvested from previous sales. This time, Wang Mu carried the essence of Frost Spirit as he headed to the Frost Island. In this secret realm, he didn't have to worry about external interference. Once he found his bearings, he transformed into a beam of light, instantly traversing several kilometers. While it wasn't true light speed, it was an apt description of his incredible swiftness. After some time, Wang Mu finally reached his destination. The so-called Frost Island is minuscule on the grand scale of the Shinjo continent, but the frost itself is a rare material, naturally formed and not artificially made, typically originating from ancient times. The Frost Island where Wang Mu arrived had a diameter of a mere 27 meters, cone-shaped, quietly floating on the sea surface. The climate here was frigid, with snowflakes swirling about, and even the 5th tier Wang Mu had to use magic to keep warm. He landed on the ice, his gaze fixed on a deep blue piece of frost. He then placed a fist-sized, similarly colored, prismatic gem upon it. This was the core of the frost spirit. Placed on the frost, it would eventually give rise to a new frost spirit. Wang Mu had carefully examined this core, confirming that it could nurture a leader-level spirit beast. Elemental spirit beasts can split and propagate, resulting in a group of frost spirits. He pondered whether enhancing it with life attributes could elevate the frost spirit's bloodline level, or perhaps simply using ice attribute treasures might suffice. After leaving a mark there, Wang Mu collected some ice fragments and set off toward the snow mountain. This time, his target was the moonflower. The moonflower is not a true flower, but rather consists of 5 large, pale blue leaves folded together, resembling a cup that absorbs lunar energy, slowly condensing into moonflower dew, which contains pure moon power. This dew is a 6th-tier material, and if allowed to brew for over a decade, it would form moon essence crystals, a 7th-tier material. The secret realm is connected to the Earth's veins, where lunar energy spills over the land. Some of this energy enters the Earth's veins, getting absorbed by the secret realm. With the accelerated time inside the realm, Wang Mu found that nearly 2 liters of dew had accumulated inside the moonflower. Judging by the concentration of energy, it seemed the previous owner hadn't taken it all. Wang Mu generously extracted 800 milliliters. With the current essence of the green leaf caterpillar, it can absorb 10 milliliters throughout its growth, capable of nurturing 80 moonlight-attributed spirit butterflies without any issues. The stars of Shenzhou each possess unique powers. Initially, lunar energy only held ice and tranquility properties, but over time, it evolved, reaching the quality of the lunar force, gaining sealing effects, and even enhancing multiple attributes. Wang Mu contemplated that once the spirit butterflies advanced to the crystal butterfly level, their potential might no longer increase significantly, allowing him to experiment with cultivating mixed attributes like magma, solar, lunar, night, and psychic. After a round trip, most of the day had passed. Wang Mu returned to his laboratory to begin his cultivation work. First, he fed the green leaf caterpillar the moonflower dew. Then he fed 4 green wind eagles with frost, with 4 sharing the frost attribute and 4 sharing the thunder attribute. They were all soon to mate and lay eggs, and Wang Mu wanted to test the effects of bloodline inheritance. Among the 4 major cultivation methods for breeders, material cultivation and bloodline inheritance are the most fundamental and simplest. Following that, bloodline fusion combined with part transplantation for mutation cultivation begins to move towards high-end techniques. Ultimately, spirit pattern cultivation is the pinnacle. As for spell cultivation, apologies, that path is too extravagant and has never formed a systematic approach. Watching his master busy at work, Qingling fell into deep thought. He had tested himself using instruments and found that his intelligence was comparable to that of an average human. Although his abilities seemed insignificant compared to his master's, he longed to help. As a plant-type spirit beast, Qingling was enormous, a single tree forming a forest. With the same talents, his spiritual and mental powers were more than 10 times that of his master. As the world was born, his lordship power began to sprout, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon transform the land he occupied into his territory, thereby enhancing his strength further. By then, everything within the territory would be easily controlled. While combat was important, if his abilities could be used for nurturing, he could provide immense help to his master. However, nurturing was not as simple as memorizing materials and handing them over to spirit beasts. Qingling noticed that the materials prepared by his master for each spirit beast varied subtly. Always hitting the limits only peers, or those in long-term contact, could discern the intricacies involved, which is the key to maximizing the potential of spirit beasts. Determined not to let his assistants become a burden, Qingling decided to study his master's notes, at least finishing all the records from his master's student days, aiming to reach the level of a nurturer and share some of his master's work. After making this decision, Qingling split off a spiritual form and began studying tirelessly in the lab. Meanwhile, Wang Mu proceeded methodically, observing the egg-laying of several pairs of Qingfeng eagles. 3 days had passed, equating to a month with time acceleration. Wang Mu felt helpless as the reproductive ability of spirit beasts decreased with the enhancement of their bloodlines, and gestation periods became longer. Especially with spirit beasts, which were nurtured by breeders and not naturally evolved. Even if they produced offspring, they could not match their parents. The Qingya butterfly clan he nurtured had initially broken free of constraints, with offspring at least reaching an excellent level. With Wang Mu's in-depth nurturing, several life-filled and spiritual spirit butterflies had been born, maintaining a pseudo-beast king bloodline level. Individually, they were only at the commander level. Wang Mu planned to allow only these excellent bloodlines to reproduce in the future, conducting bloodline selection. He could operate this way with the Qingya butterfly species, but found it challenging to apply the same breeding selection to other spirit beasts due to the long cycles involved. The Qingfeng eagle eggs were already in the incubation room, and this Secret Realms lab had improved significantly in infrastructure compared to the past, with a time acceleration feature, expecting the eggs to hatch in about 10 days. This time, Wang Mu had a new approach. With an intermediate life attribute talent and recent enhancements, his life source reached 200, making it easy to reinforce the vitality of some eggs without harming himself. This was to prepare for sharing more spells with the Qingfeng Eagles later. After a phase of reinforcement, Wang Mu gazed at the eggs, deep in thought. Initially, their eggs appeared ordinary, but now they bore a hint of green, likely due to the transmission of numerous wind element spells. Indeed, beast-type spirit beasts were easier to nurture. However, the current goal in nurturing the Qingfeng Eagles was simply to enrich the variety of spirit beasts in the breeding facility. Wang Mu had a clear nurturing goal, though his plan remained unstated, to ensure that the spirit beasts sold in the future were based on life and spiritual attributes, doubling the strength and longevity of Beast Tamers, with each stage able to contract spirit beasts. It is important to have self-awareness, and Wang Mu understands himself thoroughly. He knows that to navigate the complexities of human relationships, he needs both strength and backing. Strength is something that accumulates over time, and in the current environment, the strongest backing is undoubtedly the support of the entire human leadership. Therefore, once Wang Mu's plan is set in motion, the global leaders, whether emotionally or rationally, will stand by him. This realization fuels his motivation even more. He aspires to become a cool-headed researcher, immersed in his passions. For now, he just needs to accelerate his progress to achieve his goals quickly. Glancing at the incubation time of the Qingfeng Eagle, he made his way toward the banyan grove. Qingling also possesses the dark light spell, so most of the Qingye butterflies' incubation occurs in the forest. The spirit butterflies cultivated with moonflower dew were about to emerge from their cocoons, and Wang Mu was no longer the novice he once was. He now had access to many rare materials. This high-level dew ensures that the new spirit butterflies would certainly have a moon attribute. Additionally, there were materials like moonlight crystals and the essence of moon-toad blood. After simulations, Wang Mu speculated that the new moon spirit butterflies could potentially become beast kings, though most would still be elite or leader level. This time, Wang Mu arrived early instead of letting Qingling handle it alone, precisely because of the moon spirit butterfly's uniqueness. In the simulated weather, dawn had arrived, and theoretically, the moon spirit butterflies should have emerged, but despite their restless vitality, they remained still. Wang Mu smiled. His research wasn't in vain. As he expected, spirit beasts related to the sun and moon are influenced by their attributes. Consequently, the moon spirit butterflies no longer emerged at sunrise, but chose to do so during moonlit nights. His watch was connected to the lab's intelligent network, and with a single thought, he changed the weather in the banyan grove to a moonlit night. A gentle moonlight fell, and 80 cocoons began to move in unison. Qingming focused on one of the cocoons, communicating to Wang Mu. Master, this one is a beast king. The power of moonlight is truly remarkable. I feel it's been amplified more than twice under the moonlight. Furthermore, the power of moonlight enhances abilities related to energy. Since almost all spells are related to energy, the power of moonlight is exceptionally strong. Wang Mu, however, felt a tinge of regret. The power of moonlight, unlike life or spirit attributes, cannot serve as a foundation to equip every spirit butterfly. As for Qingming's spoiler, that doesn't count. Wang Mu could also see the changes in the spirit butterflies. The cultivation of the Qingye butterfly had reached a bottleneck. The Beast King level is the limit of highly skilled beginner spells and low-skilled intermediate and advanced spells. A substantial amount of intermediate spells is necessary to reach the Lord level. The Lord level is a broad category, and this knowledge isn't taught in classes. One must cultivate a Lord-level spirit beast first, then become a master cultivator to access it through the association. Wang Mu had already found a way to acquire high-skill level spells, which is through the upcoming sale of spirit butterflies to beast masters of level 5 and above throughout Leihai City. As long as they buy and cultivate the spirit butterflies, Wang Mu can continuously acquire spells. As Wang Mu pondered, the Yuling butterflies emerged from their cocoons, casting a pale white glow over the forest, like a delicate veil draped over the treetops. Under the moonlight, the almost invisible Yuling butterflies danced gracefully. They were medium-sized, about the size of a pair of hands. Their wings were pure white at the center, gradually fading to a pale white, with the outer edges tinged in a light blue, giving them an ethereal and mysterious glow. During their growth phase, the Yuling butterflies possessed two bloodlines: the Beast King talent, intermediate moonlight spells, and basic skills and guidance. Their racial trait, moonlight guidance, was a mid-level spell capable of channeling moonlight energy to bombard a specific area. The Moonblade was a basic spell, forming a crescent moonlight blade. Each Yuling butterfly had this racial trait, but that didn't mean they were all Beast Kings. Their special attributes allowed them to become less noticeable under moonlight, enhance energy recovery, and increase the power of moonlight spells, making them highly practical. After acquiring the spells, Wang Mu waved his hand gently, sending a crescent-shaped blade flying, which he controlled with his mental power to attack himself. Thanks to an elemental shield, the attack merely flickered before the moon blade vanished. Reflecting on it, Wang Mu realized the moon blade's power was about twice that of a wind blade, indeed formidable. If combined with weather-altering spells, the moon blade could rival intermediate spells, with its special attributes not to be underestimated. However, Beast Tamers typically avoided special attributes due to their high risk, scarcity of spirit beasts, and the rarity of cultivators. Wang Mu decided to research first, with no need for immediate action, as he needed to establish his influence among the human race. The Yuling butterflies relied entirely on materials for cultivation, with limited spells. Even the Beast Kings had only 2 spells, while other leader-level butterflies had only the Moonblade spell, making them seem somewhat mundane. After acquiring a large number of spells last time, Wang Mu attempted to cultivate the butterflies with spells, but failed to break through levels. Enhancing spells was already on his agenda. He sensed that besides the naturally born Beast Kings, there were about 30 Beast Kings, over 1,000 pseudo-Beast King butterflies, and more than 3,000 leader-level butterflies. He planned to select some with excellent aptitude to directly share the racial king talent, turning them into Beast Kings, and sell them in a few days. This process couldn't be delayed to avoid affecting his spell acquisition progress. Those 30-odd Beast Kings were from the nearby butterfly groups, gradually transforming from pseudo-Beast Kings following Wang Mu's spiritual imprint. This meant Wang Mu's plan to qualify as a senior cultivator was set. Though he was somewhat lazy, since the time consumed in cultivation was the same, he decided to wait until he had a plan for Lord-level spirit beasts before taking the test. Wang Mu returned to the incubation room to calculate the completion time for this batch of Qingfeng eagles, quickly drafting an announcement. The Qingmu cultivation facility would open for spirit beast qualification reviews in early October 2199, with available Beast King level spirit beasts. The secret realm and the outside world were separate. Wang Mu needed to make a trip outside to synchronize information. He glanced outside, where the large open area was already surrounded by walls, and workers were setting up formations and barriers. With the strength of spirit beasts in this era, the construction could be completed in 3 to 5 days, after which he would have the Qingmu demons proceed with modifications. After posting the announcement, Wang Mu continued his cultivation. Meanwhile, the staff at the city lord's mansion, who had been waiting, immediately received the notification and promptly published a welcome announcement for teacher Wang Mu joining Leihai City on the official website. This finally settled the recent speculation about who the Black Eagle warship had been sent to escort. Recently, Lei Haiqing's usual greeting of "Have you eaten?" has changed to "Have you heard?" On this particular day, Wang Haiyu had just returned from a deep-sea hunting expedition when his friend, Zhang Haiyan, approached him with a mysterious air, asking, "Have you heard?" Wang Haiyu nodded, thinking to himself that, as usual, Zhang Haiyan would start talking non-stop. "I knew it, otherwise why would you, a battle fanatic, come back? But I think you might not be able to compete with others." Despite being a formidable 7th-tier Thunder Beast Master, Wang Haiyu couldn't help but feel uneasy about facing a Beast King-level multi-attribute spirit butterfly. At that moment, Zhang Haiyan lowered his voice and whispered, "Let me tell you a little secret. The new breeder actually has a rare item and plans to auction it. Some veteran powerhouses don't plan to participate in the regular sale, so if you're interested, you can try when there are fewer people." Wang Haiyu was quite surprised. "You're not buying?" Zhang Haiyan clenched his fist, and an ice-blue flame instantly erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. "I awakened my 5th-tier talent ability, Ice Flame, so next time, I'll choose an attribute that suits me better. Otherwise, if my future spirit beast doesn't match my origin, the feedback will decrease, and I'll be stuck at the 7th tier." Wang Haiyu projected Qingmu's details. "Look, Qingmu Breeding Center accepts rare attribute breeding, including lunar, lava, exquisite ice, water fire, etc., with a note that space-time attributes are excluded, and solar attributes require corresponding materials. Your ice flame should be among them." Zhang Haiyan reluctantly projected his own screen, his tone tinged with anxiety. "See, I've already made an appointment. This is about my future. How could I not be thorough?" Then, with excitement and pride in his voice, he added, "This was approved by the breeder after review, so he can definitely breed it. Although this custom service is expensive, it solves my problem, and I don't have to fight for a spot. This breeder is really impressive, even dealing with uncommon attributes. I'm really looking forward to what rare items he'll auction." Wang Haiyu also began to feel anticipation. A breeder who can handle rare attributes is truly exceptional. But October, there's still a month to wait, which seems hard. October is a special time when a lot of beasts are eliminated, leaving enough territory for other beasts to occupy, serving as a mid-game rest period for beasts. At that time, beast masters might face spirit beast casualties and need supplies, coinciding with the fruitful harvest from defeating beasts. Wang Mu set this timing mainly because it was just right. By then, spirit beast breeding would be complete, and he could visit the school. The breeder stage is referred to as a teacher, and only by experiencing it firsthand can one truly understand its significance, combining knowledge and action for true comprehension. After planning his schedule, Wang Mu instructed the smart assistant to set reminders and return to his breeding work. Although there seemed to be no spell limitations, he took this opportunity to use traditional breeder knowledge to nurture spirit beasts without relying on his inherent abilities. This was a process of reflection. Since he needed to elevate some pseudo-lord spirit butterflies to true lords and add life and mental attributes to them all, Wang Mu also treated this as an experiment. Wang Mu's spirit beasts originally possessed fixed spirit patterns but lacked the life attribute. To change this, he decided to share his life attribute with them. As a result, the spirit beasts gained spirit patterns symbolizing the presence of life. Although this method might not be perfect, extensive data validation showed the results to be quite reliable. Typically, breeders find it difficult to access such advanced life spirit patterns because they are integrated with life forms, be they humans or spirit beasts, both of which possess life spirit patterns. When Wang Mu used the knowledge of traditional breeders for breeding, he didn't abandon his own abilities. Instead, he utilized these abilities more fully to enhance himself. After each sharing, he would summarize his experiences, gradually gaining clarity about life spirit patterns from his initial ignorance. He realized that the true value of a master breeder lies in their profound strength, and although he had intermediate life attributes, he was still in the beginner stage. It's no wonder that true master breeders are at least 7th-tier Beast Tamers. Without strength, a Beast Tamer's research cannot progress. The two complement each other. Among thousands of spirit butterflies, Wang Mu only controlled their bloodline level, without interfering with the distribution of attributes, highlighting the uniqueness of this aspect. After sharing the life attribute, he began sharing the mental attribute. At least 70 of the spirit butterflies did not inherit this attribute, allowing Wang Mu to observe the mental attribute's spirit patterns by focusing on the additional patterns. Compared to the life attribute, the mental attribute is equally powerful. Although it typically appears in elite-level spirit beasts, fundamentally, life and mental attributes are both foundational and rare. In his reflections, Wang Mu realized that due to his father's influence, he initially shared mental spells from the Fengyan butterfly, and his start in spirit beast breeding was also related to the mental attribute. It seems this attribute had become part of his daily life. Actually, why doesn't every beast tamer have a mental attribute spirit beast? It's not for lack of desire, but because they are rare and difficult to breed, with high costs. Wang Mu suddenly felt that he might have taken too big a step, even fearing the impact of double attribute spirit beasts appearing in ordinary sales. He hoped his peers in Leihai City wouldn't resent him for this. It was just a joke, as he alone couldn't supply the entire city. Even a breeder who isolates themselves for hundreds of years without progress would still maintain their identity and status. Thinking of Shanghai City, which is relatively strong among human cities, it surprisingly has only 3 master breeders and 1 grandmaster. When that predecessor secluded themselves, it allowed the 3 masters to operate. Even if they went to study, 3 master breeders had to be transferred from other cities. This highlights the scarcity of breeders, especially those at higher levels, who are extremely rare. Due to these 2 attributes, Wang Mu's attitude became more serious. When he began to understand the Zhenai's attribute, he found it complex and decisively gave up. The Tine attribute was the same, while the 5 elements were particularly clear: light, dark, wind, thunder, and ice, as half of the 10 basic attributes, should theoretically be as easy to understand as the 5 elements, but in reality, they are extraordinarily complex. Understanding the surface information and patterns isn't difficult, but their deeper levels seem to hold the mysteries of yin and yang, change, and constancy, complexities that even surpass the brilliance of the moon. Wang Mu realized that he might be able to glimpse these secrets once he reached the 7th tier with a full roster of spirit beasts, but for now, he decided to honestly give up. He chose to focus on studying the 5 elements spirit patterns, beginning to sift through tens of thousands of spirit butterflies, both those he bred and those that occurred naturally. The latter made up the majority and were the most common casualties during the Spirit Beast King's ascension process. Advancing in any race or profession is fraught with difficulty and danger, and the collective consciousness of spirit beasts only exacerbates this situation. Time quietly passed as Wang Mu deepened his understanding of spirit patterns and nurtured spirit beasts. The process of cultivating the storm eagle was unsurprising. In fact, any surprises would have been the real surprise. The green wind eagle, as a flying spirit beast, had a solid foundation, so the dual attribute storm eagle of wind and thunder had already been bred. Wang Mu didn't plan to sell them directly, but instead began a second round of selection. He inscribed incomplete life spirit patterns on the green wind eagles, combining them with parts of the life-based spell, Life Blessing. Thanks to his previous experience during the world's formation, Wang Mu had a direct view of those spell patterns and developed his own understanding. Life blessing consists of multiple patterns, one of which enhances and amplifies one's life essence, akin to an alternative form of resistance enhancement. Theoretically, combining it with incomplete patterns could give rise to life attributes. Wang Mu nervously began inscribing the patterns. There are some tricks to the inscription process. Relying solely on mental power would be highly consuming. Even with Wang Mu's sixth-tier comparable mental power, he could inscribe only 5 basic patterns at most, or 1 intermediate pattern, and he could only inscribe a rough outline of an advanced pattern before needing to reinforce it repeatedly to leave a lasting mark. However, by adding power corresponding to the attribute, the pressure would drastically decrease. For instance, after completing the inscription for all the green wind eagles and storm eagles, Wang Mu still felt energized enough to continue regular nurturing work and record the patterns on the spirit butterfly's wings. This is the tangible form of spirit patterns, and the normal process of understanding them begins here. Wang Mu prepared to teach his students, but since his method wasn't suitable for others, he could directly compare with the answers to reach conclusions faster. Over time, 11 new green wind eagles gained life attributes, all with mid-level talents rather than lower ones, which made Wang Mu particularly excited as he had initially mastered the cultivation of life attribute spirit patterns. When sharing abilities with the green leaf butterflies, Wang Mu discovered that when this species transformed from green leaf caterpillars to green leaf butterflies, their previous abilities reset to potential. It was normal for a green leaf caterpillar with life attributes to evolve into a green leaf butterfly and still retain this attribute, and their offspring also possessed life attributes. Wang Mu wasn't sure if the shared ability resided within a specific spirit beast or its bloodline, or if it would be inherited through reproduction. At this moment, the Green Wind Eagles were answering Wang Mu's questions by sharing the life attribute with other Green Wind Eagles that hadn't obtained it, marking them and waiting for them to lay eggs again. Wang Mu wished he could skip this time and see the results immediately, but unfortunately, he couldn't. He had to honestly exit the secret realm, set an alarm, and plan to check on the base, tidy up a bit, and use the time difference to reduce the anxiety of waiting. This time, when leaving the secret realm, Wang Mu specifically brought along a greenwood demon with a strong desire for combat, which was essentially reserved for Wang Lingfeng. From the blue portal emerged Wang Mu, followed closely by the Qingmu demon. It was already mid-September, and the base had been completed. A massive protective shield covered the base, with a spirit gathering array set up inside. However, Wang Mu was not satisfied with the concentration of spiritual energy, which was only a third of that in the secret realm, so modifications were necessary. The base currently had only the foundation and the array, which was a consensus among all staff. To build a base for the breeders, walls and some living quarters were essential, while the rest should remain as natural as possible for the breeders to plan. Wang Mu was pleased with this and took to the sky, surveying the base from above with an initial plan forming in his mind. He traced a beam of light with his hand. Though it wasn't a specific spell, he had mastered various light-based ray spells, and simple variations were not difficult for him. After a few maneuvers, Wang Mu outlined a large circular garden at the center of the base. The Qingya butterfly family had just become lords, with much room for future development, so ample space must be reserved. Next, Wang Mu divided the area into 12 sections starting from the center. The base was rectangular, and these 12 sections varied in size. Areas with wood and water attributes occupied the 1, 5, 7, and 11 o'clock directions. The fire and metal attributes were positioned around the 3 and 9 o'clock areas, where Wang Mu had less experience in cultivation. Life and spirit attributes coexisted with others without specific division, while special attributes were placed in the closest areas. When breeding spirit butterflies, some offspring had simple attributes like fire and earth, while others developed lava attributes with unique spiritual patterns that Wang Mu found incomprehensible, like a heavenly script. With the planning done, Wang Mu directed his thoughts into his watch, preparing to grant Qingling authorization to modify the base. He also listed the materials needed for the new base. Most plants would be transplanted directly from the secret realm, but treasures to alter the environment were not in Wang Mu's inventory and would have to be purchased. The omnipotent Everything Network had almost everything, and with Wang Mu's abundant wealth, he could only buy resources that money could purchase, as higher-tier resources couldn't be bought with money. Looking at his account balance, Wang Mu felt a wave of emotions. No wonder breeders all had large families, as ordinary currency was hardly expendable, and simply sharing with family could lead to easy development. However, the family's potential could only be increased by the breeder, otherwise, it would remain a small force. With plenty of money, Wang Mu decided to buy a complete set of available equipment and start teaching in early October. It's worth noting that breeders like Wang Mu conducted their classes at the Breeder Association's academy. Students didn't have fixed semesters or class times, following the teacher's schedule entirely. However, the association imposed some restrictions on teachers, requiring a certain pass rate for junior breeder assessments during the teaching period, ensuring breeders taught earnestly and diligently. Given that those who get into the academy are undoubtedly the cream of the crop, Wang Mu thought to himself that he couldn't let irresponsible trainers ruin them. He didn't plan to be perfunctory. Instead, he came up with a brilliant idea. The academy is located within the association, which provides public access to a grand secret realm for trainers. At that time, he could offer them some books on insights and theoretical knowledge, requiring them to memorize them. Once they had learned them, they could follow him into the secret realm, where they would directly engage in the practical training of spirit beasts, ensuring they learned real skills. As for materials, he would provide them since he had more money than he could spend. Having finalized his plan, Wang Mu checked his email and found messages from the city lord's mansion of Leihai City, the military, the Trainer Beast Master Association, and even 2 schools. The sender from the city lord's mansion was Lei Zhantian, an 8th-level overlord with formidable strength. The Lei family was once a small family, but after Lei Zhantian successfully advanced, they developed rapidly and have now established a city. Their greetings were mainly inquiries about his needs and satisfaction, to which Wang Mu courteously responded with a simple reply. Next, he looked at the military's message and found a report about the threat of monster beasts facing Leihai City, particularly the venomous jellyfish and silver-winged flying fish in the sea. Although these beasts weren't considered very strong, they posed a threat to mid- and low-level beast masters. If trainers had the ability, they could conduct targeted spirit beast training, for which the military would offer substantial rewards. Wang Mu skipped the association's message, as it was merely a welcome and an offer to contact them if needed, but his current points were limited, making contact pointless. Finally, he pondered over the messages from the schools. One was from the city lord's school, and the other was run by the military. Guoshu was working for the military, so Guozaheo was in the second school. They asked if Wang Mu was interested in visiting, and he was intrigued. This was an investment in the future of humanity, and he couldn't favor one over the other. When the plan was implemented, everyone should have the opportunity. After handling his tasks, Wang Mu set up an ecological park in Zishan Garden and left the Qingmu demon there. This Qingmu demon had a strong desire for combat, making it very suitable for developing as a battle spirit beast. The choice of the Qingmu demon was mainly because its world was incredibly convenient for beast masters exploring outside. Even though Wang Mu, as a trainer, didn't often venture out, he found this world very useful, and it could grow. At lower levels, it was merely a storage space, but at higher levels, it became a complete world. With everything settled, Wang Mu eagerly entered the secret realm. The eggs of the green-winged eagles had already developed consciousness, and he checked each one, shaking his head in regret afterward. The ability to share talents only worked on individuals and didn't immediately integrate perfectly with them. It required a process. If these green-winged eagles continued to grow for several years and underwent a complete evolutionary process, they could pass these traits on to their offspring. But for now, that wasn't possible. As a result, many of these eggs lacked life attributes, while among those offspring of green-winged eagles who gained life attributes through spirit pattern cultivation, 2 eggs were naturally endowed with life attributes. Wang Mu regretted the use of the talent, as it only affected individuals and not the bloodline, which caused some inconvenience. However, it wasn't a major issue, as he had never intended to rely entirely on shared talents. It was merely a way to avoid unnecessary detours. 2 eggs were selected by Wang Mu for incubation, and simultaneously, he began teaching them mental magic. He hoped that the offspring of these Qingfeng eagles would inherit mental attributes, making it easier to nurture them with both life and mental faculties intact. Wang Mu speculated from the spirit butterflies of Kongsang Mountain that the reason they didn't develop spatial attributes was due to their poor physical condition. However, the Qingfeng eagles were different. Even ordinary ones could fend off most attacks with their feathers once they matured. Once the offspring matured, Wang Mu planned to use his nurturing spells, combined with the power of Kongsang, to potentially develop spatial attributes. Qingling had absorbed several sky-cracking bird corpses, but never acquired spatial magic, indicating the rarity of this attribute. Wang Mu was prepared to be patient with this endeavor. Master Nurturer Lin Quan was renowned as the foremost expert in spatial attribute nurturing. He had successfully bred a group of sky-swallowing pongs with spatial attributes, though their reproduction was extremely challenging, occurring only once every few years and ceasing after 2 births. High bloodline spirit beasts and monsters often needed to expend their essence to ensure their offspring inherited strong talents, thus limiting their reproduction to avoid hindering their own advancement. Beast Tamers, even knowing that spirit beasts could bear offspring, often allowed them to reproduce only once, or not at all, to avoid impacting their combat abilities and future potential. After all, the best time for breeding often coincides with the peak of their vitality, and reproduction could mean missing out on opportunities for growth. In anticipation, the Qingfeng eagles finally hatched and grew rapidly. Wang Mu summoned Qingling to ask if the original Beast Kings were willing to follow a new master. Qingming shook its antennae, communicated with its kin, and replied, "They are unwilling." Qingling explained, "Master, The first-generation Beast Kings have the potential to grow to king level, so they are very selective about their masters. Additionally, the instinct to evolve remains strong, and they believe following you offers the best chance for evolution. Wang Mu laughed heartily upon hearing this and accepted the explanation. Indeed, following him offered a substantial chance of becoming a dominant force. Then have those willing to follow a new master prepare to go to the new world in a couple of days, he instructed. Qingming landed lightly and responded, Master, we are already prepared. When Qingling went out last time, I anticipated this and made my selections. Wang Mu gently touched Qingming's antennae, praising, You little one, you're exceptionally thoughtful. He informed Qingming that they had been given access to the secret realm, with the pass in the room, ready to take. Qingming pondered and explained, The outside world is indeed interesting, but being with you is better. The internet suffices for the rest. Wang Mu considered, Then I'll set up a dedicated room for you in the secret realm to go online, otherwise it might be inconvenient. Just don't turn into internet-addicted spirit beasts. He understood that Qingling often spent time in the lab through energy avatars, and the allure of the online world was strong for adults, let alone these newly hatched spirit beasts. He hoped they would exercise some restraint, but Qingming's thoughtfulness and Qingling's regular assistance reassured him. Instead, he wanted to encourage these sensible young ones to play and not become reclusive. On September 30th, Wang Mu stood in the garden of the base, looking around with a heart full of emotions. Compared to 2 weeks ago, the place had undergone a complete transformation. The garden's center remained a lush green area, but now it featured several small lakes. Wooden bridges, constructed from the roots of the Qingmu demon, spanned the islands and the lakes, with spirit butterflies fluttering around. Even the lowest ranked among them were of the commander level. They were called commanders not because they couldn't evolve into pseudo-beast kings, but because they targeted different groups. The highest-ranking spirit butterflies were beast kings, possessing both spiritual and life attributes, making them as valuable as lords without occupying the original contract slots. Who could resist exclaiming how wonderful upon seeing them? In the wind attribute area, a dozen storm eagles that had undergone second breeding roost. They possessed multiple attributes, and despite breeding at a low bloodline level, they later gained the life attribute. Their potential remained high, even surpassing others' cultivation efforts, making them highly marketable. This time, Wang Mu only revealed data on a few spirit beasts, likely leading other Beast Tamers to believe they were the best quality. When they arrived the next day, Wang Mu could only imagine their astonishment. In the wood attribute area, peculiar mushrooms grew under the Qingmu demon trees. During evolution, these mushrooms exhibited wood, earth, poison, darkness, and light attributes, with the latter two never appearing simultaneously. Wang Mu had tested them, finding that only the dark attribute mushrooms possessed the dark sky trait. The light attribute mushrooms had not been sold yet, as Wang Mu hadn't fully decoded the Qingyang spell. This weather spell could be broken down into different spells, with future applications only enhancing light attributes for light-type spirit beasts. Wang Mu currently had a spirit beast with the Qingyang spell, intended for Gong Yuhao, and would only sell such beasts after further collaboration. After inspecting the area, Wang Mu felt satisfied with his domain and prepared to sleep. Before heading inside, he glanced beyond the walls and sensed, through his life perception, a gathering of many people outside. They quietly communicated, either in hushed tones or through spiritual power and devices. Tomorrow, Wang Lingfeng and his wife, along with the Guo family, would be invited by Wang Mu to help. Although their assistance wasn't necessary, having them involved openly could facilitate mutual aid in future encounters. While Wang Mu didn't dwell on it, being new to the city and not yet famous, he had to consider various aspects himself. In the future, many would anticipate his thoughts and plan accordingly. Before sleeping, Wang Mu contemplated the future, but he slept soundly, without dreams. The next day, he awoke refreshed, washed up, and opened the base's gates. An intelligent robot greeted visitors at the entrance, handing each a booklet detailing the base's information. Visitors could scan and register as members of the breeding center, enabling them to scan each spirit beast with their devices to access pre-recorded information. Wang Haiyu had arrived at the base the day before, eager to acquire a spirit beast with spiritual or life attributes. Upon entering, he was awestruck by the sight of thousands of spirit butterflies dancing in the air, feeling a slight pang of anxiety. How could he possibly find what he sought? Yet, the Beast Tamers remained resolute, registering as members without hesitation and beginning their scans. As a few spirit butterflies' information appeared on the screen, Wang Haiyu felt a twinge of doubt. Jin Lingdai, embodying life, spirit, and metal, possesses a metallic barrier. Jin Lingdai, with attributes of life, spirit, and metal, wields metallic rays. Jin Lingdai, life, spirit, and metal. Why are these always the three attributes? Could there be an error in the data entry at the breeding facility? Wang Haiyu was stunned, and someone behind him seemed about to say something, but thought better of it and began scanning other spirit butterflies. As their scanning deepened, Their minds grew more bewildered, yet oddly exhilarated. It turns out the official website's description of the spirit beasts wasn't about a single entity, but a collective. The only difference among them lay in their spells, with each having at least one advanced spell and some unrecorded intermediate spells. Wow, someone suddenly exclaimed instinctively, as a few individuals halted in the dark attribute area. The Dark Lingdai, characterized by life, spirit, and darkness, possesses the spell Dark Sky, a spirit beast with barrier spells. Since the base entrance was at the 5 o'clock position, the Dark Lingdai was discovered first. However, the Beast Tamers purposefully headed towards their own attribute areas, and soon a water attribute tamer also cried out in surprise. The Water Lingdai, with life, spirit, and water attributes, possesses Water World and Great Tsunami. Water Lingdai, life, spirit, water, with a note that this spirit butterfly is of the leader class and automatically progresses to Pseudo Beast King after the 5th tier. No, a spirit beast with Water World can't be just an ordinary creature. Even if it's just leader class, it would be highly sought after. Is this breeding facility serious? They're all spirit beasts with dual attributes or more, which is terrifying. Do you know how invincible the combination of life and spirit attributes is? Even tamers of other attributes would contract with such a spirit beast without hesitation. Even more astonishing, Wang Mu, who had already purchased a storm eagle in the lightning attribute area, was drawn to a particularly captivating spirit butterfly in the wood attribute area and immediately discovered a rare gem. The woodling dye, with life, spirit, wood, water, and light attributes, is noted as a Beast King level, requiring its approval before purchase. Wang Mu found it hard to believe this was a regular spirit beast sale. He routinely opened the Qingmu Breeding Facility's member page and saw a notification he had noticed before. 7th tier Beast Tamers could participate in the Fine Spirit Beast auction in mid-month, with some spirit beast information to be announced on the 10th. In the breeding process, some spirit beasts are naturally endowed with multiple attributes and advance to true Beast King status, reaching the 5th tier and mastering numerous spells as they grow. To subdue them, one must have at least a 7th tier foundation. In fact, for ordinary Beast King level spirit beasts, tamers of the 5th or 6th tier might attempt to subdue them, but their configurations are too high. On an islet in the lake, Wang Mu observed the surroundings and suddenly thought of something amusing. The Beast King level spirit beasts I breed are so picky. If they become overlords in the future, who could subdue them? Those few first-generation Beast King spirit butterflies are truly a headache. They only train in the secret realm, not only progressing slowly, but also easily missing the optimal growth stages. I'd be willing to care for them forever, but no breeder wants their spirit beasts to remain obscure. They should shine with their own brilliance. Wang Mu decided to bring some outstanding Beast Tamers next time and let them experience it firsthand. If they were not impressed, there was no need to insist, but if they were interested, a regular auction could be held to choose their partners through mutual selection. As he pondered this, a thought struck Wang Mu, making him chuckle. Wasn't this just like marrying off a daughter? Meanwhile, the first batch of Beast Tamers had entered the base, and a long time had passed without them coming out, leaving those waiting outside anxious. What did this mean? It meant that the contract phase was about to begin. To avoid disturbing the spirit beasts, Qingming Breeding Facility allowed Beast Tamers to enter the base in batches, with only 300 people allowed inside at a time. Sure enough, in less than 2 hours, a group of Beast Tamers emerged from the base with smiles on their faces, their auras visibly changed. If it weren't for the limit of purchasing only one spirit beast each, they would have wanted to use up all available slots. Even though this was an ordinary sale, it attracted many 7th-rank Beast Tamers. Typically, they could only contract 4 spirit beasts, but if they encountered a spirit beast with mental attributes, they could make an effort to contract an additional one. Once they received feedback, the growth in their mental power would offset the cost, allowing them to continue contracting. One Beast Tamer silently counted 190, 191, 192, finally 200. Although the door wasn't closed, the Beast Tamers adhered to the rules. At that moment, the person at the front suddenly disappeared, appearing before a robot inside the base. With a notebook in hand and eyes sharp as lightning, he quickly registered as a member. His expression shifted from doubt to shock, then to delight, and finally, he nervously searched for a suitable partner. Wang Mu was confident in the spirit beasts, but 2 hours later, he received a phone call. Hello, Mr. Wang. This is Zhao Jinglei, representing the military. We'd like to collaborate with you. Hearing Zhao's identity, Wang Mu directly asked, what kind of collaboration? Zhao Jinglei was pleased. When breeders asked such questions, it usually meant they were open to cooperation. He quickly explained, it's about controlling the venomous jellyfish, which proliferate every May, causing significant casualties. We hope you can breed some targeted spirit beasts. If you're willing to try, we'll send some data and materials to your facility. Wang Mu thought for a moment and recalled his mentors, considering that he might agree. He decided to take it to the great secret realm for breeding and informed his students that breeding was not only a path to advancement and wealth, but also a profession of responsibility. So, Wang Mu replied, send them to Qingming breeding facility. Also, the ecosystem is balanced. What's the upper food chain of the venomous jellyfish? Do you have samples? Yes, it's the sea demon whale. This species is unique. We can only provide embryos or bodies. Zhao Jinglei answered somewhat nervously. All right, send them all, and please collect other related materials. I might need them in the future, Wang Mu said. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wang. After the call ended, Wang Mu understood that with the opening today and the Beast Tamers purchasing spirit beasts, he had gained significant attention from the authority-ish was indeed a highly influential figure. When Wang Mu first studied history, he realized the complex and delicate power structure of the human forces on the Shenzhou continent. In a city, the Lord is not only the administrator but also the highest decision-maker. However, above the city are the headquarters of two major associations, responsible for managing all cities, with branch offices directly managed by the city lord. On par with these two associations, but slightly less influential, are the Shenzhou network of all things and the military. The former was created by the mythical King of Heaven, while the latter was established by the Dragon King and the original 9 overlords to protect humanity and expand outward. The emergence of the network of all things has facilitated internal communication and prosperity among humans, significantly enhancing their strength compared to the past. These four forces form the first tier of human power, followed by the second tier, which includes the Adventurers Association and the Pioneers Association. The Pioneers Association's project, Pioneering City, is closely related to other forces. Ordinary Beast Tamers wishing to join Pioneering City must apply through the Pioneers Association, which also recruits talent. The Adventurers Association is all-encompassing, and regular Beast Tamers often join. It has few restrictions, providing a platform for people to buy and access information, find teammates, and sell items. When thinking about these forces, Wang Mu considered the uniqueness of breeders. Once they reach a certain level, breeders need to go out into the wild to gather materials based on their research directions, requiring escort personnel. Even after becoming a master breeder and signing contracts with some 7th-level Beast Tamers, it's still insufficient. At this point, breeders often collaborate with other forces. The two major associations are natural partners, requiring only payment for services that benefit all of humanity. Choosing other forces is different. Wang Mu believes his abilities are better suited for collaboration with the military. The military requires unified and powerful spirit beasts, and is also the main force in pioneering, collecting vast amounts of materials. If Wang Mu could choose freely, his capabilities would increase tenfold instantly, allowing him to select special materials for cultivation, whether spatial, temporal, or soul materials. With sufficient resources, anyone could achieve some results in their research. Wang Mu also values the military's influence. Many young people voluntarily serve in the military for 2 years after becoming Beast Tamers, with only a few exceptional individuals being absorbed into the ranks as officers. Most return to society after their service, but the military has a solid foundation within humanity. With his thoughts drifting, Wang Mu decided to head to the secret realm. Selling spirit beasts was no longer a concern, and his next task was to prepare for the premium auction on the 15th. Before entering the secret realm, Wang Mu pulled an internet cable from his house into the secret realm, allowing him to connect the networks inside and outside. This would enable him to perform operations such as uploading information on a few spirit beasts. Wang Mu gazed at the spirit beasts before him, feeling a sense of awe. These creatures possessed intermediate life attributes, which was quite rare, like dazzling gems emitting a unique glow. The number 1 ice spirit butterfly had a pseudo-beast king talent, with intermediate ice abilities, low-medium life, and medium-medium spirit. The number 2 life spirit butterfly, with a beast king talent, had lower intermediate life and upper intermediate spirit, mastering life blessing, life wave, and life perception spells, akin to a guardian of the forest. The number 3 exotic mushroom, also with a beast king talent, had lower intermediate life and spirit, and intermediate water, wood, and earth attributes, capable of splitting and life-sharing spells. The number 4 water spirit butterfly, with a beast king talent as well, had lower intermediate life and upper intermediate spirit, mastering advanced lower water spells, capable of unleashing the power of a water world and massive tsunamis. What these spirit beasts shared was their life attribute. Wang Mu had never seen such intermediate life attribute talents in public spirit beast auctions. He understood the uniqueness of life spirit patterns and realized that ordinary breeding masters could hardly cultivate such creatures. With just intermediate life attributes, these spirit beasts were already considered rare treasures. Adding other attributes and spells elevated them beyond rare, at least into the category of absolute rarities. Wang Mu internally assessed them, noting that according to the association's grading standards, these spirit beasts could all be classified as absolute rarities. However, he felt they still fell short. The Qingling could be placed in a category of its own, due to its unique world characteristics. This world was a spherical space, complete with all internal attributes, expanding with the owner's growing strength, though its spiritual energy was thin. Currently, it could only store some items and couldn't be effectively utilized. Despite its unimpressive appearance, Wang Mu was clear-minded about it. The beast space of an 8th-tier, Dominator-level Beast Tamer would evolve into a secret realm, and although his world was lacking in various aspects, it was a genuine world. Wang Mu planned to reach the level of a breeding master and then acquire updated knowledge from the association to fully understand all aspects before cultivating more spirit beasts with world characteristics. For now, he chose to proceed steadily. Advancing 1 or 2 steps ahead was fine, but being overly eager would lead to being entangled by greed. He returned to the secret realm not to breed, but to gather many materials and prepare to pack them up. Next, he intended to head to the association's grand secret realm for setup. According to the association's rules, once a breeder completed their teaching task, they would receive a permanent experimental site in the grand secret realm along with some materials, reflecting the association's care and support for ordinary breeders. Wang Mu placed a pile of previously purchased materials into a package, selecting a few to throw into a growing world. This world can absorb the spiritual energy from items, so special containers are required to store these materials. A single day was enough for Wang Mu to lay the foundation for a spiritual beast, but he spent considerable time organizing the things he needed to take. The materials required by a cultivator may seem few, but sorting and storing them is quite cumbersome. The next day, Wang Mu dialed the number for the Cultivators Association Academy. "Hello, this is Wang Mu. How has the academy arranged things?" The receptionist seemed flustered and quickly responded. "I'm sorry, Teacher Wang. I'm not in charge. Let me connect you." Shortly after, a calm female voice came on. "Hello, Teacher Wang. I'm Zhang Hong, the academy administrator. When you applied to come to Lehi City, the academy had already started entrance exams at various schools. The students have been waiting for your arrival. We saw your message on the back end a few days ago and informed the students to come to the school by October 1st. You can start teaching anytime." Wang Mu was surprised. Shanghai City is a large city with students ready for classes at any time, while Lehi City was arranged on short notice. He understood that no cultivator would specifically travel to such a place to teach. They were usually assigned there. He asked, "How many students are there in total?" Zhang Hong replied, "Teacher Wang, there are 12 students in total. Their information has already been sent to you." Wang Mu quickly browsed through the details and found that among the 12, there were 9 boys and 3 girls, with one boy being just 14 years old, clearly a prodigy. He told Zhang Hong, "Have them go to the Grand Secret Realm. Please inform them that I will bring some materials over, and they will be responsible for sorting them. This will be their entrance assessment." Material sorting is fundamental for cultivators. Without a solid foundation, they shouldn't enter the field. "All right, Teacher Wang, do you have any other arrangements?" Zhang Hong asked. "No, thank you." Wang Mu set off with Qing Ming, while Zhang Hong quickly notified the students to gather. She was excited, as Lehi City was not considered an official city. Normally, applying for the association to arrange a cultivator would likely result in a junior cultivator being sent. Now, with someone like Wang Mu, whose abilities rival those of a master cultivator, volunteering to come, she was happy for the children. She had intentionally set some tricky questions to filter out some students, not out of malice, but out of concern that Wang Mu, being young, might lack patience. Thus, she wanted to make an initial selection to prevent a few individuals from causing everyone to miss out on the opportunity. Having a teacher from a school that collaborates with masters is a rare opportunity, and she had to be cautious. When Wang Mu flew to the association, he suddenly thought of Zhu Tao, took a photo, and sent a message. "I'm here to teach again, but this time I'm the teacher, ha." After sending it, he didn't wait for a reply, as immediate responses were rare. With his pass, Wang Mu smoothly passed through the association's barriers. After stopping at the main entrance, he directly asked a guard, "Hello, could you please guide me to the Grand Secret Realm?" The young man quickly came over, and another took his place, thinking this new teacher was quite polite. "Teacher Wang, please follow me." They had already been informed. As they navigated the winding paths, Wang Mu observed the association, noting that its specifications were similar to those in Shanghai City. Shanghai City has the Shanghai Realm, with deep foundations built over hundreds or thousands of years, whereas Lehi City's Tianlei Realm. Wang Mu could only smile. While the basic infrastructure was decent, it was nothing more. Wang Mu watched from a distance as a lady stood in front of a portal with her 12 students, all lined up neatly. However, Wang Mu's attention was captivated by the Tianlei Realm. This ecopark, surrounded by an energy shield, shone like a brilliant jewel. The transparent shield resembled a thin crystal barrier, isolating the entire area from the outside world. Occasionally, a faint blue glow flickered across its surface, as if currents of electricity flowed within, adding a sense of mystery and technological allure. Through the barrier, tall trees with lush foliage and vines wrapped around their trunks could be seen, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and creating an atmosphere full of vitality. This was a standard feature of all the association's great secret realms. Despite being a secret realm, it was not enclosed within a vessel but displayed openly on the ground, allowing a clear view of its interior through the energy shield. Wang Mu floated effortlessly forward, propelled by his mental power, as Zhang Hong approached him proactively. Hello, Teacher Wang. I'm Zhang Hong. The students have been brought over, and your information has been entered into the system. You can freely enter and exit the Tianlei realm. Wang Mu nodded in response. Thank you. I've rearranged the teaching schedule for the students. If there are any issues after a month, please come to me. Zhang Hong smiled. No worries, Teacher Wang. You have your own rhythm, and we will cooperate with you. Kids, come over here. This is your teacher for the coming year, Teacher Wang. With Zhang Hong's introduction, the students greeted in unison. Hello, Teacher Wang. These students, aged between 14 and 16, were all tall, especially the 14-year-old who was already 6 feet tall. Their bodies were well developed, and they were at a stage where their internal energy systems were continuing to grow. Hearing the students' greetings, Wang Mu smiled. Hello, everyone. I'm your teacher, Wang Mu, currently an intermediate cultivator. Let's enter the Tianlei realm now. I need to assess your basics. He pointed to the materials behind him. I'll purposely mix them up, and you will need to reorganize them. After speaking, Wang Mu walked toward the portal, with the students naturally following, while Zhang Hong watched them leave, understanding that it was not her place to follow further. At this moment, the 12 students felt a sense of nervousness. Zhang Hong had repeatedly reminded them that their teachers were usually beginner cultivators, but Wang Mu, though appearing to be an intermediate cultivator, was actually close to the level of a master. More importantly, this young teacher was destined for even greater achievements in the future, making him a figure of great stature. Having such a person as their teacher meant that gaining his favor could provide them with tremendous resources and connections. Lin Xiao was the most anxious among them. At just 14, he had lost his parents in Kaichuo City and become an orphan. Fortunately, there was now a dedicated nurturing ground taking care of them. He studied hard, relying on a bit of talent, and finally gained admission to the Cultivator Academy, where he met Wang Mu. His former teacher had subtly mentioned some legacies within the cultivation industry, and Lin Xiao understood that this was an opportunity to change his destiny, requiring even greater effort. As they entered the Tianlei realm, Wang Mu was about to take flight, but suddenly remembered the group of students behind him. Since he had acquired the ability to share Qingming flight, he hardly ever walked normally, preferring to fly or use mental power if he couldn't. Now, he decided to take a more grounded approach. Wang Mu landed and began to move forward. He knew exactly where his territory was within the secret realm, but his students were completely unaware. As he led them for the first time to familiarize themselves with the path, they walked for about half an hour before reaching a forest by a lake. The spiritual energy here was at least at a level of 15, making it an ideal place for most spiritual beasts to thrive, and one of the better spots within the secret realm. According to the association's records, there was an 8th-tier spiritual spring in this lake, while his own was a 7th-tier spring. Additionally, the forest was home to many 5th-tier and above spiritual plants, herbs, and flowers, including a 6th-tier ghost grass, a parasitic plant. Ordinary parasitic plants merely survive, but this one could grow by absorbing the power of souls. Wang Mu had always known the plant's value and now speculated it might be related to soul materials. All these resources belonged to Wang Mu, making him feel a bit guilty. The ghost grass was as valuable as an 8th-tier material. He looked around, refocusing his attention. Under the influence of his mental power, some materials were stored in a lakeside laboratory, while others were placed in front of the students. Wang Mu believed that as a cultivator, it was essential to teach according to each student's ability, so he needed to observe their skills to decide on the materials each would receive and begin categorizing them. Numerous boxes were opened, and the materials piled up like a small mountain. The students quickly got to work, while Wang Mu entered the nearby laboratory to print a copy of his past insights. Upon returning, he found that several students had already organized half of the materials. To his surprise, all 12 students had sorted everything correctly so far, including the trap. He seed a bottle of Qingling liquid in a regular bamboo tube. Normally, one would open it to see what's inside before sorting, but they simply sensed it, sniffed through the bamboo, and left it alone, which was the correct approach. Next were the jade bamboo and mulberry leaves, some of which had dust on them. Some students left them alone, while others cleaned and dried them before setting them aside, also the correct method. Wang Mu found this fascinating, recalling that someone in his class had mishandled it even after a month of study. Realizing the students' proficiency, Wang Mu carefully observed their handling until they finished, with no mistakes in any detail. He nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging their excellent work, and noted that everyone had secured their basic points. In my class, the basic score is 50 points, and there's an additional 100 points for random assessments. A perfect score means graduation. However, everyone looked at Wang Mu with anticipation, understanding that however indicated a twist. I also have an individual assessment. Each of you will receive a copy of my insights, which are extensive and were recorded during my studies. They range from beginner to advanced cultivator level. You need to memorize them all within a week. There will be a theoretical exam afterward, with a perfect score recorded as 1 point, and there is no upper limit until your studies end. These points can be exchanged for 10 sets of commander-level cultivation materials. After 20 points, 1 point equals 1 million in funds, which can be used to select materials from the Cultivation Center. After 50 points, you can access my compiled basic spiritual patterns information. For students who hadn't formally begun learning about cultivation, they didn't know what spiritual patterns were, but being placed in the third tier indicated their value. The notes from Wang Mu's mentor were incredibly valuable, containing detailed information that would take an ordinary cultivator decades of study to grasp. Even without this knowledge, one could inscribe the same elemental markings on spirit beasts to enhance their innate abilities. Lin Xiao found the notebook challenging after flipping through a few pages. Gripping it tightly, he then relaxed, recognizing his teacher's unmatched generosity. The clear handwriting indicated it was personally written, instantly increasing its worth. While he was lost in excitement, his teacher's voice broke through. All right, note down the material information and head home. Come back for the exam on October 8th. After the exam, we'll start practical work. This schedule left the students struggling to keep up, incredulous at the prospect of hands-on learning. They were acutely aware of the material costs. For instance, the green jade bamboo leaves were common and inexpensive, but leaves above the 5th tier were worth tens of thousands. The mulberry leaves, although unusual, were not of a conventional attribute, and rare attributes of 6th or 7th tier leaves could reach hundreds of thousands or even millions in value. The opportunity for hands-on practice was an unexpected fortune. As they left, it became clear that despite his young age, Lin Xiao was the acknowledged leader of the class, far ahead in scores by over 20 points. Lin Qing, familiar with Lin Xiao due to their shared surname, whispered, "Lin Xiao, can you memorize all this in a week? I find it difficult and might need some potions to help." Lin Xiao shook his head. "I also need energy recovery potions." Lin Qing was momentarily speechless, thinking that even with potions, Lin Xiao still relied on his own memory. Considering Lin Xiao's situation, he refrained from saying more. "Let's work hard. This teacher is really impressive. I heard from my dad that the Qingmu Cultivation Center opened yesterday, and all the spirit beasts sold had life and spirit attributes. Though we're still students, with your excellent grades, you should understand this, right?" Lin Xiao nodded emphatically, understanding why Director Zhang was so serious about this level of skill. The group eagerly returned home to start reading and memorizing the materials. Since the content was written by Wang Mu during his school days, it was comprehensible, though some parts were quite advanced. Wang Mu only required memorization, not comprehension. The students could slowly digest the information and reach the level of advanced cultivators, as even the occasional insight was worth exploring further, paving the way to becoming certified cultivators. Wang Mu dared to use his past notes as teaching materials because of his confidence. He had already begun cultivating in the Tianlei realm, and he managed to process the materials sent by the military to the Qingmu Cultivation Center. Among them, the sea demon whale was astonishing. Its pitch-black body, 40 meters long, seemed to absorb all light, and even in death, it exuded a formidable presence. It was a beast above the level of a king, with a power level of 7. The sea demon whale was a viviparous beast, with embryos as large as 3 meters. Wang Mu first extracted the whale's bloodline, then activated it to imbue himself with the corresponding aura before cautiously approaching the embryo. This was a living being, requiring careful handling. Surprisingly, as Wang Mu approached, the embryo moved. Even more astonishing was that it formed a connection with him, sensing his talents. Wasn't it supposed to be a beast? The young siren whale has a bloodline value of 0, possesses the Lord's gift, and has high-level water and wind attributes. Its sound inheritance is of intermediate high level. The spells it has mastered include Siren's Voice, Heavy Water Domain, Bloodline Enslavement, Devour, Terror Soundwave, and Sea's Breath. In terms of characteristics, it is the king of deep water and the water master. This spirit beast is not a beast king but a lord, with both traits related to water and a domain in its inheritance. Wang Mu seems to have encountered Sea's Breath somewhere before, and it's rumored to possess immense power. Without hesitation, Wang Mu shared several spells. Although he couldn't achieve much in other aspects, at that moment, he felt he had gained a significant advantage. Sea's Breath allows one to merge with the sea, sense its currents, and even trigger tsunamis or large whirlpools. Isn't this the legendary spell capable of destroying a city? However, inherited spells are unlocked in sequence. Siren's Voice is the signature spell of the siren whale, capable of emitting alluring sounds that mesmerize and control those who hear it. Heavy Water Domain isn't a true domain, but a barrier spell similar to a water world, where the water is extremely dense, greatly enhancing the power of tsunami or impact-type spells. Bloodline Enslavement is quite intriguing, making Wang Mu realize this is a demon beast. It can enslave its kin, extracting their bloodline to strengthen itself when one's potential is insufficient. Consider your kin. The Devour spell is relatively ordinary but allows for rapid life recovery, highly practical, especially in the wild. Terror Sound Wave emits sound waves at specific frequencies, causing spatial tremors. This water-type demon beast possesses a signature, sound-based move. As for the wind attribute, Wang Mu is puzzled. Could it truly have wind-based spells? Wang Mu looked at the sound-based gift, feeling a bit regretful. Although his shared gift improved once at the 5th tier, it only allows for sharing all spells at an entry-level stage, without sharing attribute affinity. Still, this was enough. Wang Mu felt very pleased, as all the spells, except for Siren's Voice, were advanced level, and the power of Siren's Voice varies with the user's strength, starting at an intermediate level and potentially surpassing advanced spells. He eagerly wished to enhance himself, participate in assessments, and become a breeding master. This way, he could learn about different Lord Spirit beasts from the association. The standard for becoming a breeding master is to successfully breed 3 Lord-level spirit beasts of the same type, earning the master badge. After passing the assessment, he could continue to take assessments to increase his attributes. Currently, Wang Mu can only steadily breed the Lord-level Ice Crystal Butterfly with the ultimate Ice attribute. He roughly understands how to evolve the Ice Spirit Butterfly during its primal awakening, requiring the selection of sufficiently intelligent individuals, often relying on some luck. But Wang Mu doesn't need luck. Among the spirit butterflies he sells, those kept are excellent descendants carefully selected for their innate life and spirit attributes, excelling in all aspects. Using primal awakening and ice spell breeding, the evolution probability is as high as 40. If combined with ultimate ice, the probability exceeds 80. Wang Mu believes that breeding is full of uncertainties. He started with the spirit attribute, initially with what attributes spirit beasts, and now with ultimate ice attribute. During this time, Wang Mu plans to gradually breed lore-type spirit butterflies and create a feasible blueprint for spirit beast evolution. As long as the conditions are met, Wang Mu can undergo an evolution here, a temptation no one can resist. At that time, Wang Mu will effortlessly share the magic, and once he acquires it, he can continue to study more powerful evolutions, benefiting both himself and the Beast Tamers, creating a win-win situation. With this in mind, Wang Mu began observing the growth of the siren whale, and once it was born, he fed it venomous jellyfish, monitoring its physical data. Meanwhile, Wang Mu also prepared the exam questions. He was very familiar with the content. By thoroughly mastering the knowledge and identifying key points, he could create questions. Recalling his doctoral days, he had once tutored a high school student and felt confident in teaching children. Wang Mu knew he excelled academically, and in other areas, he just aimed to avoid trouble. The siren whale grew rapidly. After 4 days in the outside world, it reached the 5th tier in the secret realm, concluding Wang Mu's observations. If a Lord-level beast grows to the 6th or 7th tier, handling it becomes more challenging. So, Wang Mu pressed a button, injecting various reagents into the massive water tank of the hatchery, and the dark whale slowly sank into the water, with Wang Mu showing regret. The whale's appearance matched his aesthetic, looking very cool, but its sharing level never increased, so he had to dispose of it. However, he could cultivate one himself. An idea sparked in Wang Mu's mind. The siren whale had wind attributes. Should he fuse it with the bloodline of the Qingfeng eagle to create a dual form? The mythical Kuanpeng was like this, a Kuan in the sea, a Peng in the sky. Although challenging, Wang Mu was merely contemplating. Perhaps it could be realized in the future, but he shouldn't aim too high now. Qingming gracefully flew above the water tank, hovering over the surface. Instantly, the entire tank froze over, the siren whale's life force gradually dissipating until it vanished completely. It was dead. Such was the power of Qingming. Its combination skills were incredibly strong, and even a single elemental blade could bypass all types of shields, while the ultimate ice was especially effective against water. Adding absorption magic showcased its power just now. Wang Mu extracted its bloodline for Qingling to absorb. Though ineffective for special spirit beasts like the Rift Skybird, it was useful for ordinary spirit beasts. A week felt too short for Wang Mu. He was frustrated by the lack of time. However, after a week of learning, his students were all energized and eager to take the exam, ready to demonstrate their abilities. This week of study could get them into the Breeder Academy, proving their family's support. As parents, who wouldn't be interested in their child's teacher, especially when both the Qingmu Breeding Center and Wang Mu were so renowned, making it hard not to know. And upon learning, everyone was shocked, as the content of the Qingmu Breeding Center's 15th premium auction was exposed, sparking heated discussions, even attracting 7th-tier peak Beast Tamers from nearby towns. However, some members of the Adventurers Association, during their downtime, had a different perspective. It's tough. These 7th-tier peak experts might not stand a chance. This is an auction, after all, where ordinary sales prohibit the overlords from participating, but auctions have no such restrictions. Yes, The intermediate life attributes are something many ordinary leaders cannot obtain, either because they are injured or cannot afford to buy spirit beasts. However, this premium auction has brought out so many spirit beasts. Although I dare not say it openly, saying it wouldn't make a difference. Haven't you seen the regulations of the Qingmu Breeding Center? Only members can purchase these spirit beasts. Even if these leaders come, they can only request to see the breeder. Others might have a chance. Speaking of this breeder, they are truly remarkable. A few days ago, someone saw a Beast King level spirit beast at the breeding center, including the water spirit butterfly and the wood spirit butterfly. They are unique, leading to speculation that they might be the first generation Beast King, possessing king level qualifications. Haha. Oldly, your information is outdated. Someone even saw a Lord level spirit beast, the ice crystal butterfly, appearing in the ecological garden. Most importantly, its attributes can be scanned. Not only is it Lord level, but it's also of the pure ice attribute. You wonder if the icebound leader might be tempted? What's going on? How do you know so much? Are you primitive people? The street dragon, the fictional dragon, has verified it. How could it be fake? This person immediately checked the Everything Network and indeed found a related post by the fictional dragon. It's not a person but a special spirit beast, a product of the royal dragon king and the fictional king, living in the data world, often appearing in the real world as an avatar, affectionately called the street dragon. It pays attention to every region's Everything Network, and the discussion about the Qingmu Breeding Center on the Everything Network in Leihaicheng is very high, so it naturally doesn't miss it. It has also visited the breeding center and notified the city lord's office to maintain order in the city. Although it thinks the nickname Street Dragon is quite good, it is actually diligent and responsible, a guardian of the data world. When Wang Mu was preparing to set off for the Thunder Realm, he was curious about how passersby could know the term first-generation Beast King. These passersby were not simple. After browsing a lot of information, Wang Mu realized it was due to the fictional dragon. He had been in Shanghai City for so many years and had never seen it appear. This street dragon was only active in highly popular cities. Wang Mu suspected its growth and evolution were related to data, hence its interest. But why does the fictional dragon focus on these? Oh, I get it. I set the membership condition for the auction, and many people can't buy it. So some leaders want to come to me for custom spirit beasts, but it's actually unnecessary. Membership can be directly registered. Don't they see that? Wang Mu wondered, but now that he had arrived at the Thunder Realm, he no longer paid attention to others. The Thunder Realm was designed with breeders' lectures in mind, with allocated areas for laboratories and teaching equipment. Wang Mu set a navigation route straight to the classroom and used his mind power to distribute the exam papers. Soon, it was time for his scheduled class, and a group of students entered the classroom one after another, greeting him. Hello, teacher. Good morning, teacher. Hello, teacher. All right, everyone sit down and start the exam. The atmosphere instantly became tense as everyone sat down to answer the questions. Wang Mu glanced over and found that most of the tension came from practical classes, rather than concerns about the questions. Wang Mu was very satisfied. It seemed everyone had studied seriously and was quite sensible. If they truly followed his plan, passing the intermediate breeder assessment would be more than enough. Of course, he hoped these newcomers would continue on this path. In the first exam, Wang Mu evaluated the students on their basics and attitude. The correct answers on the test paper gave him great satisfaction. Observing the anxious faces below, he softened his expression slightly and announced an additional 5 points to everyone's base score before leading them to the laboratory. Lin Xiao immediately followed, with Lin Qing close behind. All three appeared somewhat apprehensive, especially when faced with the sophisticated laboratory. Upon entering the lab, Lin Xiao instantly recognized the venomous jellyfish specimen immersed in a tank, as Wang Mu's voice echoed in his ears. The toxin of the venomous jellyfish is quite unique. It can be layered onto any attack, and after several applications, it becomes a lethal toxin. Wang Mu continued, my personal approach is for beast masters to use the blessing of life against venomous jellyfish, rendering any toxin ineffective. However, this notion is somewhat irresponsible, he added. Sea spirits, water spirits, lady of the flowers, or rose spirits possess purification powers that can neutralize toxins, but these spirit beasts are quite rare. Therefore, he was working on breeding new spirit beasts to implement biological control. Does anyone know the source of the venomous jellyfish's toxicity? Wang Mu inquired. Lin Xiao was well acquainted with the venomous jellyfish, as were the others, living in Leihai City. In a brief moment of distraction, someone quickly answered, Teacher, during the polyp stage, venomous jellyfish reside in the azure seaweed forests. This seaweed is inherently toxic, and the creatures living among it are often poisonous. The jellyfish's polyps accumulate toxins by consuming these organisms, akin to material evolution. Once the jellyfish matures, the toxic properties mutate, even dissolving some of its organs and replacing its bodily fluids. Ultimately, the venomous jellyfish evolves from a water-ran toxin attribute to a purely toxic one, with toxins potent enough to kill a 7th-level beast master, spirit beast, or demon beast? Wang Mu nodded but did not award any extra points. He then asked, if you were to design a biological control plan, how would you do it? 12 tablets appeared in front of them, and Wang Mu announced, start thinking now, and upload your plans in 5 minutes. He walked over to a glass tank containing numerous small jellyfish, all bred from the bloodline of venomous jellyfish spirit beasts. Others struggled with formulating a biological control plan, while Wang Mu considered a more straightforward approach: breed a similar species to occupy the venomous jellyfish's ecological niche. This would not only increase the population of spirit beasts available for contracts, but also be beneficial, albeit challenging, and not easily achievable by ordinary breeders. His gaze settled on an unusually large venomous jellyfish, and he mused, this mature venomous jellyfish, with a bloodline level of 1, has an elite talent, with both water and toxin attributes at a low-medium level, possessing entry-level whirlpool and venom attachment spells. Although this jellyfish is only the size of a fingernail, it has already passed its juvenile stage and become an adult, yet it will take time to grow to a normal diameter of 1 to 2 meters. Female jellyfish begin energy storage in January and February, lay eggs in March, and males release sperm, leading to hatching. By May and June, the ocean sees a surge of venomous jellyfish. While ordinary venomous jellyfish are only of excellent grade and produce tens of thousands of offspring, with only a few surviving, breeders can easily proliferate them by the tens or hundreds of millions in a short time. When the time comes to cultivate the king of the species and release it into the ocean, a little care will be needed initially, but eventually, it will take root. Although Wang Mu has already devised a plan, he intends to see what answers the students can offer, as they might provide valuable insights. If successful, it would be credited to them, proving their talent as cultivators. 10 minutes quickly passed, and all the proposals were submitted. Wang Mu first reviewed Zhu Mingxiu's plan, which suggested using blue gold seaweed as the foundational plant. This plant is easier to edit and could be cultivated into a stronger, non-toxic variety to replace existing seaweed, thus eliminating the breeding grounds for venomous jellyfish. While the method is correct and seaweed is indeed easier to select and cultivate, he realized it didn't take the vastness of the ocean into account, making the plan impractical. Next was Lin Zhao's proposal, which involved breeding fighting fish. This peculiar creature reminded Wang Mu of the honey badger, always ready for a fight. Fighting fish love to eat venomous jellyfish, particularly feeding on their young. Wang Mu suddenly thought that combining this approach with his own plan could expedite the extinction of the venomous jellyfish beast. Although he had considered breeding fighting fish before and tested it in a secret realm, he eventually abandoned the idea, because even as spiritual beasts, they remained aggressive and would revert to beastly nature after consuming too many venomous jellyfish. Now he could release a large number of fighting fish alongside the spiritual beast jellyfish, quickly suppressing the survival space of the venomous jellyfish beasts. Despite being unremarkable as a standalone plan, Wang Mu continued to review the 3rd, 4th, up to the 12th proposal, finding no surprises. Although all the plans were passable, he found them mediocre, reflecting the level of ordinary cultivators. He hoped that, with time, everyone would make progress. Wang Mu had a complex plan but ultimately chose a straightforward and forceful approach, breeding spiritual beast venomous jellyfish and using Lin Zhao's fighting fish plan in tandem. He had the bloodlines of fighting fish, venomous jellyfish, blackback turtles, and swordfish, along with nearly all low-level materials, allowing students creative freedom in spiritual beast cultivation over a week. In the secret realm with 20 times time acceleration, this period would suffice. Wang Mu casually posted the laboratory layout on the door, entrusting Qing Ming with its supervision, and began his cultivation. The venomous jellyfish had yet to produce a species king, lacking leadership, and were merely scattered individuals in the ocean, easily wiped out. To ensure natural reproduction, the bloodline needed stability, so he couldn't rely on innate abilities as a shortcut. With the 20 times time acceleration of the Great Secret Realm, 1 day equaled 20 days, and ample food allowed numerous jellyfish to grow rapidly and begin reproducing. The new generation of jellyfish started at a higher shared level, with Wang Mu sharing mastery-level water spells. Within just a couple of days, some newly born jellyfish reached the leader level. Wang Mu continued his efforts, determined to produce a beast king. The students working alongside Wang Mu in the experiment were utterly astonished. Their teacher, Mr. Wang, had managed to cultivate venomous jellyfish from excellent and elite levels to the leader level, showcasing the prowess of a true breeding master. However, they were unaware that Wang Mu had actually been quite restrained. He avoided granting the jellyfish advanced spells like Water World, fearing the emergence of a beast with the abilities akin to a race's sovereign. Since the two types of venomous jellyfish had similar bloodlines, acquiring powerful spells could lead to unimaginable consequences. Jellyfish at the leader level were just a step away from becoming beast kings. Wang Mu conducted various water element rune experiments on them. He chose offensive water spells like water arrows, water knives, water swords, and high-pressure water jets, inscribing these runes onto the jellyfish. Concurrently, he selected defensive spells such as water rings, water walls, water shields, and water barriers to engrave. As the experiments progressed, the two types of jellyfish began to exhibit distinct personality traits. One became more aggressive with enhanced water affinity, while the other developed stronger poison attributes, shifting its combat style to primarily poison attacks, using water spells for defense and delay. Even more astonishing was the evolution of the jellyfish, where the dispersed basic runes began to merge, with similar runes combining. Wang Mu realized his understanding of runes was still superficial and decided to delve deeper, which required extensive experimentation. He had not yet begun cultivating the turtle beast runes he acquired from a secret realm, so he decisively chose to cultivate the blackback turtle. Ideally, Wang Mu should have selected Earth or would attribute turtle spirit beasts, but he was not bound by convention. After cultivating the blackback turtle, he opted to merge it with the Earth attribute beast, the shield turtle's bloodline, gradually eliminating the blackback turtle's lineage. This endeavor took Wang Mu 2 days, while the students felt the passage of time through the cultivation of spirit beasts. Watching their teacher cultivate various spirit beasts in front of them and multitask placed immense pressure on them. Initially, the students were eager until one mistake caused all progress to be lost, forcing them to start over. This error compelled them to focus, eliminating external distractions and dedicating themselves to cultivation. However, there were students who took a different approach. Dong Yu, a socially anxious individual, after cultivating a water swordfish nearly identical to the original, realized that the teacher's direct demonstration was both a distraction and a lesson. Without dwelling on her failure, she quickly gathered herself to observe Wang Mu's cultivation process. She noticed that Mr. Wang always used instruments to examine the spirit beasts before formulating a detailed plan, with slight variations in materials for each beast. More importantly, Mr. Wang actually possessed detection spells, and the use of instruments was deliberately shown as part of the teaching. Finding gains and losses, Dong Yu immersed herself in the art of cultivation. Under Mr. Wang's intense training, she made progress in just half a day, understanding the reasons for her failure and how to improve her cultivation steps. On the final day, Dong Yu rehatched the water swordfish, along with water-attributed water jade and ice-attributed blue ice, paired with ice-attributed green spirit liquid. Although this cultivation was rather rushed, Dong Yu was full of confidence. By evening, the water swordfish finally evolved and gained ice attributes. At this moment, Dong Yu beamed with a radiant smile. She had succeeded. The water swordfish, originally attacking by enveloping itself in a water sword, had now transformed into an ice sword, not only increasing its attack power but also providing defense. This was a direct optimization, marking a successful cultivation. At the end of the week, Wang Mu did not allow the students to leave that evening, but instead began giving feedback directly. Each person in the class had a student number, and Wang Mu started his evaluations with Lin Xiao, who was number 1. Lin Xiao had been cultivating a variant of the venomous jellyfish. This variant did not interact with toxic materials or food from a young age, but when lightning-type materials were added, it gained the ability to paralyze. Wang Mu commented, "Good thinking. Water and lightning attributes have high compatibility, which can create combo techniques. However, the venomous jellyfish is originally of excellent grade, yet the spirit beast you cultivated is of ordinary grade, which is really not up to standard." When he reached Zhu Mingxiu, who was number 2, Wang Mu frowned slightly and asked, "The blackback turtle is water attribute, and you added earth and metal attributes to induce cultivation. Were you trying to further enhance its defense?" Zhu Mingxiu replied, "Yes, teacher." Wang Mu shook his head. "Then you're mistaken. The blackback turtle itself has excellent grade bloodline, but it's low level. Although the low stage is the easiest to change attributes, a pure water-type blackback turtle should be cultivated with water-type materials, or its bloodline will degrade. For example, all of yours are ordinary bloodlines. Next time, don't only consider the advantages of attributes. In fact, every attribute is very versatile. Water attributes also have defensive materials, like vortex stone and shell water beads." Number 3 was Dong Yu, and Wang Mu praised her performance. "Not bad. Although you started off poorly, you didn't get discouraged and relearned and cultivated, optimizing your approach to turn the water swordfish into an ice swordfish. I won't bother criticizing your first attempt, but your second attempt gets a 1 point. By the way, actually equipping the water swordfish with a vortex stone is also good, allowing it to feel the power of rotation, turning the water sword into a high-pressure water gun or a spiral water sword." Wang Mu's knowledge was quite extensive, easily guiding the students while also expanding their knowledge. If these directions were cultivated deeply, creating elite-grade spirit beasts wouldn't be an issue. After finishing his feedback, Wang Mu assigned a new course. Every breeder has a mind full of imagination. During school, almost everyone has thought about what kind of spirit beast they want to cultivate. There's still half a month left, so take a day to perfect your cultivation plan. then apply for materials and complete a cultivation independently. Remember, know your limits. Even though I can provide materials for dominant level creations, you lack the ability to handle them. After speaking, Wang Mu posted prepared papers that included 1. Assess the feasibility of the plan. A success rate below 50 needs optimization. 2. Apply for materials from the association. 50 billion funds are pressured, and this phase is to get familiar with the association's process. 3. Apply for a laboratory and become proficient with the equipment. 4. Perfect the cultivation plan, correct mistakes promptly, and conduct risk assessments, as some spirit beast cultivation processes are fraught with danger. 5. Conduct testing after cultivation. If standards are not met, recultivate. There were actually more detailed contents, but those were foundational, and Wang Mu would observe them during their cultivation. Whether they could quickly earn basic points depended on this practice. The next day, the students arrived early to the classroom to refine their previous ideas. With the support of theoretical knowledge and hands-on cultivation from the past week, they were now equipped with the ability to independently complete a cultivation plan. Wang Mu occasionally scanned with his mental power, while spending the rest of his time researching spell runes. For instance, the same spell, Leaf Blade, when taught to the green leaf butterfly at the beginner, proficient, and expert levels, had almost no impact, but once at the mastery level, every advancement would deeply affect the spirit butterfly. Wang Mu carefully controlled each level of magic shared with the jellyfish, observing the subtle changes in the magic runes at each stage and their effects. This was a massive undertaking because the same rune appeared almost identical at different stages, requiring repeated observation and study to identify differences. After 4 or 5 days of effort, although Wang Mu hadn't yet summarized the specific changes in the runes, he understood that the runes of mastery-level magic would merge with the jellyfish's own runes, enhancing them and thereby boosting the creature's bloodline and innate abilities. This touched on the essence of rune cultivation, and Wang Mu immersed himself in nurturing the jellyfish, sharing various mastery-level spells with it. If it was a water-type spell, the runes would blend with the jellyfish's runes, enhancing its water-type abilities. If it was a wood or other element, it would grant additional attributes, but this could affect the existing water affinity, so more attributes weren't necessarily better, and compatibility had to be considered. Most spirit beasts originated from mythical beasts, and in ancient times, some mythical beasts had all or multiple attributes, though not all did. For instance, the venomous jellyfish, in Wang Mu's rune compatibility experiments, showed high compatibility with water, poison, and lightning attributes. Therefore, to cultivate a multi-attribute venomous jellyfish, choosing these 3 attributes water, poison, and lightning was the best approach. With just the basic spells of these 3 types, the venomous jellyfish Wang Mu was nurturing began to evolve. Its life energy leaked out, forming a water-blue egg with blue-purple stripes. Wang Mu was stunned, puzzled. Was this even possible? Jellyfish aren't supposed to lay eggs. At that moment, Wang Mu's watch beeped, and when he checked it, the built-in assistant program had detected a special energy fluctuation, asking if he wanted to perform a scan. Wang Mu squinted, thinking this egg was not ordinary. It seemed he had ventured into special cultivation. After the scan, the results showed it as an ancient evolution egg. Evolution eggs evolve from the essence of life, awakening ancient powers in the bloodline, transforming into an ancient form, but not necessarily suited for the current environment. Archaeological findings suggest that all life was blessed by the phoenix god, capable of transforming into egg form for additional evolution. Wang Mu, bewildered, thought this truly was an extraordinary world. Could they really turn into eggs? He was eager to know the properties of this egg. The properties of the electric jellyfish egg were displayed as follows. 1. Bloodline. With ancient talents transforming into ancient-level talents. Water element. High-level, high-grade. Lightning element. Mid-level, low-grade. Poison element. Low-level, low-grade spells. Characteristics included beginner-level electric chains, electric tentacles, paralyzing water flow, toxic water, and extraordinary regeneration, which allowed quick recovery if damage was under 40. As its power increased, the effects of ancient traits would also enhance, along with a combative nature that made the venomous jellyfish more aggressive. The shared level was 4. Wang Mu was amazed to find that the spells shared were actually composite spells, and what truly shocked him was that the jellyfish's affinity for water attributes had reached the pinnacle for ordinary spirit beasts. The lightning attribute was at an intermediate level, while the currently popular poison attribute was only at a basic level. Wang Mu's knowledge of history is quite solid, particularly regarding the era when spiritual energy was scarce on the continent. During that time, many mythical beasts struggled to find habitats rich in spiritual energy, forcing them to reverse evolve and seal away their bloodline abilities. As spiritual energy began to recover, these beasts failed to awaken again. Through studying the history of these spirit beasts, Wang Mu gradually shifted his focus to spell research. He discovered that dual attribute spells could naturally integrate spiritual patterns, and altering a spirit beast with a single spell was far less effective than using composite spells. The fusion of spiritual patterns from different attributes became his new research subject. At this point, Wang Mu couldn't help but grumble inwardly, wondering why there couldn't be a legacy to follow. Otherwise, every breeder would waste a significant amount of time at this stage. However, he understood that he wasn't the only one who had thought of this problem. Oh well, he thought, after a few days, I'll take the assessment. Once I become a breeding master, I'll surely have the qualifications to uncover some truths. The electric jellyfish's potential had significantly improved due to ancient evolution, but Wang Mu felt its life force was unstable. If it couldn't adapt to the current environment, it would eventually collapse. He reached out to touch the electric jellyfish, feeling a slight tingling sensation on his fingers, and let his mental energy flow into the jellyfish to engrave life's spiritual patterns. This was the best way to prevent its collapse. If the electric jellyfish could quickly grow stronger, the problem would resolve itself off course. The ideal solution would be a domain. Both mythical beasts and spirit beasts could use domains to transform the environment into one that best suited them. After a quick engraving, the electric jellyfish's aura indeed stabilized. Wang Mu poked it, feeling its cool, jelly-like texture, and the jellyfish extended a tentacle in response. Wang Mu pondered whether the electric jellyfish was a beast king or a lord. It was said that ancient bloodlines were highly specialized, and this jellyfish needed further study to identify its weaknesses. If the shortcomings were too great, its impressive surface data would merely be a facade. He activated his telekinesis, using a water sphere to envelop the electric jellyfish for instrument testing. The little creature seemed to regard Wang Mu as a playmate, making water spheres float around it with remarkable control over the water's spiritual energy. Wang Mu thought to himself, behave, stay here for a while. He communicated this to the electric jellyfish through mental energy, but before he finished, he realized a glaring issue that didn't even require testing. The electric jellyfish was actually mentally deficient. Its mental strength was extraordinarily weak, and it only responded to Wang Mu because it saw him as its closest companion. If it encountered anyone or anything else, it would attack directly, unable to comprehend the meaning of mental waves. Such a spirit beast was really unsuitable for contracting, or it could only be contracted from the Hydra stage, but that state. Wang Mu understood that the ancient times weren't entirely beneficial. Otherwise, why would evolution lead to the current forms? Nonetheless, ancient evolution was still worth exploring as it could yield many good things, like various traits. He had somewhat mastered how to perform ancient evolution. The Qingling clan wouldn't try it, but his kin would. If there was a good evolution, they would share it. If not, there was no need to waste time. Wang Mu's lab was separate from other students, so no one saw what was happening here. He planned to speed up the process and cultivate a venomous jellyfish beast king, then participate in the assessment. Having encountered new knowledge, he was eager to learn more. Although he could explore slowly on his own, it would be foolish not to utilize the achievements of his predecessors. Wang Mu held a book in his hand, its pages filled with various symbols he had drawn, representing the spirit patterns he had explored. Through several days of in-depth research, Wang Mu gradually realized that magical spirit patterns are constant and unchanging. This characteristic allowed him to eliminate most interferences and focus on targeted cultivation. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage, as this method of cultivation led to a singular outcome, lacking variability. Although traditional spell cultivation does not fall under the four major methods, Wang Mu's approach was clearly unique. Other cultivators might only teach a few advanced spells, but lacked proficiency, preventing them from extracting the essence. Nonetheless, the essence of spell cultivation is still the cultivation of spirit patterns, or rather, the endpoint and essence of all cultivation is spirit patterns. These are the origin. From the beginning, Wang Mu concentrated on spirit pattern cultivation, paving a smoother path for his future endeavors. With his students still in the lab, Wang Mu felt a sense of responsibility and decided not to undergo assessment. After some thought, he decided to cultivate a large number of fighting fish and use shared talents for cultivation. This way, even if they reproduced, their offspring wouldn't become stronger. After all, if fighting fish consumed too much of the venomous jellyfish toxin, they would revert to being beasts, unable to become adversaries. Meanwhile, Wang Mu extracted some life-related spirit patterns from them, shortening their lifespan. Wang Mu also contacted the military, arranging for them to collect this batch of spirit beasts the next day. He planned to cultivate the Beast King venomous jellyfish today. Wang Mu had mastered all beginner-level water spells, with each spell reaching above mastery level, and many a perfection level. He shared these spells with the venomous jellyfish, combined with advanced water spells, and completed the cultivation in just a few minutes. The outcome was almost certain: a Beast King and a group of pseudo-Beast Kings. If released back into the sea, these pseudo-Beast Kings could potentially become true Beast Kings. In the future, if Beast Tamers encounter venomous jellyfish spirit beasts in the wild, they could attempt to tame them. However, wild spirit beasts possess a natural wildness, respecting strength, and usually required defeating them to tame them. Wang Mu remembered that initially, The continent only had beasts, but some beasts, by chance, consumed treasures and gained intelligence. Influenced by these intelligent beasts, their descendants gradually lost their ferocity, learned to think, and developed communication abilities. They evolved into naturally born spirit beasts, like the strange mushrooms. In nature, they are also spirit beasts. As human territories expanded, the birth spirit trees grew everywhere, purifying the violent elements of spiritual energy. In peaceful environments, some beasts no longer actively attacked humans, and occasionally spirit beasts were born. At this time, after the operator reported the information, Zhao Jinglei began arranging personnel. Hu Yun, who did not have a very harmonious relationship with him, snorted coldly upon hearing the news, thinking to himself that Zhao was quite the strategist. Clearly, he recognized Wang Mu's capabilities and sincerely hoped that this effort against the venomous jellyfish would be effective. As a chief who rose from the grassroots, Hu Yun carved out a space through his strength. Thus he did not think highly of Zhao Jinglei, who rose through connections. However, relationships are extremely important, so he occasionally targeted Zhao Jinglei. Only when he discovered real mistakes would he take action. Now, Zhao Jinglei had been trained by him to the point of nearly not making mistakes, which made Hu Yun feel very gratified. Although Hu Yun minded Zhao Jinglei's entry through connections, once he had the corresponding abilities, he no longer cared. Can Zhao Jinglei really not see through this? However, his boss's sarcastic comment wasn't just a simple jab at him. On second thought, Zhao Jinglei found it amusing how, after all these years, things were still so awkward. He shook his head slightly and said helplessly, "Captain Hu, if you have a task for me, just say it directly. Sometimes it's hard to guess." Hu Yun snorted before saying, "You're quite the talker. This time, you should go in person and ask the breeder if they're interested in collaborating with us. Once he becomes a master, it might be difficult to invite him." Zhao Jinglei hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Captain Hu, you might need to handle this yourself. We've analyzed Wang Mu's personality. Just tell him directly. As long as you're straightforward, he'll give you an answer right away, regardless of whether he agrees or not. I tend to complicate simple matters, so I'm not the best fit for this task." Hu Yun's face darkened. He was known for speaking bluntly, which often offended people. However, his strong abilities meant others had to put up with it initially, but over time, they realized he was just not good with words and was actually a good person. Knowing himself well, he didn't hesitate to refuse. "No, you're more suitable. I order you to go." Zhao Jinglei felt a headache coming on. How could someone be so stubborn? Yet, he really had to obey, so he switched tactics. "Understood, but I request that you accompany me, Captain Hu, to help remedy the situation if necessary." This time, Hu Yun agreed, curious about why Zhao Jinglei had to go. The next day, the two set off together. After confirming that Wang Mu was in the Tianlei realm, they entered it. As soon as they entered, Hu Yun criticized, "Why is this place still like this?" Despite using many valuable resources, there was no significant output of good spirit beasts. The Legion's spirit beasts weren't exclusively supplied by any particular breeder. They couldn't afford it due to the sheer number of people. Typically, a city's breeder association provided them. Initially, to secure a stable supply, Hu Yun decided to incorporate a few 9th-level treasures into the Tianlei realm, but it ended up being disappointing. Wang Mu's laboratory was located in the central area of the Tianlei realm, requiring them to pass through several places. Along the way, the accompanying Legion members tried to suppress their laughter. There were hundreds of grass sprites, but only a handful of flower sprites. What was the association doing? And the cloud serpents? Still just leaders, with no beast kings. The Lord-level Thunderbirds ended up with only a few beast kings. Was this the association standard? Their disappointment continued until they reached a lake, where Hu Yun finally fell silent. He was immediately drawn to a spirit beast. Though nothing was visible to the naked eye, he knew there was a spirit beast in the laboratory, seemingly using some ability to become invisible. From Hu Yun's perspective, this Lord-level spirit beast, although lacking a domain or territory, had an incredibly strong essence and an unbelievably solid foundation. With a bit of growth, it would be a standout among lords. Additionally, there was a frozen area by the lake, where an ice crystal butterfly resided. He recognized it instantly, as it was quite popular online recently, attracting even novices to Leihai City. However, for some reason, the Qingmu breeding facility had postponed the auction. This sparked much discussion, but no one complained afterward, as the Qingmu breeding facility upgraded the rare auction to an exceptional one, featuring more spirit beasts. This meant more opportunities, so naturally, no one objected. At that moment, Hu Yun caught a glimpse of a garden next to the laboratory, where a dozen or so spirit butterflies were gracefully dancing among the flowers, as if performing an elegant ballet. Their unique charm captivated his attention. He instinctively took a few steps closer but then remembered the breeder and, with a pang of anxiety, turned and headed straight to the lab. A rapid knocking sounded at the door. Wang Mu knew it was the Legion, so he used his mind power to open the door without looking up and said, "Go to Section 2. Take the fighting fish and the venomous jellyfish and release them at the right time. Zhao Jinglei. Take people to collect the spirit beasts. Hu Yun finished giving orders and turned to Wang Mu, asking, "May I take a look at those spirit butterflies in the garden?" Wang Mu finally shifted his gaze from the turtles to Hu Yun. He knew this person, one of the commanders of the Leihai City Legion. Though only at the 7th rank, he had a remarkable history of slaying dominant-level beasts. Such a person should be worthy of a glance from the spirit butterflies, right? Without hesitation, Wang Mu nodded in agreement. "Sure, go ahead." In the next moment, a gust of wind blew, and the person at the door had vanished. Wang Mu smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "A good beast tamer, sincerity is precious. I hope the spirit butterflies take a liking to him." Previously, Wang Mu had worried that the spirit butterflies might miss their optimal growth phase and had discussed it with them during a return trip to the secret realm. The butterflies were eager to grow stronger, and with the companionship of a beast tamer, Wang Mu would help them evolve in the future, so they decided to follow his arrangements. Now, they stayed with Wang Mu wherever he went, reluctant to part. At this moment, seeing a human suddenly approach, the butterflies were filled with longing, which couldn't go unnoticed. It was clear that this was a beast tamer arranged by their master. Originally feeling restless about leaving their master, the sudden appearance of this beast tamer did not impress the spirit butterflies, and they ignored Hu Yun entirely. However, the master's instructions echoed in their minds, so they secretly observed Hu Yun. They couldn't deny that this human was indeed impressive. His water attribute aura felt as deep and vast as the ocean to the water spirit butterflies. Compared to past beast tamers, this one was evidently qualified. The water spirit butterflies realized a significant issue. Was their master hinting at something by allowing this person to come? They stopped ignoring him and flew over Hu Yun's head, dousing his clothes with a water ball. Hu Yun, however, was thrilled, thinking, "Is this their way of accepting me?" He had little concept of breeding, though he could tell these were Beast King spirit butterflies, incomparable to his own lord-level spirit beasts, but his intuition told him that each of these butterflies held potential not inferior to a lord. Despite the oddity of the gap between lord and beast king, Hu Yun trusted his instincts. For example, he hadn't even looked at the ice crystal butterfly because he already knew it would never give him a second glance. He had focused on the ice crystal butterfly and hadn't realized that all the other spirit butterflies were first-generation beast kings. None of this mattered much to him. Hu Yun allowed his clothes to be soaked and cautiously reached out to touch the water spirit butterfly. The water spirit butterfly wondered, "Is this guy an idiot?" It had already prepared a defensive spell, and finding the situation dull, the water spirit butterfly suddenly transformed into a stream, splashing onto a flower, its unexpected weight bending the branch of a tin-colored flower, and the water droplets eventually soaked into the soil. It turned out to be a water clone. Hu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Despite being in a safe environment, his vigilance never wavered, and any slight disturbance would catch his attention. However, he hadn't noticed Shui Lingdai casting a spell, which was unexpected. After all, Shui Lingdai's aura was only at the 5th tier. Another question arose in Hu Yun's mind. Elemental doppelganger spells seemed far from simple. Such spells aren't ordinary. They require an advanced affinity with spiritual energy, as well as a spirit beast's control over spiritual power and understanding of spiritual energy to transform into the corresponding element, such as water, fire, wind, or lightning. All signs pointed to the fact that this Shui Lingdai was not ordinary. The more he thought about it, the more he liked it. He removed the moisture from his clothes, tidied his appearance, and knocked on the laboratory door again. "Teacher Wang Mu, may I ask if your Shui Lingdai is looking for a beast master?" Hu Yun imitated Zhao Jinglei's tone, trying to sound as tactful as possible. Wang Mu already understood what had happened, stopped his experiment, and replied, "It's considering it, but it must first take a liking to the person." Hu Yun immediately felt uplifted and relieved. "That's great. Will it be at the auction?" "Yes." Wang Mu sensed Hu Yun's confidence and didn't want to dampen his spirits. This time, Shui Lingdai told Wang Mu that this person seemed promising, with a high chance of success. This was undoubtedly good news. With confirmation, Hu Yun felt at ease. His membership was already registered, and he only had to wait for next month's auction. However, he still remembered his task, as Zhao Jinglei hadn't shown up, clearly intending for him to negotiate. Given Zhao Jinglei's cautious nature, his choice indicated it was indeed feasible. So, Hu Yun directly said to Wang Mu, "Teacher Wang Mu, I'd like to invite you to collaborate with us. I've heard you have the skills of a cultivation master, so we can arrange benefits accordingly. With your military status, you'll have personnel to ensure safety during travel and can form your own security team. As for resources, out of the resources you take from us, 2/10 should be cultivated into spirit beasts, and the remaining 8/10 can be used as you see fit. Oh, and something most cultivators don't usually pay attention to, but I think you might find useful, is designating a legion to contract the spirit beasts you cultivate. There are many other benefits, but since they overlap with the association's benefits, I won't elaborate. Just let us know what you need, and we'll either provide it directly or arrange an exchange. Wang Mu had already made up his mind, so he simply nodded in agreement. All right, we can collaborate. Do you have professional personnel on your side to handle affairs? If so, send a few people to help manage the cultivation center. Also, will the master's benefits give you access to the bloodline library? Huyin thought for a moment and, though not entirely sure, replied, I think so, but I remember it only grants access to ordinary to Beast King level. For Lord level you'll need to exchange. However, I can authorize a Dominator level bloodline for you, the Deep Blue Phantom, which is my spoils of war and under my disposal. As for Lord level bloodlines, there's no need to exchange. With your abilities, you can directly find someone to hunt a Lord level demon beast and cultivate it into a spirit beast. The bloodlines in the library are already cultivated from demon beasts into spirit beasts, ready to use. For other cultivators, this saves a lot of time, but given that you can cultivate a demon beast like the poison jellyfish into a spirit beast within a month, including a Beast King poison jellyfish, time isn't a concern. They quickly reached an agreement, and only after Huyin left did Wang Mu realize how smoothly everything had gone. Could this really be what negotiation is about? There wasn't any in-depth discussion, just a brief conversation and a consensus was reached. However, as Wang Mu's gaze fell on the butterflies dancing gracefully in the garden, these trivial matters were instantly forgotten. Other things no longer mattered. The outcome was already set. Now, he needed to prepare resources. Otherwise, in such a competitive environment, he worried he might not acquire his desired spirit beast. High-quality spirit beasts were always scarce resources, and some unwritten rules seemed insignificant at this point. For instance, when a commander-level spirit beast was coveted by many, it usually ended up with the person it resonated with the most, without others maliciously competing for it. But when it came to a primordial Beast King, as long as there was some tacit understanding, Beast Tamers would never give up easily. This was a test of financial strength. Since the military sent an assistant, Wang Mu felt much more at ease. This assistant was incredibly capable. As long as Wang Mu informed him of his schedule in advance, everything would be arranged perfectly. So, on October 25th, Wang Mu watched the baby whales playing in the pool with great joy. Typically, he would need to select a whale-type spirit beast first or slowly cultivate one through bloodline fusion. But with the assistant's help, everything became simpler. All Wang Mu had to do was mention wanting to cultivate a siren whale, and the assistant had already contacted several breeding facilities and associations, providing him with a list. Now, he only needed to choose one for the transaction and could smoothly acquire the spirit beast to begin the cultivation process. A few days later, Wang Mu successfully brought to life the spirit beast version of the siren whale. Although it wasn't a lord-level beast, he chose the waterspout whale as the breeding material. Its bloodline was only ordinary, with a massive body but mediocre abilities. Only after fusing it with the siren whale's bloodline did it reach the elite level. At this point, Wang Mu faced two choices: either gradually enhance its bloodline or undergo ancient evolution to elevate its bloodline to an ancient level, then breed it with a regular siren whale. This way, the offspring wouldn't be limited by the ancient bloodline, while the bloodline level could still be enhanced. Ultimately, Wang Mu decided to pursue both options simultaneously. After all, he was full of energy, and multitasking wasn't an issue for him. In fact, he was also planning to cultivate the frost spirit, as its core was about to awaken. The assistants sent by the military each had a Thunderbird, incredibly fast, and with some combat capabilities. Typically, Wang Mu traveled between two locations by riding the Thunderbird, which allowed him to go back and forth in minutes. Wang Mu thought that flying mounts needed to be well arranged. While traditional birds were fine, he believed that cultivating a whale capable of living in the sea, on land, and in the air had great potential. Such a large spirit beast, if successfully cultivated, would have formidable spiritual power and impressive combat strength. The siren whale possessed wind attributes, suggesting its speed could be further developed. In spirit beast cultivation, organ transplant techniques were already mature, and exotic masters were well-versed in this. Wang Mu planned to add wings to the whale. Although bird wings were unsuitable, the wings of the silver wing flying fish were quite good. Despite the size mismatch, Wang Mu considered using the spirit pattern of enlargement for cultivation. Every breeder is full of creative ideas, as Wang Mu told his students in class, and he was no exception. If it weren't for his limited abilities, he might even outdo the exotic masters in outrageous ideas. Realizing the limitations of conventional cultivation methods, Wang Mu decided to explore alternative approaches to enhance the potential of spirit beasts. His bloodline contained rich, albeit hidden, spiritual patterns. By utilizing bloodline fusion or hybridization, he hoped to avoid the emergence of any uncontrollable creatures. However, the idea of such a powerful spirit beast, one that could cause harm just by being looked at, intrigued him. Time flew by, and the end of the month arrived quickly. Wang Mu reserved the last day for evaluations. Lin Xiao was the first to be assessed, as he was the standout student in the lab. Wang Mu gathered all the students in the laboratory, not to publicly criticize but to impart knowledge and help them improve through his feedback. He observed a pale blue jellyfish in the tank, with arcs of electricity occasionally flickering across its body. Since these spirit beasts were cultivated in his lab, Wang Mu had detailed data on them. He began the evaluation, noting the significant progress of this jellyfish, which had reached the level of an excellent grade thunder jellyfish. Recalling an accidental ancient evolution he had performed, he realized that the ancient form of the venomous jellyfish was the electric light jellyfish, possessing water, thunder, and poison attributes. The last time and this time, you've added thunder attributes to the venomous jellyfish. Was this not just a whim? Can you explain why? Wang Mu asked. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. Teacher, I've heard from some beast tamers that in May and June, there's a surge of venomous jellyfish in the shallow seas. In July and August, they head towards areas near thunder seas and thunder pools, seemingly seeking evolution. Although they are not inherently thunder type, this choice seems instinct-driven, so I decided to try it. Very good, sharp insight, Wang Mu sincerely praised. Next time, feel free to share your ideas. As you know, breeders have different areas of expertise, and I've only recently become a breeder myself, so I might venture into unfamiliar territories. He continued. Now, regarding your thunder jellyfish cultivation, initially you guided them towards thunder evolution while suppressing the water aspect. Although they eventually evolved to an excellent level, you noticed their weakness and recultivated them. This time, you balanced the water and thunder aspects, resulting in the current spirit beast. Your overall cultivation approach and techniques are sound, and you can score the full 50 points for the basics. However, your attention to detail in cultivation needs improvement. For instance, the amount of thunderstones used for different jellyfish can be adjusted. Seeing the jellyfish get hurt by electricity doesn't necessarily mean you should stop immediately. Sometimes, moderate injury can actually stimulate a spirit beast's potential. The students listened intently, as Wang Mu's explanations were full of valuable insights. Due to the large amount of information, they needed to note down parts they didn't fully understand and review them repeatedly to fully grasp the concepts. In Lehi City, there were no prominent families, only a few small clans, and all 12 students came from ordinary families. Therefore, Wang Mu didn't expect them to produce groundbreaking works, and indeed, they hadn't. However, Wang Mu firmly believed that with his guidance, these students would not stop at being breeders. At the very least, they could become cultivators. He taught them not just methods, but also ways of thinking, which was most crucial. Because sometimes, if the overall direction is wrong, how can one find the right path? How can one reach the destination? Wang Mu gradually realized that as a teacher, he was like a guiding light. The orphanage of Shenzhou, known as the Cultivation Garden, is a place where, despite improved living conditions in this era, danger still lurks, and the number of orphans remains high. Wang Mu, after crossing over into this world, gradually understood its background and grew up safely, which he found incredible. As a traveler, having both parents was a rarity. After school, Lin Xiao returned to the Cultivation Garden. After washing up, he crawled into bed, feeling a silent joy well up within him. He was incredibly happy. He had once imagined what life would be like after entering the Cultivation Academy and considered all aspects, but reality turned out to be even better than his fantasies. The teacher, only 18, was a mid-level cultivator with knowledge comparable to a master. Though the classes lacked entertainment, every word was worth deep consideration. Children from ordinary families were never short on ambition, only opportunities. More importantly, the teacher encouraged him and even engaged in self-reflection, reminding him to remain grounded and not become arrogant even if he succeeded in the future. Today he planned to get a good night's sleep. The past 2 weeks had been fruitful, yet exhausting. In a week, the teacher's auction would be held, and though he wanted to attend, it was clearly not possible. As he thought about how to absorb the knowledge over the next week, he drifted off to sleep. The next day, Wang Mu emerged from the Thunder Realm and headed towards the association. He had already scheduled an assessment, which coincidentally was today. Wang Mu was curious about the cultivator assessment, which began at the master level and required the presence of 3 masters or 1 grandmaster. Typically, a city's association was led by 3 masters, including a president and 2 vice presidents. Did Lehi City have such an arrangement? Generally, the association only sent people after a city was officially established. When Wang Mu was brought into a secret realm, he saw familiar faces: Lin Tianxing, Lu Zhan, and a person he recognized but had never met, Tong Xian. Additionally, there were several masters he had seen in his research. Lin Tianxing waved him over. Senior Lin, when did you come to Lehi City? Wang Mu asked directly. Lin Tianxing chuckled and sat casually in the hall. I'm still in Shanghai City, just meeting through the secret realm. This is the association's super-large secret realm, almost connecting every human city in Shenzhou, accessible from different entrances. We usually communicate here since the internet has its limitations. Generally, newcomers' cultivator exchanges occur in smaller secret realms provided by the association, confined to one city, while masters can cross cities. Enough, You'll learn more once you become a master. Lu Jun, take him to the assessment area. Yes, Senior Lin. Lu Jun responded, leading Wang Mu out of the hall into a secret realm within a secret realm. Wang Mu couldn't help but look around. Wasn't it impossible to house another secret realm within one? Clearly, Lu Jun understood Wang Mu's curiosity, but like Lin Tianxing, he knew that explanations would have to wait until Wang Mu became a master, as it was part of the necessary procedure. Inside the secret realm, Lu Jun handed Wang Mu a cloak. Put this on. Master assessments can take years, and this isn't your secret realm. Without its power to protect you, you'll need the cloak to fend off the passage of time. Thank you, Wang Mu said, expressing his gratitude as he began to prepare the materials. Lu Jun was somewhat surprised to see the plan to start cultivation from scratch again. This confidence was enviable. He quietly left the laboratory, but before leaving, he reminded, the time flow in the secret realm is 120. You can press the button to notify when cultivation is complete. If the button is not triggered in 3 years, someone will come. Good luck. After he left, the secret realm returned to tranquility, and Wang Mu felt quite relieved. 3 years. With the acceleration, that's 60 years. Why so long? He pondered, and then began his work. Wang Mu took out Jin Bing, melted it, and let the extreme cold energy surround the insect eggs, while using the essence of life to strengthen them. A trace of Jinbing's power was absorbed by the eggs. This was the first time Wang Mu went all out in cultivation during this period. Although he was confident, he remained cautious. With time accelerated, the eggs quickly hatched into small green bugs, just 2.5 centimeters long, and they began to consume Qingling liquid, growing rapidly. Wang Mu then started sharing ice-based spells with them. The first metamorphosis arrived, and Wang Mu retrieved a container from the world, unsealed it layer by layer, and took out a 1-meter diameter ice block, also Jinbing. By this time, the green bugs were strong enough to withstand the extreme cold of Jinbing. Wang Mu poured ice-based Qingling liquid over the Jinbing, which instantly froze. He tested the bug's limits, starting with basic spells for cultivation. When reaching the spell's limit, he inscribed ice-based spiritual patterns. This metamorphosis was very smooth, and the bug's color changed from green to ice blue, surrounded by a faint white mist. They grew to 4 centimeters, searching for Qingling liquid ice crystals on the Jinbing to nibble on. Inside them, the ice-based spiritual patterns were merging. After some thought, Wang Mu decided to teach them the advanced spell Frozen Heaven's Bind. Previously, the green bugs couldn't handle advanced spells, but now they could. It was like dropping a crystal nucleus into supercooled water, accelerating the fusion of spiritual patterns. With the absorption of Qingling liquid, these bugs all entered the second metamorphosis early. Wang Mu was so engrossed that he lost track of time. After the metamorphosis, he reached a critical stage, ready to share the primal awakening ice. Paired with Jinbing, this would allow the ice attribute green bugs to skip several stages and become Lord level. He dared to hold an auction on November 8th and only took 1 week for assessment because this cultivation wouldn't take much time. After the third metamorphosis, the green bugs encased themselves in ice, beginning to cocoon, with the Jinbing shrinking and their essence continually rising. Theoretically, cultivation ended here, but Wang Mu didn't stop. There was another batch of green bugs in their second metamorphosis in the hatchery. These bugs didn't directly share advanced spells, but shared intermediate life affinity instead. Wang Mu had known that ice crystal butterflies had elemental bodies, and once their physical form was lost, their potential would also disappear. Therefore, he decided to enhance the physical potential of the ice crystal butterflies. The first metamorphosis induced attributes, the second enhanced life essence, and the third again shared primal awakening. This way, the ice crystal butterflies wouldn't exhaust their potential. Although they likely couldn't advance to Lord level, they could evolve once more, squeezing out their last bit of potential. The transformation of the second batch of spiritual beasts is progressing unusually slowly. The first batch of cocoons is nearly ready to emerge, while the second batch has just begun to form. During a break, Qingming couldn't help but complain to Wang Mu. Master, by the time they emerge, it might be difficult to find suitable beast tamers. Wang Mu shook his head and reassured him, don't worry. Most of the tamers we've encountered so far are mid to lower level. The true experts have yet to appear. Even someone like Hu Yun, whom you've met, is at that level, so it's fine. Besides, even ordinary tamers can form contracts with the lower-tier spiritual beasts I cultivate. Their life levels will gradually improve, and they will continue to evolve the beasts. My plan is to enhance the foundation, whether it's the spiritual beasts or the human tamers. Qingming pondered for a moment and gradually fell silent. He realized that his view of human beast tamers was somewhat biased and that he had indeed seen too little. As time passed, the first batch of spirit butterflies finally emerged. Unexpectedly, snow began to fall in the simulation chamber, and 16 ice crystal butterflies danced with the snowflakes, like spirits born from ice and snow, surrounded by the wintry weather. Wang Mu suddenly looked surprised as the blizzard quickly spread from the simulation chamber to the entire laboratory, changing the weather outside. Looking out, he saw that snow was indeed falling in the secret realm sky. He gazed at the ice crystal butterflies with anticipation. These butterflies in their growth stage had a bloodline of level 2, with Lord level talent, advanced inferior ice affinity, intermediate inferior life, and intermediate superior spirit. Their exclusive spells included Sacred Ice Seal, Blizzard, and Ice Explosion, with a trait of Shared Ice Will, and they were level 8. Wang Mu was particularly interested in the Blizzard spell, which could alter the weather in a region to snow, with the range and duration depending on their strength. This time, they were perfectly cultivated, awakening their weather spell from the start. Among the first batch of eggs hatched, besides the 16 ice crystal butterflies, the other hundreds of spirit butterflies did not evolve to the Lord level, but to the Beast King level. Their spiritual power or life essence needed to be elevated to a certain level, and Wang Mu would need to complete their spiritual patterns for them to re-evolve. In the hands of other cultivators, these butterflies would be considered defective products. To be honest, Wang Mu needed more of these so-called defective products. Otherwise, ordinary tamers wouldn't be able to buy them, and the butterflies might be deemed unsatisfactory. Such is the harsh reality. The emergence of the spirit butterflies triggered a massive ice energy, slightly accelerating the growth progress of the second batch. Wang Mu estimated that the original 130-day process would now take only about 115 days, just under 6 days less. During this wait, there wasn't much to do but be patient. Wang Mu didn't feel bored. Instead, he eagerly anticipated their emergence. Qingming wanted to chat with the master to pass the time, but he found Wang Mu to be entirely different from the people he met online, not feeling bored by the wait at all. Humans indeed have a wide range of personalities. However, Qingming had something to report to Wang Mu. Master, the emergence of the ice crystal butterflies has made me more complete, and the subsequent ones are also enhancing me. Qingming was unique. His mother had the potential to become the queen of the Qingyi butterfly species, but unfortunately died due to instinct-driven reproduction. Now he is the new king, and even as a lord, there are multiple stages. Currently, he is in the initial stage of being a lord and still needs to grow further. The next step involves completing various attributes of a lord, which gives Qingming a clear direction for growth. Wang Mu had not yet gained knowledge about lord-level spirit beasts, nor did he understand their specific classifications. However, he knew that the first batch of Lord-level ice crystal butterflies would not compare to the second batch he was cultivating. Under his expectant gaze, the spirit butterflies finally began to emerge from their cocoons. Qingming had restrained the firstborn butterflies, preventing them from approaching. These new butterflies emerged without any phenomenon, their bodies completely transparent as they came out of their cocoons and stayed in place. Initially, their wings were curled, but over time, they gradually unfolded. At this moment, some icy blue spiritual patterns appeared on their wings, and slowly, the wings turned from transparent to ice blue. The tips of their antennae also turned blue, and then a layer of ice, as thin as a cicada's wing, covered their bodies. However, some antennae did not change, nor did they have this layer of ice. Wang Mu carefully compared and examined them. Mature form, 2 bloodlines, Lord-level talent, Ice High lower tier, Life medium lower tier, Spirit high lower tier, exclusive spells, Blizzard, Ice Seal Barrier, Ice Field. Talent spells, Ice Seal Light, Snowstorm. Traits, Ice Will, Ice Walker, Shared level, 8. He pondered whether this meant it was more suited for home turf battles. The Snowstorm spell differed by just one character from Blizzard, but it was an attack spell rather than a weather spell. What is Ice Walker? Sharing him? It can traverse through ice, akin to an ice escape? Wang Mu pressed a button, contemplating what name to give this Lord-level spirit butterfly. The Beast King level was called Ice Spirit Butterfly, and the Lord level with a crystal-clear, spiritual-like body was named Ice Crystal Butterfly. But a Lord level still composed of flesh and blood, what should it be called? These spirit butterflies had wings with spiritual patterns covered by a thin layer of ice, resembling miniaturized feathers. Inspiration struck Wang Mu, and he decided to name them Ice Feather Spirit Butterflies. They could also be called Cold Ice Butterflies or Ice Snow Butterflies, but he felt Ice Feather was more fitting. A few minutes later, a group of people arrived one after another, led by Lin Tianqing. He was in high spirits, chatting with the others. Didn't I say he would be quick? You didn't believe it. Come, see how the spirit beasts are. Why are there 2 types? Wang Mu gestured, and the swarm of spirit butterflies flew over as he introduced them. These are ice spirit butterflies, with Beast King or Pseudo-Beast King bloodlines. These are ice crystal butterflies, and these are ice feather spirit butterflies, both Lord level. Lin Tianqing nodded, and he, along with Tong Xian, first observed the Lord level spirit butterflies, then focused on studying the ice spirit butterflies. Tong Xian suddenly turned to Wang Mu and asked, "These are different evolutionary paths of the same spirit butterfly. It seems you've truly mastered the path of cultivation. Your promotion to Master Cultivator is confirmed, but I want to ask, why do you add both life and spirit attributes to all spirit beasts? Wang Mu answered matter-of-factly. To enhance the overall strength of the human race. According to my concept, with the spirit attribute, each beast master can contract a new spirit beast upon leveling up. At the 7th tier, they could have 7, traditionally only 4. A spirit beast with the attribute of life can double a human's lifespan if it possesses basic life affinity. With such an extended period, even the bottleneck between the 7th and 8th tiers can be gradually overcome. However, Wang Mu felt a tinge of concern. These meticulously nurtured spirit beasts have high standards, and without extra effort from the Beast Tamers, forming a contract with them would be difficult. Lu Zhen's eyes burned with eagerness as he interrupted the conversation between the two seniors and asked, "Is there a chance for these ice spirit butterflies to evolve into a lord level?" Wang Mu nodded, and Lu Zhen immediately beamed with joy. As expected, you've considered enhancing overall strength. With a larger base of ordinary people, these ice spirit butterflies can lower the breeding standards and be specifically designed for an elite level, significantly reducing the difficulty of forming a contract. I have the same intention, but it will take decades for me to acquire the necessary knowledge, Wang Mu replied. He understood that this required reverse breeding while ensuring the spirit beasts could evolve naturally without relying on him every time. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Tianxing applauded, his eyes filled with appreciation and comfort as he looked at the two young individuals. You both are remarkable, with ambition and ability. Wang Mu, design your own master badge first. Let them create it, and then we'll discuss the essentials of the master level. Wang Mu had already prepared the design blueprint for the badge, printed it out, and handed it to everyone. It was a badge with 10 sharp points. Tong Xian smiled as she scanned and submitted it, then began to explain. Since you're settled in Leihai City, I'll start with you. Let's begin with the badge. Considering the spirit beasts you've bred and this badge design, I'm sure you're aiming for all attributes. Those spirit butterflies have potential directions for both Lord and Overlord levels, right? Wang Mu nodded, and Tong Xian continued. The spiritual attributes include the basic elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with light, dark, wind, thunder, ice, the common poison attribute, the less common composite attributes, and the rare lunar, solar, life, and death attributes. Besides spiritual attributes, there are power attributes that don't alter spiritual attributes, like sound, time, space, mind, and soul. Each attribute provides different enhancements to Beast Tamers. You've already explored life and mind. You should also research the time attribute of the dark light, as it involves the soul, which is similar to but distinct from the mind. He took a step back and looked at the others. There were 7 cultivation masters present, making it the perfect opportunity to solve some problems. Tong Xian, though interrupted earlier, wasn't upset, and simply waited for Wang Mu's questions. Wang Mu indeed had a question. My first question is about spirit patterns. While researching them, I found their roles to be immense. The end of several cultivation methods is the cultivation of spirit patterns, but studying these patterns is time-consuming and labor-intensive. At the master level, is it possible to directly look at the summaries of spirit patterns left by predecessors? Tong Xian shook his head and replied. This question is often asked by those who have been at the cultivator stage for decades, but unfortunately, you cannot. He continued to explain. This requires understanding the essence of spirit patterns. They are fundamental. What you perceive as a spirit pattern is merely your subjective view, not its true form. 1,000 cultivators see 1,000 different forms of spirit patterns. There were those who taught spirit patterns and advanced quickly, but they ultimately stopped at the first level of cultivation master, unable to go further. So, you can teach what certain spirit patterns represent, but you cannot describe them in detail. Cultivators must see and describe them for themselves. Wang Mu's confusion was resolved, and the biggest question in his mind was finally answered. Understanding the essence of spirit patterns, he had thought about teaching them to students from the start and conducting procedural teaching, but now it seemed that the essence of spirit patterns negated all of that. Thank you, Senior, for clearing my doubts. I have another question about evolution eggs. By chance, I conducted an ancient cultivation that transformed a venomous jellyfish into an ancient evolution egg, becoming an ancient form, the electric light jellyfish. So what is an evolution egg? Does the mythical beast phoenix exist? Are there other mythical beasts? Someone in the crowd expressed surprise and stepped forward, introducing himself. I'm Liang Jiantao, and I've been delving into the ancient powers of spirit beasts and have done some research on this. He began to explain the origin of evolution eggs. Indeed, they come from the mythical phoenix. According to stories passed down by our predecessors, before the continent was shattered, there were mythical beasts, the Qilin, embodying earth and protection, the phoenix, embodying fire and hope, the azure dragon, embodying wood and life. The black tortoise embodied water and purification, and the white tiger embodied metal and destruction. There are more mythical beasts, but you need to discover some of the ones that haven't appeared yourself. He continued, Mythical beasts hold many symbolic meanings, such as fire and hope, and they also contain meanings of evolution, rebirth, spirit, and progress. All life can tap into its potential, transform into an evolution egg, and complete its evolution. The ancient evolution egg is a form of atavistic evolution, allowing a life form to revert to a stage from its past, after undergoing multiple evolutions. A life form may have more than one ancient form, and these forms aren't necessarily powerful. Ancient doesn't always mean better. But the evolution brought by an evolution egg is always beneficial. If a lord or a master you cultivate produces an evolution egg, you can prepare for a rare level auction. He didn't elaborate on the advantages of evolution eggs, but used the rare level for comparison, which indeed conveys some significance. Seeing that Wang Mu seemed to understand, he tapped on his wristwatch, and a data sphere appeared in front of Wang Mu. The study of evolution eggs is complex and can't be explained in a few words. Here are some insights to guide you, Liang Jiantao said with a smile. I'm glad to witness such a young cultivation master on this trip. Everyone, I'll head back first. You can tell him about long journeys, master-level cultivation spells, and the state of humanity. The situation for humankind is not looking optimistic. The once unified continent has fractured into what is now known as the 9 provinces. The heavenly kings, with their unparalleled strength, once maintained connections with other regions. Jizhou, once the center of the continent, is now the prime location for human development, followed by Xinzhou, and then Yangzhou, which lies to the north of Xinzhou and east of Jizhou. Besides these, only Boizhou, Jizhou, and Taizhou still bear traces of humanity, while the other provinces like Cizhou, Rongzhou, and Yinzhou are completely dominated by monsters and ferocious beasts. Each province's land keeps expanding, and eventually, the 9 provinces will merge back into one continent. However, the beasts from the underground world frequently invade the surface. 7th-tier beast masters. Once their spirit beasts are fully equipped and their strength meets the standards, head to the dark outpost. Defending the surface for extended periods is ultimately unsustainable, and the battles cause severe destruction. In the past, 2 heavenly kings ventured into the gorge's rift, the Black Abyss, repelling the beasts and establishing an outpost and dark city, which now houses the core of human strength. A typical 7th-tier beast master can live up to 500 years, while an 8th-tier overlord can reach 1,000 years. Although humans are not overwhelmingly powerful, they have a solid foundation. Many powerful individuals do not seek fame in society but quietly guard Dark City, with some passing away silently, leaving only their names on the hero monument. Currently, humans in Xinzhou can still fend off the underground assaults, but the future remains uncertain. Xinzhou is located in the lower right corner of the 9 provinces, bordered by the sea to the south and east. The former continent was surrounded by vast oceans, teeming with terrifying numbers of monsters, and their landing would spell true danger. This is the state of humanity, and long journeys are closely tied to it. Once a nurturer reaches the level of master, they are led by seasoned masters to the Dark City, alongside beast masters heading to the outpost, to witness the perseverance of their predecessors and face even deeper dangers. The 3 masters of Shanghai City were reforged in one of these cities. Wang Mu, intrigued by this danger, feels a sense of indescribable curiosity and knows he must experience it firsthand. After Lin Tianxing finished speaking, he pointed to a group of people behind him and asked, "See this group in the background? One of them is the leader. You should get to know them. I shouldn't need to introduce them, right?" Wang Mu shook his head and replied, "No need. Every one of these seniors is a frequent name in academic papers, giants in the field. I've long admired them, and am finally meeting them in person today." Tong Xin, standing nearby, looked at Wang Mu, then at Lu Zhan, and exclaimed, "You're much more articulate than Lu Zhan, which is the opposite of my initial impression." Wang Mu couldn't help but feel embarrassed and admitted, "Senior, your intuition wasn't wrong." He understood that people always wish to live freely, but when lacking ability, one must learn to follow rules and understand social nuances. However, once one gains ability, apologies, others will accommodate him. Tong Xian paused, shook her head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, and said, "You guys, well, it's fine, since very few of us have a good temper. But don't be too blunt, at least not yet." Wang Mu blinked, thinking of the world-traded Qingling, and mused to himself, "I think I can." Lin Tianxing shook his head and stood up to leave. Their project was complete, and after ample rest over the past few days, it was time to return and resume their nurturing work. Before leaving, he handed Wang Mu a silver crystal. Although the Lingwen inheritance was non-existent, other inheritances were still available. This was a master-level cultivation spell, and it was the only one. As everyone began to leave the secret realm, Qing Ming led a swarm of butterflies, following closely behind. Lu Zhan and Wang Mu exited the secret realm together. Wang Mu decided that he too would embark on a journey, promising to notify everyone in advance, typically at the beginning of the year, meaning next year. However, he didn't need to prepare much, as everyone would bring along the secret realm, making relocation very convenient. Now that he had become a master, his access level increased, and many resources within the Cultivators Association were open to him. Wang Mu immediately exchanged for a defective product of the sky-swallowing sparrow, cultivated by Master Lin Quan. These rare attributes were directly contractable, without any need for fuss. The space-type spirit beast, sky-swallowing rock, cultivated by the master, had reached perfection, so naturally, there were no defective products. However, he continued experimenting with other spirit beasts, and the unqualified ones would be purchased by other cultivators for research. Nevertheless, the price of such spirit beasts wouldn't decrease due to their qualification status, as the space attribute alone was enough. Perhaps due to the pivotal role of cultivation masters in humanity, Wang Mu entered a brand new circle. After purchasing the sky-swallowing sparrow, he briefly browsed the exchange list provided by the association and found the offerings quite tempting. Golden Treant, Dark Cloud Spirit, Male Little Bee, Starry Fish. Each type of spirit beast required 100,000 exchange points. The Golden Treant was the juvenile form of the Tree of Wisdom, a dominant-level spirit beast. The spirit beasts on this list were all defective products, hence available for 100,000 points. The Dark Cloud Spirit was a naturally occurring spirit-type beast, inherently capable of rain spells, and could evolve into storm clouds, thunder clouds, or wind clouds. Male little bees would transform into hives in suitable environments, nurturing bee queens, and could produce various types of honey depending on the pollen collected, for restoring spiritual power, enhancing aptitude, boosting strength, or even achieving limb regeneration. As for the starry fish, Wang Mu was puzzled, thinking that even as a defective product, it shouldn't be this cheap. The starry fish possessed the rare star attribute, embodying all elements and capable of using any elemental spell, making the spirit energy spirits pale in comparison. The space attribute of the sky-swallowing sparrow was very useful, yet it didn't rank in the top 100 on this list. Wang Mu planned to accumulate points in the future to purchase a dark cloud spirit for cultivation, believing that no spirit beast was better suited for weather control. Of course, he understood that nurturing such a naturally lordly spirit beast was not an easy task. Upon returning home, Wang Mu immediately informed his students that the class schedule for November 9th had been set. As for the auction, his assistant had already arranged everything, so Wang Mu only needed to bring the spirit beasts. The auction provided information on several spirit beasts, and adding additional lots was not an issue, so Wang Mu wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely made his way to the base, where he went to the central area and took photos of the ice crystal butterfly and the ice spirit butterfly, recording their information one by one. After a careful selection, he entered information on some of the spirit butterflies from the secret realm and sent it to all members. Now, Wang Mu just had to patiently wait for the next day's auction. Although the association's exchange list was tempting, Wang Mu couldn't resist purchasing a group of light-wing white horses within his points limit. Despite only having elite-level bloodlines, they were the standard spirit beasts of the White Horse City military, and purchasing them required eligibility. Since he didn't have them before, he now acquired them without hesitation. Additionally, he exchanged for 2 Qingyang with spirit beasts. Although the Gong family only had one ancestral tree, there was a population in the official secret realm. With his points nearly depleted, Wang Mu began looking forward to future breeding. He planned to regularly breed some spirit butterflies each month for sale, focusing on completing various breeding plans he had set before. Storm eagles, Qingyang wood, perfect ice spirits, sacred Pegasus. Each task needed to be handled one by one, without rushing. At this moment, both of them forgot about any hierarchy, overwhelmed by awe for the breeding master. They had no concept of it, which is why they were momentarily stunned. Wang Mu explained, "Yesterday, the qualifications information in the lobby and my identity information were updated by the assistant. You can go and rest." He took them to their rooms. The auction entrance was at 8 o'clock, and it started at 8:30. Later, Wang Mu made a phone call. "How's the tutoring going?" On the other end, Guaziheo's voice sounded exhausted. Exhausted, eyes blurry at a loss. "Mu, this teacher is great, just too great." Wang Mu laughed. "Give your teacher a break, and bring the people in your family who need spirit beasts. I remember you're all water type, right?" He wasn't entirely sure. Guaziheo perked up. "I'll take a leave right away, but spirit beasts? I might be shameless enough to ask, but my parents might not." Wang Mu calmly replied, "Don't worry about them. They'll make their own judgment. Just tell them it's a water-type spirit beast capable of growing to a lord level, with life and spirit attributes and waterworld spells, and that's it." Hearing this, Guaziheo suddenly felt uneasy. "Mu, after hearing that, I'm suddenly afraid to ask for it." Being a future beastmaster, he knew the value of a good spirit beast. Such features on any spirit beast would be highly sought after, and now they were all concentrated in one spirit beast. Was it meant for auction? Wang Mu chuckled softly. "Huh. Remember when you broke your piggy bank and said you'd support my dream by covering all your future spirit beasts? I said I'd do it." Guaziheo felt a warmth in his heart. "Well, Now I'm fulfilling that promise. He smiled and began arranging for leave. The Leihai Manor wasn't far from the base, and one of the assistants escorted Guazaheo's family back to the manor. Meanwhile, Wang Mu handed Uncle Gua and the others to his parents, then led Guazaheo into the base by himself. As soon as they entered, Guazaheo was captivated by the sight before him, his eyes glued to the vibrant butterflies dancing in the air. The garden was in full bloom with tin-color flowers, a fourth-order spiritual plant, whose nectar attracted numerous insect-type spiritual beasts, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale world. Wang Mu, however, seemed a bit of a buzzkill, as he told Guazaheo, "These are the stars of the auction, and the spiritual beasts you brought can't even enter the auction. It's not that I'm unwilling, but the spiritual beasts look down on you. To acquire a good spiritual beast, you need to have the corresponding ability. Otherwise, the beast will choose to be beautiful on its own." Guazaheo clasped his hands over his head, smiling wryly. "Master, stop nagging. I know I'm not good enough, but I'll work hard." He realized these spirit butterflies were exceptionally powerful and proud. Even standing next to Wang Mu, they didn't spare him a glance. Wang Mu smiled, teasingly. "Don't worry, I've specially bred suitable spirit butterflies for novices like you. Go make a contract with one now, or once it evolves, you'll be looked down upon again." Guazaheo said, somewhat resentfully. "Bro, you're my brother. The truth is harsh. Don't emphasize it next time. Let me escape for a second." Wang Mu released 3 spirit butterflies from his space. From the moment they entered the base, Wang Mu sensed they were all water attribute, so he chose water spirit butterflies. Pick one. They are called water spirit butterflies, at the elite level, possessing both mental and water attributes, with a partial life attribute. After their next evolution, they'll gain all attributes and grow to the leader level. Once they reach the 5th order, they'll become pseudo-beast kings, but that's the natural growth limit. Further evolution will require my help, but there's no rush for that. Honestly, it wasn't easy to find these few ordinary quality spirit butterflies among the many premium ones he cultivated. Though he didn't say it, Guazaheo seemed to understand, as people often pretend to be busy when embarrassed. He began communicating with the water spirit butterflies, while Wang Mu urged him. "Take the spirit butterfly to the courtyard. The auction is about to start." Relieved, Guazaheo quickly made his exit. Although he was used to it from childhood, after many years apart, it felt a bit unfamiliar, yet this kind of straightforwardness made him feel more at ease. Time flew by as the members of the breeding center entered one by one. Perhaps it was an unspoken rule, but the first person to enter exuded a majestic spiritual power. His striking white hair gleamed in the sunlight, and he emanated a chill, as if he were an exposed block of ice. Wang Mu recognized him as Mu Cheng, the icebound overlord. Mu Cheng's personality didn't quite match his attribute. Upon seeing Wang Mu, he greeted him from afar before approaching. "Master Wang Mu, I've long admired your name." Wang Mu pondered for a moment and asked earnestly, "I've only been a breeder for a little over a year and a master for a day. How long ago did you hear about me?" Mu Cheng's expression froze momentarily, looking a bit perplexed. Then he forced a smile. "I heard about you last month." Wang Mu nodded. A month was indeed enough time for him to breed a spiritual beast, which could be considered quite a while. He glanced at the hundreds of people trickling in and began explaining the rules straight away. Much like other auctions, the spirit beasts up for sale were all present, allowing everyone to browse their information and attempt communication. Only those who successfully establish a connection can participate in the bidding. Otherwise, they cannot take part. This is a unique auction style in Shenzhou, as the items being auctioned are living creatures, not inanimate objects. When placing bids, the focus is not on value first, but on necessity, followed by a value comparison, with the highest bidder winning. Everyone nodded in understanding. Wang Mu continued, explaining that aside from the ice crystal butterfly and the ice feather spirit butterfly, which are lord level, the rest are beast king level. Some pseudo-beast kings have successfully evolved into true beast kings. These spirit beasts also have lord-level evolutions, but they are currently unstable and not available for now. Everyone was encouraged to keep an eye on the breeding center's updates, and when lord-level evolutions are announced, they can proceed with evolutions. As Wang Mu finished speaking, a buzz of excitement swept through the garden. A beast master mustered the courage to ask, "Master Wang, what preparations are needed for evolution?" Wang Mu replied, 7th tier rare materials or 3 pieces of lord-level creature materials." He paused mid-sentence, considering the world's characteristics combined with the ice crystal butterfly, and added, "The ice crystal butterfly has a supreme ice attribute and will have future evolutions, but the required materials are more precious. We haven't decided yet, so keep an eye on the breeding center's announcements." At this point, Mu Cheng couldn't help but ask, "Can the ice crystal butterfly evolve too?" Wang Mu pointed to a group of spirit butterflies and replied, "Why not? We're not just talking about the overlord level. Even at the lord level, there are initial lord ice crystal butterflies, mid-lord ice feather spirit butterflies, as well as high lord, secret realm lord, and world lord levels. Mu Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. A supreme ice attribute lord is comparable to a regular ice attribute overlord. He thought he had already hit the jackpot, not expecting even more surprises. Wang Mu didn't intend to dwell on the topic further and directly interrupted. All right, you can start communicating with the spirit beasts now. He understood their questions, as they were vital to their futures. Although most beast masters wouldn't reach those heights, it didn't stop them from planning ahead. Mu Cheng's primary target was, of course, the first-generation ice crystal butterfly. It was the very first of its kind, possessing unique traits. Breeders had long verified that the first beast king or initial lord of any spirit beast species would exhibit extraordinary abilities upon reaching a certain level. Moreover, they are often incredibly powerful, and even if stronger spirit beasts of the same kind are bred later, they might not surpass the first. Additionally, first-generation beast kings or lords can help beast masters break through more easily, whether to the overlord or king level. Like Mu Cheng, the other beast masters communicated with the first-generation beast kings in order of arrival. However, some beast masters, aware of their limitations, were already engaging with other spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Wang Mu noticed something peculiar. All 16 ice crystal butterflies had beast masters attempting communication, yet the 8 ice feather spirit butterflies were left unattended. He approached, noticing these spirit butterflies fluttering around him affectionately. The nearby beast masters were enviously close to tears, but as they tried to approach, a chilling aura deterred them, clearly indicating the butterflies had no interest in them. Sensing the butterflies' emotions, Wang Mu gently reassured them. All right, you can stay here for now and choose a beastmaster later. He felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. The ice feather spirit butterflies had just been born, yet they had to leave Wang Mu. In contrast, the ice crystal butterflies were different. As beings of spiritual energy, their instincts far outweighed their emotions, and Wang Mu's arrangements were orders they followed without hesitation. At the same time, Wang Mu realized that his fame was still too recent to attract the attention of truly powerful beast tamers, resulting in the auction attendees being of lower quality. There was only one overlord present, and although there were a few 7th-rank beast tamers, they weren't considered top tier. Of course, Wang Mu had his own challenges. He had temporarily upgraded the auction rules solely to help the first-generation king spirit butterflies adapt, not expecting any beast tamer to take them home this time. Perhaps due to his interest in the auction, the standards seemed insufficient. Yet he still found the bidding process fascinating. I bid a 7th-rank CI, a 6th-rank water spirit pearl, both top-grade materials plus the bones of a lord-level demon beast, the phantom sea dragon, 2 portions of bone jade coral essence, the bones of a 7th-rank island turtle, a seed of a water-stabilizing coconut tree, the bloodline of a 7th-rank storm sea serpent, and 3 dragon blood seaweeds. 5 buyers made their offers, and the atmosphere was tense as everyone awaited Wang Mu's decision. After careful consideration, Wang Mu decided that the beast tamer with the island turtle would win the bid and could proceed to contract with the spirit butterfly. The tamer possessed the spirit pattern of the mountain turtle, a beast that carries a mountain on its back, while the island turtle carries an island. The two could be merged and cultivated together. With the island turtle's corpse present, its bloodline could be extracted to nurture a smaller island turtle, which could then be integrated with the mountain turtle's spirit pattern, potentially creating a new lord. Wang Mu's thoughts also wandered to the lava volcano turtles living in volcanoes and the grassland turtles on the plains. Although these creatures mostly stayed in one place once mature, he believed that with fate on his side, he might find them. The beast tamers were pleasantly surprised and quickly said, "Master, the materials are stored in Thundersea City and will be delivered shortly." Wang Mu nodded, unconcerned, as the association had verified the funds in advance, and no one dared offend a master cultivator. Thus, he was in no rush. The auction then proceeded to the next round. "Master, I offer 3 portions of thunder essence," one buyer said. "I offer 1 piece of thunder essence," another added. Without waiting for further bids, Wang Mu decisively chose, "Let's go with the thunder essence." Thunder essence is the spiritual lightning produced in the thunder pools outside Thundersea City, infused into thunderstones to become thunder essence, which can be used to cultivate thunder spirits. In Wang Mu's secret realm, the green leaf young tree was growing under accelerated time, with the green spirit tending to it, already taking shape. In a while, the green leaf flower might bloom, allowing him to gain insights into spirit cultivation methods. As the auction continued, Wang Mu found joy in the process, especially when various materials or demon beast bloodlines appeared. He had to discern which were most useful, which held the most value, and consider future needs for preemptive storage. It was an unconventional test of sorts. With the transactions proceeding smoothly, by midday, most beast tamers had completed their deals and left, leaving only a few behind. These individuals stayed because their spirit beasts faced no competition, and according to customary rules, they needed to offer a price. This price required their own resources plus additional assets. Hu Yun, a member of the Thunder Sea City Legion, approached Wang Mu confidently. unfazed by the overlord Mu Chang. Hey, Master Wang, we meet again. I'd like to use these to take my companions with me. He placed 3 boxes in front of Wang Mu. In the base, after examining the 3 items, Wang Mu had a peculiar expression. Hu Yun frowned and asked, "Are you planning to secure the future evolution funding for the water spirit butterfly all at once?" Wang Mu responded calmly, "Just this time. I understand the value of the first-generation Beast King. To me, it's priceless." As they spoke, Hu Yun's body gradually became transparent, like rippling water. He smiled slightly, showcasing his ability. Water Mirage. I can transform into one of my spirit beasts, possessing all its abilities. After returning to human form, I can retain one trait. The first-generation Beast King of the water spirit butterfly counts as a trait. Mu Chang suddenly interjected. You haven't mentioned how transforming into a spirit beast affects future potential. Theoretically, spirit beasts with the first-generation prefix have extremely high potential. Huyan still didn't look at anyone, his tone confident. Because I know little white hair will say it. A hint of surprise flashed in Mu Cheng's eyes. Master Wang, Zhao Jinglei recommended that I build a good relationship with you, and I think he's right. You're bound to cultivate some new spirit beasts, and I'd like to reserve a spot. At this moment, Mu Cheng's attitude was unexpected. The iron-head kid actually took the initiative to make nice, which was quite delightful. Wang Mu was indifferent to this as he disliked unequal deals, believing they disrupt balance regardless of who benefits. However, if it involved reserving a spot, then it was acceptable. He nodded and said, "Deal. Also, I have high hopes for the water spirit butterfly. Nurture it well, and bring it back in the future for further advancement." "Definitely will." Hu Yun responded excitedly, almost certain that Wang Mu's abilities would make the water spirit butterfly a permanent choice in his future spirit beast lineup, potentially reaching the secret realm lord level. For even seasoned leaders, a secret realm lord level spirit beast holds significant importance in a team. However, Mu Chang didn't get his desired spirit beast and sighed. The ice crystal butterfly has quite the personality. It finds me lacking. Wang Mu looked at him puzzled. Aren't you a leader? Mu Cheng's mouth twitched, seemingly unsure how to explain. He was indeed a leader and had advanced before Hu Yun, but he understood the attributes of the ice crystal butterfly. Ultimate ice attribute. It's a superior form of the ice attribute. If I were at the same level as the ice crystal butterfly, I would be completely suppressed by it, with no chance of winning. But fortunately, it didn't completely reject me. Master, could you give me some advice? What contains life force and can enhance the essence? Wang Mu was slightly surprised that the ice crystal butterfly would test a beast master. After pondering for a moment, he listed, the 8th grade birth spirit will bear fruit. 7 or 8 fruits should suffice. Or ice essence, though it's not a life attribute or wood attribute, it has the same effect on the ice crystal butterfly, perhaps even better. Of course, the best choice is to create a secret realm, stack ancient ice and ultimate ice, and plant frost trees. I believe most ice-type spirit beasts would be willing to follow you. Hope flickered in Mu Cheng's eyes. Although the last option sounded the most challenging, he already had an idea. I acquired a damaged ice-type secret realm during an expedition. I'll bring it over to show him. Wang Mu wasn't surprised by this. The resources of a leader-level beast master are always impressive. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how contracting a spirit beast is fraught with challenges. Yet this investment is undoubtedly worthwhile. After signing purchase agreements for several other parties, Wang Mu stretched as he looked at the empty base. The first auction, though not perfect or thrilling, was just the beginning. He chuckled to himself, thinking that with influential figures attending, the next event had to be even grander. After tidying up, Wang Mu headed to the academy, leaving his assistant to handle the base's reorganization. On his way, he received a message from Uncle Gua. We found a beast's corpse in the shallow sea area. Its internal secret realm has merged with the earth veins, and it's initially estimated to be a lord-level beast called the Mud Ox. Xiaomu, do you want to check it out? Wang Mu didn't reply immediately. Instead, he opened the Legion's website and found the relevant project. He quickly reserved the priority research rights for the secret realm and then replied, Uncle Gua, I've already coordinated with the military. Please help transport it to the Association's academy. This was a ready-made teaching material. Although the Association had similar secret realms, most were turned into materials upon transport, with very few in their original state. If it weren't for the Mud Ox's uniqueness, Wang Mu might have bought it. Unfortunately, the Mud Ox had a unique domain once something entered, be it spiritual power, mental power, attacks, or probes, it would vanish without a trace. This made it highly valuable for research, and once discovered, its ownership would ultimately fall into the hands of masters after their studies. Wang Mu had read a paper about the Mud Ox, a beast with earth attributes yet controlling magnetism. Its domain was a magnetic world of twisted space, rendering all explorations ineffective. The world is constantly changing, and while some events are significant, they can be missed without proactive attention. Uncle Gua's information was crucial for Wang Mu. as it would enrich his collection of spiritual pattern materials. Upon reaching the school, Wang Mu began reviewing the students' weekly summaries, focusing on reflections and improvements from their last cultivation efforts and their future plans. His teaching approach involved having students live as cultivators for a year, covering everything they needed to learn. In theory, they wouldn't meet graduation standards after just 1 year, typically requiring guidance from a second teacher, often 3 or 4, but Wang Mu was quite rigorous, graduating them in the second year. Among this batch of students, Wang Mu initially had high hopes for Lin Xiao, who seemed like a prodigy and indeed performed well. However, another student, Dong Yu, was also impressive, particularly in her thought processes. Wang Mu was confident that both students would become cultivators in the future. The other students were good too, just not as outstanding as these two. In their future plans, Lin Xiao mentioned wanting to follow Wang Mu's example by reading more papers, but he felt overwhelmed and sought advice on the reading sequence, as he was unsure where to start. Dong Yu, coming from a somewhat affluent family, had visited a cultivator's site and asked some questions. Her takeaway was that the explanations weren't as good as Wang Mu's past notes, so she was digesting those notes and asked for clarification on some points she didn't understand. Both approaches were correct, but Wang Mu advised them to learn from each other's plans and implement them together. For an ordinary cultivator to stand out, there was no other way but to be diligent. In the heavenly thunder realm, the flow of time is 120, much faster than Wang Mu's secret realm, which is why he chose to cultivate the Qingyang tree here. As a plant-type spirit beast, the Qingyang tree requires a growth cycle. The Qingyang tree he purchased from the association has already been delivered. While most Qingmu demons resemble banyan trees, the Qingyang tree stands tall and upright, much like a pine tree, robust and powerful. Qingmu demons typically lack a desire for combat, but the Qingyang tree is different. It launches fierce attacks on any approaching life forms, unleashing a barrage of needles. As a spirit beast bred specifically for combat, the Qingyang tree can release needle attacks, perform area root entanglements and root spurs, and even emit pine resin powder to cause hallucinations and paralysis. As a second-tier intermediate lord-level spirit beast, it also possesses the Qingyang spell. Wang Mu was curious about whether Qingyang was similar to spells like blizzard or rainfall that can alter the weather. These weather phenomena already exist, but what kind of weather is Qingyang? Has it ever appeared in nature? In fact, Wang Mu himself knew this spell but had been too preoccupied with other matters to use it. At this moment, filled with curiosity, he assessed his spiritual power and found it sufficient to cast Qingyang. So he decisively activated his spiritual energy. In the next instant, his vision turned green, and light gathered in the sky to form an illusory green sun. Wang Mu felt the rapid convergence of what attributes spiritual energy around him, and the flow of light's spiritual energy accelerated. There was also a power spreading under the Qingyang, seemingly various enhancements, but since he was the user rather than the Qingyang tree, it was not very apparent. This was evidently the Qingyang tree's exclusive spell. Wang Mu opened his watch to search for information on the exclusive spell and also checked the detailed data on the Qingyang tree. A mature Qingyang tree possesses 4 bloodlines, a beast king talent, and mastery of intermediate lower-level exclusive spells of wood and light, as well as entry-level incomplete talent spells, proficiency in flying needles, skill in root entanglement, entry-level root spurs, and shared-level hallucinogenic powder. Wang Mu had not seen such ordinary attributes in a long time, finding it hard to believe that a spirit beast with exclusive spells only had a few basic spells reliant on its physical form, and none of them were light-based, with even the exclusive spell being incomplete. This was likely a spirit beast left by an ancestor of the Gong family in a certain city, similar to Zhu Tao and his teacher. However, the Qingyang tree apparently involved special cultivation, making it impossible to recreate its former strength. Wang Mu decided to try cultivating it using spells to recreate the ancient Qing Tian light. He began to look into the information on exclusive spells. Exclusive spells are divided into 2 categories, those of lord-level spirit beasts and those of special spirit beasts, with specific effects when used by certain beasts. Qingyang, the Qingyang tree's exclusive spell, originates from the ancient Qing Tian's wondrous wood, the Qingyang tree, capable of summoning the brilliance of the ancient Qing Tian, greatly enhancing life, wood, light, and poison attributes. Ancient Qing Tian, it was real. Wang Mu was even more astonished by this revelation. He searched for information on the ancient Qing Tian, which revealed, the ancient Qing Tian is one of the heavenly realms above the clouds, the birthplace of the azure dragon. After the celestial star descended, the Qilin emerged to seal the celestial star, completely isolating the passage between heaven and earth, preventing many special spirit beasts from regaining their former glory. Wang Mu couldn't help but laugh, recalling the mythological stories he heard from elders in his childhood. Recently, it was confirmed that mythical beasts truly existed, and now it was proven that the ancient heavenly realms were real too. These were not myths, but history. No wonder families like the Gong family, with their lordly heritage, declined. Just as spirit beasts regressed when spiritual energy thinned in ancient times, the Qingyang tree also lacked some necessary factors for cultivation. Wang Mu thought to himself, let me try and see if I can use spells to cultivate and recreate the ancient Qing Tian's light. The continent of Shenzhou is filled with countless myths and legends. After checking the delivery time of the spirit beasts, Wang Mu began to thoroughly read the insights of his predecessors and the association's materials. He understood that theoretical knowledge was essential for developing in this field. Without a solid foundation, everything could crumble. The crystal given to him by Lin Tianxing emitted a peculiar glow, and Wang Mu realized it was part of a spell system similar to the dark light. Spirit beasts born from the dark light could adapt to various environments, minimizing external influences. In contrast, the master-level spells were of the light of life, where spirit beasts born in the radiance received blessings of life, even gaining life attributes. It dawned on Wang Mu why master breeders could easily cultivate spirit beasts with basic life affinity. He attempted to cast a new spell, enveloping his body in a hazy, milky white glow, while his life essence quietly depleted. This spell consumed spiritual power, mental energy, and life essence simultaneously, proving its worth. By using his own life to inspire the spirit beasts, which in turn could foster growth for other beast tamers, it became clear why master breeders held such a prestigious position in society. Their status was not just a demonstration of strength, but also a testament to their contributions. Wang Mu recalled the classification of breeders. Initially, they were called breeders, but the term seemed inadequate at the time. Later, the title of master was used, signifying a teacher, and it became a true title of honor. The social status and benefits for masters rose sharply, especially with the generous treatment from the military. Wang Mu understood that once he became a master, the association would assign 10 seventh-tier beast tamers. This was both protection and convenience for the master breeders, ensuring they could cultivate more beast tamers, achieving mutual benefits. Once a contract was signed, everyone would be fully committed. If even one of the 10 became a leader, it would significantly boost human forces. Having just absorbed a wealth of new knowledge, Wang Mu watched as his classmates gradually arrived the next day, feeling a bit reluctant. However, he knew his responsibilities as a teacher and set aside his thirst for knowledge to enter the classroom. Hello, students. Hello, teacher. After a month of teaching, Wang Mu had a grasp of the students' progress and planned to explain other breeding methods today, including bloodline breeding. The afternoon class introduced another kind of knowledge, focusing on material breeding, which required understanding materials and their properties first. Wang Mu had purchased every common material from the association, although not comprehensively, considering there were 280,000 types from Tier 1 to 5. He instructed the students to first observe the materials, then check information on tablets, and finally assigned a week-long homework. Design a new spirit beast breeding method based on their understanding of the materials, with materials provided by him. As a reward, students could earn points, and the spirit beasts they bred could be sold or raised by themselves. Wow! Lin Qing exclaimed. Is this a class or a bonus? The students understood that this opportunity was rare and must be seized. They couldn't just focus on the value of the materials or spirit beasts. Learning from the teacher itself was a chance not to be missed. Wang Mu smiled slightly. He didn't want to dampen their spirits, but seeing they were only focused on the benefits, he decided to speak up. He asked, are you really confident you can remember all the information about the materials? Understanding and choosing materials is a test in itself. You should consider your future direction, choose attributes, decide on the type of spirit beasts to cultivate, and determine which materials are most suitable. Is there potential for the spirit beasts to evolve? Think carefully and work hard. With that, Wang Mu happily left the classroom. Inside the classroom, Lin Xiao, Dong Yu, and others felt a wave of tension. They had been blinded by the allure of benefits and rewards, but now, recalling the sheer volume of materials, they felt uneasy. Mastering them in a week, or even a month, seemed daunting. Who would have thought a simple materials recognition class would hold such hidden challenges? The teacher hadn't spelled it out, and they hadn't expected it. Fortunately, they understood that there's no need to overthink. It's best to take action right away. Amidst the diligent atmosphere in the classroom, Wang Mu began to share a partial version of Qingyang with Qingyang Wood, directly experiencing it. Once again, a green sun appeared in the sky, but Wang Mu quickly realized that this Qingyang only enhanced light attributes, without affecting others. What made him frown was that this sun had a temperature, a real condensation of spiritual energy. The partial Qingyang simply formed a sun, whereas the Qingyang spell given by Gong Yuhao was more like summoning the shadow of Qingyang, the true ancient power of the green sky, explaining its immense strength. Wang Mu realized that cultivating Qingyang would require using the power of the green sky, which could only be done within his secret realm, not in the thunder realm. In his secret realm, the green spiritual energy flowed continuously, maintaining Qingyang's presence. Only in such an environment could Qingyang Wood thrive. Additionally, the Qingyang Wood spirit plant should be cultivated into a grove by Qingling, unexpectedly originating from the ancient green sky's miraculous wood, enhancing cultivation as well. Through multiple cultivation attempts, Wang Mu had gained deep insights into various materials, knowing instinctively which materials were best for spirit beast cultivation without needing to deliberate. His secret realm was now connected to the network, allowing him to conveniently instruct Qingling to handle tasks by sending messages. However, he also noticed a message from Zhu Tao, who had finally left the secret realm. Zhu Tao felt a bit disoriented, time having flown by so fast. Initially, he could have become a junior cultivator directly, but due to teaching tasks, an important research project was delayed, causing a prolonged delay. He told Wang Mu, "I'm not sure about your approach to teaching, but try to take it seriously. Even if you're not interested, treat it as an opportunity to organize your knowledge system. With your talent, the students are quite fortunate. Let me know if you need any help." Wang Mu replied with a smile. "I'm taking a break for the next half month." He then sent a selfie with the caption, "Having fun in class." Within 5 seconds, a video call came through. On the other end, Zhu Tao seemed excited. "When did you pass the master assessment? Isn't there a 1-year interval required for the cultivator assessment?" "No. Wait, you went straight to the master assessment, so there's no interval needed. I suddenly realized I shouldn't set you as a role model for my daughter and son." Wang Mu listened quietly to Zhu Tao's narrative until he finished. During the assessment in early November, an auction was also held, but unfortunately, only the Shui Ling Dai found a suitable beast master, while the other first-generation beast kings did not find suitable candidates. Zhu Tao was stunned but reminded Wang Mu, "You are now a master, and you can announce to your city and the 4 nearest cities around. We breeders usually start the auction immediately after cultivation, without time for promotion, so we have some privileges. Grandmasters can even make announcements across the entire network." At this, he couldn't help but feel envious. "I'm just planning to take the intermediate breeder assessment. Who knows how long it will take to advance to high level and become a master? Take your time," Wang Mu suggested, not in a condescending way but with advice. Primitive awakening is a good skill. You could cultivate some spirit beasts specifically to inherit this skill. There might be unexpected results. But this is just an additional suggestion. Don't let it affect your other projects. Zhu Tao took note of the advice seriously, recognizing that despite Wang Mu's young age, he had genuine expertise and was now a master, making his suggestions worth listening to. He had just seen Wang Mu's information on the association's website, learning that he was an ice cultivation master specializing in breeding Bingjing butterfly and Bingyu spirit butterfly, both of which have the Jinbing attribute. He pondered if there was some connection between primitive awakening and Jinbing. Zhu Tao suddenly remembered something. Here in Polar City, an ancient ice continent was discovered in an old ice cave, which likely contains ancient profound ice. If you need it, you can apply for it. As a master, you can still trade through the local association. Profound ice and Jinbing are both mid to high-level ice powers often used by breeders as materials or to create suitable environments. Especially profound ice, which can absorb ice spirit energy and expand, making it sustainable with just a small amount. To avoid forgetting, Wang Mu applied directly, planning to have his assistant handle it later. He usually wasn't worried about such things due to his good memory, but with the Guanyi white horse and Tunshan sparrow arriving soon, he was concerned about having enough time. Having assigned tasks to his students, Wang Mu returned to his secret realm with the Qingyang wood. Qingling began to report on the tasks. "Master, the Qingyang wood spirit plant has sprouted and is in the growth stage. The Qingya Rual wood has formed a forest, but there are no signs of spirits being born. Many Mo mushroom have appeared. If you want to cultivate them, you'd better hurry, or they will naturally evolve." Wang Mu looked at Qingling's avatar and remarked, "I'm glad to have your help, otherwise I wouldn't manage. My world has grown a bit. Should we go out together next time?" Qingling declined. "No need, I don't particularly like the outside, but if you need me to fight, I can go out. My strength is quite decent." Although this energy avatar couldn't show expressions, Wang Mu sensed her pride. He smiled and said, "That's right, we might not fight, but we can't be without strength. I see you're flowering again. Reproducing too often might affect your growth." Qingling replied, "It will have some impact, but I feel that if I miss this chance, there won't be another. The world is constantly growing after its birth, and I'm also evolving. Previous damage will heal, so you don't need to worry." Wang Mu flew directly to Qingling's main body this time to sense it carefully, and he was astonished. Qingling's roots were densely packed, resembling clusters of light spheres, and these light beams were all secret realms. Although small, each had an internal space of about 5 or 6 square meters, and they were genuine secret realms. Different secret realms had different spirit energy environments. Some were singular, others mixed, and Wang Mu even saw one filled with magma. How were these secret realms born? In front of Wang Mu, Qingling was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Its state mirrored the metamorphosis of a caterpillar into a butterfly, with its original abilities being converted into nutrients to support Qingling's new form. Wang Mu pondered silently that although Qingling's species was not highly ranked, With the enhancement of various spells and materials, it had finally reached the moment of qualitative change. Evolution was imminent. Congratulations, Qing Ling. Get ready for an evolution, Wang Mu said with a smile, full of anticipation for Qing Ling's future attributes. Qing Ling was excited but more concerned about Qing Ming's situation. Master, will Qing Ming also undergo an evolution? Qing Ling asked, eyes shining with curiosity. Qing Ming appeared at this moment and nodded in agreement. When the master cultivates all attribute spirit butterflies to the Lord level, I will also evolve. Once all spirit butterflies reach the sovereign level, I will evolve again. It requires 10 basic attributes, but if there are special attributes, I will have an additional evolution, Qing Ming stated with determination and confidence. Wang Mu's mental power explored Qing Ling's world, finding it spacious but unchanged. He speculated that the world had a profound impact on spirit beasts and suggested to Qing Ming, would you like a world trait? Qing Ming decisively declined. Master, I don't think it's suitable for now. Wang Mu nodded, understanding that not all good things suit spirit beasts. Suitability is key. He recalled his past blind cultivation of Qing Mu Yao and remained cautious. In the future, when nurturing spirit beasts, he would first determine the attributes they are suited for, and if necessary, use bloodline cultivation to add relevant bloodlines. He also considered the universal world trait, believing it could integrate the power of spirit beasts, and planned to give the ice crystal butterfly a world trait in the future. Meanwhile, Wang Mu reminded himself to pay close attention to these two spirit beasts. In his private realm, Wang Mu's cultivation work became more adept, with all preparations in place. He shared the complete version of the Qingyang spell with Qingyang Mu and had Qing Ling use it, bathing in the green radiance. The two Qingyang Mu indeed began to change, with spirit patterns resonating with the external green light and extending outward. Wang Mu nodded in satisfaction, thinking, indeed, the cultivation conditions have changed. Previously, the radiance of the blue sky was needed, but now the Qingyang spell could be used instead. However, ordinary spell usage was still insufficient. Only he and Qing Ling could use it because they both possessed world traits. Wang Mu reflected that although the Gong family also had Qingyang Mu capable of Qingyang, they had not succeeded in cultivation. By eliminating variables, he understood the reason. With the core issue resolved, Wang Mu was confident that cultivating Lord-level Qingyang Mu would only take a few days, and he planned to invite Gong Yuhao over in a few days. Just 2 days later, Gong Yuhao appeared before Wang Mu. Wang Mu was momentarily incredulous. The young man standing before him, only about 1.6 meters tall, was a stark contrast to the elderly figure he had seen before. However, upon closer inspection, he had to admit that this was indeed Gong Yuhao. The life, energy, and the contract were unmistakably his. How did you end up like this? Wang Mu asked. Gong Yuhao, full of energy, explained, the ancestor saw that my cultivation wasn't progressing, so he exhausted his essence to heal my injuries. Now, my body has rejuvenated due to the influx of life force, but it's only temporary. In about 5 years, when the life force is depleted, it'll revert to being an old man. I came back to ask you when we'll set out on our journey. Although my combat power has decreased, I'm still stronger than other 7th-tier cultivators. Wang Mu recalled Lu Zhan's words and replied, early next year, I suppose. Since you're here, I also have something to discuss with you. Follow me. Upon entering the secret realm, Gong Yuhao immediately noticed the Qingyang tree and exclaimed in surprise, impressive, you've managed to cultivate a Qingyang tree. Wang Mu shook his head, I bought this one, but it's only a partial version. The complete form still needs more time to cultivate. Don't go into seclusion for now. Prepare to contract a new spirit beast. Gong Yuhao was instantly excited and laughed heartily. Great. I suddenly can't wait. I was calm before, thinking it would happen eventually, but now you've got me all worked up. Wang Mu understood his excitement and reassured him, it's natural. Be patient, though. The Qingyang tree is tied to the ancient Qing Tian and can only be restored to the Lord level at best. Further cultivation will be challenging. They'll provide you with other spirit beast contracts later, but you'll need to prove yourself, or the spirit beasts won't choose you. Gong Yuhao, brimming with confidence, thumped his chest and said, no problem. Given my past condition, advancing to the overlord level is a certainty. I only went after merits for the sake of contracting a spirit beast. After this contract, I'll advance to the overlord level. All right, but there's no rush. What's your talent? Radiant Wood of Light. That's the name of my talent. Under the radiance, wood-based spells are enhanced, and my spirit beasts will inherit this enhancement. Most of our Gong family has this talent. Wang Mu nodded. All right, got it. Go back and wait for my message. After Gong Yuhao left, Wang Mu mused to himself. I think humans are actually a type of spirit beast, or rather, intelligent beasts. They have elemental affinity, talents, and these talents are hereditary, much like beasts. He suddenly wondered what he would become in the future, having shared so many spirit patterns. The Qingling roots spread throughout the area, transforming the land into its domain, capable of sensing everything that happened within. Naturally, It heard Wang Mu's words and expressed confusion. Humans are beasts? Aren't humans just humans? After his playful remark, Wang Mu began to daydream and wait. The light-winged white horse was due to arrive today. Since he started cultivating, he had worked with spirit butterflies, and now he wanted to cultivate new spirit beasts. The white horse seemed majestic, especially with its pair of radiant wings. Train him to become a more powerful battle mount. You want to know about the Qingmu Yao, the strange mushroom, the Qingyang wood, and the Qingfeng eagle, or those unnamed spirit beasts? The evolution path of the Qingmu Yao is quite clear, relying on its original two forms and the world tree's evolution chain. Each requires a certain growth period, and they need to reach maturity first. As for the strange mushroom, it's the same. They need to develop to a certain scale to merge and become complete. Even if many mushrooms are born, you only need to add life runes and spiritual attributes to them, without much worry. The Qingyang wood, as Wang Mu told Gong Yuhao, is a special species that can restore its original level even without materials, so don't mess with it. The Qingfeng eagle must be bred to a certain scale, with all individuals possessing life and spiritual attributes, to continue cultivation. They aren't insect-type spirit beasts, their growth and reproduction aren't easy. Even a Lord-level Qingya butterfly can only lay about 10 eggs. Wang Mu cultivates the spirit butterflies by taking the eggs from the beast kings, and if that's not enough, he can use the eggs of the commanders, so there will never be a shortage for Wang Mu's cultivation. As for the sea demon whale, it's not that Wang Mu doesn't want to mention them. They are mammals and only give birth to one offspring at a time. Even ordinary bloodline spray whales have one offspring per birth, making it difficult to cultivate through bloodlines. Therefore, Wang Mu plans to breed them for several years. In reality, it's several years, but in the secret realm, it's decades, to accumulate enough materials. At this moment, Wang Mu deeply understands the importance of accumulation. Fortunately, the Lightwing White Horse has a dedicated breeding base, so Wang Mu only needs to achieve some results to continuously obtain the young ones. His secret realm's eastern area has only one spirit plant ecological park, and the rest is grassland, which is very suitable for their survival. In fact, there are also Junbing spirits reviving in his secret realm, but unfortunately, the Qingya Rongu hasn't birthed any spirits yet, and he hasn't mastered the method of spirit cultivation, so it's not suitable to start now. Pressed for time, Wang Mu calculated and decided to sell the spirit beasts. High-level versions of various spells require at least 2 to 3 years to obtain, as he needs mastery level or higher versions of intermediate and advanced spells. Alas, Wang Mu realized he was too impatient. His rise was too fast, and he was used to immediate results from cultivation. When time was needed, he tended to overthink. Thus, Wang Mu planned to spend this year teaching, accumulating knowledge, organizing the knowledge he had mastered, and planning for the future. Also, 10 7th-level Beast Tamers got a place. But this was arranged by the association, so the people they arranged for him wouldn't be bad, right? In Dark City, Ning Jiming was lying in a hot spring, with clean water rising from the bottom, turning black when it touched his body, and a large amount of steam evaporating from the surface as the dirty water quickly dissipated. At this moment, someone in mechanical armor flew up. Jiming, how are your injuries? The person lying down opened his eyes and calmly replied, I won't die. The newcomer hovered in the air, relieved. That's good. Get ready to depart. The association, considering your situation, has arranged for you to sign a contract with a cultivation master. Me? Ning Jiming fell silent, closing his eyes to think quickly. So that's how it is. Is this cultivation master young and promising? Can they solve my problem? Yes, I knew you'd figure it out. The newcomer nodded. Ning Jiming put on his clothes, and when he flew into the air, the mist no longer spread, revealing the hot spring below, which turned out to be a 100-meter tree, with each leaf being a pool filled with medicinal liquid. In the vast land of Shenzhou, young talents from various cities received a notice from the Beastmaster Association, inviting them to participate in a special assessment to compete for the position of guardian to a newly promoted cultivation master. The fact that this qualification required competition caught the interest of many Beastmasters, as it implied the extraordinary strength of the new master. Forming a contract with them would mean that future spiritual beasts would no longer be a concern. However, there was a worrying aspect. There were only 7 spots available. So, who were the other 3 pre-selected individuals, and why? This spurred a group of eager participants, ready to prove themselves. Upon receiving the message that the Lightwing horses had arrived at his doorstep, Wang Mu prepared to expand the secret realm gate to facilitate transport. Unexpectedly, he encountered Mu Cheng. Sensing Wang Mu's confusion, Mu Cheng instructed Wang Mu's assistant before approaching him. He explained that as an expansion city, Leihai City lacked security, making it unsuitable to use the association's secret realm for transporting the Lightwing horses. Instead, they would have to rely on inner-city teams for transportation. Mu Cheng happened to come across them on his way back to collect the secret realm, so he decided to escort them, saving 2 to 3 days. Wang Mu nodded in understanding and said, Then you should first set up the secret realm and let the ice crystal butterfly take a look. Mu Cheng tilted his head slightly, a smile playing on his lips. This young one is quite proud. This time, I got something good, guaranteed to captivate him. Wang Mu was curious. Though he didn't ask, Mu Cheng shared voluntarily. It's a cold heaven frost flower. Hmm. Wang Mu expressed surprise. Isn't that supposed to be extinct? Mu Cheng couldn't help but laugh. I found it in an old ice cave in the polar city, at least from before the fall of the celestial star. It contains many celestial treasures, and this is one of them, along with a few other good items. Can I use it to pre-order a spiritual beast from you? Wang Mu nodded. Sure, but I remember there are ice-type masters and ready-made spiritual beasts. Why not go to them? Mu Cheng replied honestly. Some materials are excellent, but not ice-type. Currently, there are two ice-type masters, Master Tao Rue and you. I've contracted with his spiritual beast, and he specializes only in ice types, so I'm counting on you. There are no grandmasters in ice types, so masters are the top experts. Understanding the situation, Wang Mu said, follow them to the secret realm. The ice crystal butterfly is there today. Once it approves, we'll sign the purchase contract. They'll have to see if your items can compare to Hu Yun's. This time, Mu Cheng didn't dare make any bold statements, knowing Hu Yun's strength and the quality of his treasures, though his own were not inferior. Once everyone entered the secret realm, Wang Mu retrieved a box from the materials room, one of the 3 items for trade from Hu Yun. Opening the small palm-sized box, he revealed a deep blue stone the size of a thumb. Upon closer inspection, the stone had a white swirl in the center, resembling rotating water. This was the Grand Dream Ci. Beyond the 9 provinces lies the 8 Zhe, with the Grand Dream Ci known as Hao Zhe, though that is less important. The key point is that this Ci from the Grand Dream can serve as a water-type material, typically used for Lord-level spiritual beasts and potentially granting domain spells. It can also aid a 7th-tier spiritual beast nearing a breakthrough to advance to the 8th tier. Wang Mu held 3 primary Ci's in his hand. These precious secret realm materials could not only activate a small Ci area, but also alter the characteristics of existing Cs, endowing them with the unique attributes of a Grand Dream Ci, nurturing special species exclusive to it. Wang Mu had already placed one into his own world to be absorbed, planning to use another to change the environment. After reaching the Lord level, spirit beasts require a territory, and long-term influence on the territory aids in upgrading the Lord's enchantments and weather spells into domains. These 3 Ci's each had a volume of about 1 cubic kilometer. Although size was not crucial, their unique regional attributes were vital and could be expanded by adding water. When Wang Mu first encountered these Ci's, he couldn't help but marvel at Hu Yun's exaggeration, as they were highly sought after by water system cultivation masters who were willing to pay a high price, enough to directly purchase a Lord's spirit beast with priority. The dangers of the deep sea were self-evident, even difficult for a king to navigate safely, and Ci's were rare treasures formed in such depths. Wang Mu planned to reserve the last one for a future Lord-level water attribute spirit beast to help it break through its limits. Outside the laboratory, a corner of the lake was frozen, and ice crystal butterflies danced gracefully. Mu Cheng, with sincerity, narrated for himself, Tada, look, 3 fruits of the 9th-tier birth spirit wood. And here, a frost flower of heaven. He had also prepared a luxurious ice palace, inviting the ice crystal butterflies to visit. Although the ice crystal butterflies were also spirit power entities, as an initial lord, it performed excellently in all aspects. Wang Mu supplemented its life and spiritual attributes, ensuring the ice crystal butterflies retained their wisdom and emotions, which made them feel a liking towards this human. The ice crystal butterfly thought to itself that Mu Cheng's strength was admirable, and his potential was enticing. Ultimately, it agreed to Mu Cheng's proposal but understood the rules of the cultivation facility, and thus did not immediately sign a contract, only giving a verbal agreement and refraining from using the materials personally, instead conveying, using it myself would be a waste. Mu Cheng eagerly responded, then go find Master Wang. His laughter echoed in the air. After the transaction contract was signed, Mu Cheng eagerly formed a pact with the ice crystal butterfly. Wang Mu stood by, contemplating that the materials at hand were excellent choices to elevate the ice crystal butterfly further. Mu Cheng, already a dominator, completed the contract in seconds, then waited beside Wang Mu. Wang Mu did not start immediately, but instead asked, could you share your talent? It's related to the customization of future spirit beasts. While Beast Tamers indeed needed to conceal their talents, it was not a concern for cultivators. Mu Cheng candidly shared, at the 5th tier, I awakened the Ice Envoy talent, enhancing control over ice elements. After reaching the Dominator level, I awakened Ice Mastery, which allows Ice Affinity to surpass high-level limits. But it requires the Spirit Beast talent to be sufficiently high, and the initial Lord's potential is certainly enough. Such conventional talents did not impact the Spirit Beast, but instead facilitated Wang Mu's cultivation efforts. He noted it down, set the matter aside, and began processing materials in preparation for the ice crystal butterfly's development. In Mu Cheng's perspective, he witnessed Wang Mu's hand swipe across the fruit, causing it to wither instantly. All its energy was extracted by Wang Mu and transformed into life runes, which were then infused into the essence of the ice crystal butterfly. Subsequently, the rare and irreplaceable cold sky frost flower was shattered by Wang Mu, which was heartbreaking to see. This material was not rare due to its price, but because it was nearly impossible to find. It resembled a hexagonal snowflake, unique and unmelting. The released coldness was quickly contained by Wang Mu before it could spread, and the ice crystal butterfly absorbed it in cooperation. Having signed a contract, Mu Cheng could clearly sense the enhancement of the ice crystal butterfly, far exceeding his expectations. He no longer focused on these details, as he was an outsider and simply needed to pay. With his spatial equipment, he began retrieving items. The first was a tumtor-long piece of wood, pitch black and decayed, yet it caught Wang Mu's focused attention. This was a piece of ebony, extraordinary in nature, exuding a rich wood attribute that had not dissipated even after millennia. It had been soaked in darkness for years, gaining water and dark attributes, making it a rare multi-attribute cultivation material, hard to find even for master craftsmen. Next, he took out an irregular crystal, rusty and unattractive in appearance, but equally precious. It was gold crystal iron, possessing metal and light attributes, and classified as a Lord-level material. Just 1 cubic centimeter weighed 10 kilograms, typically used in several hundred grams per application. Mu Cheng produced 3 large blocks, weighing at least several tons, along with new materials. The new item was a 32th crystal with a blue flame burning at its core. Wang Mu was speechless. After dealing with the ice crystal butterfly, he looked at Mu Cheng and asked, "This isn't necessary, don't you recognize it?" Mu Cheng was puzzled. "Isn't this the phantom blue flame? I must be right." Wang Mu couldn't suppress his urge to comment. "Yes, but do you think it's suitable? This quality is at least dominator level, and without unlocking it, it could even be king level. It's a flame from the stars, with terrifying temperatures capable of distorting space. Do you think it's appropriate?" Mu Cheng appeared confused. "Master, you don't seem to understand the market. The ice crystal butterfly is of pure ice attribute, and I expect you to help it evolve in the future. I also want a spot to customize a spirit beast. This phantom blue flame is dominator level. I've tested it, and the other piece is king level. Next time, if you need it, I can use it as part of the prepayment." Wang Mu immediately checked with the association and found that his pricing was actually quite normal, as he had researched before. However, it was common for Beast Tamers to offer extra, and it was acceptable. At this point, the issue wasn't value but whether the Beast Tamer wanted the cultivator to accept it to feel more assured. Alright, Wang Mu accepted, as he did need fire attribute materials, given that he didn't have fire attribute spells. Originally, his lightning and fire attribute spirit butterflies were purely cultivated from materials. The fire attribute was manageable because he had a spark butterfly to upgrade from the start, but the lightning attribute was added last without a foundation. Wang Mu intended to focus on cultivating both spirit butterflies again to achieve perfection. Especially for the fire attribute, the description of different flames in a novel from his past life intrigued him. In the vast land of China, flames change in different environments, creating various special flames, which are excellent cultivation materials. This aspect had been thoroughly explored by masters of sacred fire, leading to the birth of numerous dominator-level spirit beasts, and even quite a few at the king level. Wang Mu planned to experiment with this. The Lightwing White Horse is in its growth phase, possessing a secondary bloodline and elite talents. It is adept at using advanced elementary spells of light and wind, has the racial trait of proficient light wings, and shares a galloping herd level. As a specially bred spiritual beast, it already had a secondary shared level when it first met Wang Mu. After handling the follow-up affairs of the auction, Wang Mu eagerly came to see this new spiritual beast. Typically, Lightwing White Horses are at an excellent level, making it easy for anyone to form a contract with them. Upon reaching the 4th tier, they can achieve elite status, and at the 5th tier, they can directly reach the commanding level. This pair, evidently selected by White Horse City, was directly at the elite level and had only recently been born, mastering just one Lightwing spell. Upon seeing its appearance, Wang Mu was amazed. The Lightwing White Horse was entirely white, nearly 2 meters tall even during its growth phase, and its body was large and agile, with smooth muscle lines. Its white fur shimmered with a silver glow under the light, as if covered by a thin layer of frost, each hair delicate as silk, gently swaying in the wind, appearing particularly graceful. The most striking feature was the pair of massive wings on its back, with a wingspan of about 5 meters. The feathers were pure white, each one distinct and neatly aligned, as if meticulously crafted. Its eyes were deep and bright, exuding intelligence and spirituality, making it the perfect spiritual beast. The Lightwing White Horse gets its name from the Lightwing spell, which, when used, causes a pair of wings made of light to grow from Wang Mu's back. These wings are surrounded by wind power, allowing him to ascend with a gentle flap. The use of light wings covers the horse's wings, enhancing speed and agility, while also granting the Beastmaster an additional pair of wings, enabling flight even at lower levels. Moreover, Wang Mu noticed a racial trait reminiscent of certain special spiritual beasts, like ant colonies and bee swarms. The galloping herd allows spiritual energy to be transmitted among the same race. When fighting alongside their kin, their strength can increase by up to 1 tier, though this ceases at the 8th tier. Training with their kin also boosts efficiency. Wang Mu instantly realized he had a long way to go, marveling at the creation of such a powerful beast. It seemed ordinary in bloodline, but was actually very strong, especially with that racial trait. As the number of Lightwing White Horses increases, each one is equivalent to a lord's bloodline. No wonder the specialty spiritual beast of White Horse City is this one. Their legions and city defense forces each contract one as a standard spiritual beast. Wang Mu attempted to probe the spiritual patterns related to this trait, and the scene before him was almost dazzling. Inside the horse, the spiritual patterns intertwined to form a three-dimensional structure, which, while not quite matching the deer antlers sent by Gong Yuhao, was not far off. At this moment, Wang Mu wondered if such a level of spiritual beast even needed further cultivation by him, but he decided to try. He had once obtained the mane of a holy Pegasus, which was no simple feat, as the existing materials were all at the 7th or 8th tier, given that this naturally spiritual beast had gone extinct, with the environment growing increasingly unsuitable for them, making enhancement quite difficult. Even so, they could reach 7th or 8th tier strength, and their bloodline level was that of a dominant one, a genuinely dominant level spiritual beast, once living among the clouds. Those who know understand. The top-tier Lightwing White Horse that Wang Mu knew was at most at the dominant level, though extremely rare, with the Lord level being their usual limit. Wang Mu realized that the divine attribute of the sacred Pegasus was a deadly advantage against the creatures of the underworld. In his hand, he held a tuft of its mane, predominantly white with a slight translucence under the light, and upon closer inspection, it shimmered with a golden luster, akin to fine silk. It was truly remarkable. Wang Mu extracted some weak bloodline essence and gave it to the light spirit butterfly, observing that the newly emerged spirit patterns were somewhat similar to light attribute patterns, appearing to be a higher-level manifestation, much like refined ice compared to regular ice. He divided the mane into several parts for experimentation and found that no matter how many times it was divided, the essence of the spirit patterns remained almost unchanged. He decided to cultivate it using the green leafworm. Wang Mu believed the green leaf butterfly was more suitable for the experiment because he was very familiar with the characteristics of spirit butterflies and could easily detect any changes. After just one generation of cultivation, Wang Mu collected all the spirit patterns from the mane, and the ordinary light spirit butterfly reached the Beast King level, but it lacked a crucial spirit pattern. Consequently, he sought to purchase the horn of the sacred Pegasus from the association. This spirit beast was similar to the unicorn from his previous life, with many spells being released from its horn, which is a vital organ. Wang Mu believed that obtaining it would lead to a breakthrough. Wang Mu transferred the light-based spells of the light spirit butterfly to the light-winged white horse and inscribed the light spirit patterns onto it, embarking on a new course. The time spent in cultivation flew by swiftly, and before he knew it, it was time to conclude. Teacher Wang began lecturing his beloved students, and as days passed, the sky-swallowing sparrow he eagerly awaited had yet to arrive. It turned out that the queue for purchasing it was incredibly long, requiring sequential distribution. To accumulate material, Wang Mu focused on teaching and unexpectedly discovered the joy of nurturing. Among his 12 students, aside from Lin Xiao and Dong Yu who performed excellently, student number 7, Zheng Yu, recently showcased his unique talent. Initially, Zheng Yu ranked in the middle among the 12, with an average performance. Wang Mu had always regarded him as ordinary, expecting him to become a standard breeder. However, a few days ago, while Wang Mu was researching the fire spirit butterfly, he entrusted some elite-level spirit butterflies to the students for cultivation. Zheng Yu unexpectedly cultivated a common ability burning, which allowed the butterfly to emit flames all over its body, enhancing the power of basic fire spells. In Wang Mu's view, this was an ordinary ability for the fire spirit butterfly, but among the other students, it stood out as particularly impressive, even genius. The latest assignment was to cultivate a spirit plant into a spirit beast. Wang Mu ostensibly imposed pressure on the students, but was actually keenly observing Zheng Yu's performance. Spirit plants and spirit beasts are fundamentally different. The former lacks a soul and wisdom, while the latter possesses self-awareness. Wang Mu had long intended to cultivate the fruit trees in the secret realm into spirit beasts to manage themselves. He was also curious to know if, after enhancing their bloodlines to a higher level, the fruits would have special effects, Or what would happen if multiple fruits were grafted and then cultivated into spirit beasts? However, ordinary spirit plants lack the depth to become spirit beasts, and having grown in the secret realm for so long, they barely met Wang Mu's experimental standards. Once it was confirmed feasible, Wang Mu began purchasing ancient trees and long-aged spiritual plants. As the main force behind this project, he did not hold high expectations for the students' success, but he hoped they would personally experience various cultivation processes. Regardless of success or failure, this would help them find their own paths. Fortunately, as a cultivator, he was unconcerned about the financial costs, which might have been unbearable for an average teacher. It was now late December, nearing the new year, but Wang Mu didn't plan to celebrate, so the students didn't have to expect any festivities. Coincidentally, the secret realm managed by Uncle Guo was about to be transported back, and Wang Mu intended to let the students witness it. Just remembering a bit of the spiritual patterns from this level would be enough for them to step into the ranks of advanced cultivators. Along the way, Wang Mu encountered many excellent teachers. Although some were just passing by, they provided him with much assistance. Now, as a teacher himself, he wanted to pass on this spirit. However, the students felt immense pressure, secretly wondering, cultivate spiritual plants into spiritual beasts? Is this for real, teacher? They no longer cared about the new year. Having such a dedicated teacher, they would willingly attend classes for 10 consecutive years, even if he might be overestimating their abilities. Despite this, they earnestly began their experiments. Whether they succeeded or not, they would first try, and if it didn't work, they would identify the problems and make improvements. Zheng Yu, who was under Wang Mu's focused observation, continued to diligently consult materials and understand relevant literature. He noticed Wang Mu's attention but didn't mind, as he had been the best in class during the last project. This time, he was even more dedicated, currently cultivating a Qing Shui fruit tree with at least a century's worth of age. Although the tree was actually only 20 years old, frequent irrigation with Qingling liquid and careful nurturing had made the fruit's effects nearly indistinguishable from that of a 100-year-old tree. Moreover, the tree had accumulated enough spirituality, and Zheng Yu needed to find a way to guide and activate this spirituality to transform it into a soul and wisdom. This process seemed abstract and challenging, but within the world's rules, spiritual plants had a chance to evolve into spiritual beasts. Now, they just needed to meet the conditions for this transformation. Wang Mu attempted to inscribe a life spiritual pattern, but it dissipated, merging into the entire tree. Although the life intensity increased, the spiritual pattern didn't gather. He then tried a mental spiritual pattern, but it was even more straightforward. It left nothing after dissipating. Wang Mu then experimented with spells, materials, and bloodline fusion, all to no avail. He vaguely identified the cause, perhaps it was a soul issue? This problem was relatively simple. Wang Mu found the dark light in the secret realm, a spiritual beast resembling a firefly, which had grown quite familiar with him and no longer hid, with its dark areas completely faded. Compared to the past, it hadn't changed much, typical for a spiritual beast in a peaceful environment, growing very slowly without a beast master's cultivation. However, Wang Mu was no longer the person he once was. With increased strength, he could see deep within the dark light's spiritual patterns, filled with chaos and disorder, unlike other fixed patterns. These patterns were actually changing. These must be soul's spiritual patterns. Wang Mu instantly abandoned his research on it, as the completely chaotic and changing patterns were beyond his small capabilities to uncover their secrets. At this moment, Wang Mu fell into contemplation again, but he wasn't anxious, as the association had records of related methods. He just wanted to understand the essence himself. In a way, cultivators are like scientists. Ready-made formulas can be directly used, but they are more accustomed to exploring the world themselves, unveiling the world's mysteries in their own ways. The association possesses a unique spell known as the birth spirit technique, originating from the wondrous transformation of a birth spirit tree into a spirit beast. Within the influence of this spell, spiritual energy becomes harmonious, and beasts gradually evolve into spirit beasts. Breeders are naturally enthusiastic about studying the birth spirit tree. However, despite extensive research, they have been unable to replicate its spell, resulting in the development of an incomplete version of the birth spirit technique. This spell can imbue objects full of spiritual essence with intelligence, turning them into spirit beasts, but it has significant limitations and a low potential ceiling. For instance, even with the aid of advanced spells, flower pots and tree stumps show minimal change. To overcome these limitations, one must focus on the soul's spiritual patterns. Wang Mu reviewed the learning criteria for the spell and began to teach himself. Time quickly passed, and it was January 1st. On this day, Wang Mu arrived at the classroom early, and the students also arrived ahead of schedule, which greatly pleased Mr. Wang. He looked at them with satisfaction, thinking, "Good, everyone is very proactive." Thus, he decided to teach them about recognizing, understanding, and comprehending spiritual patterns for the new year. Wang Mu immediately informed the students that they wouldn't be able to return home for some time. Having spent 3 months together, their relationships had grown closer, and the students' awe of him had turned into respect and gratitude, making them more confident. Zhang Lianqing, one of the most active students in the class, eagerly raised his hand and asked, "Mr. Wang, can we really engage with spiritual patterns?" Wang Mu nodded with a smile. "Of course you can. Although no one succeeded in the last assigned project, some projects are meant to involve you and broaden your knowledge, not necessarily to be completed. In reality, the ability to turn a spiritual plant into a spirit beast without diminishing its potential is something even he cannot achieve. Only some seasoned masters or grandmasters can accomplish this." In the previous cultivation of the fire spirit butterfly, most students managed to keep the spirit butterflies at an elite level, proving their qualifications. Wang Mu concluded, "All right, I'll be waiting for you in the banyan grove. The clay oxen, once deceased, cannot be exposed to water, or they will immediately dissolve." The recently discovered secret realm of the clay oxen had long been devoid of remains, with only the secret realm that had sunk into the earth's veins being extracted by the association's professionals and infused into a spirit stone. After the spirit stone was delivered, Qing Ling signed for it on Wang Mu's behalf. At this moment, Qing Ling placed the spirit stone on the ground and infused it with spiritual power to activate it, revealing a portal. Normally, a secret realm cannot contain another secret realm, but this rule only applies to secret realms with living beings. The secret realm formed by the death of such beasts is very small and does not affect other small secret realms. Wang Mu was the first to enter the secret realm, finding that it had already been processed by the association. The ground was flat and safe, with stone pillars connecting the floor to the ceiling, and yellow earthen walls surrounding him. This peculiar spatial structure filled the air with a certain power, making Wang Mu feel light, almost weightless. With a gentle step, he bounced up, sticking directly to the ceiling. From this elevated vantage point, he felt as if he were in outer space, able to move freely or propel himself with mental force. Looking around, Wang Mu noticed faint spiritual patterns within the earth and stone, but the cave was filled with stone pillars, making it impossible to see the overall picture clearly. Wang Mu knew that memorizing the spiritual patterns of the entire secret realm required immense mental strength and the ability to piece together incomplete patterns into a complete version. Although his students had not yet developed such capabilities, he assessed that the spiritual patterns in each space here could at least nurture a lord and potentially a beast king. Wang Mu felt quite satisfied with this, thinking that this New Year's gift was decent, but whether they could grow to that extent depended on their own efforts. At this moment, the students were talking with their families. Lin Xiao was reporting to the director of the Cultivation Center. "Aunt Jean, the teacher said he's taking us for research, so we probably won't be back soon." Aunt Jin's voice carried a hint of relief. "Really? That's great. You must study hard, Lin Xiao. Keep it up." Despite sounding a bit weary, her voice was full of energy and hope. Lin Xiao unconsciously clenched his right hand in a gesture of encouragement and replied, "I will." Dong Yu also shared this good news with her parents. "My dear mom, I probably won't be coming home for a while." Her voice was cheerful, as if happiness flowed through her words. Dong Yu nodded at the screen as her mother's voice came through, gentle yet firm. "Of course, I'll miss my darling." This sweet interaction between mother and daughter conveyed a strong sense of familial love, and like other parents, her mother reminded her to pay attention in class. After Wang Mu was promoted to master, Lei Haiqing quickly relayed Wang Mu's profile to Lei Zhantian, Tong Xian, and Shang Shui. By now, everyone knew there was a new master with Lei Haiqing, and the students' parents were particularly excited, as it was such a rare opportunity to hear a master's lecture. Although the hidden benefits were obvious, at the very least, their children had greater potential for development on the path of cultivation. Wang Mu had spent some time in the secret realm, and Qing Ling had proactively gathered the students after their calls, waiting at the entrance. As soon as Wang Mu emerged, he could lead the group in. Before entering, he took some bamboo tubes filled with Qing Ling liquid. Upon reaching the secret realm, Wang Mu distributed the tubes to the students. "This is the space formed after the death of a dominant-level beast, the mud ox. Drink the Qing Ling liquid and slowly comprehend, don't rush. Memorize as much as you can, and when you're hungry or thirsty, drink the liquid to save time." After speaking, Wang Mu used his mental strength to project the spiritual patterns he had already understood into the surrounding soil. Instantly, the patterns of the entire secret realm became more pronounced, with energy even surging. Realizing the rare opportunity, the students thanked Wang Mu and began their comprehension as instructed. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong, a manager at the Cultivation Academy, received a phone call. A student's parent was hurling curses at her, filled with foul language, which she automatically filtered out. She felt secretly relieved. What was that child's name? I remember the kid had good grades, but a poor temperament and lacked gratitude. Now their family is acting like this too. Luckily, we didn't admit him. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. The mentor had various privileges. Initially, she was concerned that one bad apple might spoil the whole class, so she meticulously selected the students, choosing only the well-behaved and sensible ones. Although the number of students was significantly reduced, having a powerful mentor was undoubtedly a pure gain. Looking back now, it was more than just a gain. Teacher Wang had mentioned using her own teaching methods, and that Zhang Hong could give feedback after a month. However, 3 months had passed, and Zhang Hong had no objections. Well, not exactly none. She wanted to ask Master Wang if she could refrain from spoiling the children too much. As the administrator of the academy, Zhang Hong was taken aback by the quantity and cost of materials sent weekly by the association, especially knowing these were for the students. Frankly, even students of average aptitude could become official mentors with such resources, let alone these 12 outstanding ones. With a solid theoretical foundation and practical skills, the students trained this way were undoubtedly excellent talents. The future of Lehi City might see a few more mentors. Despite not being fond of accolades, Zhang Hong found more joy in seeing these children grow into useful individuals, even if their future statuses might be worlds apart. She discreetly arranged for increased security at the academy to prevent any unforeseen incidents. In the secret realm, the spiritual patterns had calmed and were difficult for students to observe. At this point, Wang Mu began teaching how to reveal these hidden patterns. Once the students learned this, they faced a new challenge: how to memorize more patterns. Naturally, Wang Mu explained further, and thus, a vivid and profound lesson unfolded, following the encounter a problem-solve-a-problem approach. The students' young and earnest faces showed focused expressions, and perhaps years later, they too would become teachers, passing on the teaching methods they learned from Teacher Wang. Such is the legacy, passed from generation to generation. In peaceful times, there is always some bustle. Outside Lehi City, Hu Yun, with his beloved water spirit butterfly, rode on a water dragon, occasionally diving underwater to investigate. A few months ago, after driving away the venomous jellyfish beasts, they released the venomous jellyfish spirit beasts. Under the guidance of the Beast King, they quickly adapted to the environment and grew. Now, as the breeding season approached, they began preparations. Meanwhile, the driven away venomous jellyfish beasts, relying on their bloodline memory, returned to the shallow sea, ready to compete for territory and resources in anticipation of the breeding season in March and April. However, this time was different. Upon encountering the venomous jellyfish beasts, the thousands of jellyfish spirit beasts had their mental imprints activated, prompting them to eliminate and devour the intruders. The Beast King methodically led the spirit jellyfish in patrols, forming a fixed defense line to kill and drive away the jellyfish beasts. Under the pressure of their strength, the shallow sea area near Lehi City was successfully defended. After completing his inspection, Huyin felt quite pleased. He hadn't expected the jellyfish spirit beasts, cultivated in just a week or a month by the master, to be so powerful, effectively guarding the shallow sea. By May, their work would be much easier, and when the newborn venomous jellyfish spirit beasts arrived, some Beast Tamers in Lehi City could even choose them as spirit beasts. He had a vague understanding of Wang Mu. Any attribute of the green leaf butterfly had evolutionary branches. Having visited Wang Mu's secret realm, he knew other spirit beasts also had advanced forms. As for the jellyfish, he felt that even ordinary Beast Tamers choosing jellyfish spirit beasts had a promising future. No matter how rare the conventional spiritual attributes are, they always manifest in various coincidences. The power of the clay ox comes from the Earth's magnetic force, akin to an extension of gravity. Wang Mu wasn't familiar with this, but he understood that he didn't need to delve deeply into it. He only needed to remember the spiritual patterns, cultivate them, and then conduct further research. In the secret realm, he advanced step by step, working hard to memorize all the spiritual patterns and piece together the fragmented patterns into a complete picture. Initially, everything went smoothly, but after memorizing half of the patterns in the secret realm, he suddenly couldn't remember any new ones. Wang Mu felt a sense of regret, as these were spiritual patterns contained within a dominator-level beast, something that had developed over hundreds of years and was not easily accessible to a fifth-stage cultivator like him. He would have to memorize them in several attempts and try to integrate them once his strength increased in the future. At this moment, he was alone in this space, and although he had a continuous memory and was much faster than ordinary students, the subsequent process was akin to starting over, with the difficulty reduced. He divided his attention, beginning to consider how to utilize these spiritual patterns. First, he decided to cultivate the spiritual butterfly. Every special attribute could provide Qi Ming with an additional evolution, but this required the completion of basic attributes. The fire attribute had various magical flames that could produce extraordinary effects. In fact, it wasn't just flames. Every attribute had its unique existence, with pure ice being a special ice type for the ice element. Considering these materials, Wang Mu was able to quickly cultivate a Lord-level spiritual butterfly. Other cultivators and masters initially used these materials, but Wang Mu rarely did, thus the potential for the spirit beast growth was significant. However, this master had not been heard from for many years. Wang Mu once thought he had passed away, but now, knowing about Dark City and understanding the Dark Outpost, he realized that this great figure must have gone to a place where he felt he was needed. As for this great figure's name, Wang Mu did not know. He was only mentioned in textbooks as the founding father of modern cultivation, but no further details were provided, likely due to some reason. As Wang Mu pondered deeply, he realized that the emergence of the mythical Heavenly King had rapidly united and advanced human development within a century or two, with many famous figures leading the charge. However, once human society stabilized, these figures chose to vanish, seemingly preparing for something more profound. When Wang Mu was promoted to master, he recognized that the threats facing humanity were not only from underground and the sea, but also from the future merging of the 9 provinces. Yet, if he understood that mythology was history, how could he forget the falling celestial star? Without a doubt, the sealed celestial star was also a significant problem. Wang Mu walked to the end of the secret realm, recalling the last memory of the spiritual pattern, and made a decision. 10 years, 100 years in the secret realm, aiming to cultivate some spiritual beasts each year and let them breed. 100 years should be enough for cultivation. Additionally, the Lord's system of the spiritual butterflies must be perfected, with the evolution of materials standardized to ensure that Beast Tamers can directly use materials to evolve spiritual beasts. To gain enough influence, he even considered his family. However, the time was long, so he decided to first cultivate the alliance into a dominant force. Only then would he have the qualification to build a city and the ability to defend it. His goal was to create a city of his own to realize his ideals. Having mapped out his plan, Wang Mu quietly left the secret realm. He had spent 21 days there without leaving. Qing Ling, upon seeing the messages Wang Mu received, asked Qing Ming to inform him that he should attend to some accumulated affairs. As for the students, since he could use the secret realm for a month, he decided to let them stay for the full month. Such an opportunity was rare and, although it was a simple matter for Wang Mu, it might be a once-in-a-lifetime chance for them. After leaving the secret realm, Wang Mu reviewed the messages and found 2 matters of particular importance. First, the 10 people arranged by the association had arrived, all with their information provided. The association noted that 3 were pre-selected, while the other 7 were chosen through rigorous evaluations. He needed to sign contracts with them to form an alliance. Second, the arrangement for the devouring sparrow had been finalized, with delivery expected around early February, and Wang Mu was advised to prepare for its reception. This news invigorated Wang Mu, as he did not have high expectations. As long as the devouring sparrow could share a spatial attribute, he would consider it a gain. After exiting the Mud Bull secret realm, Wang Mu visited the Qingyang trees in his own secret realm. They had fully mastered the Qingyang magic, and, basking in the Qingyang created by Qing Ling, these 2 spiritual beasts had completely transformed into Lord-level spiritual beasts. Wang Mu was very satisfied and selected one to share a mid-level inferior life attribute and a mid-level superior spiritual attribute. He then notified Gong Yuhao to come over and also added the 10 contacts provided by the association, creating a group chat. Without delay, he sent out a message. Is everyone available? Please come to the Qingmu breeding facility. I'm waiting for you in the Qingmu secret realm. Wang Mu had temporarily named the secret realm Qingmu secret realm. It seemed everyone had been waiting and had set aside time, as responses came quickly. I'm available, heading out now. On my way. Nearby, we'll be there soon. Wang Mu was surprised by the quick responses and promptly registered these individuals in the breeding facility system, at least granting them access permissions. Recently, Wang Mu has been deeply engrossed in researching spiritual patterns, temporarily putting the sale of spirit butterflies on hold and raising the entry threshold for the breeding facility, making it difficult for ordinary people to gain access. It wasn't long before Wang Mu sensed someone entering the secret realm had chosen this location to showcase his abilities. He already had detailed information about these individuals, courtesy of the association, which provided insights as if they had been personally submitted. Among them, Ning Jiming, a predetermined member, had a particularly complicated situation. He was born in Dark City and was a peak-level 7th-tier beast master with a dark attribute. Once a sentinel, he was cursed by a dark monster, causing his life force to constantly drain away. The Legion had attempted to resolve the issue with treasures, but new problems arose. His life force was tainted with poison, releasing toxins that even affected his spirit beast. Now, he had to be separated from his spirit beast. Solving this problem wasn't difficult, but Ning Jiming's curse had been analyzed. It was an endless curse cast by a dying monster's shadow at the cost of its own life, impossible to lift and growing more terrifying until the beast master's demise. Therefore, the best approach was to choose not to solve it. Wang Mu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a method. He could utilize the toxin, and with his extensive knowledge, he quickly identified a target. The Bang Bang tree, besides its regular attributes, also had poisonous properties. It required absorbing corresponding power to grow, eventually producing fruit. This fruit was the bang bang tree's means of attack. In the wild, these trees were typically third tier, and their fruit explosions were generally only powerful enough to injure beasts of the same level. However, they often bore a lot of fruit and were never afraid to fight alone. Wang Mu casually placed an order with the association to purchase this low-level spirit beast, as they always had stock. It was through this order that Wang Mu discovered that the sacred Pegasus horn he had previously sought was now available for sale. The seller's requirements were any Earth attribute treasure or a Beast King spirit beast, or a mid to high-level Earth attribute spiritual pattern. Wang Mu agreed without hesitation. At this moment, the first guardian, guided by Qing Ling, had left the laboratory and was heading toward the forest. Mei Sini was immediately struck by the sight of the swarming Beast King-level spirit butterflies, which quickly disappeared into the trees. She also noticed the Beast King-level strange mushrooms and a Qingmu demon. She wasn't sure if it was a Qingmu demon, as it wasn't listed among the breeds in the breeding facility. Knowing that Wang Mu's first spirit beast was a Qingmu demon, she suspected this might be a new evolutionary form. However, one tree stood out from the other banyans, seemingly another type of spirit beast. Upon sensing it, she was even more surprised this was a Lord-level spirit beast with dual light and wood attributes. Despite her excitement, Mei Sini was puzzled. Could this rapidly advancing master have such profound foundations? Even breeders with 40 or 50 years of experience might not achieve this level. Chirp, chirpy now. She had entered the forest and spotted spirit beasts similar to the Qingfeng eagle, including some at the Beast King level. She had to admit, her curiosity about Wang Mu had reached its peak. What kind of prodigy could prompt the association to conduct a screening assessment? Possibly because of an outsider's presence, two endearing little wolves were observing from the shadows. However, their strength was lacking, and Mei Sini easily traced their gaze back to their bodies. Fortunately, these two little wolves were merely ordinary leader-level creatures. Her steps were light, and the forest wasn't very large. Before long, she arrived under a large tree. This tree didn't conceal its aura, and although it was only 5th tier, its terrifying spiritual and mental strength was comparable to the 6th tier. Even more astonishing, Mei Sini discovered many secret realms within the banyan tree's complex root system. What on earth was this? Fortunately, the person she was seeking was also there. The energy entity that had guided her approached a young man and respectfully said, "Master, the guest has arrived." "Good job, Qingling. Please help guide the others as well," Wang Mu replied. "Of course, master. My other forms are awaiting," Qingling responded. These forms were not spells, but energy entities formed by Qingling's powerful spiritual and mental strength after making this area its domain. After giving his instructions, Wang Mu turned to the newcomer, smiling warmly. "Welcome, my guardian." Mei Sini stood before Wang Mu, feeling a strange silence emanating from the master. She instinctively reached out her hand and smiled. "Hello, Master Wang Mu. I'm Mei Sini Mei from Plum Blossom, Xian from Joy, and E from Chess. I'm a 7th level beast master with 2 spirit beasts. My talent lies in life enhancement, strengthening the life essence of the beasts I contract with, gradually increasing their life affinity." She introduced herself proudly, thinking that although she was one of the 3 predetermined candidates and only had 2 spirit beasts, reaching the 7th level at 27 was no small feat. Unfortunately, the life affinity category had neither a master nor a grandmaster. Wang Mu nodded, seemingly indifferent to her name, and asked, "What are your thoughts on future spirit beasts? And what about building a city?" Mei Sini was taken aback but responded candidly. "My talent can increase a spirit beast's life affinity by up to 2 minor levels, so I hope future beasts have at least a mid-tier life affinity. That way, with amplification, they can reach high tier. As for building a city, I have no such plans, but if you do, I can support it." Wang Mu nodded in approval. "All right, I can currently cultivate spirit beasts with lower mid-tier life affinity, and with some treasures, they can reach mid-tier. It's not difficult. I do have plans to build a city, but that's decades away and requires you all to reach the Dominion level." Mei Sini felt a surge of pride. Dominion level? "Don't worry, once I contract my 3rd spirit beast, I'll reach Dominion." Wang Mu reminded her. "Others will arrive soon. Let's wait for them." Shortly after, Gong Yuhao was the second to arrive, appearing somewhat eager, as everyone knew this summons was undoubtedly related to spirit beasts. In the forest, a Qingyang tree swayed, with a spirit beast restrained by Qing Ling nearby. As Gong Yuhao arrived, Wang Mu gestured, "Go ahead and contract it." Gong Yuhao replied earnestly, "Thank you. Let me know if there's anything you need." As a breeder or breeding master, Wang Mu held a definite advantage over these beast masters. Though unspoken, the contract they signed made Wang Mu the leader, with the entire Gong family following him to Lei Hai City, indicating an unequal relationship. Wang Mu needed Gong Yuhao's help, and though it wasn't apparent now, that day wasn't far off. Their contract, though unspoken, was understood by both parties, with Wang Mu able to break it if he wished. However, he wouldn't do so, as his influence had yet to fully develop, requiring decades, and the existing Gong family was a perfect fit for his needs. Wang Mu provided them with spirit beasts, which in reality was for his own convenience, a mutually beneficial arrangement. To put it bluntly, even a farmer harvesting crops must fertilize the fields. Studies show that if a family contracts a certain type of spirit beast for a long time, their descendants' affinity with that species gradually increases. The process of Gong Yuhao contracting the Qingyang tree went surprisingly smoothly, and they quickly signed the contract. In that moment, a dense surge of vitality flowed from the Qingyang tree into Gong Yuhao. Misty, a specialist in the life element, observed keenly and noticed that the life essence of the person before her had been damaged. It was the infusion of external life force that made him appear so youthful. Now, his own life force had been restored, and a portion of the external energy was transforming into his life essence, rapidly replenishing it. Achieving such an effect, especially on a once powerful 7th-tier Beastmaster, indicated that the tree possessed an intermediate level of life affinity. Misty felt a surge of excitement, confirming to herself that since entering the secret realm, she had observed that at least 40 of the spirit beasts exhibited life and spirit attributes, with the life attribute alone accounting for about 60, an impressive figure. She couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you specialize in the life element?" Wang Mu pointed to his own badge and responded calmly, "Currently, it's the ice element." Misty was immediately reminded of her initial confusion when she first saw Wang Mu's information. She thought to herself, "I read your profile at the association and initially assumed you were wood or spirit element, but it turns out ice was your first breakthrough. However, I also know you're planning to research all elements." While waiting in Lehigh City, she had met him, and everyone's attributes were relatively comprehensive. At that moment, a voice joined the conversation, followed by several figures appearing one after another. "Master, I am Ning Jiming. I am Su Ziyuan. I am Su Mingda. I am Su Songshan. I am Wan Sheng. Zhuge Ning. I am Gu Nanshan. Chu Zizhen. I am Fu Zhongqiu." The 9 individuals introduced themselves in turn. Gong Yuhao looked at the 10 people, understanding that although he felt a bit regretful, he was not lacking. It was just that no one from the association had informed him. He waved at Wang Mu and took his leave, which Wang Mu acknowledged with a nod. Then Wang Mu began to introduce himself. Though everyone was already aware of who he was, the manner in which he did so was crucial. "I am Wang Mu, and I am aware of your situations. You all are outstanding in your respective elements." He continued, "What I can offer you is at least Lord-level spirit beasts. The nurturing of spirit butterflies is already quite advanced, and they are available in all elements. They have broken through the limitations of their species and are free from the worries of longevity. On the contrary, the spirit butterflies possess at least a mid-level inferior life attribute and a mid-level superior spirit attribute. Besides the spirit butterflies, the Qingmu demon has a unique new evolution form, which involves confidential information that can only be disclosed after signing a contract. As for other spirit beasts, you have seen that nurturing them to Lord level is not difficult, and achieving higher levels is also within reach. Customization, as long as you can imagine it, I can accomplish it. All I need is time." Ning Jiming crossed his arms, visibly surprised. "Really?" Chu Zizhen looked at Wang Mu with skepticism. "My grandfather was a master nurturer, and even he wouldn't make such guarantees." Chu Zizhen, only 16 years old, had a grandfather named Chu Huayuan who was a master nurturer but passed away 10 years ago. At that time, Wang Mu was still in school, deeply impacted, as no one had a smile on their face during those days, which showed the extent of his influence. This was the 3rd predetermined individual, and Wang Mu couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw him. As the descendant of a senior in the same field, he was particularly gentle with this young person. Times were changing, and the strength of Master Nianji made him feel inadequate. Even though you have a rich family heritage and have taken the path of the psychic, the downside of the psychic path is that the Beast Master's spirit and soul are too strong, which in turn oppresses the body, necessitating physical enhancement. The predecessor did a lot for humanity, so the association will naturally solve problems for his descendants. Chu Zizhen felt astonished internally. This young master, just a few years older than him, was comforting him in such a roundabout way. If he hadn't grown significantly over the years, he might not have understood the deeper meaning. When the spirit beasts were mentioned, his spirits lifted, and he nodded in response. "I see. About 30 to 40% have both spiritual and life attributes, and 60 to 70% have spiritual attributes. They are powerful and very suitable for me." Then he smiled. "Rest assured, Master, I was just a bit emotional earlier, but I truly believe in your capabilities." Hearing the acknowledgement from a master's descendant, Su Ziyuan and Su Mingda exchanged glances, and the former said to Wang Mu, "Master, we are twins with the same talent. Each time we contract a spirit beast, the species needs to have opposite attributes to better enhance our strength. Is that really possible?" Wang Mu glanced at them and replied, "The spirit butterflies can meet all sorts of needs. Wanting different kinds is no problem. they'll be cultivated eventually. Su Mingda almost wanted to hold his forehead and quickly added, Master, it's not that we doubt you. In fact, we are participating in the assessment because we trust you. It's just that many spirit beasts need to merge with other bloodlines to have opposing attributes, so they can't be considered the same species. The association came to us initially, saying at least a baseline could be guaranteed here, but people are always greedy. Seeing the spirit beasts you've cultivated, my brother and I can't help but have expectations. Wang Mu shook his head. No need to explain, it's a normal thought. Plus, if you don't ask, how can I showcase myself? After the contract, go choose a spirit butterfly. The first generation water spirit butterfly has been contracted, as has the ice spirit butterfly, so you can choose from other attributes. Avoid the first generation beast king, and you'll have more options. The brothers' eyes widened instantly, especially Su Yuan, who blurted out, the first generation beast king is still here. The others were equally excited, particularly Chu Zizhen, who recalled his grandfather's notes mentioning that regardless of its talents, the first generation beast king was worth contracting because they held some special power, which could be called fortune. There are also beast emperors and primordial spirit beasts, which are even more extraordinary. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Qing Ming, and it was clear everyone noticed this. Wang Mu, however, was pleased and said, You're the first to notice, even previous masters didn't see it. Not bad, not bad. Chu Zizhen was stunned, staring blankly at Wang Mu. Thinking to himself, he didn't expect Wang Mu to respond seriously. Beside them, Mei Sini sensed the strange atmosphere and couldn't help but curiously ask, Is a beast emperor a level above a king-level spirit beast? What is a primordial spirit beast? Everyone seemed very interested. Chu Zizhen, knowing Wang Mu wanted to show off his abilities, was happy to play along and explain directly. In a spirit beast group, when a new attribute is developed, the first beast king born is the first generation beast king. The group nodded, clearly understanding this and vaguely guessing some things, so they listened intently to the subsequent explanation. And if a spirit beast species is bred to break through its original bloodline shackles, allowing the group to achieve a leap in evolution, that is a beast emperor. A beast emperor is a miracle. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.